Alrighty, welcome back everybody to our latest severe weather coverage. I hope everybody's having a good morning so far. It is a very early live stream, unlike what we just had a couple of days ago where we were live at like 9 o'clock at the evening. Now we're live at 9 in the morning because we have two very powerful lines of thunderstorms going on right now and a rapidly increasing risk for an intense line that could become a derecho over the next several hours. We're talking about a widespread damaging wind threat that is rapidly approaching Chicago, in addition to an increasing tornado risk. So we got a lot of things to talk about. I do want to go ahead and start with what is happening right now back over near Chicago, because we got a really powerful line of thunderstorms that is rapidly moving towards the Chicago suburbs right now. Aurora, Joliet, Morse, Dwight, Streeter, and Elgin, you guys are all in the direct line for a very intense line of storms that is currently producing 70+ mile per hour damaging wind gusts, in addition to the risk of an isolated tornado or two. Many of these severe thunderstorm warnings that have just been issued by the National Weather Service are tagged with a tornado possible tag, so we are going to be monitoring at least an isolated tornado threat over the next hour. But I think the big story here is going to be the risk of widespread damaging wind gusts. If we go over to Storm Chaser Tornado Pagey, she is actually in one of the more powerful lines or parts of the line of thunderstorms right now near Mendota. You can see the clouds above them right now are rapidly moving overhead, and this is because of the fact of just how fast this line is moving right now. And so some of the winds that they are probably going to be experiencing over the next few minutes will likely be upwards of 80 miles per hour with how intense this line is. This is also live at the Northern Illinois University. This is an area that actually, if you were just looking at the bottom right of your screen, you can see the shelf cloud, and now the very intense winds are moving in. So it's going to get very windy there over the next few minutes. That's over there in DeKalb, where we have that very powerful edge of the line of thunderstorms moving through you guys right now. This line is the most powerful, basically all up and down Interstate 39 right now, stretching from about Streeter up towards Beloit. But the worst of the wind, I think, is going to be in these really bright blue colors that we have. One of the more intense pockets of wind that we are seeing is actually entering into DeKalb as we speak, which is where the Northern Illinois University is located. And some of the velocities that radar is estimating are now exceeding 80 miles per hour. So there is a legitimate risk that we could get extremely dangerous situation, severe thunderstorm warnings issued in a short period of time as the wind with this line continues to rapidly intensify. You can even see this little pocket of wind also near Waterman and Hinckley. This is actually going to be going right towards Aurora. Some of the radar estimated values are about 85 miles per hour with this pocket of wind right now, and that's going to be going right down US Highway 30. It will be rapidly approaching the city of Aurora here in about 15 minutes. So you really got to be starting to prepare now, guys. If you're in the Chicago suburbs, you've got to bring in loose lawn items. You've got to be taking shelter if you're in any of these severe thunderstorm warnings. It is a very dangerous situation that is evolving with how intense our straight line winds are all up and down this entire line of thunderstorms. If you're back down near Streeter and Peru, we also have some strong winds. I think the worst of it, though, is going to probably just stay off to your north. Either way, though, we could be talking about damaging wind gusts up to about 70 miles per hour. Let's go back over to Tornado Pagey. They are, again, in the middle of this right now. We have chasers positioned in a lot of different areas. Tornado Pagey is near Mendota right now. We have Storm Chaser Cannon Calton. He's in Elgin. So if you're tuning in from Elgin, we have a chaser there. And then the Hailinator, Ryan Scholl, he's back over in Aurora right now. So we got chasers kind of positioned in all different kinds of places. And I believe Connor is over in northwestern Indiana right now. You can see the rain is starting to pick up where they're at. The wind is calm for the time being, but it should get pretty intense here in a second. And there is a tornado possible tag on this. You can see how low the clouds are. Right there in the middle of your screen would be the area of interest. We are looking at least some very low clouds here. Some broad rotation is apparent on radar right now. That was looking southbound. There's a few little couplets that are developing down near Harding. So you can see it on radar here. We got a little one near Waltham. We got another one near Triumph. And then there's maybe another one trying to develop near Mendota. So at least a low non-zero tornado risk that is attempting to develop currently east of Mendota, east of I-39. So we're going to have to keep an eye on that. Real quickly, I do want to go over to Ohio. We have a very dangerous line of thunderstorms going on over here too. This is not just Illinois right now. We got a big line impacting areas from Zanesville, Ohio, all the way back towards Maysville. And the most intense part of this line is just south of Zanesville over in New Lexington, where the National Weather Service has issued an extremely dangerous situation, severe thunderstorm warning. That is for damaging wind gusts up to 80 miles per hour. So very intense portion of the line is currently impacting areas just east of Lancaster. This is, again, the highest level severe warning that you can get when it comes to the tag that it has, but the 80 mile per hour damaging wind threat, definitely a concern that is heading towards McConnellsville, Philo, and then eventually going towards Bristol. If you live anywhere else, though, like Cambridge or even Athens or Parkersburg, get ready for an increasing damaging wind threat here over the next hour or two. We also have storms going up in northwestern Indiana. These are a bit more of your semi-discrete and discrete variety of thunderstorms, so the tornado risk might be a little bit higher with these, but generally speaking, damaging winds will be the big concern, and then flash flooding is going to become a really big concern here over the next hour or two off to the north there of Logansport. But I want to say, guys, a lot of thunderstorms here near Chicago. It's looking nasty. This is not the kind of line that you really want to see at 10 o'clock in the morning. If I'm live at 10 in the morning, there's something serious happening, because I do not like going live at 10 in the morning. I'm not a morning person whatsoever, so it is saying something if we're live at 10 in the morning. And this is a very powerful line producing widespread 80 mile per hour winds. Tornado Pagey is very close to some of those areas of rotation that are developing south of Earlville, Illinois. I could see the National Weather Service issuing a tornado warning for this area. We're going to keep an eye on it. But they are currently driving through just heavy rain for the time being. They are barely out in front of the high winds. You can see their location here inside of the free WeatherFront app. They're located east of Earlville. The leading edge of this line where they're located is producing winds of about 60 miles per hour. But a little bit further to the west, we could have winds as high as 80 miles per hour, kind of back embedded in our line of thunderstorms. So it's going to be probably a good 5, 10, 15-minute period, guys, if you live here near the Chicago suburbs, where the wind is going to probably start out pretty strong, but I think it could even be stronger after like 4 or 5 minutes of you getting hit by wind. It's happened several times recently where these lines produce some of the strong winds initially, but the worst of it actually happens after a few minutes. So don't be caught off guard by that. Also, near DeKalb, the radar is estimating still about 85 mile per hour winds right now. Let's go live to DeKalb. This is live at the Northern Illinois University. It's a little hard to see the wind really right now, but the winds currently being estimated by radar are approaching 90 miles per hour. So there is clearly some big time wind happening in this general vicinity. There's another live camera also. This is one of the railway cameras, and there you go. You can kind of see the wind a little bit here. This is over in Genoa, Illinois, which is about to get hit by the leading edge of the line. So this isn't really they haven't really been hit by the leading edge yet, but they will be here in about maybe 1 or 2 minutes. This is probably the outflow boundary that is bringing some gusty winds into this region right now. We're going to continue to keep an eye out on that camera. But again, radar is estimating a widespread swath of 80 to 90 mile per hour winds. Sycamore, Maple Park, Burlington, and Hampshire. You guys are next in line here over the next few minutes. You really got to be taking shelter if you're anywhere in these severe thunderstorm warnings, as there will be a very serious risk of wind over the next 30 to 45 minutes as this line continues to rapidly push to the east. We don't really have any views of any sort of crazy areas of rotation yet, but I am seeing at least some broad rotation near Hinckley, which is going down US Highway 30 towards Aurora. And then there's been a couple of couplets forming just south of where Tornado Pagey is. That is north of Ottawa, heading towards Nettle Creek and Saratoga. And so there is at least a non-zero tornado risk with this activity. I would support a max alert for it, but this is going to be kind of like a little QLCS tornado action that's moving in the direction of Saratoga right now. As we saw a moment ago, Tornado Pagey did have some very low-hanging clouds. And going back to them right now, I think they're just driving through now, really just a lot of rain. Look how dark it's gotten, guys. We were just looking at them like 2 minutes ago. It was bright as could be, and now it is dark. You cannot see a thing anymore almost. I mean, we're looking at, it almost looks like it's like 9 or 10 o'clock at night. Instead, it's 10 in the morning. Sun is well almost above their head at this point. And it has gone very, very dark very quickly. And that is all thanks due to the cloud tops being over 50,000 feet with this line of thunderstorms right now. They're actually closing in on 60,000 feet near DeKalb. So the storm clouds are very, very tall. If we go over to the echo tops, you can see over here near DeKalb, radar is estimating 62,000 foot tall clouds with this line of thunderstorms right now. That is outside of DeKalb and Mendota, and also north of Sheridan right now. Also, guys, if you do have photos and videos, you can send them in to us, reports.maxvelocitywx.com. There's a QR code on your screen, too. We would love to see your photos and videos as this line of thunderstorms does roll in. It's going to be a very, very busy next few hours with all the wind that is going to be coming out. But, I mean, this right here, guys, wow, this is a photo from Columbus, Ohio this morning. The wind has been no joke over there in Columbus. We got bent over power poles in Columbus. Thank you, Andy, for sending this in here. Big metal poles here that were absolutely destroyed. Roanoke, Indiana, I believe this might have been last night, but I had some sus clouds over there. We did have a tornado warning in northwest Indiana last night, but not much happened out of that. Big shelf cloud over in Lewes Beach, Delaware from, I believe, yesterday as well. But again, feel free to send us in any photos and videos if you do have any. It's going to be a very busy next few hours. And then, again, Chicago's going to be getting hit really hard, I think, over the next 30 to 45 minutes as this line pushes through. Let's go to the full cam view. I'm going to put Tornado Pagey on the bottom right. I do want to go back over to velocities here, and I again would probably say a tornado warning might be needed for this. North of Ottawa, the latest scan still showing a little couplet that's been developing for the last few minutes here. This is going to be heading into Dayton over the next minute or two, and then Wedron, and then eventually Nettle Creek. You guys are in line for this. This is a QLCS tornado spin up that is attempting to happen right now. That is eventually going to move into Saratoga, so definitely a concerning little couplet that is forming there embedded in this line of thunderstorms. And then everything else for the most part is a lot of wind. We have a big surge of wind happening near DeKalb, Sycamore, and Burlington. Storm chaser Cannon Calton, who's also live inside of the free WeatherFront app, he's located just north of Aurora, west of Elgin. He's currently positioning for some really intense winds that could be as high as 85 miles per hour. No evidence yet that we've had any winds exceeding 80 miles per hour for the last hour or so, but I definitely wouldn't rule out at least a pocket or two of 80+ mile per hour winds, especially since radar is estimating up to almost 90 mile per hour winds near Sycamore. Granted, that's off the ground a little bit, but still very intense winds all across this line. Here are some of the peak wind speeds across our line right now. So Mendota's near 80, and then back up near DeKalb, we're approaching 90 just off the ground level. Also, Tornado Pagey is, I believe, now driving through some of the higher winds. So now the conditions are beginning to deteriorate where they are. If you look bottom right of your screen, they are now right on the edge of this line. So they are starting to get into some of the stronger winds. And it's pitch black. You can't really see much. It's almost pitch black here, and it's 10 in the morning. Very hard to see anything. The winds estimated by radar are about 30 miles per hour here, so they haven't gotten into the peak wind yet. They're about to enter into the town of Somonac and then Sandwich. Somebody just said, under my bed, is it safe there? You might have some monsters under there. You might want to be careful. Be safe. You got a dual risk. While we have about 20,000 of you tuning in, make sure to put your location on the map. You can scan the QR code. You can also go to the website linked in the description. You can put a message on the WeatherFront app here. Feel free to put your location on the map. We'll see where everybody's tuning in from right now. Got a lot of you guys already tuning in right now from the Chicago area. Some of you in Genoa. Shannon says it looks like 10 p.m. versus 10 a.m. I would agree with that. It does right now. We also got somebody over here in Rochelle that said skies almost got black, crazy wind and rain. So Caleb has already gone through this back over there in Rochelle. And some of you are about to go through this over the next few minutes. Again, this line rapidly approaching the Chicago area. There's several little areas of rotation again near Ottawa that could easily spin up a tornado or two. I don't think any of these really are enough for a tornado warning. This one was a second ago. I think it's just a little bit broader now, but any of these could pretty much drop a tornado here near Ottawa and Dayton. They might not issue a warning for it though, just with how minimal the rotation has been over the last few minutes. I'm also monitoring at least a possibility for a tornado to form here near Aurora over the next 10 to 15 minutes, depending on how this part of the line evolves. But at the bare minimum, we are talking about a significant damaging wind threat that is about to be knocking on the doorstep of Aurora here in just a moment. Terminal radar site, which does tend to have a little bit better view of our rotation, doesn't show anything really different from what we were just looking at, but there's at least some broad rotation developing, only about maybe 7 miles west of Aurora, and it will be entering Aurora here within the next 10-15 minutes or so. But currently, we're looking at these storms moving east at about 40 miles per hour, so they're moving pretty quickly. through the Chicago suburbs, and it's only going to continue to produce a pretty significant, if not widespread, damaging wind threat here for the next 45 minutes to an hour for the Chicago area, and then after that it's going to go into Michigan and Indiana. The National Weather or the Storm Prediction Center just issued a new severe thunderstorm watch. This one will include Fort Wayne, Indianapolis, Lafayette, and Muncie. That is mainly for a significant damaging wind threat, but there will also be a possibility of a couple of tornadoes across this region. Also includes extreme southern Michigan, and also northwestern Ohio near Lima. You guys are all under the gun here for a widespread wind threat. This will go all the way until 4 p.m. Central Time. So it's luckily mostly a daytime risk rather than a nighttime threat for many of you. Also, Cannon Colton has a really good view of the shelf cloud. You can barely see it, but you can see it a little bit coming out of the horizon here. He's located over near Elgin. And so you can faintly see the shelf cloud from here where he's located. That's going to be that leading edge of damaging wind gusts, which is quickly approaching St. Charles and Elgin at this moment. So we are going to go back to him in a second, but he's at least getting a view of that now. He's only like, I want to say like 4 miles away from this line. He's not even that far. He's only 4 miles away from the line. In some cases, you can see the shelf clouds from like 15, 20 miles away. Today, it's only visible from like 5 miles away. That's the first glimpse that we've had of it, at least with him. All right, let's go back down to the Ottawa area. Again, this is the 10:03 p.m. radar scan, so this is about 3.5 minutes old, but we still have a few areas of circulation near Ottawa. Again, not a major tornado concern right now, but we could see a couple of spin-up tornadoes. We have somebody over here in Dayton that is saying it is bad in northern Ottawa, which is also where we have a little bit of rotation. Tom says there's hail. I don't know about that, but apparently he's saying there's a little bit of hail out here. The National Weather Service has all of our severe thunderstorm warnings for no more than dime-sized hail, which is basically around the size of 1/2 inch to 3/4 inch. I don't think there's going to be much hail out of this line. If you get hail, I'd be surprised. This isn't really a good hail setup by any means. This is very much so just going to be a big wind threat. We do have a couple storms over here in northwest Indiana that have been trying to broadly rotate. These are a little bit more discrete in nature, so we got to keep an eye out on these storms near Couts and North Judson. Could have at least a low-end tornado concern developing here over the next half hour, 45 minutes. Storm chaser Connor Croft, who's bottom right of your screen, is actually on that activity, so we're going to keep an eye out on him. But we got a couple storms that look like they're trying to rotate over here in northwestern Indiana. We got big flash flooding problems that are also going to develop here as this area of thunderstorms continues to push down to the south and east. Let me go back to the Chicago area, and that right there near Plano and Aurora is looking a bit more concerning. And the reason why I say that is because, one, we got a big surge of wind, but two, we also have some inflow that's trying to creep in to this leading edge of the line near Aurora, and that might lead to a tornado threat here over the next few minutes heading to the Aurora area. Not saying it's enough for a tornado warning yet, but definitely stay on high alert if you are in Aurora, Bolingbrook, Plainfield, or Oswego right now. In addition to this, we're looking at a widespread 80-mile-per-hour wind threat, so do not take shelter. You should be taking shelter if you're in this area, regardless of there being a tornado warning or not being a tornado warning. We have several areas of rotation still back down near Marseilles and Grand Ridge. Any of these, again, could produce a tornado. We got like 3 or 4 different couplets that are trying to form right now. This is all going down I-80 heading towards Channahon, so definitely stay on alert there. And Cannon Colton is currently on the line here near Virgil, Illinois. This is the leading edge of the shelf cloud here. Thank you, Shane, for becoming a member. So here's the leading edge of the line. He's just southwest there of Elgin. This portion of the line is currently estimating estimated winds are about 70 miles per hour. Dude, I was about to head into Summonack. I didn't even hear about that. I didn't even know that town exists up until now.
Well, let's pull off right here.
I know most of the
the wind in this one.
With how many times we've covered Illinois this year, I know almost every single town name at this point, but that is one that I've never heard of up until today. So there's the leading edge of the line. It's going to get pretty windy here in a second, but he is currently located just west of Elgin there. If we go back over to live radar, I'm really concerned about this little pocket right over near Plano and Sandwich. Tornado Pagey is not even far from that. That, again, could become tornadic. We got a big surge of wind happening near Aurora right now. Trying to see if we have any more terminal radar site views. There's a few little pockets of rotation that have been forming. Again, nothing that has gotten to the point enough for a tornado warning. I do think the rotation, though, down here near Ottawa, just south of Sandwich, could end up getting tornado warned. That rotation has looked a little bit stronger over the last scan or two. It's a pretty classic QLCS tornado threat. This will be going more towards Joliet and Shanahan, so we are going to keep tabs on that. Cannon is now starting to get into the wind here, so this is going to be the first surge of probably 2 or 3 surges of wind that are going to be impacting the Elgin area.
Intercept, so let's see.
I do want to point out, by the way, guys, if you live in the path of this line of thunderstorms, you could actually experience a derecho today.
Nobody on this road.
Not something that happens very often, only happens maybe a few times a year. All right, but we could legitimately get a derecho.
A new tornado warning has been issued.
All right, guys, we got a big tornado warning here. It's going to include a lot of areas. We got Cook, and this is, we were talking about this for a few minutes. Cook, DePage, Kane, Kendall, Will counties, you all got to take shelter right now. We got a tornado warning here for Aurora and Joliet. This is a rapidly organizing area of rotation that is moving towards the Chicago area. All right, so take shelter. Aurora, Sugar Grove, Yorkville, Plainfield, Lockport, Romeoville. You got to be taking shelter right now and put as many walls between you from the outside as possible and get away from windows. This is a pretty dangerous storm right now that's moving into Oswego. We got rotation rapidly organizing right now north of Yorkville. All right, so you got to run to your safe place. Put as many walls between you from the outside and get away from windows. Aurora, North Aurora, Naperville, Downers Grove, Bolingbrook, as well as Romeoville and Lockport. Y'all got to run to your safe place right now. I also want to point out, on top of there being a tornado risk, we got 90-mile-per-hour winds that are being estimated by radar right now. So this is a very dangerous situation. I would also support an extremely dangerous situation, severe thunderstorm warning for this. Riley has an update. Go ahead, Riley.
Hey, Max, I want to talk about the Max alert that we just issued. And this is actually a really big one. This is something that we've talked about back and forth with QLCS tornadoes about being able to do, but
we went ahead and issued a pretty large Max sort of as a tornado advisory for this entire line. Although QLCS tornadoes are the ones, but there's a situation here. No area location. They're very so the next QLCS work. So if you're anywhere in this very large Max, so we maybe talked about a quick setup tornado, just maybe through radar. Go ahead. Issuing warning back this polygon itself.
Hey, Riley, for the update. I don't know where his face is. I'm not going to lie. I don't know what happened. Zoom broke for some reason, but thank you for the update. So we got a big max alert right now. Again, that is for Chicago, Oak Lawn. Also for those in Elgin and Carpentersville, we are watching for at least a low-end tornado risk right now. So get ready for this. Take shelter, again, if you're really anywhere in the Chicago area, and put as many walls between you from the outside as possible. This is going to be a pretty dangerous line of thunderstorms that is producing widespread damaging wind gusts right now, in addition to an increasing tornado threat. That is, again, over near Aurora and Oswego, where the main area of rotation is currently located. This is a tornado Pagey. They are on the edge of the tornado warning right now. They're in Sandwich, and the conditions look pretty wild out here. These conditions are no joke. It's getting very windy out here. This is on the back side of the line. Riley, join that, or let me test it. All right, it should be working now.
Holy cow, someone reported a baseball.
Apparently there's baseball-sized hail in Indiana. Where was that? We got a destructive severe thunderstorm warning. Well, that'd be why. Over in Knox and North Judson, we got baseball-sized hail falling right now, back over west of Plymouth. That is a big-time thunderstorm. Riley has an update. Go ahead, Riley.
hey, Max, it sounds like they didn't hear me as well as not seeing me, so we're going to repeat everything I just said. We issued a very large max alert for basically the entire Chicagoland area, and we're doing this because it's sort of a tornado advisory. We're tracking a lot of different QLCS couplets within this area, and there's a chance we may see these things spin up just in between radar scans. So anywhere in this polygon, we're not saying, hey, there's probably going to be a tornado yet here, but there is the potential for it. So we're going to start by basically highlighting that entire area as a tornado advisory, sort of in between that watch and the warning, and then we're going to be issuing max alerts inside this polygon once we see the more chances of a QLCS tornado itself, sort of with those specific couplets. So if you're anywhere in this area, just keep an eye out. There's definitely rotating storms on the way, and you may be upgraded to a tornado warning at any time.
It's nice to see your face. Thank you, Riley, for the update. Back over near Aurora, we do have, again, an increasing tornado threat. Look at this latest scan. We are getting a big surge here of RFD right over Oswego. The winds, guys, are going to be insane in Aurora. I mean, we're looking at some velocities that are being picked up near 95 to 100 miles per hour right now. Aurora, you've got to run to your safe place, guys. I don't care where you are in this tornado warning. You've got to run there. It doesn't even matter if you're in the tornado warning or not. This is a very powerful part of the line of thunderstorms that is now producing damaging wind gusts up to 100 miles per hour in addition of a tornado risk right now. I also want to point out, guys, that we have a tornado warning here for 1.2 million people. So if you have friends or family that are in this tornado warning, alert them. Feel free to share the stream. We are providing commercial-free coverage here on YouTube and also on Facebook with a very powerful thunderstorm that is moving right into Aurora. Damaging winds up to 100 miles per hour are possible. That is not a radar bug. That is legit. That's literally happening as we speak in Sugar Grove, Illinois. That's about to hit the Prime Healthcare at the Mercy Medical Center in Aurora, and Oswego is going to be taking a direct hit from this over the next minute or two. The velocities are very intense here. We were talking about a potential tornado risk in addition to just a really intense wind threat moving through a very populated area. We also have a new max alert for those in Grundy and LaSalle counties. If you live in Morris, we are watching an increasing tornado threat right now. So get ready to take shelter if you are in Morris. Damaging winds will also be up to 75 miles per hour as this line of thunderstorms moves through. But really, the big story is going to be the storm right here near Oswego. I mean, we are looking at a big surge of RFD, which is that rear flank downdraft. That's the wind that is coming from the thunderstorm. And then anything else would just be inflow that is heading into the storm here. That'd be the red, which we don't have much inflow. But if we even get a little bit of inflow, this thing's going to be cranking and trying to produce a tornado risk. You can see the reds and greens, though, coming together right now, right over the west side of Oswego at the 1013 radar scan. We'll have a new radar update here in just a moment. But with all this convection that's clearing out in front of this storm, we're starting to see all that RFD push out, and that's why we have that increasing tornado risk right now just outside of Chicago. We also have storm chaser Ryan Scholl, who you can also watch live for free inside of the WeatherFront app. He is live right now over in Joliet. He is inside of the tornado warning, so we're going to be keeping an eye on him. Tornado Pagey is located in Sandwich. They're hitting a lot of red lights. We got a PDS red light alert over there, but they might be able to see something here pretty shortly. But we'll have a new radar scan here in a moment. They just continued this tornado warning. It's been condensed very, very minimally. This is, again, for Cook, DuPage, Will, Kane, and Kendall counties. All right, so if you live anywhere in this area, we are watching for a pretty elevated tornado risk embedded in this line. And if we do get a tornado, it could easily be strong. That is one of the reasons why we really got to be taking this seriously here. If you live in Naperville, Bolingbrook, Romeoville, or Plainfield, or any surrounding location. The National Weather Service just issued a new severe warning with a tornado possible tag. This will be a destructive severe thunderstorm warning. All right, so this is another kind of warning that you should be taking shelter for. We are talking about 80 mile per hour damaging wind gusts for Joliet, Beecher, and the south side of Chicago. This severe destructive warning here includes 3.3 million people. All right, so 3.3 million people are in this new destructive severe thunderstorm warning. This does not really include the downtown area of Chicago, but includes a lot of southern Chicago here. Downers Grove, Bolingbrook, Oak Lawn, Orland Park. We all got to be taking shelter. This is a very dangerous line of thunderstorms, and it might even be producing a tornado right now. The area of rotation is currently located right over the town of Oswego. So if we have a tornado, which we are very close to potentially having one here in Oswego, it's going to be moving into Plainfield. All right, so Plainfield and Romeoville, you guys are going to be in the path of this. I also want to point out there is a CC drop here, but I believe that is in the clear air part of the thunderstorm. So I do not think this is a tornado. I do not think that's a debris signature, but if we had a tornado, it would be basically going through the downtown area of Oswego, Illinois. In about 4 minutes, it'll be hitting Plainfield. So Plainfield, you guys are going to be hitting about 5 minutes or so, 4 or 5 minutes. And then after that, Lockport, Romeoville, and Bolingbrook. You guys got about 10 to 15 minutes until that area of rotation hits you guys. Also, there are several areas of rotation down here south of the tornado warning. We got a couple near Braidwood that are forming. And then there's one over near Morris still. They have not issued a tornado warning for that, but we have a max alert for that for at least a possible tornado risk. And then most of everything else is a damaging wind risk. There's a little bit of rotation also near Nettle Creek. That's going to be heading into Saratoga and Channahon. So if you live in Channahon or Saratoga, we got to be watching for that little area of rotation there. This latest velocity scan has I mean, this is 1 pixel, but it has winds up to 101 miles per hour. That is going into Oswego right now. Let me see. We got a lot of people tuning in here. Let's see. We got some people that are right next to this area of rotation. It's Oswego? Is it Oswego? Person said, hey, Pookie. I'm not your Pookie. This is Ashley saying, super dark and eerily calm here in Yorkville. Well, it's probably windy there now. We can hear the tornado is what somebody said over here on the north side of Yorkville. I don't know if we had a tornado, but Ethan says they can hear the tornado. Oswego, my bad, guys. I've been saying it wrong for the last 10 minutes. Payton says winds are starting to hit. Trees are really shaking bad. Sirens, no high winds yet. That was a few minutes ago. And we also got somebody else saying, chill with the dog on the couch. Can't see the shelf cloud from here. The shelf cloud is going to be hard to see. The shelf cloud is actually very hard to see right now. The visibility is not great out here. Like, it's going to be pretty difficult to see anything out there. I wouldn't really be trying to look outside, but the winds are going to be very intense. And obviously, we got a tornado threat rapidly coming in right now. I'm going to go ahead and put the locations on here. So they're only like the last 5 minutes. I know a lot of you are submitting your location here on the WeatherFront app. We're going to probably leave that to the last 5 minutes. So these are a little bit more recent. Illinois never gets a break. Yeah, Illinois is literally never going to get a break, guys. I hate to break it to you. We're going to get another tornado probably in September, which hardly never happens. We have a new severe thunderstorm warning for Chicago and Kankakee. This should include like 6 million people, I think. I don't know the exact number, but it's probably a lot. We have 3.3 million people under the destructive severe warning. We have 1.2 million people under the tornado warning. And this new severe thunderstorm warning includes 7.1 million people. So that includes Chicago, Kankakee, as well as Braidwood and Beecher, Shanahan, and east of Elgin. All right, we got 70-mile-per-hour damaging wind gusts that are quickly coming towards you guys. So you got to be taking shelter if you're anywhere in this destructive severe thunderstorm, in this considerable severe thunderstorm warning. There's also a tornado possible tag on all of that activity right now. All right, here's the latest scan. Looking at a possible tornado right now northwest of Plainfield. You can see the hook echo very clearly on this latest radar scan. That's located on 22, just southeast of Oswego, moving into the town of Plainfield, Illinois right now. Tay says it's spooky. And that is just a big surge of wind. I'm not seeing much rotation. I'm seeing a really powerful surge of wind, though, right now, going right towards Keller's farm stand. And also hitting the Henberry Forest Preserve. We got winds being estimated near 95 miles per hour right now. I also think we might need a tornado warning near Saratoga. There's a couplet rapidly forming there near Saratoga and Shanahan. This is moving from west to east. Joliet could also be in line for this area of rotation. Manhattan, and then eventually going towards Elwood. You guys are also in the path of a possible tornado risk. I would support a max alert for that. That is a organizing area of rotation embedded in our line of thunderstorms. This is the... And there you go. Now we have an extremely dangerous situation, severe thunderstorm warning. All right, so this is now the highest level severe warning that you can get. That is going to include areas in the Chicago area. All right, so they have upgraded this destructive severe warning. It is now for still 80-mile-per-hour winds, I believe. Yeah, so this is still for 80-mile-per-hour winds, but local observations at 10:15 a.m. are reporting 85-mile-per-hour wind gusts in Sugar Grove, Illinois. So the Chicago metropolitan area, mainly the southern portion, you guys are under this extremely dangerous situation, severe thunderstorm warning. You need to take shelter now if you're anywhere in this area and put as many walls between you from the outside as possible and get away from windows. I'm not saying this to try to scare you, but this is a very dangerous line of thunderstorms that is producing a very widespread wind threat right now. In addition to the potential for tornadoes, which the highest tornado threat that I can see right now is just east of Oswego, and then there's another one over the town of Aurora that is developing right now, which is embedded in our tornado warning. But we also have areas of rotation like the one near Saratoga that are currently not tornado warned, and that one could also drop a tornado. So it's very important if you live in these areas to please be taking shelter. If you live in a mobile home, try to get to a sturdy structure if you can, as this is going to be a very dangerous line of thunderstorms here over the next 30 to 45 minutes as it pushes into the Chicago area. The worst of this, again, is really in the tornado warning. That's where we have very intense winds happening. No debris signature for the time being, but we could really have a tornado here at any moment. And over the last couple of radar scans from the terminal radar site, it is showing the main area of rotation approaching the town of Plainfield in Romeoville. There's a little bit more near Aurora that we're keeping an eye on for. Let me go to this other terminal radar site. And so, yeah, if we have a tornado over here near Plainfield, it is going to be coming into the Edward Outpatient Center, which is on the north side of Plainfield. Also got the Aldi on the north side that'll be in the path of this, Moe's Joe's, Larry's Diner near Lockport Drive, and then eventually going over towards Romeoville. Lockport is only about 7 minutes away from this, and then Naperville, you guys are only maybe 4 or 5 minutes away from getting really hit by this line here. We got a new radar scan coming in here in just a second, but again, very dangerous line here moving into the Chicago area. I am going to go ahead and put Storm Chaser Ryan Scholl on the bottom right side of your screen. He is currently live in Joliet. Who all's tuning in from the Joliet area right now? Ryan Scholl's out there in the downtown area of Joliet. He's about to get absolutely whipped by wind here in a second while he's probably driving. Storm Chaser Ken Colton, he's back over near DeKalb right now. And then you also got Tornado Pagey. They're struggling to keep up with this line, but they're over in Yorkville right now, which is where there's still some strong winds, but not nearly as intense as the leading edge of the line. All right, we got a new radar scan that just came in. And I mean, man, look at the wind here. It's actually unbelievable. It is so intense right now near Plainfield. This is going to be a really dangerous storm here for Plainfield. We're looking at 98 mile per hour winds that are being estimated by radar going right into the town of Plainfield right now. Let's go ahead and see if we have any sort of CC drop. No tornado actively from what we can see on radar, but the velocities are definitely strong. We're very close to having a tornado near Plainfield. This will be coming up on the Lewis University Airport in about 5 minutes, and then Romeoville's in the path of this, just southwest there, Bolingbrook. Also, we have a new max alert. This was issued by meteorologist Xavier Burns for Grundy, Kendall, and Will counties. That is Saratoga and Channahon, with a rapidly organizing area of rotation that is quickly getting rain wrapped over in Saratoga. So if you live in Manuka or Channahon, we got to be getting ready here for an increasing tornado threat. There's another area of rotation also just off to the south of that in Morris that could also try to produce a tornado risk over the next few minutes. But otherwise, it's a big wind threat. Going back to the Romeoville area, if we go back to velocities here, some of the other areas that are seeing some really strong winds are on the south side of Aurora. We are starting to see some winds as high as 90 miles per hour being estimated by radar just south of Aurora, just northwest there, Plainfield. Really, I think Plainfield right now is taking a major hit from wind. I know we don't have any sort of live views in the Plainfield area right now, but we do have Ryan Scholl, who's in the tornado warning. But I can only imagine how windy it is out there right now. It has to be pretty bad. The winds are very intense according to radar. And if we go over to the terminal radar site, the rotation is definitely strong. Not enough evidence to say there is a tornado from any of the radar sites that we're looking at, but we're very close to having one. But regardless of that, the damaging wind threat will definitely be one of the bigger concerns here as this line of thunderstorms pushes into the Chicago metropolitan area. Thank you, Kat, for becoming a member. Thank you also, Jeremy, for the super chat saying near Route 59 and Naperville Road, we were told to be in the basement for a while at work. I'm not surprised. This is a very powerful line of thunderstorms. In case you are just tuning in, we do have a destructive severe thunderstorm warning for those just south of Chicago. This is an extremely dangerous situation. This is the highest level severe warning that you can get issued. What that basically means is that we need to be taking shelter. There's no reason to not be taking shelter right now. If you live in the south side of the metropolitan area here of Chicago, there's over 3 million people that are under this warning. If you have friends or family that need weather coverage right now, feel free to share our stream. We are live again on YouTube and Facebook with commercial-free coverage. We got a very intense line moving into the Bolingbrook and Romeoville areas right now. There's some rotation over Plainfield that could be dropping a tornado at any moment. And then after that, Orland Park, Oak Lawn, Chicago Heights, and Chicago, you are going to be in the crosshairs of a very dangerous wind threat. Once again, we do have an official reading coming in
tornado warning
of an 85 mile per hour wind gust, actually 2 over in Sugar Grove Airport. So we are starting to see more reports now of really intense winds being reported over in the Sugar Grove Airport area, which is just outside of Aurora. We have a brand new giant tornado warning here. This is going to include Channahon, Braidwood, Manteno, and Beecher. So if you live in Will, Kankakee, Grundy, or Kendall counties, we have to be taking shelter and putting as many walls between you from the outside and getting away from windows. This is also going along with a significant damaging wind threat that is currently happening right now. If we go back over to velocities, they'll update here in a second, but our main areas of rotation are over near Morris, Oxable, and Manuka. That is where the main circulations are currently located. Here's that latest scan. So we have one east of Morris. We have another one basically paralleling US Highway 6 just south of Interstate 80. And further south, there's a broad area of rotation that is going into the Braidwood area. So take shelter if you're in that part of the warning. And then over near Plainfield, the main area of rotation is over downtown Plainfield. All right, so if we have a tornado, it's going to be on the west side of Plainfield. We just cannot definitively say there is one at this time, but if there is one, it's going right through the town of Plainfield. And then after that, it's going to go into Lockport, Homer Glen, Marley, New Lenox. You guys are in the path of this. Also, over in Naperville, we are starting to see at least a broad area of rotation form. That is over near Warrenville. That is not current.
A new
that is not
tornado
currently
warning has been
tornado warned. I
issued.
think they may have just warned it. That is Cook and DuPage counties. That is for Chicago. All right, so they have issued a tornado warning for this. That is Addison, Wheaton, Downers Grove, and Chicago. You all need to take shelter. All right, we got a area of rotation quickly developing right now, right over the town of Wheaton and Warrenville. That's going to approach Lisley. And then it's going to go into Hinsdale, Brookfield, Westchester, and also Melrose Park. I'm pretty sure there's like 4 million people in this tornado warning. We're going to get the exact number here in a second. But rotation is rapidly organizing right now, right over Warrenville. That is near Butterfield Road. And that's about to hit the Illinois Institute of Technology at Rice campus here in a second. So we got rotation quickly forming on that little part of the line here. And so again, that's right over Wheaton. It's approaching Interstate 355 right now in Downers Grove. You got to be taking shelter and get there quickly. This is a fast moving line of thunderstorms. The National Weather Service here is trying to issue tornado warnings as far in advance as possible because this line is just moving so fast. I mean, it's moving east at 55 miles per hour. In about 25 minutes, you're not going to think much of this unless you get hit by something. You're not going to think much of it because it's going to be out of here probably in about half an hour or so. So really the next 30 to 45 minutes for Chicago are going to be crucial to be taking shelter here. All right, let's go back over to the terminal radar site. Rotation is looks like pretty strong right now over Warrenville. There's a lot of range folding, but we got a lot of wind right now impacting the Warrenville area. Potential tornado, again, over Warrenville, Illinois. If we do have a tornado, it will be hitting the Morton Arbor, I don't know how you say that. I'm terrible at pronouncing stuff. This is also near the Illinois Institute of Technology Rice campus. Glen Ellen Village Links Golf Course. You guys are in the path this over the next minute or two. And also the College of DuPage. We got to be taking shelter there. That's on the southeast side of Wheaton. I'm not sure if any colleges are really back in session here in the Chicago area, but if you are, or if you're just there in general, that tornado threat would be approaching you guys over the next minute or two. Apparently this is Lisle right here, so Lisle's about to be hit by this, and then after that, Downers Grove and then Brookfield. You guys are going to be in the path of that rotation. We still have a lot of rotation on the east side of Plainfield. That's near Interstate 55 going into Lockport. The terminal or the regional radar site is about to be directly hit by the surge of 80 to 100 mile per hour winds and also the possible tornado.
Be cooked.
So we got to watch out for that. Ryan Scholl is over here in Joliet. He says he might be cooked. He's right now in downtown Joliet. So we're going to be keeping an eye on him. He's about to get cooked by this line of thunderstorms. All right, we got a new radar scan coming in. We're going to see what it looks like here. And in case you're just tuning in, we have about 7 million people, I think, under tornado warnings right now, or 6 or 5. We have 3.4 million people in this tornado warning. We had about 1.2 in this one, so that's about 4.6, and I think this one's about 100,000. So we basically have almost 5 million people right now under tornado warnings, all in the Chicago area. And then we have this extremely dangerous situation, severe thunderstorm warning, which is for 80 mile per hour winds, which includes, I believe, 5 million people or something crazy. It's a very large number. All right, here's the latest radar scan. Going from south to north, back over in Wilmington, there is still a couple areas of strong rotation. We've had no definitive evidence of a tornado with any of this part of the line so far, but there have been many couplets that have formed that have been strong that could lead to a tornado. That's south of Shanahan. Back over in Romeoville, if we have a tornado, it's going to be literally over the radar site, so we can't even see it really on radar right now. And then back over near Warrenville, the rotation's still pretty strong. That's approaching the College of DuPage right now, and that is where we're looking at the potential for a tornado. It's going to go right over towards Oak Brook Terrace, and then after that, it's going to go towards Westchester, Elmhurst, Bensonville, and Addison. You guys are right in the line of that area of rotation. The terminal radar sites, which are these little localized radar sites, are going to be our friend when it comes to looking at the rotation because these are updating more frequently. Unfortunately, these radar sites do not have correlation coefficient, but they do show a lot of rotation. Like this one here, north of Lisle, that one has, again, quite a bit of rotation on the east side of Warrenville. And then the one near Lockport has still been strong, but I don't think it has produced a tornado, again, from our knowledge so far. If there is a tornado, it will be moving into Lockport. And then after that, it's going to go into Homer Glen and then Orland Hills. For the time being, this tornado warning here for Cook, DuPage, and Will counties will continue for the next 30 minutes, so until 11 a.m. Central, but they might issue a new one going towards Orland Park and Hammond. Or Hammond. We got a, this is over in Chicago right now. Guys, I don't know if anybody's tuning in right now from the air, but this is over, this is a flight that's going from Charlotte into Chicago. I don't really recommend flying into thunderstorms. So this is probably the worst time to be flying into a thunderstorm. That is not fun. We're talking aloft, winds up to 100 miles per hour, and you got planes flying through it. This United Airlines flight, it's like, oh, we're just going to fly into the storm. Why not? They're acting like hurricane hunters out here. Got another one over in Schwamberg too. That's a Boeing 737 for anybody that's into planes. They're flying right into the storm. Whoa, look at Ryan Scholl, guys. He's over in the tornado warning near Joliet. Look at the wind intensify here. Jeez. There's a guy running outside
right now, dude.
There's a guy just running outside there on the right. It is chaos out here in Joliet. Look at the wind. Some of these trees look like they're going to fall down.
I need to get out of this.
Yeah.
That's why I said keep going.
Who all is tuning in from Joliet right now?
Yeah.
Ryan Scholl is in the thick of it right now when it comes to the wind. He's over there in downtown Joliet where we have some really intense winds moving in right now. And that's not even where the highest wind is being estimated by radar. The highest wind is actually over Romeoville and Bolingbrook, according to radar. So he's not even dealing with the highest winds, which is pretty wild. A lot of people tune in from Joliet right now. While we have 57,000 of you watching, make sure to put your location on the map. Scan the QR code. We're going to check in and see where everybody's tuning in from right now. You can also go to the link in the description. Also, if you need a weather app to stay ahead of the storms right now, you can download the free WeatherFront app. That's what we're using right now. It's on iOS. It's also on Android now. It's also on desktop. There are links at the top of the description. We got a new radar scan that just came in. We're going to go again north or south to north. This is what we've been doing for the last few minutes because there's a lot of warnings. I want to start with the most southern activity. We have 3 areas of rotation near Wilmington. Again, none of which are actively producing. Actually, wait one second. What is Ryan Scholl going through? This is insane over where Ryan Scholl is, guys. He's losing connection. You can kind of see it. The conditions out there in Joliet are really bad. There's really bad conditions out here in Joliet. And we got people parking under overpasses. We got shame over here in Joliet.
Get over, come on. Yeah, we got...
It's basically a hurricane out here in Joliet, though. So if you are tuning in from Joliet or surrounding area, we got to be taking shelter. All right, let's go back off to the north. Let me go back over to the Lockport area. It's
A new tornado warning has been
well,
issued.
they have gone ahead and issued a new tornado warning for Cook and Will counties. That'll probably be for Oak Lawn, and there you go. So they have issued a new tornado warning now. Oak Lawn, Hammond, you guys are now under a tornado warning. All right, you need to be taking shelter now if you are in this tornado warning and put as many walls between you from the outside. Get away from windows and get to the lowest floor possible. Orland Park, Oak Lawn, Blue Island, Tinley Park, Homewood. Y'all got to run to your safe place. We got a big wind threat coming in addition to tornadoes that are trying to develop embedded in this line of thunderstorms. Also near Downers Grove, that rotation has gotten strong. This is going right towards Chicago. All right, so we got actually very strong rotation right now that is currently located over Lisle. It's approaching the Midwestern University. It's about to hit Westmont, Hinsdale, Oak Brook, and also Downers Grove is probably being hit by this as we speak. But that rotation's actually gotten strong. So that's pretty close to being a tornado. If it's not already on the ground, it's going to be right near I-88 heading into Hinsdale here in a moment. We got a couple of terminal radar sites that are kind of showing the same sort of thing. And you can see it actually right over Lisle. This is 3 minutes ago. There legitimately could be a tornado right now going towards Downers Grove and Westmont.
Max, we have power flashes right behind us on the interstate.
We got power flashes over in Joliet.
Max, we have power flashes right behind us on the interstate.
This is live. Storm Chaser Ryan Scholl, he's in Joliet. There are power flashes right now in Joliet.
Yeah.
There's also a
Those are
possible
complete power
tornado right now
flashes.
off to his left. The rotation is the strongest in that hook echo over in Lockport.
I'm just gonna keep driving.
Just focus on driving.
Focus on the
Thank
road.
you.
There's nothing but the road.
We also got reports in the chat of power flashes over in a few other locations. I just saw Bolingbrook had power flashes. Got some people saying it's crazy out there in the Chicago suburbs, and I mean it is. Everywhere in the Chicago suburbs is crazy. Look at the wind. It is a hurricane out here in Joliet.
We just have to be watching. Everyone's still moving at pretty good pace,
Apparently
so.
that plane that was
Calm
flying
down.
into Chicago somehow got down. Somehow it landed. I don't know how in the world they're landing in these conditions. Man, it is the conditions out here in Joliet are absolutely atrocious. If you're trying to go out and go to McDonald's right now because you're hungry, I would save the hunger for later. All right, we do not need to be going out there to any sort of fast food restaurant or whatever. The conditions are absolutely terrible. I do not recommend. We got literally rotation everywhere too. I want to go back to the north. We just got a new radar scan. That initial area, or there was a little area of rotation developing near Wheaton. That's gotten a little bit weaker on this latest scan. The one near Downers Grove is still strong. Possible tornado once again trying to form right now in Downers Grove, Illinois. It's moving into Hinsdale right now, and then it will be hitting Brookfield and Westchester. So if you live in those areas, you gotta be taking shelter. You got to run there too. We got, again, a rapidly increasing tornado threat there. If we go to the terminal radar site, a little bit harder to see from that radar site. Let me go to the TMDW radar site, and it still shows a lot of rotation there. Right over Downers Grove. It's going to be going right down 55th Street. Hinsdale, we got to run to your safe place. I mean, if there's a tornado, it's going to be hitting you guys in like 2 minutes. And then there's all sorts of rotation down here near Makina and as well as Frankfurt. Strongest rotation is north of New Lenox. We have a little bit of rotation near Homer Glen, and this is all going west to east. So anywhere like Chicago Heights, Oak Lawn, or Orland Park, we got to be taking shelter right now. I really urge everybody, though, to take shelter. It doesn't matter if you're in a tornado warning or a severe thunderstorm warning, because the conditions are really bad. Any flying debris could fly into your window. It's not a good idea to be near windows right now, but we got to be taking shelter. That means most interior room of your home or building. And we got about 5 or 6 million people under tornado warnings right now. And I do want to remind you, if you have any friends or family that are in these warnings, maybe your ex-girlfriend needs a way to receive alerts. Maybe you still like her. Feel free to share the stream. We are live, commercial-free coverage right now. We got all sorts of people parking under the overpass, I think.
Shame right now.
Bro, this is not what to do during a tornado warning. We have dozens of vehicles parking under overpasses right now over here in Joliet.
Yep.
Got people parking under overpasses, and again, you should not be doing that during tornado warnings, or any warnings, in fact, or during any storm. The reason why I'm saying that is because if you are parked under an overpass, everybody else is going to do the same, and it just causes a big traffic jam. It's very selfish. And also, if there's a tornado, you are literally in a debris filter. It's probably one of the most dangerous places to be during a tornado warning. All right, we'll have another radar scan here in a second. Some of the latest radar signatures that we're getting over here near Joliet are indicating velocities up to 90 miles per hour, which would be hitting the Silver Cross Hospital, and then hitting Marley and Makina are eventually going to be hit by this very intense pocket of wind. Frankfurt's also in the path of this. We go back to Downers Grove. Unfortunately, again, we've not been able to confirm any tornadoes via radar, which is either a good thing or a bad thing, but I honestly think we've probably at least had 2 or 3 tornadoes with this line so far, maybe more than that. My God, look at this, guys.
This wind is still
the wind is unbelievable.
strong.
Ryan Schull's been in this for almost 10 minutes now. The wind is still wild out here. He's going eastbound on I-80 right now between Joliet and New Lenox.
Right there.
If you are a semi-truck driver, probably a good idea to pull off the road and maybe stop at a truck stop here for a little bit if you're out in front of this line, because it's going to be very dangerous conditions, I think, for the foreseeable future with how powerful this line of thunderstorms is. All right, we got a new radar scan that just came in. I'm going to put Ryan Schull bottom right side of your screen so we can go full cam to this. This is a very large area of thunderstorms. Latest scan, still have some broad rotation near Wilton Center. A lot of this is rain wrapped. If we go back up towards Frankfurt, wow. This latest scan has 100 mile per hour winds again being measured. So Aubrey Hills, or Arbery Hills, Frankfurt Square, Tinley Park, and Madison, you guys are about to be slammed by wind. I mean, we're looking at 100 mile per hour velocities on this latest scan, in addition to a potential tornado risk. No definitive tornado that we can see on radar right now. There's a little CC drop, but I just can't definitively say that's a tornado or not. Back over here near Orland Park, there's also an area of rotation developing there. That's going into Palos Hills, Oak Lawn, and then Roseland, just south of Chicago Lawn. And then back over here near Hinsdale and Willowbrook, that is another area of rotation. That's probably one of the more primary ones that'll be heading towards Chicago. There's a broader area of circulation too near Elmhurst and Addison that will be moving into Melrose Park here over the next few minutes. So again, you got to run to your safe place if you're in the Chicago area. In case you're just waking up like I did like an hour ago, you should be taking shelter. You got to run there if you're in the Chicago area. I know a lot of people are being caught off guard this morning, but we've been forecasting this for a couple days now. I don't think this should be really surprising too many people, but I do know there will at least be some people that are going to be like, how in the world is Chicago under a tornado warning? This was kind of in the forecast. We did have an elevated tornado risk heading towards this area. Going to the terminal radar site, we do have a little pocket of stronger rotation developing west of Monty. So if you live in Monty, we got to watch out for a possible tornado risk there. There's a lot of rotation again over Makina. That's where we have winds up to 100 miles per hour on the terminal radar site. We have several little areas of rotation also near Hinsdale and Brookfield. Nothing really definitively that would make me think we have a tornado though right now up in that area. But at the bare minimum, very intense straight line winds are heading your way right now. We got about 65 of you tuning, or 65,000 people tuning in right now. If you guys have any photos and videos, you can scan the QR code or go to our website, maxvelocitywx.com. Send us in whatever you're seeing out there. This is over in Kankakee County, Illinois. Let my dogs out the morning after the Sunday night storms, only to see that it took out one of my trees. We got a lot of tree damage even in Greene County, Ohio from this morning's storms. Got crazy lightning out there in Wheaton, Illinois. And this also in Waco, Texas. Some pretty crazy lightning out there. So we'll continue to keep an eye on your photos and videos. Feel free to send them in to us. It is a very intense line that is currently pushing into the Chicago area. As you can see from Storm Chaser Ryan Scholl, I mean, these conditions are atrocious.
What's going on? I need a...
Yeah, all sorts of people that are pulling over right now.
People are pulled up on the side here, which is the exact thing to do here. Not under an overpass, but just safely off on the side of the shoulder here.
Yeah, probably dozens of vehicles right now just pulled off to the shoulder. Also, we just had an 85-mile-per-hour wind gust reported by a National Weather Service employee over in Plainfield, Illinois. You know, with the winds that we're seeing, I would support an upgrade to 90-mile-per-hour winds on this severe thunderstorm warning.
Been issued.
I'm surprised we don't have that. We have another tornado warning for Lake County, Indiana. That'll be for Merrillville, Gary, Griffith, and Hammond. You need to take shelter if you're in this tornado warning. You got about maybe 4 or 5 minutes, but you should be trying to get to your safe place as soon as possible. Put as many walls between you from the outside and get away from windows. That is, once again, Lake County. You need to be taking shelter right now. We literally, I think, have like 6 or 7 million people under tornado warnings. I mean, there's a lot of people that are under warnings right now. This reminds me a lot of the derecho that we just had, or not derecho, the line of thunderstorms that we had like a few weeks ago. It's hitting the same exact areas. Riley has an urgent update. Go ahead, Riley.
Hey, Max, just south of Orland Park, west or east of the radar site KLOT, there is a TDS now. The ZDR aligns with that. So that is a tornado on the ground in the tornado warning. Also, if you're in that new tornado warning in Indiana, know that the storms are still about 45 minutes away from you. So you're going to have to be in shelter for a while, but start doing that now.
Thank you, Riley, for the update. So we now have a tornado down in progress. All right, tornado down going into Orland Hills. It's going to be going into Tinley Park. You got to run to your safe place if you've not already gotten there. Tinley Park, Country Club Hills, Markham, Oak Forest, Homewood, any surrounding areas. All right, we got a tornado down. It's going to be heading right towards you guys. Run to your safe place and take shelter. Put as many walls between you from the outside. Really don't have much time to do anything else. If you have dogs or cats and you're out in front of this warning, or you got pet fish, you know, upstairs, I'd try to bring them into the basement. Bring them into your safe place now. You should not be doing that last second, because we're not saying you don't have a tornado coming towards you. All right, prepare now if you're out in front of this. But this tornado is currently near the White Mountain Golf Park. It's probably, as we speak, hitting the Victor J. Andrew High School, and then the St. Xavier campus, the South Campus, will be in the path of this tornado here over the next few minutes. It's a fairly faint debris signature, but it is a tornado, and it's going to be producing damage. So, and on top of that, I mean, you don't have to look at the tornado here. You can literally look at the velocities. I mean, just make an assumption for yourself. We got 105-mile-per-hour winds that are being measured right now by radar. I think that's enough evidence to say that, you know, this is something that you should be taking shelter for, regardless of if there's a tornado. The wind is incredibly intense right now, just south of Chicago. Even over here near Wilton Center, we're starting to pick up on some winds around 85 miles per hour. There's a couple pockets near 90 west of University Park. And then we even have some other areas around 100 miles per hour near Makina and Frankfort. So very dangerous line of thunderstorms, once again, that's impacting the southern metropolitan area here of Chicago. Back over in Chicago, they have continued the tornado warning. This is only for Cook County right now. We don't have any really definitive areas of rotation from what I'm seeing that look like they're producing a tornado. There's still some rotation south of Brookfield. There's a little bit near Westchester, but again, I'm not enough here to make me think we have a tornado down near Chicago, but we'll continue to monitor this situation as these storms move into the Chicago area, especially as the storms move over the radar site here over the next couple of minutes. And this tornado, guys, near Tinley Park could be on the stronger side of things. This is the latest scan. It's a little bit ranged. There's some range folding here, but this tornado is definitely down. All right, we definitely have a tornado here. It's going over 183rd Street, and it's going to be approaching the Odyssey Fun World. So it's near the Odyssey Fun World. It is also near Country Club Hills. All right, this is definitely a tornado. It's probably on the stronger side. This is likely a significant tornado. We also just got a new extremely dangerous situation, severe thunderstorm warning. This is for Mantino, Roselawn, and Beecher. That is for 90-mile-per-hour winds. All right, that is for Merrillville. It is a large area. I want to just point out, this polygon's a little bit weird, but it includes Hammond. It also includes the Portage area. So we have 90-mile-per-hour winds at the bare minimum happening with this line of thunderstorms right now. My God, these velocities are actually insane. This is the latest scan. We have 115 mile-per-hour winds that are being measured via radar near Tinley Park. 115. This is actually insane. And on velocities, I was just talking about this, but on the terminal radar site, you can see, I would believe this is a significant tornado just via the velocities that we're having. We have 115 mile-per-hour winds going one direction. Probably a strong tornado right now. This just hit the Even Hotels and the Sleep Inn, and it would have been hitting right now the St. Xavier University. It's the southern campus here in Tinley Park. It's coming up on the Tinley Park High School, and then after that, it's going to go into Country Club Hills. All right, so there's likely a significant tornado there. We also have probably a tornado near Monty and University Park. That is almost undoubtedly a tornado too. Crete, Steger, Goodnow, all of you guys got to be taking shelter because we almost undoubtedly have a tornado going right through University Park right now. I'm going to go to the one cam view. We need to zoom out a little bit here. Let's go off to the north too. We have a possible tornado developing here near Robbins. So this is near Alsip and Robbins. That's going to be moving into Robbins here in about 2 or 3 minutes. And then Blue Island, that is another tornado that is attempting to form right now. Almost everything off to the north of this is mostly straight line winds from what I'm seeing right now. The rotation is a bit broader up near Chicago. But we have 3 different areas where there's probably a tornado happening right now, in addition of winds up to 100 to even 120 miles per hour perhaps right now happening with this line of thunderstorms. If you guys are traveling right now in the Chicago area, I want to urge everybody to not park under overpasses. It is very dangerous. I've seen it multiple times on Ryan Scholl's stream here. It is very dangerous to do so. Don't do it. All right? It is very, very dangerous. We've had a lot of people doing that here in the Chicago area, and with how many people are on the roadways, people are going to kind of follow suit. They're going to follow people and do the same exact thing. They're going to try to park under an overpass. Probably the worst thing that you can do during a tornado warning if you're driving. Just try to find a gas station, pull off somewhere. It's really not a good idea to do that right now. All right, here's the latest terminal radar site radar scan. If we have a tornado near Alsip, it's going to be hitting the terminal radar site over near Robbins. Back to the south, there's probably still a tornado ongoing right now just outside of Tinley Park. This is now hitting, it's going to be hitting the Country Club Hills Amphitheater here in a moment. And that's going to come up on the Homewood Flossmoor High School. And then down to the south near University Park, probably a tornado right there in Crete. There could legitimately be a tornado hitting the DW radar site right now, by the way. They're like legitimately, this radar site might not be up in a minute. There could be a tornado here that goes, it might literally be hitting the radar site as we speak. And that radar site might be down here in a second. This is near the Meadows Golf Club for those that are in this area, Blue Island and Alsip. We probably have a tornado there if I had to guess. We don't have a debris signature, but probably a tornado. On this latest radar scan, it looks like we still have a tornado down over here near Flossmoor. This is approaching the Flossmoor Station Restaurant and Brewery, the Flossmoor Country Club, and the Idlewood Country Club, which are golf courses. We probably still have a tornado there. The debris signature is still there, so there's at least some level of a tornado. It's actually hitting the Heritage Plaza, which is home to some restaurants and some other little buildings here. Dollar General, Dunkin' Donuts could have been hit by this over here near 183rd Street. It's now coming up on Homewood and then Glenwood. You guys are only a couple of minutes away from being hit by this tornado here. The velocities still remain unbelievable with this line of thunderstorms. We go back over to the winds up here near Alsip. We're still measuring winds of around 95 miles per hour. I don't know how accurate this is. All right, this is still about 1,000. It's a couple thousand feet off the ground. Radar is estimating 130 mile per hour winds right now in Flossmoor. 130.
This is an urgent alert. A tornado is on the ground. Seek shelter immediately.
Guys, we got 130 mile per hour winds. I haven't seen velocities this high that are legit in a while. This is pretty legit. He's even a 130 in here. And this is straight line winds. That's not even strictly from a tornado. Even though there is a tornado, it's not strictly from a tornado. All right, we do have now a confirmed tornado warning for Cook County, Illinois. That does include Oak Lawn, Hammond, as well as South Shore and Chicago Heights. You need to take shelter now if you're in this tornado warning. And again, you got to run there. This is a very dangerous line that is moving right through the south side of Chicago with a major wind threat currently impacting Chicago Heights. It's probably going to knock out power for a lot of people here. If you don't already have flashlights or any sort of other emergency equipment ready to go, you should go get that now if you're out in front of these warnings. You should try to prepare well ahead of time because we got, I believe, a derecho happening right now. This is the beginning stages of a very intense derecho here across northern Illinois, and it's about to be moving into Indiana here in just a few short minutes. All right, going back over to velocities. This is the terminal radar site. We probably still have a tornado down right now near Crete. All right, that's Crete, Illinois. It's about to cross into Indiana here in a moment, going towards Schererville and Merrillville. There's a lot of rotation still near Homewood. That's where we actively have a tornado. This has been on the ground here for, we believe, about 10 to 15 minutes now. That's impacting Flossmoor and Homewood. It is quickly moving towards Glenwood and Thornton. And then off to the north near Blue Island, we could have a tornado here. We're not entirely sure, but that's near Blue Island, moving towards Riverdale, Roseland,
This is
and
an urgent
Dalton.
alert. A tornado is on the ground. Seek shelter immediately.
And they've now upgraded our tornado warning for Lake County, Indiana to a confirmed tornado warning. That is Merrillville, Griffith, Gary, Winfield, and Lowell. All right, you got to run to your safe place. You only got a few minutes until this thing's knocking on your doorstep. Very intense line of thunderstorms producing extreme wind in addition to producing tornadoes right now. All right, Griffith, Gary, Merrillville, Hammond, Winfield, Crown Point, Cedar Lake, Lake DeCarlia, I think is how you pronounce it. That is where this is heading right now. I want to reiterate, if you are just tuning in right now, we have a very intense line of thunderstorms. I'm not saying this to scare you, but we have up to 130 mile per hour velocities that are being measured via radar right now. I mean, it's actually wild what we're seeing on radar. I don't know the last time that I saw velocities this strong on radar in this large of an area. We sometimes get it in localized areas. We sometimes get it with strong, significant tornadoes. But I mean, we have now multiple pockets of 100 plus mile per hour winds that are stretching from Grant Park up towards Orland Park right now. This is an extremely dangerous situation. I cannot stress enough that you have to take shelter. If you are even not in a tornado warning, even if you're not in a tornado warning, you got to take shelter, even if you're under a severe thunderstorm warning. Riley has an urgent update. Go ahead, Riley.
Hey, Max. Yeah, both of those EDS severe thunderstorm warnings actually just got upgraded in the last minute here. These are for 100 mile per hour winds. Radar indicated both of these EDS severe thunderstorm warnings. So we're one county into Indiana right now with 100 mile per hour severe thunderstorm warnings. That is as strong as a tornado, if not stronger.
Thank you, Riley, for the update. Yeah, this is an incredibly dangerous situation. 100 mile per hour winds. Again, for the warning, I would support higher. I'm not going to lie. 110, 120. It doesn't happen often, but I would honestly support that too. We do have a new tornado warning northwest of Charleston, West Virginia. That is for Apple Grove and Crown Point. If you are in this tornado warning, take shelter. That area of rotation is near Ohio 775 right now. It's going to be approaching Apple Grove in the Crown City wildlife area here over the next few minutes. This is unbelievable, guys. Unbelievable what's happening right now. We are looking at a lot of rotation right now, too. I mean, again, all these areas are rotating. I circled 4 different pretty definitive areas of rotation. We got one just south of Chicago. Even in the Chicago area, we have still some broad rotation moving into downtown right now. Storm chaser CJ Ziegler is actually entering into the Chicago tornado warning right now. You can see how ominous it is. So he's heading into the downtown area of Chicago. If you guys want to watch storm chasers like CJ Ziegler or Ryan Schull or Tornado Page, you can watch them live for free inside of the free WeatherFront app. That is what we're using on today's stream. You can download it on iOS, Android, and desktop. It's the top link in the description. That is also, again, what we're using right now. All right, let's go back over to the terminal radar site here. I want to go to this storm here near Homewood. That still appears to be a tornado down. This thing's been down for like 10, 15 minutes now. We probably still have a tornado down right now over here near the Thornton Quarry. This is moving into Lansing now, and it's about to cross into extreme northwestern Indiana near East Chicago and Griffith. And then Ross, very likely still a tornado. And in this case, it probably is a strong tornado with how strong our velocities are. Riley has another urgent update. Go ahead, Riley.
Hey, Max, south of that original tornado we are tracking, we now have another TDS south of Plum Valley. That is another tornado on the ground that is moving into Indiana right now.
Thank you, Riley, for the update. So Plum Valley is where we currently have a tornado down. You got to be taking shelter right now if you are in this area. This is near Steger. This would be this right here, west of St. John. All right, we got to be taking shelter, running to our safe place, and putting as many walls between you from the outside and getting away from windows. This is crossing into Indiana as we speak. And we have yet again another tornado warning for Lake and Porter counties in Indiana. That is going to be for Valparaiso, as well as Chesterton, Portage, and Couts. This is a very dangerous line of thunderstorms. Once again, that is moving into northwestern Indiana right now. But you got to be taking shelter, putting as many walls between you from the outside, and getting away from windows. This is the kind of situation here where you really should be making sure if you have friends or family in the path of these storms that they are aware of it and they are actually taking these seriously. I don't know if everybody's taking these seriously. I really don't, because this is, 100-mile-per-hour plus winds on top of there being tornadoes. Riley has another urgent update. Go ahead, Riley.
Hey, Max, our EDS severe thunderstorm warning has been upgraded to 100-mile-per-hour winds observed. So we now have ground confirmation of winds of 100 miles per hour.
Thank you for the update. All right, so we have 100-mile-per-hour winds happening as we speak. We have probably a strong tornado threat right now heading into Merrillville, Indiana. Very dangerous line of thunderstorms. Once again, got to run to your safe place if you're in this area. We are whoa. Look at this, guys. Holy crap. This is live right now in western Indiana. My goodness. That is live. This is very close to where the tornado is. It is really windy out here. I mean, this is easily destructive winds. This is probably 100-mile-per-hour winds if I had to guess. Jeez. This is right next to where that tornado is. I think we just lost that camera. Nope, came back. So this is in northwestern Indiana right now, right next to where that tornado is located. Velocities on radar are being measured up to 130 miles per hour still. So this is still a very intense pocket of wind that is near St. John. Visibility is rapidly falling here. Jeez. It is bad out here. I would be surprised if power stayed up. Look at this camera shot here. It's also getting really windy. This is on I-80 back up near Hammond. There's a lot of people on the roadway right now. This is live in Hammond. And Hammond isn't even really getting hit by the strongest winds yet, but they will be here in a second. Here's another live shot in Hammond. Winds are getting really intense out here right now. They're going to get a lot worse here in a minute. This is just the leading edge of this line. I'm going to go back to our 3-cam view. Going back over to radar, this is where a tornado is located. It's over in Sherrillville right now. Velocities are being measured up to 130 miles per hour, heading into Crown Point, Merrillville, and Winfield right now. Back over near Lansing, we have pockets of 120 to 125 mile per hour winds, which again are a little bit off the ground. They're still about 1,000, 2,000 feet off the ground. It's going to be slightly weaker near the surface, but regardless, we're still looking at 100 plus mile per hour winds on the table here as this line moves into Gary, Griffith, and as well as Merrillville here over the next several minutes. Going back down to the south, there's some rotation developing over in Lowell. I wouldn't be surprised if we did get another tornado warning. That would be going towards Wheatfield, Roselawn, and just south of Hebron here over the next few minutes. This is pretty crazy. This is another live shot here. Look at this. This is right along the lake, Lake Michigan. This is over in Whiting, Indiana. Very dark off to the west. Wow. Conditions are getting bad out here. This is on US Highway 41 here, just south of Hammond, near the Glendale Park Historic District. This is probably 70 to 80 mile per hour winds. Not nearly as intense as what we have down there near Merrillville, but still intense. This entire line is producing destructive, damaging wind gusts. This is another live shot here. This is from Merrillville. We'll probably see power flashes if I had to guess. This is a pretty good live shot. This has a good skyline view. Right there at the top of your screen will be the area that we're looking at. We do have a tornado debris signature back over near Merrillville. This is still a tornado that is down right now. So again, tornado in progress moving into the south side of Merrillville, Indiana. It's about to cross over Interstate 65. You've got to run to your safe place again if you're in this area. The tornado is going to be hitting you guys over the next few minutes, just north of Crown Point. It's a very faint debris signature, but that's where the tornado is located. It's north of the White Hawk Country Club. Coming up right now on the Staybridge Suites, Hampton Inn, and the Methodist Hospitals. The South Lake campus are currently directly in line for this. I believe the tornado is moving into this town right now. This is live. This is a live camera view right now on the north. This is in Crown Point. That's where this tornado is located. I'm going to keep it on this here for a second. This is right where that tornado is located. Look how windy it is here. This is no joke, guys. I mean, wow, look at this. My goodness. That camera's gone. That is really bad. I cannot stress how dangerous this situation is right now. I mean, we literally have insane winds moving through the Crown Point area. They have gone ahead and issued a new extremely dangerous situation, severe thunderstorm warning for 100-mile-per-hour winds here in Indiana. That is going to include areas down here near Rensselaer as well as Wheatfield. It's going to also include Valparaiso, Portage, and Westville. You got to take shelter if you're in this area. The conditions out here are actually insane. I mean, guys, we're looking at like literally, I don't even know if there's a tornado down in Merrillville, but the straight line winds are just equally as crazy here. This is the leading edge of the line right here. Almost every single camera is going down, which means power outages are going to be pretty widespread, if I had to guess. Crown Point is getting really hammered. This is down near Crown Point. I hate to say it, but there probably will end up being at least a few semis that are flipped over from this wind. These semis are moving north to south or south to north. The wind's moving west to east. It's crosswinds are very dangerous when it comes to truck drivers. Here's another live shot here in Crown Point. This is again where a tornado is being detected via radar here in Merrillville. So there's a tornado down here. This is just unbelievable. Got somebody parking under the overpass, looks like, right there on the right, which, by the way, guys, again, do not park under overpasses. Probably the worst thing that you can do right now. Got a new camera here. You can't even see anything. This is on I-65 here near Crown Point. You can't even see anything here. The visibility has dropped on some of these cameras to near zero. The velocities, again, are still measuring winds as high as 120 to 130 miles per hour. Storm chaser Connor Croft is currently over there in Valparaiso, so we're keeping an eye on him. This is a live shot from storm chaser Connor Croft. He's over here in Valparaiso. You can see the shelf cloud right there. So we're going to be keeping close tabs on him as this line comes in. It's going to be producing really intense winds. We got, again, a full-blown, we believe, derecho happening right now here across Indiana. If we go back over to live radar, we do have still multiple areas of very intense wind. This latest radar scan over here near Gary, we are now seeing velocities being measured up to 120 miles per hour. And so Gary is now getting really hit hard by this line of thunderstorms. We have a few live shots here in Gary. This is live here on the south side of Gary. This is also on I-65 right now. There's a lot of people with their hazards on right now, and I don't blame them. Everybody and their mother has hazards on because it's kind of hard to see out there. This is actually kind of a fascinating view here. On the right side, you can see basically the right edge of this line, and here comes the wind. It's on I-65 on the south side of Gary. This is pretty close to the Indiana University Northwest. And we just lost that camera. We're going to probably lose a lot of cameras here. Power is going to be going out pretty much everywhere. But this is a really good educational moment for those in like anywhere in Indiana or Ohio. This is what's coming. You might have already had storms this morning, but we got another line and another round of thunderstorms coming as we speak. And so this is the time to prepare. You need to prepare for basically hurricane force winds. in addition to the risk of tornadoes with this line of thunderstorms. I mean, this is what models have been hinting at for literally days now, that we're going to have the potential for a derecho here. I really truly think one's going on right now. This is a widespread 80 to 120 mile per hour wind threat that is impacting this area as we speak. We do have some viewers that are putting their location on the map right now. Joe says this is kind of scary. Joe says, sitting outside the pool with my dog, she flew away. Well, that is, bro, what in the world? AB says, am I safe? Am I in the path? You are literally in the path. How do you think you're safe? I'd love to know. How do we think we're safe here? We also have another person in Valparaiso saying, thank you for all you do. Yeah, it's super dark outside over here in Michigan City, saying, pray for Northwest Indiana. Riley has an update. Go ahead, Riley.
Hey, Max, as of 7 minutes ago, we still have confirmed winds of 91 miles an hour, so definitely not getting weaker in terms of wind speeds on the ground. One thing to note is we are starting to move away from the radar site, so the wind speeds on the ground are going to be less than what radar has indicated. As a rule of thumb, kind of assume the further away you get from the radar site. Around here, we're going to say 90% of what we see on the radar will be reaching the ground, and once the beam height gets a little higher, we're going to say about 80% of what we see on radar will be reaching the ground.
Thank you, Riley, for the update. And that's important notes there. Again, we do have very intense winds, obviously, being picked up by velocities. There's been many couplets here, or many signatures showing 120 mile per hour winds here. At the same time, obviously, that's not going to translate to the ground, but it's going to be very close to that number. It's probably near 100, 105, if I had to guess right now, on the south side of Gary. So very important to be, again, taking shelter if you live in the Gary area or surrounding location. The wind is really going to get strong, I think, over the next few minutes here in Gary, and we are beginning to see that in the downtown Gary area. Another thing to note, by the way, as these storms move over Lake Michigan, that wind is going to remain very strong heading towards southwestern Michigan and extreme northern Indiana. So if you live near Benton Harbor or Michigan City, the straight line wind threat, it's going to be very dangerous for you guys because of there being basically no friction over the lake. These winds can stay strong for a long period of time. So that's another thing that we need to be keeping in mind here if you live over in, right along the lake, for example. I know many of you are probably used to it, but just another thing to note here. We are losing cameras literally left and right. There's one in Gary that had a pretty good view of the storm rolling in. This is another live shot. This is on the southeast side of Gary. This is near the Indiana Toll Road, 15th Avenue. This is where we have velocities being measured up to 115 miles per hour on this latest radar scan. So the wind is remaining very intense here. This is another live look, also on I-65. There's nobody on this roadway right now. This is near the Amazon delivery station and also near the Gary post office. And we just lost power there too. Guys, we're losing power everywhere. Every single camera is losing power. Every time we get a surge of wind, they just go out. Power is literally going out everywhere right now. It'll be very interesting to see what the power outage number is here in a few short minutes, because we're going to have power outage, updates coming in here over the next several minutes as this line moves in, and it'll be fascinating to see exactly how many power outages we have. I don't think it's a very small number. John says they're taking cover at work. Igloo says I'm rounding up my cats and my bird before the winds hit. It's a good idea. A few people tuned in also from Michigan City. Honestly, yeah, Westville, you don't have to take shelter yet, but you should be taking shelter here soon. We are getting some new numbers. So we have 184,000 customers without power right now in Ohio, and then 51,000 without power currently in Illinois. That number, again, will climb, but that is the number that we currently have coming in. That number, again, will just continue to go up probably here over the next few hours as this line continues to produce really intense wind. Some of the latest velocity readings that we're seeing is still around 100 mile per hour winds near Winfield and Hebron, approaching Valparaiso, which is where Storm Chaser Connor Croft is located on the bottom left of your screen. We have some velocities over Gary being measured at 115 miles per hour right now. So the wind is very intense in these locations. And then back over in Portage, you guys are about to get slapped by this line here in a few short minutes. I think power is already starting to go out there in Lake Station, which is just off to the west of where the highest wind is right now. If we go back down to the south, I don't think there's any tornadoes actively anymore, at least from what we can see. But if there were to be tornadoes at all, there's an area of strong rotation north of DeMotte that is developing. There's another one here going right into the town of Valparaiso. And then there's some rotation still near Portage that is still ongoing right now. Riley has an update. Go ahead, Riley.
Hey Max, we just got our new Storm Prediction Center outlook, and unsurprisingly, they have finally upgraded us to a SIG 2 wind risk. That probably should have been done about 6 hours ago, but it's finally there. So we now have a SIG 2 wind risk for portions of northern Indiana.
Hey, Riley, for the update. We'll show you the guys that when it populates, but what that basically means is that the wind threat has been upgraded, so there is now a region that's outlined where 85+ mile per hour winds are possible. Again, that should have been done like multiple outlooks ago, but regardless of that, they have now gone ahead and issued that. I'm honestly surprised we did not get a moderate risk of severe weather today. I have no clue how that did not happen, because this was, I thought, pretty clearly going to be a very intense line of thunderstorms today. A bit surprising that that was not something that was issued today. Look at the wind out here.
A new tornado warning has been
issued. This is live again here on US 20. Very strong winds there, again, over near Portage. We just got a new tornado warning. That'll be for LaPorte, Kingsford Heights, as well as Michigan City, west of Walkerton. If you are in this tornado warning, you need to take shelter now. Put as many walls between you from the outside, get away from windows, and get to the lowest floor possible. This line, again, is rapidly moving off to the east. The highest tornado threat will definitely be right along Lake Michigan. We are still monitoring at least an isolated tornado risk down near Rose Lawn. But again, right now over in Portage, latest scan, we are seeing velocities up to 120 miles per hour again. So the wind is still very strong here going into Portage. Riley has an update. Go ahead, Riley.
Hey, Max, we just got a mesoscale discussion for Indiana and Ohio. Increasing severe threat here. It's associated with the same system we've been tracking. This is for winds up to 80 miles an hour, 80% chance of a watch in Ohio.
Hey, Riley, for the update. We'll show you that meso discussion here in a second. So, again, increasing wind threat. And once again, over here near Portage, we have a very intense wind threat going right into Portage, Indiana Dunes National Park, Valparaiso, Westville. You guys are all in the path of this. Get ready for that. This is the latest here. So you can see increasing severe threat by early afternoon. We are going to have a new severe watch for those in Cincinnati, Richmond, and Wilmington here soon. So get ready for that. We also just got a report of a 96 mile per hour wind gust over in Shorewood, Illinois. That was from the line that moved through Illinois within the last 20 to 25 minutes. So we are getting some new reports, again, of very intense winds out there in Illinois here from the last 30 to 45 minutes. This is live from Storm Chaser Connor Croft. That's what it looks like out there in Valparaiso right now. We got anybody tuning in from Valparaiso?
You put it over by me. Yeah, we'll probably put it over by you.
Got the American flag whipping out here in Valparaiso.
Going for intercept here.
Wind should get stronger here over the next couple minutes. The velocity is being measured by radar, still about 85 to 90 miles per hour in this part of the line. Hey, Collins for the gift. Thank you, Sammy, for becoming a member. Thank you, Bod, for the gift as well. They also, Booch for the super chat, is east side of Illinois safe yet? I think most of Illinois is going to be winding down here soon. Dallas at the super chat says, how many Dollar Generals will be sacrificed today in the Midwest? Probably a lot.
It is right here.
Not going to lie, this part of the line, at least so far, has not been as intense as what we just saw like 15 minutes ago. But maybe we'll get stronger here in a second. This is, again, in Valparaiso. Scoobs of the $10 super chat says the Chicago news stations are reporting without radar, they said, so thank you for being
right
alive.
At the edge of this little spin up, so it should arguably be the most intense right here, chat. Should arguably be the most intense right as it comes through here. See if it's legit or not.
I don't know how legit it is, at least where he is yet. We're going to continue to keep an eye on him. He's in Valparaiso. The wind should pick up here in a second. Abby's over here in Valparaiso saying, yikes. Yikes is right. The worst of the wind is definitely right along Lake Michigan over here near Portage. There's a camera bottom middle that you can't even see anything on. The visibility's gotten so bad over there in Portage. See if we have any other sort of live shots here. There's a lot of live cameras right along Lake Michigan that we are continuing to monitor here. But the worst of the wind is going right into Chesterton. So if you live in Chesterton, we got to be taking shelter. Indiana Dunes State Park, the town of Pines, as well as Michigan City, Springfield, LaPorte. You guys are all on the line right now for up to 100 to 120 mile per hour winds here. Very intense pocket of wind, all moving from west to east. It's going right down Interstate 94. I really recommend, if you are traveling right now, to probably pull over or just get off the highway, because this wind is going to continue to remain very intense, I think, for at least the next half hour to 45 minutes here in northwestern Indiana. They have continued the extremely dangerous situation, severe thunderstorm warning. It is still for 100 mile per hour winds. That has not changed at this point. So again, you've got to be taking this seriously. I don't think they're going to be downgrading these warnings at any time soon. The line is still very, very intense. This is back over to Valparaiso, and the wind is starting to get a little bit stronger here. You can actually barely see the American flag now there in the background.
Wind's trying to pick up. I'm losing the trees in the distance here.
Also, storm chaser Connor Croft, he just got his ACL surgery done like a couple weeks ago, but he's still out there chasing.
We're losing the trees. The power is out. I think it's close. Oh, there we go. Big wind coming in. Yeah. Losing the flag.
Ooh, flagpole bending.
Yeah, losing the flag here.
Oh, crazy wind over there.
Yeah, it's not far off.
So this is going to be a little bit more intense here. We're looking at 80 to 90 mile per hour winds coming in now. And now the visibility's gone. Wow.
Truck is shaking.
Watch out. Holy smokes.
Wow.
This is again live in Valparaiso.
Oh, getting tree debris.
Oh my God.
That's every bit of...
Yeah, this is bad. All right, well, it wasn't bad for a little while. Now it's getting
I
bad.
think this building might be blocking a little bit. Oh, now it's
Can't see anything anymore.
Crazy now.
Yeah. Sign.
Oh.
You can't even see it.
No,
so.
you can't even see.
Wow. We got some people saying in the chat
in the middle of it.
that they are losing power in Valparaiso. Also, what in the flippity floppity? This is on I-94 right now, over near Chesterton. This is exactly why you do not park under overpasses. My goodness. That is unbelievable. This is again over in Chesterton, just northeast of Portage. We got major shame over here.
A new tornado warning has been issued.
Thank you, Denise, for becoming a member. Look how strong the winds are here, too. We just got a new tornado warning. That will be for a large area. We're looking at Winnemac, Knox, North Judson. You got to be taking shelter if you're in those areas. This is, again, very dangerous to do. I mean, we got probably multiple people that are behind them that are trying to go either to work, go to the hospital. You never know. Maybe there's an emergency that happens, right? Like, they're blocking the entire interstate. There's no way to get around these people. This is the exact reason why you do not park under overpasses. Very dangerous situation evolving here over in Chesterton and Michigan City. Not just because it's windy, because we got people blocking the entire interstate. It's actually wild how many people are parked under that overpass right now. This is over in Valparaiso. The wind changed direction over here in Valparaiso. It was initially going left to right, now it's just going right towards the car window.
Flag is still up.
Yeah, flagpole remains.
Timo Sewer Chat says, my wife is home alone in South
sign
Bend.
there,
Should
though.
I head home? I mean, if you
Yeah,
want to,
right.
if you want to
Sign
accompany
right
your
with
wife, you
it.
can head home.
Okay. Yeah.
It's kind of up to you. I don't know how you're. I don't know what kind of question that is. Why am I the one that has to make a decision whether you go home to see your wife or not?
Hey, for all the idiots in the chat, It is a metal power line, guys. It's not coming down. Okay?
Apparently Connor has
Relax.
idiots in his chat. Not talking about my chat, by the way.
What? Yeah. Relax, chat.
We still got shame over here on I-94. We're going to go back to this in a second. It's actually unbelievable how nobody's moved. The wind's gotten a bit weaker here. I don't understand. Again, there's no reason to be parking on an overpass. All right, let's go back to live radar. We do have a tornado warning. Again, a new one for Stark and Pulaski counties, North Judson, Knox, Winnemac, Francisville, and Maderryville. You guys are all included in that new tornado warning. You need to take shelter and get away from windows if you are in this warning. This is a very dangerous line of thunderstorms, as we've been talking about for probably about 2 hours now. This has not gotten any weaker. It is still going, still marching along, producing a widespread damaging wind threat. Velocities on the northern side of this line are still being measured up to about 125 miles per hour, which again, translating to the ground is probably closer to like 100. So still very intense wind. Westville, Michigan City, LaPorte, and Kingsford Heights. You guys are all in the crosshairs right now of a major wind risk. Valparaiso, I think, got lucked out a little bit. It's not as strong as the northern side. It's closer to like 80, which is still intense, and it's still knocking out power. But I think a lot of you guys got a little bit more fortunate. Sam says the weather is wild here. No power and debris is everywhere. That's over in Hobart. Over here in Merrillville, A says, can I come out now? You can come out now. You are good. Logan says, thank you for keeping us safe this year. What's the probability of a tornado in LaPorte? It's definitely up there. There's at least an elevated risk because of all the wind that we have out here. Look at that. Now everybody that was being selfish under the overpass is now moving. That is quite literally unbelievable. Chase with the $10 super chat. It says, how does central Ohio near Mansfield look like for the rest of the day? This is going to be the big story here. Is going to be this line of thunderstorms. And I think it is going to be impacting Mansfield sometime later this afternoon. So it's going to be important to be staying weather aware. Riley has an update. Go ahead, Riley.
Hey, Max, so we did just get a lakeshore flood advisory for the Chicago area, and this is actually because the Derecho moving over Lake Michigan right now is so powerful. It took the water in Lake Michigan and pushed it to one side of the lake. That's called a siege, and what we're going to see happen now is that water is going to go back to Chicago, and it's going to happen very fast. So if you're along the edge of the lake in Chicago, which you shouldn't be, we just had a very strong thunderstorm move through, but be prepared to see some lakeshore flooding there, and even over in Michigan City on the Indiana and Michigan side, know that we're probably going to be seeing lakeshore flooding associated with the strong winds sloshing the water in Lake Michigan back and forth.
Thank you, Riley, for that update. So definitely something that you don't see every day, but with how strong this entire line of thunderstorms has been, they have issued this new warning here, which I actually think is messed up. It's hard to see. All right, this is the lakeshore flood warning that is in effect. What's interesting, I'm going to go and do this, and I'm going to go ahead and I don't ever use these, but look at the polygon here. Oh, never mind. All right, so this is what it looks like here. All right, so it includes basically Chicago. It includes Portage and Valparaiso. All right, so it's a pretty large warning here, but it's the entire thing that's flashing. That's for Cook Lake and Porter counties. It'll go for the next 5.5 hours. So it is a long-lived lakeshore flood warning, which is not something that you see too often. But very powerful line of thunderstorms is continuing to march to the east, and the flooding concerns are going to really continue to be pretty elevated here for the next few hours. You can actually see where Connor is right now. The flooding's getting bad out in Valparaiso. He was kicking up a lot of water there a second ago, and it's only been raining here for like 10-15 minutes, but we've had storms in this area for a while. And we even have some damage out here in Valparaiso. So you got tree branches down in the roadway.
50 to 60 probably.
Wind right now is not as intense as it was again earlier, but still very strong in Valparaiso. The worst of the wind is off to its north in Portage, where the winds are probably still exceeding 90 to 100 miles per hour. So that is what it looks like out there in Valparaiso. Very intense conditions. Abby is tuning in over here in Michigan City saying, I'm in the basement with my sister and 5 cats. Woke up to the alarm going off. 5 cats is a lot. I want more cats. I only have 1. Thank you, Tyler, for the $20 super chat saying possible small tornado damage in Urbana, Ohio. A lot of tree damage, roofs removed, and city is without power since 9 a.m. Eastern after the tornado warning. We will continue to look for any updates on that. Thank you for the super chat. We got a lot of you guys sending in photos and videos from these storms that have been going through the Chicago area and also just in northwestern Indiana. This was sent in by our viewer Kyle over in Oswego, Illinois, of some of the very strong winds coming through about maybe 45 minutes ago to an hour ago. We did have a tornado warning in effect for this area earlier. And as a reminder, if you have any photos and videos, you can go to our website, maxvelocitywx.com, and submit them. There's also a link down below. This is in Plano, Illinois. My fiance is working on the east side of Oswego. Crazy wind and rain. I do want to throw it out there that this person looks like they're on the right side of Earth. The camera view is like going up and down. Something, I think the world flipped around from this derecho that's happening. This is from Manny over in Will County, Illinois. Don't worry, I grabbed the cats and hiding in the basement right after grabbing this video. The cat is literally looking outside. Are you sure you grabbed the cat? That cat looked like it wanted to be out there. Bro, look at the cat there. I mean, this is you got to bring it to the basement or wherever your shelter spot is. We shouldn't be having it look out the window like that. If one tree falls down or debris flies into the window, it's cooked. This over in Will County, Illinois, sent in by Rick. Here's a photo here from Clark County, Ohio, from some tree damage on Britton Farms Road in Hilliard, Ohio. With the storms being insane, green skies, and crazy wind, I got my max alert just in time. This is also in Chester, West Chester, Illinois. Giant shelf cloud moving through. Pretty cool looking shelf cloud. We haven't had very many views of the shelf cloud here today. It's been, honestly, like it's been very hard to even see a shelf cloud. Most cases, you'll be able to see it. This is from Chicago, Illinois. It's a little bit better of a view. Wow, look at this in Cook County. This is back over in Chicago from earlier. We'll go through a couple more and then we'll look at some more later. Was driving when I got the tornado warning. It was raining sideways. Came home to down trees and window screens where they shouldn't be. How in the world does a window screen end up in somebody's tree? So for Yorkville, Illinois. So thank you, Dylan, for sending that in. And here's a photo. Wow, look at that from Chicago. That's pretty wild. All right, we'll go through some more of the photos and videos here in a little bit. Let's go back over to live radar. Right now, again, we do have 3 tornado warnings in effect currently. Most of them, again, are in Indiana, or all of them are in Indiana. They're all in northwest Indiana right now. We have very strong winds moving into LaPorte, Kingsford Heights, and also the Michigan City area right now. Back over here in Michigan City, there are some winds near Chesterton still being measured at over 100 miles per hour. So this line of thunderstorms is still very intense. Storm Chaser Connor Croft is over in Valparaiso. He's on the bottom left of your screen, so we're going to continue to keep an eye on him. Meow says getting some strong winds now. That's over there near Fish Lake. So winds are starting to get strong, but they're only going to get stronger as this line moves into your neck of the woods. Further down to the south, we just have storms everywhere right now. Flash flooding risk is going to be a big problem, I think, over the next couple of hours because of all the rain that is training from northwest to southeast, north of Kokomo. There's a reason why we have this giant flash flood warning that is already in effect for at least the next 2.5 hours for North Judson, Knox, Winnemac, and also Peru. This is where there's already been a lot of rain, but we're going to see several more inches of rain as this continues to track down to the south and east. I think our highest tornado threat for the next hour or two will probably likely end up being right over here near South Bend in Plymouth. I think this is going to be the corridor to watch for the higher tornado risk for the next couple of hours. We already have some areas of rotation. They're just hard to see because we're not near a radar site, but even near LaPorte and Kingsford Heights, we are starting to see at least some rotation develop here, and that will be eventually moving towards Fish Lake, Walkerton, and also moving in the direction of North Liberty. So it's very important, again, to be staying alert right now and staying away from windows if you are in these areas. Got a lot of live shots still out there here. This is over here in Michigan City. We got more shame happening over here in Michigan City currently. Anybody tuning in right now from Michigan City? Got shame happening once again. Do not park under overpasses. It's another situation where people are parking under overpasses here. This is on the south side of Michigan City, this is pretty close to Waterford. Right along the interstate. Got a lot of people tuning in right now from Michigan City. Wind's definitely getting pretty intense, and it looks like what's going to probably happen here in a few minutes is that overpass there is going to probably be blocked by a lot more vehicles. There's already a few that are blocking it, but it looks like it's going to get a lot worse here in a second. We just got a new severe thunderstorm watch for Indiana and Ohio. We'll talk about that here in a second. That'll be, I believe, for Cincinnati. Thank you, Melissa, for the super chat. And also Chris for the $20 super chat. Been following you for a long time. Happy to see your success. You guys are better than all the major weather sources. Is WeatherFront your own app? It is not my own app. It is a app we're partnered with, though. But you should subscribe. It does help us out, too. Wow, look at the wind here. Well, the wind just went from 0 to 60 really fast here over in Michigan City. And you can see all the people that are parking basically on the interstate right there on the right. Many people are already parked under the overpass. Pretty wild how strong the winds still are. And the problem right now is for those that live in Michigan City or even South Bend, a lot of the wind that is happening right now has been moving along the lake. Again, there's not much friction there, right? So like the wind is going to be able to just kind of go along the lake. It's not going to hit any buildings. It's just going to go right along the water and it's going to stay strong, just like it was over there in Chicago. So that's what's happening right now, is that the winds are still very intense because of all that wind moving mostly over the lake.
A tornado warning has been issued.
And they've now issued a new tornado warning for Elkhart County, a bunch of counties. One of them is Elkhart County. This is going to be a giant tornado warning. So we're looking at South Bend, Plymouth, Benton Harbor, Warsaw. You guys are now all under a tornado warning, and Goshen's also in this. You need to take shelter if you're in this tornado warning and put as many walls between you from the outside as possible and get away from windows. Again, a giant area here under a new tornado warning. Also, here's that new severe thunderstorm watch. That does include Columbus, Dayton, Findlay, and also just south of Lima. So if you're in this area, mainly a damaging wind threat, but a couple of tornadoes are also possible. Riley has an update. Go ahead, Riley.
Hey, Max, real quick, just want to mention for that tornado warning and the one to the north of it, that is actually going to be in effect for the next hour. So if you're in this warning polygon at all, know that if you're on the eastern side of that, you are going to be in shelter for at least an hour. Don't come out of shelter. Wait for the storms to pass and the warning to be expired to come out of your shelter.
Thank you, Riley, for the update. We got a lot of people tuning in right now from South Bend. Kate says, bring it on, ready to watch storms from my office window. Another beautiful day in Northwest Indiana, says Kat. I don't know about that. I don't know how, I mean, this is like literally, it feels like a repeat of what we had a few weeks ago. I don't know what day it was. We had a really intense line of thunderstorms move through the south side of Chicago. I don't know if anybody remembers the day. If somebody can tell me the day, let me know. But it happened a few weeks ago. We had like 100+ mile-per-hour winds impact like Joliet and some other areas. We had multiple tornadoes. Was that the Appleton day? I don't know if that was Appleton or if it was a different day, but it feels like a repeat. But this one is honestly more intense, I think, at least when it comes to the damaging wind threat. Was that July 27th? All right, that was the Appleton day. So this is basically a repeat of that. Without Appleton, all right, without the Appleton tornado. It's basically a repeat, but a much more intense line of thunderstorms, and it's pretty much impacting the same areas. It narrowly missed downtown Chicago, just kind of like that event did. It's pretty much the same path. This has been a much more longer lasting line of thunderstorms, though, so some differences, but we just got another flash flood warning. That'll be for Valparaiso, Winfield, and Malden. So if you're in Valparaiso, take it slow on the roadways. There will definitely be some slick spots, and it's going to be treacherous travel here for the next few hours with all the water that's on the roadways. We have another tornado possible severe thunderstorm warning over in Kentucky and West Virginia. I do want to remind you guys that it's not just this line of thunderstorms ongoing. We have West Virginia getting hit hard by another line of thunderstorms. We have this ring of fire weather pattern that is currently set up, which means a high pressure systems in the southern plains. And so these lines of thunderstorms are basically forming and going around that ring of fire, which is honestly very fascinating. So if I zoom out a little bit here, we basically have high pressure down here in the southern plains, and then going around it are these lines of thunderstorms. And that's going to continue even tomorrow and also probably on Thursday, as long as there's enough moisture and some sort of initiator. There's going to be even more of where this came from. So very interesting setup that we have in place. Very typical for the month of July and August. Happens at least once or twice a year, I want to say, but definitely something that is going to continue for a little bit longer, probably throughout at least Thursday or Friday of this week. All right, going back to our tornado warnings. We are at a radar hole, but we could have tornadoes dropping pretty much anywhere in this line. It's just important, guys, if you are in these warnings, to take shelter. We will have a much better radar view when the storms get into the South Bend area, basically as they come up on US Highway 31 between South Bend and Rochester. But other than that, we're just looking at very intense winds, still upwards of 90 to 100 miles per hour. The National Weather Service still has destructive severe warnings in place for up to 100 miles per hour. Very high level severe thunderstorm warnings that are in place. We also have more flooding out here in Valparaiso as storm chaser Connor Croft continues to move through town. You actually can't even see really the road here. That's how much water is piling up into the road right now. And so we are starting to see some major flooding concerns over here in Valparaiso and surrounding areas. See how slowly they're driving down the road here because you really can't see much of anything. Hey, Tommy for the super chat saying, my friend Ben and I are watching from Ottawa, Ohio. Thanks for keeping us updated. No problem.
Really rain.
Thank you, Emily.
So they're going through a lot of flooded waters right now. We got a few more photos coming in from Chicago. This is from an anonymous person in downtown Chicago. What a phenomenal photo here of the line of thunderstorms moving in. This is from Cameron over in Kane County, Illinois, of a snapped tree over in Aurora. That's probably one of literally thousands, if I had to guess, that are down over there in the Chicago area. This video here from the downtown Chicago area near the West Loop. That is a trippy building, by the way. I have never seen this building before. I would never want to live here just purely because of this building. You can like see cars swirling around it. You can see like buildings. You can see the clouds. That is a trippy building. Here's another photo here from Chicago sent in by Cree from Millennium Park. Millennium Falcon Park. Is that where the Star Wars guys go? Darth Vader. This is Delaware County, Indiana. Wow, that's impressive. This is a much more impressive looking shelf cloud than what we had even 30 minutes ago. Here's a video Jessica saying basically live. This is from Highland Park. I don't know. It looks like they're at like an office building or a business of some sort. You can see the wind out there being very intense. A friend of mine sent this in from a movie theater. She poked her phone out to get this video. Man, she is a very far distance away from those windows. And I actually support that. Playing it safe with all the flying debris that's probably out there. Here's another photo here from Chicago. Thank you, Emily, for sending this one in. Yeah, pretty impressive looking shelf cloud. We didn't have very many good views of the shelf cloud. Half of a tree snapped over here in Lisle, Illinois. This is where we might have had a tornado. We had pretty strong rotation there. This is over in Bourbonnais, I think is how you pronounce it, Illinois, just north of Kankakee. It's like a part of a carport came down. This is from Brad Baker over in Kankakee County. Came down for a minute, went back up, no damage no damage known. Might have been a tornado of some kind. Would have been uncondensed. Bourbonnais, Illinois. I got it. This is, wow. Yeah, this is pretty bad over here. A lot of tree branches down all across this roadway. You can tell very intense line of thunderstorms came through this area. This is, again, part of Will County and Lockport specifically. Here's another video from Westmont, Illinois. Crazy wind gusts in Downers Grove. Oh, there go all the plants. This is the reason why I say bring your plants inside. This right here. This is the exact reason. Bring those plants inside because they'll just fall down. They'll get damaged and it's never fun. We got some more damage over here in Kankakee. We'll keep checking in on your photos and videos. I know a lot of you guys are sending in photos and videos. And if you have any, you can go to reports.maxvelocitywx.com. Looks like one of these traffic cameras actually has a view of damage right now. This is getting off the highway over on I-94. And you can see that car doesn't really know what to do. They're going to go around it, it looks like. But we got some debris in the road right now from this intense line of thunderstorms. This is definitely dangerous. You can also see the flash flooding risk because of all the water that is splashing up here on the interstate. We also have some storm chasers right now out there over in Hammond and Chicago Heights, like Tornado Pagey. Many chasers are currently looking at the damage that has been done over here. You can see all the tree damage over here just in the southern Chicago metropolitan area. Mostly tree damage from what we've seen so far. You can watch storm chasers, again, like Tornado Pagey, and also people like Ryan Scholl right inside of the free WeatherFront app. All sorts of chasers out here looking at all the damage that has happened. Mostly tree damage so far, but obviously there could be more than that. Maybe structural damage if we did have tornadoes, which we at least had a couple of tornadoes here in the Chicago area. If you want to download the WeatherFront app, the links are at the top of the description. It's the app that we're using right now. You can also scan the QR code on your screen if you have iOS. If you have an Android device, just go to the link at the top of the description or look up WeatherFront on the Google Play Store and download it for free. Watch chasers like this inside of the app. We also got CJ Ziegler over here at a Subway right now. Subway, eat fresh, just south of Chicago. I think he's pretty close to where that tornado happened earlier, so he's probably going to go and look at that here soon. Look at all the people getting off the exit here. Many of them are struggling to actually get off the exit because it's kind of hard to do that when you got debris in the road. All right, going back over to South Bend. We are going to continue to watch this South Bend storm very closely. We still have up to 100-mile-per-hour winds making their way across northern Indiana. The worst of that wind is going to be between Michigan City and Plymouth. The leading edge of this line is the most intense near LaPorte and Walkerton. We still have velocities being measured up to 100 miles per hour via radar, which is probably closer to like 90 near the surface. But South Bend, we are only about 15 to 20 minutes away from this storm moving into South Bend. So if you're in South Bend, definitely get ready. Charlotte says in South Bend with my dad, the sirens are going off like crazy. They're going to be going off for a while. This is a giant tornado warning, and it goes for another 45 minutes. So you're probably going to be under a tornado warning in South Bend at least for 25 of those 45 minutes. Maybe longer. It's going to be a long-lived tornado warning here. Thank you, Carr, for becoming a member. How many of you guys are tuning in from South Bend right now in the chat? Let's do a little roll call. We got about 58,000 of you guys watching. If you want to put your location on the map, you can scan the QR code. You have to do it again, by the way. This is refreshing every 5 minutes because so many of you guys are watching. We only have for the last 5 minutes of locations being submitted. So if you want to put your location on the map, scan the QR code or go to the link on your screen. Apparently, we have a crazy clip of a tornado. We'll be keeping an eye on that. We've had at least a couple of tornadoes here today over in Illinois. Unknown how many tornadoes we've had. We probably at least had 3, if I had to guess. With tornado setups like this, and especially with like right now, for example, and there's a reason why I'm not looking at velocities very much right now, because it's hard to even see rotation. We can only see really the strong winds because we're in between radar sites. The radar beam basically goes too high for where we're at right now. But even earlier, when the storms were impacting Chicago, there were probably like 5 or 6 tornadoes at least that happened, but some of them are not going to be shown on radar. We, I think, at least had 3 that were on the terminal radar site that we could see, but we couldn't even verify it with a CC drop because the terminal radar site doesn't have that. So we only had maybe 1 or 2 tornadoes that we actually saw on radar that we could very certainly confirm. There were probably more, though, so it'll be interesting to see how many tornadoes actually end up being confirmed from this tornado event. All right, we got a video of from Columbus this morning. I believe this is of a tornado happening. Let's check this out. This was in Columbus, Ohio this morning on I-71. This was a clip of a tornado that happened at about 10:08 a.m. Eastern time. Wow. Look at the people driving on the roadway just being completely caught off guard here. There's some tree damage right there. So this was a tornado that rolled through Columbus this morning. Everybody basically parked on the interstate. Wait, did a car get flipped? Where? Is it that guy right there? Somebody apparently gets flipped right here. Oh, man. Oh, geez. I didn't even see. How did I not see that? That car got literally flipped. That is scary. Imagine being the person in that car, being completely caught off guard. That right there is the car completely being flipped over. So this is again in Columbus, Ohio this morning on I-71 at Weber Road. Not gonna lie, from this angle, it doesn't even look like it slipped over. Look at that guy slam on his brakes, by the way. I mean, some people might even be texting and driving. You never know. Like, this is one of those dangerous situations on top of there being a tornado out of nowhere. I don't even think there was a tornado warning for Columbus this morning. I could be wrong. This guy right here just said, oh, I gotta go to work. I'm going. I'm leaving. Man, hopefully they're all right. We haven't heard anything about any injuries or anything like that, so that's usually a good thing. So hopefully that it stays that way. Here's a little roll call of where everybody's tuning in from right now. All the purple dots are people tuning in. So we got a lot of people in Indiana tuning in, Illinois, and also Ohio. Got a lot of you guys tuning in from Chicago. A lot of people saying thank you for keeping us posted. A tree outside was downed right onto D's nuts. Thanks. Appreciate that over there in Chicago. Back over in South Bend, we have a lot of people tuning in from South Bend right now. OG says very bleak and dark. Eric says we are in the basement. Probably a good idea to be in the basement right now. Mike says dark and the wind is coming. Well, the wind is actually hitting you. It should be hitting you right now. Look at the wind here on velocities. We're still looking at potentially up to 100-mile-per-hour winds embedded in this line. It's still pretty wild. Brandy says we're hunkering down. If anybody else, I'm going to ban the phrase "Am I safe?" from these locations. I do not need "Am I safe?" on every single place, especially if you're in a warning. If you're under a tornado warning, do you think you're safe? Probably not. Got a lot of people tuning in also over in Niles, Michigan. Got some people right along the lake that are tuning in. Nobody really reporting anything yet, but we'll keep you posted. Riley has an update. Go ahead, Riley.
Hey, Max, for those northern tornado warnings in Indiana, we do have very strong damaging winds associated with those. We've been seeing them on radar. There's only a tornado warning for this area, and that does not include a damaging wind threat tag on it because that's just not how tornado warnings work. But there's no underlying severe thunderstorm warning alongside that. So if you're in the tornado warning, you should be taking shelter anyways. But there's a very substantial damaging wind threat along with this. We've been seeing the damaging winds all day, up to 100 miles per hour. We're definitely seeing destructive 80-mile-per-hour winds inside these tornado warnings, but there's no severe thunderstorm warning for those. So even though you're in a tornado warning, know that even after the part of the line passes, it does produce tornadoes. There's still going to be a substantial damaging wind threat, so just stay in shelter. Hopefully they don't issue that or expire that tornado warning early because there is a very strong straight line damaging wind threat for quite some time after the storm passes.
Thank you, Riley, for the update there. Yeah, really interesting, too. I'm surprised there is no severe thunderstorm warning for this area right now. But I guess the tornado warning kind of replaces it. I don't really know. I usually you'd have a severe thunderstorm warning for this activity. But either way, if you do live over here in northern Indiana, southern Michigan, regardless of what warning you're under, you should be taking shelter no matter what. They just issued a giant severe thunderstorm warning with a tornado possible tag. That is going to be for those over in Rochester, Logansport, Winnemac, and Fulton. So we're looking at 70-mile-per-hour damaging wind gusts. Obviously not as high as earlier, but it's still damaging. This is still a very dangerous situation. On top of that, we are still watching for a tornado risk, even though we're far away from the radar site. There can still be tornadoes, regardless of what I'm even saying. Like there could be a tornado in 2 minutes. We can't see it from this distance. So that's Logansport back through Rochester. The line of thunderstorms here back down near Logansport, again, not as intense as the northern side. The northern side back up there near South Bend is way more intense. So if you live in South Bend, Plymouth, Napanee, Goshen, Niles, or Donnewick, you should be definitely staying on alert right now. The wind is going to be way higher than what it is down there to the south. But either way, still very dangerous. Doesn't really matter what part of the line you're in. The other thing is, too, this is a very widespread wind threat. It's not just hitting, a 5-square-mile radius. This is literally stretching from 100 miles north to south. So still dangerous. Thank you, George, for the gift. Also, shout out to Brown with the $10 super chat saying, will it ever rain again in North Texas? No. Everyone in McKinney's dead. All right, we got some new videos coming out from you guys from all these storms. Here's a new photo, actually, from Highland, Indiana. A lot of tree branches rip our railing. Their railing here of their staircase fell off. Huge shout out to Daniel with the $50 super chat. W's in the chat for Daniel. Really appreciate the donation. Sammy here in Will County, showing the roof was peeled open in Wilmington, probably from the strong winds, maybe a possible tornado. This is from Delaware County, Indiana. This guy's name is Scud Hunter Chasing, or was hunting for Scud. There's a shelf cloud though there in Gaston, Indiana. No info in Fort Wayne. Fort Wayne's going to be looking at the stuff that's in South Bend right now. So it's going to be the same exact story. Elevated, very high wind threat, and then tornadoes possible. Here's a new video from Park Ridge, Illinois. Really cool time lapse here of the shelf cloud moving in. Sheesh. I love time lapses. They're like my favorite kind of media. This is from sunny over in Naperville, Illinois. Got a little race of the tree branches on the road. They're racing each other. See which one can get further. Haven't seen winds this intense in this area in the last 10 years is what they said. So Sunny is basically saying in Naperville, this is a once in every 10-year event. July 27th had basically the same exact thing. It looked exactly like this, though. I mean, or even actually more intense, just south of Naperville. But Naperville kind of lucked out, I think, from the highest wind that day. This is from Julio over in Bolingbrook, Illinois. They Lotus for the $20 super chat. Injuries under an overpass, compound fractures, shattered, crushed ribs. Oh, those also. Oh, I thought you meant somebody got injured. Thank you for the super chat. Yeah, you can get. I mean, you can get injured. You can get any injury from being under an overpass, and it could happen for many reasons. Whether it's from a tornado, whether it's from an accident, because everybody's just parked there, and people don't actually expect you being parked under the overpass. There's a lot of reasons why that can happen. What the heck is this? Disregarding the storm, what is that right there? Is that a thing in Chicago? If so, what is that? The faces? It's art? Tung Tung Sahur. I don't think that's Tung Tung Sahur. The face fountains? Is that a thing? I've never heard about that until now. Breaking news to me. This is from Matt over in Chicago. Thank you guys, by the way, in Chicago for sending these in. These are really good photos and videos that are being sent in. Here's another video here from Chesterton, Indiana. Just got out of a bucket truck before it came. These are definitely 90 to 100 mile per hour winds here. I'll have to visit Chicago sometime. I don't know much about the area. I know there's a big bean somewhere. Got a big bean looking thing somewhere. I didn't even know there was a face of a fountains thing there at all. This person over in Will County on Lockport specifically had their entire fence blown over. This is also a video here from New Lenox, Illinois. The sky turned green and the wind was crazy. No power. And again, if you guys do have any photos and videos and you want to send them in, there's a QR code or there's a link in the description. You can also just go to our website, maxvelocitywx.com. Feel free to send us in. Wow. Photos and videos. This guy walked out. Bro, this is wild. This person named Jen in Hammond, Illinois decided to step out the door and they just got smacked by wind. That is exactly what you do not do during a extremely dangerous situation, severe warning, or a tornado warning. All right, we have more photos and videos. We'll listen to the audio.
Okay.
Oh, God.
Okay, basement time.
We don't usually listen to audio on these. Okay, basement time.
Okay, basement time.
Oh, my God. Bro, that's definitely basement time. All right, we'll check out more photos and videos in a second. That is diabolical. All right, let's go back over to our severe thunderstorm warnings and also our tornado warnings. We still have a giant tornado warning here for South Bend. Does continue for the next half an hour. It's a long time, guys. 30 minutes. We got a big surge of wind right now south of South Bend. That is where velocities are still being measured up to about 100 miles per hour near North Liberty and Tea Garden. It's about to be hitting Lakeville and La Paz over the next few minutes. South Bend is still getting some of the brunt of that wind right now too. Not seeing again much rotation per se. The velocities are still very contaminated. We're just not really close to a radar site, but if there were to be a tornado anywhere in this area, I'd probably be leaning towards somewhere just south of South Bend. Could get something that spins up also near Olive and Bridgman, just south of Benton Harbor. And then back down near Logansport, mainly a damaging wind risk right now. We are going to be monitoring an increasing tornado threat as this cluster moves down to the south and east. I definitely think our tornado risk will probably increase over the next hour as these storms move down closer to Kokomo, Tipton, and also going towards Marion and Muncie. So we'll be keeping an eye out on that. We also have some new severe thunderstorm warnings that have been going up over along the Ohio and Indiana border near Greenville, Piqua, and Sydney. And that is for 60-mile-per-hour damaging wind gusts right now. This is a live shot here from Storm Chaser Ryan Scholl, guys. We got a shopping cart that has flipped over.
The chances are pretty low right now, though.
Rip to the shopping cart.
It goes with this 14, probably.
The shopping cart family is not going to be overly happy to hear that news. This is Tornado Pagey. They're currently droning flooding over in Olympia Fields. So there's some flooding over here in Olympia Fields right now in Illinois. We've had quite a bit of flooding, and it's going to keep getting worse over the next few hours. We also have some photos coming in from Storm Chaser Ryan Scholl from the tornado damage in Tinley Park. So here's some of the new damage that we're getting out of Tinley Park, Illinois, of some of the damage. Mostly tree damage. We have a little bit of damage to the roofing. A tree was completely uprooted here. Generally speaking, again, the damage from the tornadoes that we had were probably similar to what we would have had with the straight line winds. This is by far the worst home damage that we've seen so far, which is probably a good thing, honestly. Like, again, with lines of thunderstorms, you can sometimes get much stronger tornadoes, and I don't have a doubt this was probably a nearly a strong tornado. Maybe it was one, but it definitely could have been much worse than this. The way somebody just said in the chat, was today a bust? Are we being for real? Here's that risk of severe weather. We haven't even talked about the risk of severe weather today, but this is our risk of severe storms. We do have a level 3 out of 5 enhanced risk of severe weather for Indianapolis, Lafayette, Fort Wayne, Columbus, Cincinnati, and back to Paintsville. There's a large slight risk also that goes into North Carolina, another slight risk across the northern plains. There is now a SIG 2 wind threat, which is where up to 85 to 100 mile per hour winds are more likely to happen. That includes Warsaw, South Bend, Michigan City, which is where storms are located right now. There's a SIG 1 wind threat for everybody else from Paintsville back up into Columbus and Indianapolis, where significant wind is likely. Not really looking at a hail risk here. Still a large tornado threat in place, which does still include Chicago. Might have another round of thunderstorms later today, which could lead to another tornado threat, in addition to maybe some isolated damaging wind gusts. By far, the wind threat's the biggest concern right now. We have some areas of rotation now starting to be picked up by radar. Not anything too insane, but a little bit of rotation just south of South Bend right now. That's going to be heading over towards Waukesha, I think is how you pronounce it here, over the next few minutes. This is a live look right now at the South Bend area. It's kind of a trippy camera. I think something broke on this camera, but that is live there in South Bend. And currently in South Bend, I think South Bend's being narrowly avoided by the worst part of this line right now, but it should get windy there in a few minutes. This is live over in Elkhart. This is one of the rail cameras. Sometimes I have trains that go by here. For the time being, conditions are somewhat calm. This is also back over in Plymouth. Plymouth, Indiana has had winds up to 70 miles per hour here over the last few minutes. Apparently gas is only $3.41 here. I haven't seen gas prices that low in a while here in Florida. I think the lowest gas price that I've seen recently in Florida was like $3.70. Is it just me, or is that just across the board? Thank you, Amy, for the $20 super chat. Northeast Beecher, Illinois was eerie, green skies and sideways rain, and debris was flying as we tore into the driveway earlier. You warned us in time, so we were able to turn around from the driving into the weather and to get to safety. Well, I'm glad I could help, and thank you for the super chat. Apparently gas is down to $3.27 over there in Texas. It's honestly impressive. This line of thunderstorms is starting to rapidly move towards Kokomo. If you live in Kokomo, Marion, or Tipton right now, definitely get ready for this line of thunderstorms here. It's going to be producing at least 70-mile-per-hour winds and perhaps a tornado risk. We just got a new max alert issued by meteorologist Xavier Burns. That is a severe thunderstorm max alert for up to 70-mile-per-hour winds. Pretty high confidence of that occurring right now. We do not have an active severe warning for this area. It is a tornado warning, which again includes South Bend. It includes Benton Harbor, Napanee, Plymouth, and Ghost Bend. So continue to take shelter if you're in this area and put as many walls between you from the outside. If you are in this tornado warning, it's a pretty dangerous line still. I think the big concern again is wind. The tornado risk is definitely a little bit lower than it was earlier, but not zero. The worst of the wind is currently impacting US Highway 31. That's mainly over there near Lakeville and Wyatt, and that'll be approaching Warsaw, North Webster, and Pierceton here pretty soon. Nikki over here in Fort Wayne, thanks for giving us the heads up that this will make it to Fort Wayne. It will be making it to Fort Wayne. My mom has me cooking pasta in the kitchen right now. During a tornado warning? We're cooking pasta? Grace over here in northwestern Indiana says power outages in many buildings near LaPorte in Michigan City. The courthouse is also out. Yeah, the power outage number is going to continue to climb. Right now, we have a lot of power outages. So here's some of the latest updates, all right? Illinois, we have 293,000 customers that are without power. So that includes Will County, Grundy County, some of the highest counties impacted by this. Even Cook County, pretty heavily impacted. And DuPage County, looking at least some isolated to scattered power outages. With how high the winds are, I'm surprised it's not a higher number. Lake County is almost all without power right now, which is wild. We got nearly 300,000 customers without power here in northwestern Indiana, but Lake County is absolutely slammed by power outages. So we are looking at 185,000 without power there. Porter County's at about 60,000. Stark and LaPorte counties are approaching 40% right now. And then Newton County is about 1,500. That's nearly the entire county is without power. And then Ohio is currently checking in at almost 200,000 customers without power. Most of those are from Columbus back towards the West Virginia border. So pretty wild. Pretty wild stuff. Apparently, this is a temperature reading that's coming in right now to South Bend. All right, apparently everybody's frozen in South Bend. It's minus 78 degrees. Pull out the winter jacket, guys. If you're in South Bend, get the winter jacket out, get the snow boots on. We might have a snowstorm happening right now in South Bend. We're coming in at negative 78 degrees. I don't even know if it can snow at that temperature. That is really cold. If it's snowing, it's going to be very hard for it to actually accumulate. Everybody in South Bend is dead. You walk outside, you're going to freeze. Thank you, Michael, for the super chat. That's another reason to take shelter if you're over in South Bend. The weather station is broke, but it's honestly kind of impressive. We do have some new reports coming out of Michigan City. There's a tree down on Wozniak Road. That is on the south side of Michigan City. We're also getting some new reports out of here in Portage that there's several trees that have been uprooted. We had earlier over in Knox up to 3-inch sized hail. It was kind of a surprise. We didn't even have a hail risk today, and there was actually some really big hail out here. So we've had some giant hail being reported. Cass says, watching and waiting. Well, you're kind of in the middle of this storm right now in Logansport, so you're probably getting hit pretty hard by rain. I don't know if there's much severe weather really happening there, but definitely a lot of rain and perhaps some wind happening too. Got a live shot in Lafayette, bottom right of your screen. Lafayette is currently under a severe thunderstorm warning for 70-mile-per-hour winds and quarter-sized hail. The wind is quickly intensifying right now over here in Logansport. We are starting to see some wind being measured around 85 miles per hour via radar. So this wind is starting to intensify. It's going to be approaching the downtown area of Logansport, State Route 25 over the next few minutes. Bureaus and Rockfield about to be hit by the strongest wind here over the next few minutes. So definitely take shelter if you're in that area. Tornado warning still continues for South Bend. The worst of the wind is moving through South Bend right now. Most of the wind, I think, has stayed down to the south. I don't really see much here that's rotating. I'm going to be honest. This tornado warning continues for 25 more minutes or so, but I'm, again, not seeing much that's tornadic. And if we were to see tornadoes, it's going to be over here near Napanee, which is the leading edge of our line that will be moving towards Ligonier and then Warsaw here over the next few minutes. Elizabeth says sirens are going off. Sky is grayish. Home alone and scared. It's time to go on Tinder and find somebody. Amanda says sirens are going off. Prayers. Kevin says thank you, Max, for keeping us safe. This person says go Chargers. What can we expect in Milford? Mainly should be a straight line damaging wind threat, but isolated tornado risk will be possible. Micah with the super chat says power is flickering in South Bend. I mean, sure, I'm just giving people like realistic things. I mean, like if you're alone, find somebody.
No parking, fire hydrant side of the street. Where's the fire hydrant?
I don't know. Might be hidden.
This is some big damage over here in Flossmoor, Illinois. Look at all the tree damage here in Flossmoor. This is Storm Chaser Tornado Pagey. You can also watch them live inside of the free WeatherFront app. You can download WeatherFront with the top link in the description below.
Got it. I need to do a fully charged one. Go.
If you guys do have any photos and videos of the damage, you can send it in to us, reports.maxvelocitywx.com. This is a video here from Munster, Indiana, sent in by Derek. There's actually power flashes here. Wow, look at that wind. We had power flashed here over in Munster, in addition to the wind getting really intense. That's, again, easily 80, 90, 100 mile per hour winds. Got some crates that went flying here, too. Here's a photo sent in from Plainfield, Illinois, specifically from Lindsay, with big trees coming over those power lines, blocking an entire roadway here. So more major tree damage. Here's over in Crest Hill, Illinois. An old barn collapsed in Crest Hill. This is from Tinley Park, Illinois. Look at that. Man. We've had over 800 reports submitted by you guys today, by the way. That's a pretty high number. We've had almost 1,000 people submit photos and videos today. That's how active this event has been. Thank you, Destine, for becoming a member. Here's more tree damage. This over in Dyer, Indiana, sent in by Alyssa. Looks like some concrete wall or foundation collapsed as well. I mean, this is just major damage over here. We've had a lot of places with big time damage. Hammond, Indiana, also with multiple trees uprooted. These are big trees that got uprooted from the really strong winds here today. We'll go back to this in a second. We just got a new destructive severe thunderstorm warning. This is for 80 mile per hour damaging winds. That'll include Whitley, LaGrange, Noble, Elkhart, and Cosquito counties here in northern Indiana. So if you live in this severe thunderstorm warning, you need to take shelter now. Put as many walls between you from the outside and get away from windows. You got a few minutes if you live closer to Fort Wayne, but this is a destructive 80 mile per hour severe thunderstorm warning. There's also a tornado possible tag for this entire severe thunderstorm warning right now. Ellie says the winds just picked up like crazy. Basement time. That's probably the outflow boundary. But yeah, the winds are going to get really strong, much stronger here over the next few minutes. Thank you, Emerson, for the super chat, and Kat for becoming a member. There are over 275,000 people without power in Northwest Indiana. We're approaching about 1 million without power in Ohio, Indiana, and Illinois combined. Like, there's a lot of people without power right now. And there's a lot of chasers like, you know, Ryan Scholl and Tornado Pagey that are over here near Chicago Heights that are looking at all the damage right now. There's plenty of it out there. I mean, Tornado Pagey's in the neighborhood there in Flossmoor with big time damage. And I believe there was a tornado there earlier. So unsurprisingly, seeing a lot of damage. And there's plenty more to come from what this line of storms is currently doing in Indiana. I think Logansport and Deer Creek are about to get hit pretty hard by damaging wind gusts. If you live in Logansport, I'd be taking shelter right now. Michael says it is very wet here. Can you dry off my feet? Bro, what in the world are we doing out here? Max, your voice gives, quote unquote, I'm tall. How tall are you? Well, I mean, at the end of the day, I am 8'7", so here's some more damage over here in Flossmoor. This is a live drone shot here from Tornado Pagey.
Get up here.
This is probably tornado damage. A roof completely or partially ripped off here in Flossmoor.
Yeah, I definitely think this might have been a brief spin up. For sure. Had roof damage over here somewhere too. See that?
Got multiple roofs actually ripped off. There's at least a couple. Illinois is getting targeted. Seriously, what is even going on here? Illinois is just Illinois is the new tornado alley. Everybody talks about how there's a new tornado alley. Illinois is that tornado alley. Like low key. I think we can officially say Illinois is just straight up tornado alley. For 2026, tornado alley is literally Illinois. And I mean, we could throw Wisconsin in there, I think. I don't know about Indiana. I don't think Indiana's had that. I mean, there's been a decent amount of tornadoes, not that many. But back over near Logansport, I would support a destructive severe thunderstorm warning. Deer Creek, Logansport, Flora. We're looking at velocities between 80 and 90 miles per hour being estimated via radar right now. I think there's reason to issue a destructive severe warning. This is heading quickly down to the south, going towards Frankfort, Kempton, and Tipton. Sheridan and Fishers will also be in the path. This could end up going down towards Indianapolis. But this is turning into quite the damaging line of thunderstorms. Honestly, this might become the new line that we've had. I mean, we've had a very powerful line of thunderstorms ongoing here around the Chicago area, and now it looks like it's kind of splitting a little bit. The more intense portion is now near Lafayette and Kokomo, and the other one near South Bend and Warsaw. Though it's still very strong, it's not nearly as intense when it comes to the precipitation. So I do think this part of the line will stay very strong when it comes to straight line damaging wind gusts up to 80 miles per hour, but the tornado risk will probably wind up being a little bit lower up here. It'll probably increase down here near Indianapolis. So I would expect a destructive severe warning here soon, just north of Indianapolis. Austin over here in Kendallville says the skies are looking kind of gray and low rumbles of thunder, which the most intense part of the line is starting to move towards Syracuse and Leesburg right now. So it's time to take shelter if you're in Syracuse or Leesburg, Indiana. Kosciuszko County. Is that how you say it? That is a long one. Tammy says, thanks for keeping us safe. Chase says, awaiting the wind. It'll be arriving here in a few minutes. Kevin says, my phone off for a severe thunderstorm warning. Well, you are under one. Most recent report of wind that we've had was a 58 mile per hour wind gust over in LaPorte, which I don't think is probably accurate. I think we probably had higher winds than that, but that is the most recent wind report that we've had with this entire line of thunderstorms here over the last half hour to an hour. What's pretty cool is if you look at MRMS radar here for the last few hours, you can see the evolution of this, we believe, derecho that is ongoing right now. I'm going to go and zoom out a little bit here. We're going to take off storm reports, but you can see the line of thunderstorms that's been ongoing here for the last hour or two. Really impressive. It started over in central Iowa around 7 to 8 in the morning. Started all the way back out there to the west. We got a couple tornado warnings north of Davenport earlier this morning, and then it basically slammed Chicago right around 10:30, 11. And it's still going. It's kind of splitting now into two different segments. Apparently, we have some really insane photos and videos that you guys are sending in right now. Let's check them out. Here's a new video from Landon out of Porter County, Indiana, of a semi-truck that was flipped over. That's a Gatorade truck. A Gatorade semi-truck flipped over in Porter County, Indiana from the very intense straight line damaging wind gusts. Wow, this is over in Columbus, Ohio. We had a tree branch on fire on a power line. Unbelievable. Hey, you live for the super chat? Dude, holy crap, the thing just like, this is actually wild. These are some crazy. There's been some crazy photos and videos sent in today, and apparently they keep getting crazier. We have like about 7 more to go through right now. Here's a video from Will County, Illinois. My mother had recorded this while getting my cats into the basement and watching her live stream. This is right before I yelled to her to come down after you mentioned Monty on the live stream. Thank you for always being on top of the crazy weather. Yeah, pretty crazy wind there as well. This is from Stark County of a giant hailstone, probably about 3 inches in diameter. We had one big hailstorm this morning. Here's that car that was flipped over back over in Columbus, Ohio. This person was only a couple minutes from it. A factor for the super chat. Marion? Is it Marion, Indiana? I thought it was Marion. Marion? Oh my God. It's in Frankfort, Indiana. Or Illinois, sorry. Frankfort, Illinois. Apparently their entire building was shaking from the wind. Here's another video here. This is of flooding over in St. John, Indiana. We got flooding, we have high winds, we have tornadoes, we have giant hail. I mean, we had almost everything today. There's very few things that we've not had happen today. Here's a video from Brandy over in Portage, Indiana, specifically on Willow Creek Road in Portage. Honestly, it looks like a war zone over here. Trees are down everywhere. It really looks like a war zone. Jeez. Thank you, Brandy, for sending this video in. All right, we have another video here. This is from Will County, Illinois. What the heck? Storm pressure playing with ceiling tiles. I've never seen this before. What the? Bro, I've never seen anything like this before. Oh. Now, this is insane. I mean, get me out of this building, honestly. I'm leaving it. I have never seen anything like that before. That's actually the first time I've ever seen that. Man. Got some crazy stuff happening. Absolutely crazy stuff from these storms today out here in Illinois and Indiana. I mean, again, these are just some of the videos, again, of all this stuff. I mean, we had a car flipped over from a tornado earlier in Columbus. Just insane. We'll continue to watch for all your photos and videos. We have a lot of you guys sending in stuff. If you have any photos or videos of today's storms, you can scan the QR code or go to our website, maxvelocitywx.com. We're going to continue to check out all the craziness that's been happening. Going back over to live radar again, we have a tornado warning currently that is in effect for those in Elkhart, Goshen, and Napanee. It has been canceled for South Bend. Worst of this storm is right now moving over Syracuse. Very strong winds right now moving towards Kendallville, Wolcottville, and LaGrange. So again, get ready for that. We also have an intensifying part of this line back over to the north of Indianapolis. I would support destructive severe warnings. Kokomo, you got to be taking shelter. We have up to 80-mile-per-hour winds that are quickly moving towards you guys right now. All right, Riley's going to give you an update. He's going to talk about the ceiling video. Go ahead, Riley.
Hey Max, a real quick breakdown of what was happening in that video. So it wasn't actually the pressure difference in the storm. So what we had going on there is basically if we draw the building here, obviously we had some very strong damaging winds occurring there. So what's happening is we have these very strong winds blowing air over the top of the building. And a lot of these buildings, these industrial buildings, they are ventilated on the top side of the building. So what happens is as these winds are moving very, very quick above the building, that pressure and that wind speed has to equalize somehow. So like let's say we have a vent on the top top of this building right here, it is actually going to pull air from inside of the building out the roof of the building itself. And because of that, we're going to see this system or this wind basically be pulled out of the building. And that's what's pulling up the ceiling tiles. So because of that, that is why we're seeing sort of the air move throughout the building, from the building out to the outside. So that's basically just what's happening to equalize the pressure in that area. So that's going to be something that you don't really see very often, but it's going to be probably a very interesting video that's going to be posted all over social media, just because that's not really something you see. We are starting to see the formation of a new line of damaging winds down here to the south. This is going to continue to move off to the east, and this is going to be what we start talking about here mainly as we begin to see our original derecho or likely derecho start to fall apart in the north.
Hey, Riley, for the update. So yeah, again, very fascinating video with the tiles. Not something that you see very often. I've never seen it before. Hey, Lorette for the super chat. Scary day. Love your coverage. Well, I appreciate that. Thank you for tuning in. Also, a huge shout out to Jen as well for the $20 super chat, saying, do you think this will fizzle out by the time it gets to Fort Wayne? No. You guys are going to get hit by this. Regardless of the intensity right now, I mean, it is still producing 80-mile-per-hour winds. I do think there will be a pretty elevated wind threat here for the next hour or two. I don't think this line is going to remain very intense, as I've been talking about. I think it's going to weaken over time, but it will still be producing wind as it gets into the Fort Wayne area. And back over to the north of Indianapolis, we're looking at mainly a damaging wind threat right now. Again, that is near Flora and Kokomo. This right here is going to probably become the more dominant line of thunderstorms with damaging wind gusts up to 80 miles per hour possible. I'm still a little surprised they have not issued a higher end severe thunderstorm warning for that activity yet. Also, this is what it looks like out there in Monty, Illinois. I know we've had some viewers tuning in from this particular town, and we've seen a lot of damage out here.
All right, back to trying to find a bathroom that has power. Because that...
A lot of tree damage for the most part from what we've seen. We've had some buildings damaged.
It's kind of wild to see how...
Oh my God, look at this video, guys.
I mean,
this is from Frankfort, Illinois. Major fire from lightning. That is unbelievable. We've had multiple fires. This is probably one of the craziest ones. Honestly, this is definitely wild. You got a tree branch up in a power line and it catches fire. The wind and damage that we've seen today has been nothing short of just wild. I do think a lot of people did anticipate today to be big when it comes to wind and all that, but it's just pretty wild. And if you have photos and videos, you can send them to us. We have a lot of people sending photos and videos, so it's going to take a little bit of time for us to get through every single one of them, but we're going to try to show as many as possible. The tornado warning here in northern Indiana will probably be allowed to expire here in 4 minutes. I don't think they're going to reissue one for this part of the line. The wind, for the most part, has been the more of the concerning feature. I think a lot of it has been, at least the northern segment of this line has been weakening over the last half hour when it comes to the tornado threat. The wind threat is still very elevated, though. The winds off the ground even are still over 70 miles per hour. And with how intense this line of thunderstorms was when it went through Chicago and Lake Michigan, it's going to remain intense probably at least through Fort Wayne, regardless of how it looks radar presentation wise. So it is still important to take this destructive severe thunderstorm warning seriously for the 80 mile per hour damaging wind threat that is currently ongoing. They have a tornado possible tag on this. Again, I'm not seeing much of a tornado risk at this time, but if anything changes, I will definitely let you know. I'm not seeing much there. I really think this cluster that is forming right now north of Indianapolis is going to be much more concerning here over the next, couple of hours as it continues to go up. We are looking at a major wind threat right now moving through Kokomo, and it's only going to continue to get, I think, worse as this line pushes down to the south and east. Currently impacting Russiaville, Sharpsville Center, Tipton, and Kempton are all going to be in line for that. There's a new severe thunderstorm warning for those in Fishers, Frankfort, Tipton, north of Indianapolis. That is for 70-mile-per-hour damaging winds and also quarter-sized hail. We got more major tree damage and more major damage in general over here in Flossmoor, Illinois. This is Storm Chaser Tornado Pagey. There's a stop sign. Stop sign? What stop sign? Can't even see the stop sign here. It's kind of buried into the trees with major tree damage. Definitely not what you want to see here. Thank you, Earl, for the gift.
Anything there?
But again, that is more damage there in Flossmoor, and we're only going to continue to see even more of that here over the next few hours. Our storm chasers right now, including Ryan Scholl and Tornado Pagey, they are located there just south of Oak Lawn in the southern metro of Chicago, where there's, again, a lot of damage from both straight line winds, but also even from tornadoes. I believe the damage that Tornado Pagey is looking at is from a tornado. As a reminder, if you are in Chicago, Portage, or Hammond, or Valparaiso, and you're still tuning in, we do have a lakeshore flood warning. That is because of all of the wind. It is actually pushing some of the water from the lake back onto shore, but it's also leading to all the rain that we've had is leading to an elevated flooding risk on top of that. So if you live in these areas and you're traveling out there right now, turn around, don't drown, do not follow cars just because they're driving through floodwaters. Floodwaters are very dangerous to drive through. Got a few more radar scans that have just come in on our line of thunderstorms. Got a little bit of rotation right now near Kimmel, just north of Cromwell. It's not much, but there's a little bit of rotation there. I think it's mostly straight line winds at this time, but that will be the area that we're looking at least for low-end tornado potential. That is heading towards Wolcottville, Kendallville, LaGrange are some of the locations that are in the path of those little areas of rotation. Further down to the south, over near Troy, Ohio, we do have a severe thunderstorm warning here. That is for damaging wind gusts up to 60 miles per hour. They have also put out a tornado possible tag on this severe thunderstorm warning. We do have some live shots from the Troy area. And this is one of them. This is looking northeast. Let me get the northwestern camera. Oh, maybe that one's out. We have a couple live shots, though, out here in Troy. These are some of the Miami County, Ohio live cameras. And right now, it's pretty ominous from what we can see. But there's a potential tornado risk that is trying to form within this line. It'll be near Covington. So we're going to keep an eye on this line as it moves down to the south and east. For the time being, mainly a straight line wind threat, though. Also, Tornado Pagey just came up on a flooded roadway. They are now going through even more tree debris. Hey, Jonathan, for the $10 super chat, what are your thoughts on Southwest Columbus, Ohio for later today into the overnight? Should I be watching closely, or do you think it'll be die down by tonight? I think we're gonna have an intense line of thunderstorms. It'll probably produce damaging winds in your area. This is a pretty unpredictable situation. A lot of the time when we get lines of thunderstorms this time of the year, or really any storms, they can change rapidly. So it's most important if you are in Columbus, Dayton, or Indianapolis to just be staying on alert right now and be prepared, because you might see a storm, and if you do, it's going to be significant. If you don't see a storm, then that's obviously a good thing, but these are very hard to predict. What's happening right now, though, is that our original line of thunderstorms is weakening in northern Indiana, despite there still being 80-mile-per-hour winds. This over here is becoming our new line of thunderstorms. So this will end up probably being much more intense here over the next hour or two as it continues to track to the south and east. But this will be more so impacting Indianapolis and Dayton within the foreseeable future. We've had some reports recently of rotating wall clouds within this line of thunderstorms. That is over there. That's probably the storm that's down near Greenville now and Troy. So those areas are starting to probably at least see some broad rotation. Highest wind right now across the board is located near Michigantown, Indiana. That is where winds are currently being estimated via radar around 80 miles per hour. We do have a live shot right over near the interstate near Thorntown. This is what it looks like live out there right now, right along I-65. You can see the conditions are not the best. It is raining out there, but the worst of the wind is still a little bit off to the east of where this camera location is. And this is live just south or just north of Indianapolis. This is located over near Noblesville. Ominous skies off to the north, and it's only going to get more dangerous over the next hour as this line moves to the south. Squid with the super chat says, Sawyer, if you're watching the stream right now, I'm eating Dairy Queen. There's no way we're super chatting for me to say that. Thank you, Nikki, for the gift. So much for being able to see the meteor shower tonight. Yeah, if you're trying to watch the meteor shower tonight, you might be cooked over here. Per with the $20 super chat says, will Cincinnati get anything else today? I think Cincinnati's going to be mainly a wind threat, and I think this line of thunderstorms will impact Cincinnati tonight. We got some more photos and videos that are being sent in. Here's a new photo from Cook County, Illinois, of a giant tree down. It looks like maybe on top of a trampoline or some patio furniture or something like that. Hard to tell. Here's a photo of trees down on power lines and sheds in Portage. There's another video from Lansing, Illinois, for some very intense straight line damaging wind gusts, which is something that we've seen pretty much all day today. Got tree branches and parts of trees being ripped down. This is over in Columbus, Ohio. What the heck happened here? Oh my God. This is unbelievable. This is probably from a tornado. I do believe we had a tornado here in Columbus. I mean, this damage looks definitely tornadic. Everything got ripped to shreds inside of this little office building, it looks like. There's some first-hand damage, or first-hand look at the damage here. Yeah, that looks like tornado damage. Part of this building got ripped apart. Here's another video here. This one is sent in by Trevor in Dublin, Ohio. Wind took out a small tree at PetSmart. Not the PetSmart tree. Man, this has been unbelievable. If you guys have photos and videos, once again, you can go to our website or scan the QR code, maxvelocitywx.com. Again, videos that we've been getting sent in have just been unbelievable. I mean, this has been, I honestly, like, out of all the days that we've covered this year, like, this is a new program that we have this year where you can send in photos and videos. And I think by far, out of any day this year, this has been the day that has had the craziest photo and video submissions. And that's saying something. I mean, we've had some crazy severe weather days. By far, this is topping the list, I think, in terms of what we've been seeing getting sent in. How's Indianapolis going to be? A big wind threat for Indianapolis. I think Indianapolis is going to get hit pretty hard by damaging wind gusts. I was back over in Columbus, Ohio this morning, which is where we did have a tornado. This is over in Porter County, Indiana. There was a Gatorade semi-truck that got flipped over here. Hammond, Indiana was absolutely wrecked by the damaging winds. Multiple trees were uprooted. It's also Dyer, Indiana. Major damage there as well. Luckily, the house was still intact. It's in Tinley Park, sent in by an anonymous person. Imagine driving in this. Jeez. I've been sneezing a lot recently. I don't know if there's just a lot of pollen or something, but it might be my allergies or something, but they're bad. They are getting bad right now. Here's more major damage over in Crest Hill, Illinois. Old barn collapse in Crest Hill from earlier today. By the way, guys, if you have a place, if you have like a business, a tower, or anything like that where we can put a live camera on it, we're going to be putting up a bunch of live cameras here over the next few months across, like, the Midwest, Illinois, Indiana, Wisconsin. Feel free to send me an email. There's an email down below, info@maxvelocitywx.com. We are looking to put up cameras in a lot of good places. That way we can get even more live shots of these storms rolling in. Definitely looking at the Chicago suburbs as one of those key places that we want some cameras in. Hey, Miranda from Coming to Maximum Velocity member. It's over in Makina, Illinois from earlier today. What is that right there? Is that supposed to go to like a lawnmower? What is that? There's a pot in the middle of the road. Somebody lost their plant. We got a pot in the middle of this road. Somebody's chair got flung. Got flying chairs. That's a lawn chair? Oh, shoot. Bro, it look. Bro, don't say OMG, that's a chair. I can't even tell that's a chair. How can you even tell that's a chair? I mean, I can now I can see. Okay, now I can see it, bro. It looks like this is a bag right here. And this is like something that you attach to the lawnmower. I don't know. My God, I'm stupid. This is over in Chicago from earlier too, with a giant shell cloud rolling in. Got multiple videos of that. Giant tree uprooted over in Oswego, Illinois. Person over in New Lenox, Illinois, said the sky turned green and the wind was crazy. No power. Thank you, Metal, for the $10 super chat. Looking out for my crew. How's the day for Jeffersonville, Ohio looking? You could easily see a line of thunderstorms. I think it's just important to stay on alert. Like, again, across the board, it's going to be hard to predict this line of thunderstorms ongoing. It's easy to predict within an hour, but if you're looking at like 4 hours down the line, you could see storms, you might not. It's very unpredictable. It's from Chesterton, Indiana, sent in by David. Steven with the $10 super chat says is Dallas Fort Worth going to experience wildfires? I don't think so. Thank you, Miller, for the 5 get to memberships. All right, we'll keep looking at photos and videos here soon. If you guys have any more photos and videos, you can scan the QR code or go to our website, maxvelocitywx.com. Rusty over here in Columbus, Ohio, also has another photo here of damage in Berliner Park. Some more trees uprooted there. We got another video here too. This is from Valparaiso. My sister got caught up in her Tesla in Valparaiso. This is scary. We had up to 80 to 90 mile per hour winds go through Valparaiso earlier. But again, if you have photos and videos, you can send them in to us. We'll go back to that in a second. Go back over to live radar. We do have a pretty intense line of thunderstorms making its way down towards Fishers and Indianapolis right now, which is rapidly organizing. Damaging winds, the big concern right now. We have velocity still being measured up to 85 miles per hour. This is actually a live shot right now, pretty close to where this is located, which this camera is shaking a lot right now on I-65. That's back over to the south of Frankfurt. So pretty intense line of thunderstorms developing right now. Tornado threat will be increasing as well with this line as it moves down to the south and east. Back up near Fort Wayne, all of the severe thunderstorm warnings here have been downgraded to 60 mile per hour winds. So the wind is definitely not nearly as intense. Some of the velocities are still up to 70. So if you're in Fort Wayne, I would still be prepared for up to 70 mile per hour winds, because there might actually end up being still some, pretty strong winds embedded in this line of thunderstorms as this line continues to push down to the east, southeast. Fort Wayne, Albert, Huntertown, and Hudson going to be in line for the strongest of winds here over the next half hour. If you live over near Defiance, Van Wert, and Ottawa, even though this is a weakening part of the line, it will probably still stay intense enough to cause some tree damage and maybe knock down some power lines and power poles. So definitely still prepare now ahead of time. I don't know what you're saying, Jenna, but thank you for tuning in. Back over here in Indianapolis, this is going to be the main story, though. Over here near Dayton, they have downgraded our severe thunderstorm warning to a special weather statement. So mainly a gusty wind threat currently heading towards Dayton and Troy. Strongest winds are being measured right now on the west side of Troy. There's actually a small area of 63 mile per hour winds that are being measured via radar right now. We are keeping an eye right now on the live cameras that we have over here in Troy, which there are a couple that we're going to be keeping an eye on for. There's one bottom middle of your screen that should have a pretty good view of the storm coming in here over the next few minutes. So if you're in Troy, I'd be staying away from windows for gusty winds, maybe an isolated damaging wind gust as that moves through. And then for those over in West Virginia, also near the Pikeville area of Kentucky, we have a line of thunderstorms making its approach with 60 mile per hour winds being the main concern, in addition to the potential of some very small hail, a lot of lightning with this line. Luckily, this line is going to be weakening over time, but it's already caused a lot of damage, including that tornado that happened in Columbus earlier today. I do think Indianapolis is going to be the big talk here for the next hour or so with a rapidly increasing damaging wind threat in addition to a potential tornado risk with this line of thunderstorms moving in right now. Thank you, Ryan, for the $10 super chat. I've been driving through the storm for the last hour and 45 minutes. I started in Chicago and driving through Kalamazoo. There's a bunch of trees down and debris on the highway. It's pretty easy to stay. I mean, honestly, it's hard, like for chasers, for example. All the chasers had one chance of being in this line. Most of them were over there in Chicago. The line is moving so fast, no chaser can keep up with it. And it's going to be hard to keep up with even if you're just a normal driver moving west to east. But over here in Indianapolis, probably a little bit easier because these storms are barely moving right now in Indianapolis. This is slow moving thunderstorms. Thank you, Guard, for the $20 super chat. Thank you, Average, for the super chat. How's Northwest Indiana looking? I think Northwest Indiana is starting to chill out now. I do think the risk of severe weather for the remainder of the day here in the Chicago area should be low. I don't think it's zero, but I do think it's low. Could see a couple more storms later tonight, but generally speaking, any sort of major threat of severe weather is going to be on the low side of things. Tomorrow, I think we're going to see another round. Again. We might be live again for Illinois and Indiana tomorrow for these same exact areas for damaging wind gusts and even possibly tornadoes again. I'm not even kidding. Like, there's probably going to be another round. I don't think it'll be as intense as today, but yeah, I don't think we're going anywhere with these live streams. Tomorrow looks like another stream day for the same exact area. And the SPC just updated tomorrow's outlook. So today is, again, an enhanced risk. It still is. Tomorrow is a slight risk for Springfield, Indianapolis. I could see them expanding this north. We do have a 2% tornado risk right now for Springfield, Indianapolis, Evansville, and Louisville. And then today's risk, again, mainly for Indianapolis, Columbus, Cincinnati, Maysville, Paintsville, Lexington. 2% tornado risk is in place. Anywhere from Davenport back into Pikeville. So it's a pretty large area that we're looking at for an elevated risk of both damaging wind gusts, but even the possibility of a tornado threat. This is live back over in Troy, Ohio right now. Storm is starting to roll in. I think there's a slightly better shot here. This is a better live shot. Look at this. That is what it looks like out there in Troy right now. It is blue. We got blue skies out here in Troy. Anybody tuning in from Troy? Winds are starting to pick up too. This is where we had that strawberry festival like a month or two ago. People are hiding under trees. I don't think anybody's hiding under a tree right now. Everybody's actually doing the right thing. Did anybody see that video of somebody getting struck by lightning in Florida the other day? There was a guy there was like a couple people like on a golf cart, and they were like under a tree during a thunderstorm with golf clubs. Probably the stupidest thing I've ever seen, though. Like, first off, don't be under a tree. It's probably the worst thing that you can do. But second off, like, I don't know. I feel like there's just sometimes a lack of like weather knowledge for some people. I don't get it. Like, taller an object is, the easier lightning is to strike it. And that goes for, you know, a tree. Golf clubs are obviously very attractive for lightning. Like, it doesn't make much sense. That's live over there in Troy, so we'll keep an eye on that. That is where we do have a severe or a strong thunderstorm. I honestly think this should be severe. We do have a pocket of winds right now on the west side of Troy that are currently producing wind gusts of around 60 miles per hour, estimated by radar. As moving out to the southeast, Tip City and Vidalia, you guys are in the path of that. Back over in Indianapolis, we still have a large swath of 70 to 80 mile per hour winds that'll be moving into Indianapolis here over the next several minutes. We do have some live cameras that are going to be hit by this, I think, over the next few minutes. A lot of the traffic cameras are starting to see this activity move in. That is a live shot there over near Hortonville. This is also near Westfield. So the winds are beginning to intensify here now. This part of the line is not as fast as the one that we had moving through Chicago earlier. It's moving like southeast at about 30 miles per hour, but it should speed up with time. If you're tuning in right now from the Noblesville area, wind's going to be picking up here pretty quickly. This camera is just shaking like madness. I think it's probably because it's loose. We have some loose cameras over here on the north side of Indianapolis. Starting to see the rain come down, though, in Indianapolis, so it should get more intense here over the next few minutes as this line pushes from north to south. And this line is quickly organizing. I do think we'll probably end up getting a tornado warning or two at some point here soon as this line continues to organize. But for the time being, it is still a little bit disorganized. Here's that live shot here in Troy, Ohio. Wind is now starting to pick up again. Mostly gusty winds for the time being. Thank you, Ahmed, for the super chat. Tuned in from Cleveland, Ohio. How's it looking for tonight? I don't think there'll be much in Cleveland. I think Cleveland will be a little bit more chill than most of these other areas. Thank you, Randa, for becoming a member. I'm getting super hungry. So I got up today, I want to say about 30 minutes before we went live today, and didn't really get to eat, so I need food. What are you guys thinking for lunch? Are we getting like a Wawa smoothie or something like that? That might be the play. That's what we're gonna get. Culver's? I would get Culver's. The only problem is it'd be hard to eat anything from there. I did have Culver's yesterday, actually. I got their shrimp. Their shrimp are really good. We do have a new severe thunderstorm warning for all of Indianapolis. That'll be for 70 mile per hour damaging winds and quarter-sized hail. So if you live in Indianapolis, Brownsburg, Greenwood, you got to get ready for an increasing damaging wind threat. I am monitoring the tornado risk here over near Zionsville. There isn't anything yet that's happening, but I think in a few minutes there could be a tornado threat that tries to form. There's an outflow boundary that's located right here, and this line is starting to push south. And so as that happens, I do think there will at least be some level of a tornado threat. We just got a report of about dime-sized hail over in Lebanon a moment ago, so we're starting to get some reports now of hail. Gary says, working from home, Max is on in the background. Well, thanks for tuning in. Matt says, am I cooked? You're kind of getting cooked right now. Caitlin says it's getting dark in southeastern Fishers. And then Charlie over here is, please don't tell me I'm the path of a destructive tornado. Well, good news, you're not. There's no tornado down right now. But I do think a tornado risk is starting to increase over here near Zionsville. There's a little hook that's starting to form there. And that would be heading right into the city of Indianapolis here over the next few minutes. About a week or two ago, we did have a tornado that actually did hit Indianapolis. I don't know if you guys heard about it. It wasn't very strong, but there was a tornado in Indianapolis. This is back over in Troy right now. Also, this is live in Fishers, Indiana, which it's really dark out there. On the left side of your screen, you can see the storm starting to roll in right now. It is awfully dark here in Fishers. As some people have been saying in the chat, too, it's getting darker and darker. While that's happening, it's also getting windier over near Zionsville. This is actually a live shot in Zionsville. Got a pretty good view of the trees here. Hey, West Michigan for the $10 super chat. If you get a smoothie, don't spill it. Wasn't planning on it. We are getting a smoothie. We'll have another radar scan in a second, but again, if you're tuning in from Indianapolis, we do have an increasing risk of damaging winds and a possible tornado threat that could develop here over the next 20 to 30 minutes. For the next few minutes, things are remaining calm, but I do think that'll change here shortly. We also have live storm chaser Carmen Parmello. He is currently live in Indianapolis. So he's out here right now on the northwest side of Indianapolis. He has a live on-the-ground shot of what's happening out there, so we're going to keep tabs on him. Wow, look at this shot here. This is live on the north side of Indianapolis. Giant shelf clouds rolling in right now. It is dark. Got a lot of you guys starting to tune in from Indianapolis right now. Carmen Parmello has a really good view here of that shelf cloud here from downtown Indianapolis. We'll go back to him in a second. He just lost connection. Back to that in a second. This is the Michaela just said I'm at work right now and I walk home. Well, you probably shouldn't walk home anytime soon because you're going to get hit by wind pretty easily here. I am surprised we do not have a severe thunderstorm warning right now in Ohio for the storm near Troy. Troy, Tip City, and West Milton are currently seeing 50 to 60 mile per hour winds. This is a live shot right now in Troy. A little surprised by there not being a severe warning here. If you live over in Troy, Vandalia, or Dayton, I'd begin prepared for 60 mile per hour straight line wind gusts over the next several minutes. There are reports coming out of this area from our line of thunderstorms earlier that there are numerous tree branches down, as well as looks like a large dent into a roof and a shattered windshield. So conditions obviously have already been pretty treacherous out here. That is moving down to the south and east right now, heading towards Dayton and Springfield. We do have a little localized radar site, too, over Tip City, which is where that strongest wind is. No active tornado threat for that little cluster. That could change, though, with time. We'll have to wait and see. Fort Wayne's now getting hit by damaging wind gusts up to 60 miles per hour. Not sure if anybody out here in Fort Wayne has seen anything crazy, but Emily's saying it's windy with all caps. Somebody said it looks like it's nighttime over there in Auburn. No severe warnings in effect right now in Michigan, which is always good to see. But over here in Fort Wayne, very intense straight line winds are continuing. Indianapolis is getting slammed right now, or about to get slammed by some really strong winds. No tornado risk again right now, but we do have that little outflow boundary that's starting to get attached to the line of thunderstorms. So this area here is where we're going to be watching at least a low-end tornado threat try to form here over the next 15 to 20 minutes. This is also live on the north side of Indianapolis. Wind is really starting to pick up quickly here. Conditions are going to deteriorate very quickly over the next few minutes. This is also Zionsville. Hey, Juice, for the 5-month membership as a Velocity sponsor. Aren't we on Eastern time zone now? Are we on Eastern time, guys? I think we might have transitioned to Eastern time. I never know the dividing line. I think Indianapolis is Eastern. I could be wrong. It starts somewhere over here. It is? All right. Oh, we're changing our time zone. It is, wow. I don't know if it's just really windy or if all the wind is kicking up dirt and dust over here because there's like some construction zone right here and it's reducing visibility a lot right now on I-465. That is not ideal if you're traveling right now. Hey, Benjamin for the $10 super chat. I'm in Fort Wayne. It's crazy here right now. Sounds like it's crazy out there in Fort Wayne. This is another live shot over. This is a live shot in Fort Wayne. Wouldn't say conditions are terrible here, but I've had a few people say it's pretty windy out there. Well, here's one camera that's on the leading edge of the line. It's definitely more windy on this camera. So definitely make sure that you're staying away from windows if you're over there in the Fort Wayne area. Nate over here on the north side of Indianapolis near Fisher says it's windy, lightning, heavy rain in Carmel, Indiana. Happy birthday, Nate. Apparently, we're getting sent some really crazy shelf clouds. I don't know if it's from this line right now. Let's check it out. We got some more photos and videos have been sent in. This is from Homewood, Illinois, of another uprooted tree. Here's a video from Portage, Indiana of a lot of damage, a lot of tree branches down. It's slowing down traffic on the Portage, Indiana toll road. Give yourself some extra time going home tonight if you are traveling home, or if you're just traveling in general. There's a lot of damage out there on roadways. This is an old car that had a tree land on it over in Portage, Indiana. This is a wild shelf cloud. This is from Winchester, Indiana. If you guys do have any photos and videos of that shelf cloud, you can send it in to us on our website, maxvelocitywx.com. We have more tree damage over here from Nick in Chesterton. Here's a video from Frankfort, Indiana. A lot of water running on the roadway here. And this is from Elkhart, Indiana, of a semi rolled over on I-65 near Lowell. We've had at least a few semis flipped over. I said it before we really had anything happening, but I did kind of expect there would be semis flipped over, especially with these winds mostly going west to east before. Now they're kind of going more north to south in Indianapolis, but before it was going west to east. And with, you know, any semi going the opposite direction, going south to north or north to south, the crosswinds are going to take the semi down. Adam over here in Will County, Illinois, has a damaged vehicle with all sorts of trees on it. This is on Frankfort on 195th and 116th Street. Here's another photo here from this, actually from Tip City, Ohio, of a giant shelf cloud. Wow. This is from a mighty Ohio. Ohio has some crazy storms. That is a wild shelf cloud. It's near Dayton. Hey, Psychotic, for becoming a member. Absolute mothership of a storm out here in Ohio. This person's just a storm chaser. I think they're on I think it's a semi truck. I can't tell. Here's another photo here from Troy. Thank you, Quinn, for sending that in. If you have any photos and videos, you can send them in to us. QR codes on your screen, or go to our website, maxvelocitywx.com. But once again, if you are in Indianapolis, we got a really intense line of thunderstorms making its way in right now. Damaging winds is going to be the big concern here. Low non-zero tornado risk may develop with this line as it moves in. Not seeing any imminent tornado threat, but we'll continue to keep an eye on this line as it moves into Indianapolis. I think it's going to be pretty intense. Storm chaser Carbon Parmello is currently located here in Indianapolis. This is what he's looking at live right now. He's underneath the whale's mouth. He's underneath the shelf cloud. He's pretty much in this thing right now.
Downtown. I want to get a good shot of downtown with the storms coming over. I actually got a, let's see, there's still landing planes at the airport. You can see a big.
How do you get max calls? You can go to maxalert.net. If you want to get phone calls from me when you're under a warning,
for a while.
You can sign up for MaxAlert at maxalert.net.
But we're going to go to downtown and get a good setup for this MCS that's coming through. Looks like maybe 75 mile per hour wind gusts. We had some good shelf clouds, some good shelf cloud action a little earlier, but
that's a shelf cloud right there, though, here in Indianapolis.
Trying to get in a good spot so I can get a good time lapse and get some good structure shots. But this thing's moving pretty quickly. I'm trying to get ahead of it.
We'll go back to him in a second. Riley has an update. Go ahead, Riley.
Hey, Max, we did just get a new mesoscale discussion for Indiana, Ohio, and a very small portion of Kentucky. This is tracking the next line of damaging winds with potential wind gusts up to 80 miles an hour.
Hey, Riley, for the update. So if you live in Indianapolis, Crawfordsville, Muncie, Richmond, Wilmington, and Cincinnati, damaging wind threat is really quickly increasing. And so we're going to be talking about up to 80 mile per hour damaging wind gusts and maybe a couple of tornadoes within this line as it continues to push down to the south and east. So get ready. Prepare now. If anything, says to prepare now, like what we saw earlier, it's definitely a good idea to prepare now for this very intense line. We also now have a severe warning for Dayton, Ohio, Springfield, and Fairborn. That'll be for 60 mile per hour damaging wind gusts. The worst of that wind right now is moving into Vandalia. It'll be approaching Dayton here in a few minutes, so it's a good idea right now to stay away from windows. Wow. Look at that. This is live. That is in Dayton. Holy moly. That is live in Dayton right now. Bro. Dayton, Ohio, prepare for the worst. No, not actually. Kidding. Bro, this looks like a tidal wave, though, coming to Dayton. If you're in Dayton right now, I would try to go take a picture of this. Don't go outside because there's lightning, but this thing's insane. Oh, Lord, she coming. Wow. Well, I didn't really expect to click on that camera and see that. So it looks like in Springfield. Springfield doesn't look as cool. Springfield, Ohio does not look nearly as cool. Well, we're going to keep an eye on that. That's pretty sick. That is pretty gnarly. Apparently, we have hail falling over in Indianapolis or on the north side. This is a live shot. Apparently, there's been some small hail falling on I-69. This would be on the northwest side of Indianapolis. They just actually expanded our severe thunderstorm warning. They expanded it further south. So it does include Indianapolis, Franklin, Greenwood, Morristown. Again, big time wind threat moving into the Indianapolis area right now. The highest winds are going to be over the Zionsville and Meridian Hills area. So take shelter. If you're in this area, they did expand the severe thunderstorm watch as well. It now includes Seymour, Greensburg, and Columbus. Mainly a straight line damaging wind threat. We are also watching an isolated tornado risk as well. This is all tracking to the south-southeast right now. So stay away from windows and get to the lowest floor possible. If you are in the severe thunderstorm warning, and then if you're in the severe thunderstorm watch, it's a good idea to be staying on alert right now as this line continues to push down to the south. Man, Ohio is just looking insane right now. This giant shelf cloud is the leading edge of at least some damaging wind gusts of around 60 miles per hour. I actually wouldn't be surprised if we were approaching 70-mile-per-hour winds right now, approaching Fairborn and Dayton, Ohio. So if you live in Dayton or Fairborn, I'd be staying away from windows here. Hey, Royal and add-on for the gifts. Also, thank you, Colby, for the super chat. I don't know about any earthquakes today. I'll go back to that in a second. Go back to Indianapolis. Actually, let me go back to Fort Wayne. We haven't checked in on Fort Wayne in a while. Fort Wayne's still dealing with damaging wind gusts, despite this looking atrocious on reflectivity in terms of organization of a line of thunderstorms. It is still producing some level of damaging wind gusts. Velocities are still measuring up to 80 miles per hour well off the ground. So I do think the wind is still pretty strong over here in Fort Wayne. I don't think it's 80 miles per hour anymore. It's probably around 60 to 65. But Ohio and Western Ohio, definitely stay on alert. It's pretty easy for trees to fall down over here, so power outages are definitely on the table near Paulding, Defiance, Hicksville, and Farmer. And Indianapolis is only a few minutes away from getting hit by 70-mile-per-hour damaging winds. Alex says they're currently casting lightning bolts. I guess, bro. Michael says, very dark and windy. Lucy says, crazy lightning happening here in Fishers. Stay safe, everyone. And then Evelyn over here in Greenfield says, let's go. Hopefully no flips on I-70. This is what it looks like out there on the north side of Indianapolis. You can barely see anything right now. Visibility is down near half a mile to a quarter of a mile. This is back over near Dayton. Got somebody in the chat saying downtown Indianapolis is starting to get dark and windy. We don't have really a good live shot, I don't think, of the shelf cloud rolling into downtown Indianapolis. Storm Chaser Carmen Parmelo's in downtown. This is what it looks like underneath the shelf cloud. You can see all the dust being kicked up right now from the strong winds leading edge of the line.
Dusty storm.
Thank you, Gabe, for the $20 super chat. Hello from Ohio, Paranormal Unknown. I just want to say thanks for, I just want to say thanks and let you know that we're going to put a camera on our equipment trailer for you. Sounds good. Thank you for the super chat. Thank you, Psychotic, for the super chat. How many of you guys right now are tuning in from downtown Indianapolis? What it looks like out there right now. It's starting to get windy. If you guys were hoping to look at the meteor shower tonight over here in the Ohio Valley, I have bad news for you. I don't know if that's going to happen. I don't think the conditions are going to be very good here for the meteor shower tonight. This shelf cloud looks absolutely wild right now that's moving into Dayton. This thing's actually insane. This live shot over here in Indianapolis, apparently near the Sultana Cafe and Hookah Bar. This is kind of a similar view to what Carmen Parmelo has over here in Indianapolis. You can see all the dust and dirt being kicked up out in the horizon there from all the strong winds. Hey, Anthony, for the super chat. Do you know what the forecast for hurricane season is going to be around the first week of September? Is it too early to tell? It's a little bit too early to tell. This hurricane season's pretty much cooked, but El Nino is so intense that it's shearing almost everything apart out there in the Atlantic. But we do have some areas of development. I think we'll get a tropical storm here in a few days in the eastern Atlantic, and that might do something, but we'll have to wait and see. I think the problem is, again, the El Nino is just so intense this year. I don't think we're going to see that much. If we do see anything, though, it'll probably be very intense in the Atlantic Ocean just due to the fact that, you know, the environment is just continuing to get more and more ripe. Water temperatures are warm, completely untapped environment pretty much. Riley has an update. Go ahead, Riley.
Hey, Max, so we just got a new mesoscale discussion for Virginia, North Carolina, West Virginia, Tennessee, and Kentucky. This is for damaging winds less than severe intensity and hail less than severe intensity. So we're not going to see watch for this area because everything should be sub-severe.
Thank you for the update. So any part of this line that's been intense all day, I mean, this is the one that produced that tornado over near Columbus earlier. This line is going to continue to mainly just produce wind, but it should be weakening in nature as it moves over the Appalachian Mountains, but still stay alert. We have a couple severe warnings still left over down here, but you can clearly see on radar, there's not really much intensity left. The only intense stuff is mainly near Pikeville and Williamson, where there is still damaging wind gusts up to about 60 miles per hour right now. Back over near Dayton and Springfield, that's where we have that crazy live shot on the bottom right of your screen. No active tornado threat here, but damaging winds are quickly approaching Dayton. This person named IB over here says wind is picking up just south of Dayton, saying it looks insane. The storm looks like Nick Chubb is the best running back. I guess, bro. I just don't know about that. He peaked like 5 years ago, didn't he? Hey, Life Near for becoming a member. Here's a live shot here in Dayton of that shelf cloud rolling in. Should have some more really cool views of this storm as it gets closer to Cincinnati. Here's another live shot too. This is from Springfield, the downtown area, but again, not as cool a view as this one. This view is definitely cooler. And now the wind's starting to pick up. So here comes that really intense surge of wind, which could be up to 70 miles per hour. Here comes the wind, and it's blue. Flew like a lollipop out here. I just got a really difficult question to answer from somebody named Andrew in the chat saying, will there be weather? Will there be weather? I don't know, man. It could be sunny outside, and technically there's weather. There's weather everywhere. We just had a new, this is a delayed measurement, but we just had a delayed measurement come in from Gary Airport, Indiana, of a 99-mile-per-hour wind gust. That happened 2 hours ago, but that is pretty wild. That's the highest wind number that we've had confirmed today. We've probably had higher than that, but that's the highest confirmed measurement so far. We did have a 100-mile-per-hour severe thunderstorm warning for that area. Here's another live shot from Indianapolis. Winds are starting to get stronger there right now. We just got a new severe thunderstorm warning for Newcastle, Rushville, Greenfield for 60-mile-per-hour winds and quarter-sized hail. Worst of the wind should be going right through the heart of Indianapolis over the next 15 to 20 minutes. And again, back over here in Springfield, that's where we do have damaging wind gusts up to about 65, 70 miles per hour, going towards Fairborn and also going towards Cedarville and Xenia. And guys, we got shame. We got a semi-truck parked under the overpass. Come on, man. Bottom middle of your screen, we got shame again. When are people going to learn to not park under an overpass? Unbelievable. Hey, Shrek for the gift. Dayton is dark as explicatives. Yes, it is dark. This is what it looks like in Dayton. I mean, that's at least one live shot. Hey, this person just answered your question, Andrew. Yes, Andrew, there will be weather. Bang. Thank you for the update. Thank you for participating there, Else. Hoping this picks up in pace. I have a scrimmage to go to in Pleasant Hill, and I need to leave by 3. Well, you got 45 minutes to leave. I don't know if you're going to have much luck. Well, I don't know what your scrimmage is, but it's probably going to be raining there for the next few hours. I don't think it's going anywhere. These storms are going to be kind of training over each other a little bit, so probably not the best day to have a scrimmage. Hey, Max, we're watching at the fire station over local coverage. Thanks for tuning in there from Cicero. Huge shout out to the fire department for watching us. It's kind of funny. We have like local businesses, especially in like Chicago, that like will have us on TV, like whenever we're live. It's pretty cool. You know, it would be cool. Really, like, I think it would be kind of cool to have. But what if like our second channel, More Max Velocity, we have a 24/7 stream on there. What if when we went live, it would automatically stream this stream as well? So that like, if you wanted to technically watch our channel 24/7, you could. Where you could have our like live cameras, live weather radar, all that on whenever we're not live. And then when we do go live, it just automatically would go to our stream. So if you're, you know, one of those people that owns a business or something, be, I think, kind of cool. Yeah, but I think that's a really good idea. We should do that. Well, that shelf class moved through Springfield or through Dayton now. Can't really see it anymore, at least in downtown Dayton. But wind is still pretty strong. We got 65-mile-per-hour winds being measured via radar here in Fairborn and Riverside. So the worst wind's about to cross over I-5 675 here. Going to be approaching Yellow Springs, Cedarville, and Xenia here over the next 10 to 15 minutes. So stay away from windows if you are in this area. Back over in Indianapolis, the worst of the wind again is impacting Indianapolis right now. Not really seeing much of a tornado risk with this currently. The outflow boundary is still out in front of the storms. Pretty strong surge of wind going into Greenfield, and this could end up producing maybe some low-end tornado risk at some point downstream as it moves towards Rushville and Greensburg, but for the time being, mainly a straight-line wind threat. We got some new storms that are popping up over in Illinois right now near Waseca and Hoopeston, producing some gusty winds and a lot of lightning. Not seeing much of a risk of tornadoes with that activity for the time being, but wind threat should continue to increase over the next 15 to 20 minutes. All right, we got some more photos and videos that you guys have sent in. We've gotten a lot of photo and video submissions today, a lot of crazy ones. This is a new photo here from Vandalia, Ohio, of that wall cloud moving in. Or sorry, shelf cloud moving in.
A new tornado warning has been issued.
We have a new tornado warning in Virginia. That is for Smith County, Virginia. This is near Marion. And so a few scans ago, this looked pretty organized. But if you are in this tornado warning in Saltville, Chilhowie, McMullen, northwest of Adwolf, you need to take shelter now. Put as many walls between you from the outside as possible. Get away from windows and get to the lowest floor possible. That is, again, for Smith County, mainly for Saltville. The rotation is quickly intensifying right now, or was intensified there for a few minutes there near Saltville. Looks like it's weakening on the latest scan, but we'll see how this thing evolves. Little supercell, though, moving southeast. That's our first tornado warning in almost an hour. We almost went an entire hour without any tornado warnings, which is kind of impressive. Off to the north, that's the big line of thunderstorms that is continuing to produce a damaging wind threat. Also, looks like we got a little bit of rotation attempting to form right now over to the southwest of Springfield. We'll have to keep an eye out on this little area of at least some convergence. It's mostly RFD surging right now over Mad River, but if we get in any inflow, we could see a low tornado risk develop at that little part of the line of thunderstorms there east of Fairborn. That is north of Cedarville. So we'll continue to keep an eye out on that. All right, let's go back to some of those photos and videos. We got a lot of new ones. This is a new photo from Romeoville, Illinois, of another tree that fell into a house. Looks like it took down some fences. Thank you, Austin, for sending that in. This is from West Jefferson, Ohio, specifically in Madison County, Ohio, of a garage that completely collapsed from these storms. My goodness. It's unbelievable. Unbelievable damage here today. This over in Chicago. Loud thunder struck outside and a tree fell in my neighbor's car. It's from Greenville, Ohio. Unworldly shelf cloud moving across Indiana and also Ohio today. This is inside of a steel mill over in Calumet City, Illinois. Hey, that stop sign is a good one. It's not for cars, it's for people going outside. Looks like a wind tunnel over here. Xenia. Was it Xenia? Hey, Joe Hoff, the super chat. This is from Dayton. Dayton has gotten very dark. We were seeing that on the live camera a second ago. If you guys have photos and videos, you can go to our website, maxvelocitywx.com. Feel free to submit photos and videos from today's storms. It's been a really crazy day of severe weather so far. This is what it looks like out there in Indianapolis right now. This is live. This is on I-465. The worst of the storm right now is moving now through predominantly New Palestine and as well as Greenfield. We got somebody named Lilith on the south side of Indianapolis saying, I'm watching from my living room TV. Please keep us updated. My dad is downtown Indianapolis, a little worried about him. I don't think this is too concerning right now. I mean, it's mostly going to be 60 to 70 mile per hour winds. I don't think there's much more beyond that happening here. Tornado-wise, it looks like a very low tornado risk. I had a brief moment where it looked like it could become tornadic, but since then it's kind of been mostly just straight line winds. We do have a new max alert issued by Riley over here on the storm south of Springfield, Ohio. That is a low confidence max alert for an area of rotation that is attempting to form right now. That is just outside of Yellow Springs near Cedarville, heading down towards South Salon and South Charleston. Got greens, which are your winds going towards the radar, moving south. Got some red, which is the winds going north. So it's all kind of coming together right now. Counterclockwise rotation. could lead to a tornado risk. So if you're in Clifton or Cedarville, don't be surprised if you hear the tornado sirens go off here in a few minutes. We could get a tornado warning for you guys. It's going to be crossing over US Highway 42 here soon. And also eventually going towards South Saloon. South Saloon's going to be in the path this year in just a few minutes. Also, this is another live shot out here in Indianapolis. Wind is picking up now on the south side of Indianapolis. Mostly straight line damaging wind gusts. Tornado threat for the time being is pretty low. Just kind of filtering through a lot of the different cameras. This one's actually shaking quite a bit. This is in downtown Indianapolis, located near the Gainbridge Fieldhouse, near the Indianapolis Zoo. So the wind is pretty strong over there. We'll keep that on the bottom right side of your screen. Riley has an update. Go ahead, Riley.
Hey Max, real quick, just going to do a quick overview on everything that we're going to have going on throughout the rest of today. So we're probably going to see these severe thunderstorm watches off to the east of where our storms are, or off to the west of where our storms are right now, be canceled here shortly. Also, I do think these storms moving through Indianapolis are probably a little bit weaker than what they're currently warned for. So hopefully we're not going to have to worry about those. But the one thing that we're going to have to start talking about is flash flooding. So taking a look at the HRRR, we can see that an area that we already had storms in Ohio today is actually going to see more storms later on today, and there's already been some reports of flash flooding there. And that's going to be more rain in these areas, and there is a moderate risk of excessive rainfall in these areas. Southern Ohio, we've already seen some pretty significant reports of flash flooding today, with some images coming out of cars being underwater as well as entire towns. So unfortunately, that situation is only going to get more significant as we see more rain move into that area later on today. In terms of how much more precipitation we can expect to see, it's going to be all the way up to sort of 2 or 3 inches of additional rainfall in portions of Southern Ohio, mostly associated with that MCS that we're going to have moving through and that we've been currently tracking over the last few hours. In terms of tornado threat near Indianapolis, what we're looking for is these little area of convection here. It's just going to have to reach back out to the outflow boundary. I don't think there's a high probability of that happening, so we're probably going to be talking about a little bit lower tornado threat for this bow echo throughout the rest of its life. However, over here in Dayton, Ohio, that is a different situation we have going on, where there is no outflow boundary ahead of these lines, so we may see tornadoes spin up. That is why we did go ahead and issue that low confidence max alert for a very small area of rotation just to the south of Springfield.
Hey, Riley, for the update. So again, just south of Springfield there, that's probably the most concerning looking storm that we have right now, despite it kind of looking a little funky on radar. There's definitely some rotation trying to form here right along that outflow boundary. So we're gonna have to continue to keep an eye out on this as it moves down towards South Charleston over the next few minutes. But Indianapolis, again, kind of lucking out so far, I think, with at least the most intense part of this line. Can't say the same, again, about Dayton. Dayton's been getting hit pretty hard here over the last 20-25 minutes or so. We got more cameras down near Harveysburg and also near Middletown that we're going to be keeping an eye out for. Right now, it's just overcast down here, but if you look north from any of these places, you're going to see a giant shelf cloud that is coming towards you guys. This is what it looks like out there in Springfield, Ohio, which we do have a severe thunderstorm warning for this area for 60-mile-per-hour winds. And just south of Springfield, again, is where that area of rotation is attempting to form right now. Go back over to the terminal radar site. You can kind of see that area of rotation. It's, again, I don't think it's enough for a tornado warning, but it's been trying to spin up something here for the last several minutes. That's right now near the Springfield Beckley Municipal Airport. It's going to be going towards Old Route 42 in South Charleston here over the next 10-15 minutes or so. Indianapolis still under a severe thunderstorm warning for 70-mile-per-hour damaging wind gusts. Got a giant outflow boundary that's moving through Greenwood and Morristown right now. Straight line wind's going to be, again, the big concern here. This person named Luke says, I'm in an office in a high-rise tower downtown Indianapolis. The building is swaying, lights are flickering, and it's getting dark. That's what Luke is saying over there. Heavy rain, some wind, very little thunder. Thanks for your coverage. No problem. We have a new max alert here. This was issued by Riley. This is a land spout max alert. Don't get this every day. I don't even know if we've ever had one of these before. We have a land spout max alert right now for those in Indianapolis, and that is because there's areas of rotation along the leading edge of this outflow boundary. You can actually see it on the terminal radar site. We got 1, we got 2, we got 3. So there's potential for land spouts here on the south side of Indianapolis. So if you live in this polygon, Greenwood, Franklin, Shelbyville, and Edinburgh, you might see a landspout or two as this line continues to push down to the south. The strongest one right now is the one over here near Greenwood. That's going to be the strongest area of rotation that we have right now. So it's right along the leading edge of this line. Never know. Maybe one of these cameras will pick up something. This is what it looks like out there right now. Close to Greenwood. Definitely getting pretty windy out there. That's going to be the outflow boundary moving through. But there could be a landspout associated with this. Here's another live shot. Pretty low clouds there on the right. We're going to keep an eye out on that. This back over in Springfield, Ohio, where the wind is starting to intensify a little bit with that severe thunderstorm warning in place. Here's also Clark State. Shelf clouds rapidly moving in here in Clark State right now. So at the Leffel Lane campus. How are you tapping into all these cameras? We have a whole program for it. We've made a lot of programs to be able to do what we do on this channel. While we have a second, you should submit your location on the WeatherFront app. Scan the QR code. Let's do a little roll call. We got about 34,000 of you watching. Feel free to put your location on the map or go to the link in the description. Put your location, put a message. See where everybody is tuning in from right now. Also, if you need a weather app to stay ahead of the storms, download the free WeatherFront app. It's on iOS, Android, and also on desktop. There are links at the top of the description. That is the weather app that we are currently using on today's stream. Got live storm chasers in here as well, including Carmen Parmello, who is over there in downtown Indianapolis. Keep you ahead of the storms here as they continue to make their way across the Ohio Valley, causing chaos across Chicago, and now
a new tornado
kind of just causing
has been issued.
other problems now across other places like Ohio and Indiana. Well, they have gone ahead and issued a new tornado warning. We had a max alert for this, and they have now issued a tornado warning for this storm in Ohio. This is going to be for those in South Charleston, Midway, Jeffersonville, South Salon, and Cedarville. And so if you are in this tornado warning here, you got to be taking shelter now and putting as many walls between you from the outside as possible. That is for Clark, Greene, Madison, and Fayette counties. So Midway, South Salon, as well as South Charleston, the main places in line for this. The area of rotation has just gone by the Springfield-Beckley Municipal Airport and is now tracking in the direction of South Charleston. If you look at the terminal radar site, you can see that convergence signature a little bit better. The radar site's having some problems. There's a lot of like little lines here, but that is where the strongest rotation is. It's near the Selma Pike, and then it's going to move over old Route 42 and also the new Route 42 here over the next few minutes. And then it's going to be coming up on the town of South Charleston, which is where places like the Miami View Elementary School, the Southeastern High School is located, the Purple Monkey, and also the South Charleston Veterans Museum are some of the places in line for this. So you should be taking shelter now if you're in this area. Also, this is what it looks like right next to where that rotation is. Look at the wind here. This is on the south side of Springfield, very close to where that rotation is. Nowhere near as windy as earlier in Chicago, but that is some of the RFD, which is the rear flank downdraft that is surging here to the south and east. Rotation is definitely coming together, though, right now. Could get a tornado with this thing as it moves down Old Springfield Road in South Charleston. Here's the latest scan. Green and red again, still coming together. No tight couplet. The terminal radar site does show a much stronger area of rotation, or at least did a second ago. It got a little bit broader on this latest scan, but this is that convergence signature. So green and reds are trying to come together. They were a little stronger about maybe 3 minutes ago. Broadened on this latest scan. We'll see if that continues. Also, it is getting really windy out there in Newcastle, which is over here in Indiana. Newcastle's under a severe thunderstorm warning for 60-mile-per-hour damaging wind gusts. Almost every truck driver there has their hazards on. They're trying to Stay safe on the roadways. I want to go back to Indianapolis for a moment. I did mention a moment ago we have this large land spout max alert. There's a reason why. We have several areas of rotation developing along the outflow boundary, which is moving through the south side of Indianapolis right now. And we still have several areas. We got one right now approaching Shelbyville. We have another one near Marion. We have not many, I think, near Bargersville. I'm not seeing any, at least. Very few, at least, between Mooresville and New Wheatland. But over here on the eastern side of this max alert, near Shelbyville and Manila, that is where we have a couple of land spouts that are trying to form. They're basically just weaker-sided tornadoes, not associated with an updraft. So if you are over here near Shelbyville, just stay on alert. Stay away from windows as this area of thunderstorms continues to push down to the south and southeast over the next several minutes. Also, the tornado warning that is in effect in Virginia near Chilhowie will probably be allowed to expire. Velocities have pretty much dissipated here over the last 10-15 minutes. The rotation was the strongest around about 2:20 Eastern time, which was about 15 minutes ago now. Also, we do have a big flooding threat that is starting to develop right now across southern Ohio and western West Virginia. A lot of rain's fallen over the last few hours, and we're going to see even more of that with this next round of thunderstorms here, probably in about 2 or 3 hours. So flooding's going to keep getting worse. Here's a little zoomed out view of where everybody's tuning in from right now. All the purple dots are people that have submitted their location inside of the WeatherFront app. Got a lot of people still in Indianapolis, a lot of people in Dayton. Nobody in the tornado warning, it looks like. Sky says working on a classroom setup right now. Chris says it's wet and windy. Dark skies in Beaver Creek, Ohio. A lot of people saying it's getting dark out there in Kettering. We just got a new tornado possible severe thunderstorm warning. This is going to be right along the Ohio and Indiana border. Union, Franklin, Fayette, Preble, and Wayne counties. If you live in Richmond or Connorsville, get ready for 60-mile-per-hour damaging wind gusts and a possible tornado risk as this line continues to push to the east and continues to try to organize as well. Let's go back to the tornado warning here. What is Chicago looking like? Chicago's pretty much done, I think, for today. Low risk of more storms tonight. I don't think there'll be much more, though. Latest scan, rotation's a little bit broader. On the regional radar site, terminal radar site, kind of looks the same. I'd say this is kind of medium to low end rotation on the velocity scale. We put this at about a 4, so kind of in the middle stage right now of being tornadic. Hey, Ricardo for the super chat. Can you please leave the stream recorded? I'm studying climates and storms at university, and my streams help get excellent grades. The streams stay public after the fact, so anytime that we go live, you always see a VOD is what we call it. So basically a way to watch the stream back if you really wanted to. Every single stream on our channel, every event that we've covered is still on the channel. So if you ever want to go back and watch them, you can. No smoothie incident today. What the heck is going on in this camera? This camera is, I don't think it's that windy. This camera has to be loose. So far on Michigan Road in Indiana on I-74, that camera has some problems. I do not think it's that windy. It's very fascinating. Some of these traffic cameras, they end up being really loose for some reason. I'll have another radar scan in a second. Still not seeing any evidence of there being a tornado, but it is trying to produce one. Carrie says, I'm so sick of wind and lightning. Well, I bet you are after what happened this morning. Zypher over here in Columbus, Ohio says, gearing up, no warnings or sirens. If you guys live in Columbus and have not already seen the crazy video that happened this morning, you got to see it. We had a tornado this morning, and a car got flipped over. This happened on I-71 near Weber Road this morning. And this happened right here. You have to look right here for that car to flip over as a tornado lofted this car. Came out of nowhere right here. This car got flipped over. Or that one, actually. It's the other one. See the car get flipped over from a tornado earlier. That was back over in Columbus. So Columbus has already been hit pretty hard today. Hard to pause it at the right moment here, but see it right there, just completely flipped over. Really crazy. It's like there's like one frame where you can clearly see it flipping over, but wind was really intense there in Columbus this morning from that tornado. Or at least we believe it was a tornado. We just got a new max alert over in North Carolina for Lenore. So this was issued by meteorologist Xavier Burns. Low confidence max alert, little discrete supercell that has popped up here. Moving into the town of Lenore. So if you live in Lenore, North Carolina, be staying on alert. There's a lot of stuff here. Got the Ruby Tuesday. Apparently Ruby Tuesday still in business. You got Walmart Supercenter, the Mac Cook Stadium, Aldi, Highway 55 restaurant, the Red Pig. Be keeping an eye on you guys. Tornado warning again in Virginia should be allowed to expire. Surprised they haven't canceled it yet, but rotation's kind of gone away. They might actually end up issuing a new tornado warning for this area of rotation southwest of Chilhowee. That's going to be going down towards the North Carolina and Virginia border west of Troutdale. And then Pikeville's under a severe thunderstorm warning now for 60-mile-per-hour damaging winds. Everything, for the most part, up here right along the West Virginia and Virginia borders, mainly producing just 60-mile-per-hour damaging wind gusts right now. If we go back over here to Ohio, still watching a broad area of rotation that's southeast of Mad River, going into South Salon, Midway, and Jeffersonville. Here's the last couple of radar scans on our tornado warning. Rotation still pretty broad. It's mostly straight line winds for the time being. But tornado warning does continue here for South Charleston, Jeffersonville, Midway, and South Saloon for the next 20 minutes. Ruby Tuesdays are all over Missouri. Are they really still all over Missouri? Are they really in business? Not gonna lie, that's kind of shocking. Hey, John for the super chat has Lafayette, Indiana looking. Think of Lafayette's mostly going to be just isolated damaging wind gusts. After the second line of thunderstorms comes through, I think you guys will be done. But there's another round of thunderstorms right now going towards Lafayette, Roseville, and Delphi with mainly, again, a 60-mile-per-hour damaging wind threat here. We already had 65-mile-per-hour winds earlier. We got some reports coming out of Frankfort, Indiana, that there's multiple trees down in one isolated area on the north side of Frankfort. No damage reports coming out of Indianapolis quite yet. We did have a 58-mile-per-hour wind gust measured near the Indianapolis International Airport. The landspout risk is mostly tapering down. There's a couple areas of rotation still near Shelbyville, but not seeing much of a landspout potential anymore. Line of thunderstorms will be quickly moving towards Cincinnati, Middletown here over the next half hour to an hour. If you live in Cincinnati or Middletown, it's a good idea to have flashlights ready to go and take the proper precautions as this line of thunderstorms moves towards you guys. Let me just send in the chat. A tornado's trying to touch down near Xenia. There's no tornado. This is all outflow dominant over here, so it'll be mostly just straight line damaging wind gusts. We got some more photos and videos being sent in. This is a new photo from Indianapolis. I believe this is on a plane. This was sent in by Owen in Greenwood, Indiana. This is somebody on a plane. They got delayed out of Chicago, which is this is not a good day to travel. Is today. This from Tyler over in Springfield, Ohio. The storm took out our tree.
Hey, we found hail, Max!
What the heck? Ryan Scholl found hail? Oh my god. Bro found a bunch of hail. He's over at Iroquois County, Illinois.
This is insane!
Bro. That was the ultimate jump scare. I didn't even know anybody was still chasing. This is the Hailinator for those that are new to the channel. That's a lot of hail. Iroquois County, or Iroquois. There was no hail risk at all today, by the way. No hail risk for this area today. And we had baseball plus sized hail with one storm over in Knox, Indiana.
Let's go! Woo! Oh, it's on my shirt! Somehow!
What's in the shirt?
Oh yeah, we're right in it, dude. Wow, wind.
Hey, Ricardo for the super chat.
Highway, which is
Appreciate
right up
that.
here. I mean, we're not gonna keep following it or anything, but just for the enjoyment, you know.
Bro's enjoying the hailstorm out here in eastern Illinois. This little pocket of wind, this is impacting Buckley. He's actually in the hail core. If you look bottom right of your screen, there's actually some lights showing up on reflectivity. That's a lot of hail.
Yeah!
Not big hail, but it's a lot of hail.
Woo!
We just got a new tornado possible severe warning southwest of Columbus. That'll be for London, Washington Courthouse, and Mount Sterling. So get ready for 60-mile-per-hour winds, potential tornado risk there near South Charleston. Also, the max alert over here south of Marion was just upgraded to a medium confidence max alert issued by Riley over here for Washington and Smith counties. So watch out for a possible tornado risk with this discrete supercell. It was tornado warning a moment ago. It has now reformed, and so they may issue a warning for this. So we'll see what happens. That's going towards Troutdale. And then they have issued a severe warning for the storm over here near Lenore, which is broadly rotating and might lead to an isolated tornado threat. Back over to Ryan Scholl. He's driving through a hailstorm right now. Getting a little bit weaker now. Still some hail coming down over in Buckley, Illinois. Big pack for becoming a member. The Hailinator's always finding a way to find hail.
All right.
So he's going to keep on driving through that town there in Buckley. Over here near South Charleston, last few radar scans still showing broad rotation. I'm not seeing anything too crazy, but we'll continue to keep an eye on it. Look at that tornado pagey, actually. This is on the back side of that little cluster. That's what it looks like down to their south. They are currently in Gilman, Illinois. They're going down towards Buckley and Paxton. It's all pretty far south of Kankakee and Chicago, but look at those rain shafts. Look pretty gnarly. We have a new max alert just issued by meteorologist Xavier Burns over here near Cissna Park, Rankin, and Hoopston, and Wellington, Buckley. That is for the storm that Ryan Scholl is on. That could be producing up to quarter-sized hail and then damaging wind gusts up to 60 miles per hour. No special weather statement or anything like that on this. That's for Iroquois, Vermilion, and as well as Ford counties. We do have a severe warning for the storm in Benton County, which looks about the same as that one. So I would assume they're probably going to issue a warning for that, but we'll have to wait and see.
5K subscribers.
Thank you guys.
Look at the rain shafts here. They're pretty cool. That storm right there in the middle will be the one that Ryan Scholl just drove through with all the hail. Hey, Princess for the super chat saying, Dayton, Ohio, ready to the max. Dayton, Ohio's getting hit literally as we speak. I think the worst of it probably already hit Dayton. But there's a lot of rain coming down right now. Mostly straight line damaging winds. This big line of thunderstorms will be approaching Cincinnati and Middletown here over the next 30 to 45 minutes. Middletown should be hit within the next 30 minutes. I think Cincinnati will be about an hour from now. Straight line winds and an isolated tornado threat will be on the table. All right, we had some more photos and videos as we were talking about a few minutes ago. This is from Dylan over in Crown Point, Indiana, with the second floor of this home ripped off in Crown Point. I would have to assume this was from a tornado. That is wild damage. Thank you, Dylan, for sending that in. This from Austin over in Will County, Illinois. Storm damage in Willington, Illinois, with a roof collapsing on a mechanic shop. Snapped power lines about a half mile there from also. Not sure if it was a tornado or winds. It's a lot of damage. And then here's another photo here from Riverside, sent in by Bryson, of a giant shelf cloud there in Dayton. Got all sorts of crazy photos and videos here today. A lot of damage again in the Chicago area. If you have any friends or family in either northeastern Illinois or northwest Indiana, or even near Columbus, definitely check in on them. It's been a very dangerous day of severe weather here. Many semi-trucks flipped over, trees and power lines snapped everywhere and downed. We got flash flooding in some locations. I'd say flash flooding has not been the biggest thing today, but it will probably become a bigger story this evening. Also, here are all of the reports that we have right now, according to the Storm Prediction Center's website. And so far, we have 156 wind reports and 13 hail reports. No tornado reports yet. I would assume we are going to have at least 6 tornadoes confirmed from today, maybe more. Mainly around Chicago and northwestern Indiana, but either way, there's a lot of wind reports already. This is from that first round of thunderstorms this morning, and this is obviously from the one that's been happening for the last several hours, which is still going. The initial cluster that ended up producing the widespread damaging winds has mostly been weakening in northwestern Ohio, mainly with just gusty winds now near Defiance. The last wind damage report that we had out of that initial line that went through Chicago was a tree downed on power lines on Swank Street in Yoder, Indiana, which is south of Fort Wayne. But everything else is now transitioned in this new line of thunderstorms that is currently impacting Indianapolis through Columbus. We have another line of thunderstorms that is going up right now northwest of Indianapolis, and this will probably lead to another significant wind threat, maybe even an isolated risk of large hail and a tornado. So we are probably going to end up seeing another severe line of thunderstorms develop over the next hour or two, which means it's going to be deja vu here for those that live over in Indianapolis. Come back to Kansas. I missed the storms. Kansas, Texas, and Oklahoma have had actually a quiet year, in my opinion. Been very quiet. There's not been a whole lot of weather, to be honest. How does Cincinnati look in a few hours? It's going to be storming. It'll probably be storming there for a while. Storms should start around, let's say, 4 o'clock Eastern, maybe a few minutes before or after that, but probably around 4 o'clock and then continue for at least a couple of hours. Storm Chaser, Tornado Page, he's now coming up on that storm that's producing a bunch of hail over near Buckley. It's the storm there in the middle of your screen. Here in Illinois.
Seeing lots of bolts out of this.
The news is saying there was a tornado that touched down near Ventura Avenue in Springfield, Ohio. I don't know about that. We don't have any evidence of there being a tornado. There might have been a brief one south near like the Buckley Airport. There could have been something down here near the Locust Hills golf course, but I don't think there was really much. Tornado warning still continues here for Midway and Jeffersonville for the next 10 minutes. The rotation again has been much broader since this warning got issued. The strongest rotation was right about here near Blee Road and Selma Pike. If there was a tornado at any point, it would have probably been right next to the Locust Hills golf course. But since then, it has become mostly just wind, not much rotation associated with this little cluster of thunderstorms that's developed here in Ohio. But still a big damaging wind threat. It's all coming up into Middletown now. I know we do have some live shots down there in Middletown. Let's see if we have anything interesting. This is, wow, look at this. This is live in Middletown right now. You can see the shelf cloud on the right coming in. Really solid view there. Got a couple cameras down near Lebanon as well. You can see the shelf cloud there on the right. Getting pretty dark out there. It's a good live shot, though. We're going to have a really good view of this line coming in here over the next few minutes. I do think this tornado warning will probably be allowed to expire. They did replace this entire area with a severe thunderstorm warning with a tornado possible tag. I do not see them continuing this tornado warning here because of the velocities being just so incredibly weak here. But we'll see. Oh, there you go. Well, they just allowed to expire. So there it goes. Disappeared. It is allowed to expire. The warning will still say 1 tornado warning, but that tornado warning is going to be gone in 7 minutes off the counter. We have a report from earlier of numerous trees down over here near London, and they're about to get hit by more damaging winds. of around 60 miles per hour there in London. So more tree branches could fall down as the line continues to push into your area. Indianapolis, again, kind of lucked out, I think, with the worst of the damage. We did have some wind damage, but mostly minimal. There's a down tree around Lawton Avenue and State Avenue intersection in Indianapolis. That was a report from about 25 minutes ago. Just came in now. Everything, for the most part, here near Greensburg and Connorsville is straight-line winds that's quickly going towards Cincinnati. I do think the storms here near Cincinnati will probably arrive again around 4 o'clock, maybe sooner. They're moving pretty quickly down to the south and east at about 40 to 50 miles per hour. If we kind of assume a track here of 40 miles per hour or so, the ETA would be right around 350. So if you live in Cincinnati, basically get ready now for a damaging wind threat and an isolated tornado risk. If you live in the surrounding area of Cincinnati, again, just be prepared. We're going to have storms there within the next hour that are going to produce potential for some power outages. Power lines could come down, trees could fall down. So get ready for that. This one looks like out there in Franklin, Ohio, which is pretty much in Middletown. Shelf cloud is moving right over the camera now. It is really dark over this neighborhood. The Peru for the super chat. How's Centerville, Ohio looking? It's going to be mostly wind. You're kind of already inside of the severe warning. So if you're going to get anything, it'll be basically within the next few minutes. Otherwise, it's going to be a lot of rain and there will be an elevated risk of flash flooding. Was this a derecho? I honestly think we might end up having this being classified as a derecho. I'm not sure. What do you guys think? You guys think this has been a derecho? If we go back on the loop here, this is a 12-hour loop, right? I mean, this line of storm started before we went live. It started at about 8 o'clock Eastern or 7 o'clock Central. And it ripped through northern Illinois, still producing pretty much widespread damaging winds. Got a lot worse near Chicago. The highest wind gust that we've had measured today was about 97, 99 miles per hour. There was a 97 mile per hour wind gust near Sugar Grove. There was a 99 mile per hour wind gust near the Gary Airport, Northwest Indiana. And this thing ripped right through Chicago. And then it kind of split here. So it split into two different parts. The less intense part, this was the more intense part at the time. It split and went east and it kind of weakened. This was more intense after a little bit of time. So, I don't know. A little bit funky, but it's definitely possible. We go ahead and measure some of the stuff here. This started near Waterloo. I mean, it's been going for it went for over 300 miles. At the bare minimum, this is a very intense mesoscale convective system. Like, very intense. One of the most intense that we've covered this year, which is saying something because we've covered a lot.
Hail in about 5-10 minutes here for your stream or whatever. I like hail.
Sounds good. But it's saying something because we've had a lot of really intense lines of thunderstorms this year, especially in the Midwest. It has literally been the year of the Midwest, and it continues. We have a new large severe thunderstorm warning. This is going to include areas like Paxton, Cissna Park, Fountain Creek. That's for 60 mile per hour winds and also quarter-sized hail. So get ready for that if you're in this area. The hail threat continues to remain pretty elevated with this activity. And I want to remind you guys, again, there was no hail risk outlined by the Storm Prediction Center today. I honestly didn't think there'd be any hail today, but there ended up being hail. We don't even have a 5% risk of hail here. All of that hail risk is over in Iowa and the Dakotas. It's almost all just wind and tornadoes in this region today. We have a new large severe thunderstorm warning. That'll include Harrison, Hamilton, Versailles, Laurel, Oxford, and Middletown. That is for 70 mile per hour damaging wind gusts. There's also a tornado possible tag on this activity. So if you live over near Cincinnati, again, now is the time to prepare. If you're north of Cincinnati, we should be starting to get ready for this line of thunderstorms. It'll be producing a pretty significant wind threat here very soon. Ryan Schultz said he was about to be in the hail here shortly. We're going to keep an eye on him. This is a really incredible live shot here over in Middletown. Shelf cloud is reaching out very far before the precipitation even falls. I want to say that outflow boundary is a good 8 to 10 miles south of the rain. That's about 7 miles south of the rain right now. So that left edge there, that is the shelf cloud. We still don't even have really any rain falling yet in Middletown. Just pretty fascinating. Here's another live shot of that shelf cloud. This is over in Lebanon. If you do have any photos of this, you can send it in to us on our website, linked in the description. What's the risk for Chillicothe, Ohio? 60 to 70 mile per hour damaging winds will be the big concern. Ryan Scholl's about to be back in the hail here. Up to quarter-sized hail over in Paxton, Illinois. Your audio's off, by the way. We have a new severe thunderstorm warning for Decatur, Indiana. That will be probably the western half of the state, I think. Oh, maybe not. It's just this. All right, so we have a new warning for Decatur, Indiana. That is for Greensburg for 60 mile per hour winds and quarter-sized hail. That is moving down to the...
I turned it back off because I thought we weren't going to get anything more. Turn left.
This is going to the southeast towards Batesville and Napoleon. Versailles is also in the path of that. We got all sorts of storms beginning to fire up over Indianapolis, which will probably lead to more flash flooding over the next couple of hours. Storms will be kind of training from northwest to southeast. We have another severe warning that was just issued for Champaign and Vermilion counties in eastern Illinois for 60 mile per hour winds and quarter-sized hail. This line, again, is starting to intensify. This could become a problem here within the next hour or two. I don't know if the tornado risk will really be that high with this, with all the storms that we've already seen, but damaging wind gusts and plenty of hail are going to be coming out of these here over the next little while. Brian Scholl is inside of the storm now near Paxton. Thank you, Kyle, for becoming a member.
There's another chaser down the road from us for some reason. Just because. Stop here in a second.
Thank you, Kyle, for becoming a member. Thank you also, Hammer, for the super chat.
A new tornado warning has been issued.
We have another tornado warning. It's for Grayson and Smith counties. Shout out to Xavier. The Max alert on this a few minutes in advance, and they have gone ahead and now issued a tornado warning. That rotation is actually pretty strong right now for Virginia standards. This is tracking southeast towards US Highway 58. If you are in this tornado warning, you gotta be taking shelter right now. Put as many walls between you from the outside and get away from windows. It's near the Lewis Fork Wilderness and the Grayson Highlands State Park. Tracking southeast. About 344 people in this tornado warning. The only town that it technically includes is White Top. If you are one of those 344 people, and if somehow you're one of those people that is watching the stream, you take shelter. It's a pretty strong area of rotation. We had a max alert on this actually about like almost 30 minutes ago, 22 minutes ago to be exact. But they now just issued a tornado warning. It's been on and off rotating for the last half hour. But definitely looks like it's attempting to produce a tornado right now heading down towards US Highway 58. Nothing else really rotating in this general area that would make me think we're going to get another tornado warning, but got a lot of little thunderstorms popping up in western North Carolina with some gusty winds. This will definitely be the main supercell to watch as it moves down towards Lansing, North Carolina here soon. So we will have another, we'll continue with tornado warnings. We technically didn't have one for a second, but now we do. So if you guys were watching our stream earlier, we had a situation where there was a United Airlines plane on flight radar that was literally over near Bartlett, and it was next to the large line of thunderstorms that was producing 80 to 100 mile per hour damaging winds. Apparently the pilot said, and folks, if you look out the right side of the aircraft, you'll see the reason why we'll ask you to deplane as efficiently as possible is because of this. So if you looked out the right side of the plane, you would have seen a giant shelf cloud. That's the line right there. So that plane, there was a few planes that were trying to make a last second entrance here into ORD, which is the O'Hare Airport. Man, imagine flying into that. I would never want to be on that plane. The turbulence would actually suck. Like you would, I've gone through turbulence before, but I think it'd be really bad if you went through that line of thunderstorms. So I was back over in Chicago earlier. Hey, Sierra, for the $10 super chat. What about Black Lick, Ohio area? Today's storm was so bad it looked like a tornado came. See where Black Lick is. That's over near Columbus. I think it'll be just gusty winds. I don't think there's much severe weather left for you today. Lisa just said they got my phone call. Or got a phone call from me over there in Middletown, Ohio. There's a reason why. It's pretty windy. It's windy, and we also have a lot of lightning with this line. I think the Lebanon camera is kind of cooler. This is the shelf cloud from Lebanon. Again, a little bit better of a view of the shelf cloud here from Lebanon, Ohio. This is looking north. Thank you, Chaotic, for the gift. I haven't had a Max Alert in a while. Probably a good thing. Who all signed up for the Max Alert phone call service? Fun fact, I have never gotten a phone call for Max Alert. I have not been under a warning since that thing came out, I think. I don't think I've been under a single severe warning or tornado warning or anything, which is actually crazy. At least I think. I don't remember ever getting a call. So I don't. We can look back at like the we have like a thing on our website. We can look at like the history of warnings and stuff like that. But I am pretty certain I've not been under any warnings. I'm going to try to load it and see if I have been under anything. The terminal radar site over here near Springfield has gone apparently down. At least what it says. Looks like that radar site might have gone down. I'm not sure why. I don't think it's weather related, but might not be a reason to have it on anymore since all the storms have kind of moved through that radar site. Not that it's really that noticeable, but there's a small little area of rotation that might be forming near Batesville right now. So that's Batesville going towards Harrison, Lawrenceburg, and maybe even Cincinnati. At least a low-end tornado risk trying to form on the leading edge of this line. I don't think it's enough for a tornado warning right now, but this will be something to watch for. We got a little hook shape and a little bit of an inflow there northwest of St. Leon. So just stay on alert here if you're near Harrison, Cincinnati, Lawrenceburg, Dillsboro for a possible tornado risk as this continues to push down to the south and east. This is a map over the last 6 months of where all of our severe thunderstorm warnings have been. I don't even know if I've been under one in the last 6 months. I live in Florida. There's quite a few gaps in here, but this is last 6 months, which would date back to February technically. So there's certain places that have seen way more than others, including Chicago. I don't even know how many are here. Chicago's been under 17 severe thunderstorm warnings over the last 6 months. 17 separate ones. I wonder where the highest number is. Like Kansas City. Kansas City's pretty close to it. 22.
A new tornado warning has been issued.
14 over in Oklahoma City. We have a new tornado warning in Indiana. It's going towards Cincinnati. All right, so if you are in this tornado warning, you need to take shelter. Put as many walls between you from the outside as possible. Get away from windows and get to the lowest floor possible. That is moving down towards Cleves, Lawrenceburg, and Harrison. We were just talking about that a moment ago, but near Peppertown, there's a hook that is forming and quite a bit of an inflow there. On this latest scan, rotation is definitely getting more organized. So if there's a tornado, it's going to go right into Pentown, and then after that, it's going to go down towards York Ridge Road, and then Hidden Valley and Greendale. You guys are going to be in the path of this. That area of rotation is definitely strengthening right now, and is quickly heading down to the south and east. This storm's moving southeast at 45 miles per hour. So pretty much, if you're in Cincinnati, we're looking at an ETA of around 350 or so for arrival of this line. Maybe even a little bit earlier than that. Current ETA is actually 344. We got some timestamps there on the right side of your screen. The user for the super chat, and also Soy for the $10 super chat. Wow, look at this live shot over here in Lebanon, Ohio. That is impressive. That is what we would call massive. Giant shelf cloud here just north of Cincinnati. This is live right next to that area of rotation. We do have some live cameras here inside of this tornado warning. It's getting really windy on, wow, actually right here. There could be a tornado. It's hard to tell, but the winds are getting really strong right now on I-74. Hey, Janice for the super chat. Or Jacine. We just got a tornado warning in Harrison, Cleves, Ohio area. Please keep me updated. That's what we're looking at right now. The winds are quickly picking up here. The area of rotation is located near I-74 in Pentown. It's dropping to the southeast very quickly. So the wind was really intense there for a moment. Looks like it started to chill out a little bit on that live camera. Again, that area of rotation is pretty much right here. It's barely north of Pentown. The live cameras that we're looking at are right about here. Just northeast of the Batesville KOA. Riley has an urgent update. Go ahead, Riley.
Hey, Max, take the Indianapolis radar site, go back one radar scan to the last one. Definitely had a CC drop on that tornado warning in Indiana, Ohio, and a small portion of Kentucky.
Alrighty, thank you, Riley, for the update. So it does look like this is producing, or has at least produced, a tornado. That's why it just got so windy. If you are in this tornado warning, you got to be taking shelter right now. Put as many walls between you from the outside as possible. There's a faint CC drop there. On the north side of Pentown, that velocity couplet, once again, pretty strong. So I'm not surprised by any means that this is producing a tornado. You can even see it faintly from the radar site here near Cincinnati. So again, you got to run to your safe place if you're in this warning, especially if you're near I-74. Look at that hook echo from the terminal radar site. Wow. That is wild. This could be producing quite the tornado right now. It's hard to tell just based off the two radar sites, but that hook echo is wild looking on the terminal radar site. So this is, again, quickly moving southeast. Logan, Bright, Hidden Valley. We should all be getting to our safe place now. We are starting to loot the two cameras that were in the area where that tornado just went down. So there's probably a tornado there, if I had to guess. But that right there is a really strong area of rotation. It's hard to see the velocities. They're all kind of panning out here, but that is where the tornado would be located, which is very, very likely a tornado right now. Velocity is still very strong. For some reason, the radar site here in Wilmington is not doing a great job at really seeing this. I'm very confident, guys, that we probably still have a tornado down right now. It's going right now through Walters Road. It's coming up on Miller Road and then Dearborn Road and York Ridge Road between Pentown and Manchester. That's where this tornado is currently heading. You really got to get to your safe place right now if you're in this area. This is a dangerous storm moving down to the southeast right now. Also, pretty crazy shot again of this storm over here in Lebanon, Ohio. We got a giant shelf cloud. Multiple cameras here in southwestern Ohio are picking that up. In addition to there being a tornado, we have a really intense line of thunderstorms right now that is pushing across southwestern Ohio at this hour. 60-mile-per-hour winds are going to be the main concern. But really, I think the big concern right now is that we got a very, very certainly still a tornado down right now near Pentown, or Indiana. It's going to be tracking towards the Cincinnati area. We got quite a few people in line for this tornado threat. And if there is still a tornado, it's going to be going southeast towards State Route 1. Terminal radar site has really the best view of this right now. The hook echo is just remarkable for the terminal radar site. It's going to be just south of I-74 now. Looking to see if we have any other live shots here. Bottom middle of your screen is also an I-74. I believe that's Batesman. But no, that's actually, oh, look at this. Is this live? Yeah, this is live. This is right where that tornado, it's very close to where the tornado would be. So this is just north of where that tornado would be located right now. It's only about a mile and a half northwest of it. So obviously this is just the rear flank downdraft now. The storm is now moving away, or the tornado will be moving away from this camera. But still pretty windy there for the time being. Should have a pretty good skyline view of Cincinnati once the storm rolls in. Go ahead and see if velocities are updated here. Not seeing as intense a rotation on this latest scan or two, but there could still be a tornado. If there is one, it's going to be going down 5 Point Road near Miller Road. There's a lot of homes in this area, so if there is still a tornado, be hitting a lot of homes. York Ridge Road will eventually be in the path of this.
A new tornado warning has been issued.
We have a new tornado warning. It's for this right here. Cincinnati, you guys are now under a tornado warning. You got to be taking shelter right now. If you're in Cincinnati, Norwood, Fairfield, and Hamilton, that is a rapidly organizing area of rotation that is moving down to the south and east. That is right now on the south side of Riley, heading down in the direction of Ross. This is a much more populated area that we're talking about here. We got about 787,000 people that are under this tornado warning. So you've got to be taking shelter. Again, Cincinnati, Fairfield, Cheviot, Norwood. Got to run to your safe place and put as many walls between you from the outside and get away from windows. This is a dangerous storm right now that is moving down to the south and east. This is probably going to be on the ground at any moment. That velocity couplet is really strong. Oh, now it's weaker. It was very strong there for a moment. Could easily have dropped the tornado there a moment ago. Might even try to drop another one. But velocities are really strong, even from the terminal radar site. Very big RFD surge, and we do have some inflow going into the storm, too. Heading down towards Ross, New Baltimore, Northbrook, Forest Park, and then Norwood is also in the path of that. This one, again, could still be on the ground as well. We don't know for sure, but that's near Sunman, heading towards Lawrenceburg. That one might also be producing a tornado right now. That is tracking southeast. Cleves, Harrison, you guys got to be taking shelter right now. Very dangerous area of thunderstorms that is going to be pushing towards the Cincinnati area. That rotation we'll keep an eye on for the next radar scan. It was much stronger on that scan at 311. Luckily, this radar site's updating like every 2 minutes. You have any friends or family that are in the Cincinnati area that need weather coverage, feel free to share our stream. We are providing commercial-free coverage. We have a lot of live cameras also near Cincinnati, so we're keeping an eye on those. This is live. Storm Chaser Jennifer McMahon is currently next to this area of rotation. This is in Hamilton right now. She's on the north. She's in the northern part of the tornado warning. So this will be looking in the direction of where there would be a tornado. This is south of Riley, once again, Riley, Ohio. Got quite a bit of motion in the clouds.
If there's tornado,
And the latest scan is still showing a lot of RFD, so still a very healthy looking area of rotation. It's not tight, but it is still trying to drop another tornado. I believe there probably was one a moment ago west of Millville. But this is a very concerning situation here. We still have a hook echo riding right along the outflow boundary. And so if there is a tornado, it's going to come right down to Ross and New Baltimore, very populated areas, then approach I-275. Cheviot and then Norwood will also be in the path of this. That rotation still definitely trying to strengthen. Let's go back over to the terminal radar site. Yeah, terminal radar site's measuring winds going one direction at about 90 miles per hour. That's the RFD. Back over to
Katie, Jim Swank, Grifter.
Jennifer here. She is again on the northern side of the tornado warning. Can't really see much of anything quite yet.
So yeah, we're facing that tornado warning right there.
They're looking in the direction of where this tornado would be located.
I wonder how come Ryan couldn't bring it up.
Hey, Lyndon for the $10 super chat in Glendale, Ohio, just north of Sin City. The sirens are sounding. I just got my first ever Max Alert phone call. Went to the basement with my pets. Thanks, Max and the team, for all your hard work. Well, I'm glad I could help you out there. This tornado warning just updated here for Harrison. It was producing a tornado maybe 10-15 minutes ago. Looks like it's lifted now. But Hamilton, Dearborn, Boone counties, you guys are still under that tornado warning. Rotation definitely a bit broader than before. Not seeing anything that intense when it comes to velocities. I am much more concerned about the rotation that is heading directly towards Cincinnati, as that one is much stronger, much healthier looking hook echo. Could easily drop a tornado here as it moves into the Cincinnati area. Latest scan, still nothing tight, but rotation remains moderate, which is enough for this to potentially drop a tornado. All right, Riley has an update. Go ahead, Riley.
Hey Max, we just got a mesoscale discussion in the Dakotas. This is mainly for damaging hail up to 3.5 inches in diameter and damaging winds. We are starting to see convective initiation near Rapid City, and that's going to be mainly a hail threat. I would not be surprised if we see a destructive severe thunderstorm warning for Rapid City within the next 30 minutes or so.
Hey, Riley, for the update. So big hail, damaging winds, and an isolated tornado threat out there in the Dakotas. And in case you're just tuning in, we have a very powerful line of thunderstorms that is sweeping across Ohio and Indiana right now. It is going to be approaching Kentucky within the next hour. Once again, Cincinnati is under a tornado warning. That is, there's over 750,000 people in this tornado warning right now. So very similar to what we had earlier back over in the Chicago area, where high population densities were under tornado warnings. And once again, we do have that risk with these storms making their way down to the south and east, where we could end up getting a tornado. The rotation, according to the regional radar site, again, is not tight. It's just on the stronger side of things. It is attempting to produce a tornado. And if we do have one, it's going to be coming up into the small town of Ross, New Baltimore, Dry Ridge, and Dunlap. So if you are in this tornado warning, you got to be taking shelter, because it could drop a tornado, and it could easily do some damage to this area. We'll have another radar scan here in a moment. Just heading down to the south and east. Thank you, Nathan, for the gift. And also, Lyndon, for that super chat. But one thing I will point out with this storm is that there is a very well-defined hook echo, and it's right along our outflow boundary, which means the winds naturally will be much stronger in nature. So, unsurprisingly, this is producing a lot of wind, but also is rotating quite a bit. This is live right now inside of the tornado warning. This is over on the west side of Hamilton, specifically near Millville, which is kind of where that hook echo is located right now.
By the way it looks, getting more of a hook.
See the wind picking up right there with the trees there in the middle. Is Cleveland going to be bad? I don't think Cleveland will be too bad. Latest radar scan. Again, not many big changes. It is still rotating. I wouldn't say this is tight rotation. I would just say it's on the stronger side of things. But still not seeing anything that would make me think this is on the ground, at least for the time being. This is live over here in Warren County, which is literally right next to where this tornado warning is. Look at the giant shelf cloud here. This is just south of Mason. It's kind of looking off to the north and west. Giant shelf cloud is making its way here into the Cincinnati area. So big damaging wind threat is coming. Possible tornado threat will also be on the table. Over in Glendale, Ohio, we have a PDS train intercept. It's about to get really windy there here in a few minutes. We just got another radar scan. Still have rotation. I'd still say it's kind of moderate. It's not strong. It's not weak. Just kind of moderate for the time being. Going into New Baltimore. And then after that, it'll go down towards Clovedale and Cincinnati. We go back to the terminal radar site. Still shows that really strong area of rotation. It's just folding a lot on the velocity scale there. Riley has an update. Go ahead, Riley.
Hey Max, I want to talk a little bit about this storm that's headed into Cincinnati. So all day we've been talking about derechos and linear systems. This is no longer a linear system. And if you take a look at reflectivity, this is very clearly a supercell that is embedded within the line. So what that means is there's a higher potential for a significant tornado, because we're no longer talking about a quick spin up tornado. We're talking about a proper supercell that is going to have the potential to be a little bit more robust and produce a little bit stronger of a tornado. So Cincinnati Cincinnati, this is not a damaging line of winds coming towards you, although there's also a damaging line of winds. The tornado threat is coming from a supercell.
Hey, Riley, for the update. So, yeah, that's a very key note here. And a lot of the time when this does happen, there is a risk of strong tornadoes. I'd say the chances of that with this is not overly high, but important to note the difference between discrete supercells and linear convection. A lot of the time when it's linear, like what we saw in Chicago earlier, don't always get stronger tornadoes. Typically, it's on the weaker side. Sometimes, not all the time, but sometimes when you get discrete supercells, it can lead to a significant tornado threat. It's actually what happened in Appleton. Back on July 27th, we had that strong tornado happen. It was an EF3. It was initially just a linear cluster, and then that thing became an actual discrete supercell embedded in the line. So not saying that's going to happen here, but that is a similar case that you can look at for something like this. Latest scan still has rotation right now over the New Baltimore area. That's near the Fernald Preserve, approaching Oak Glen. Dry Ridge is also in line for this, just south and west there of Ross. This is live inside of the tornado warning right now. Wind has been, what I saw a minute ago is pretty strong. This is live over near Hamilton. And she's losing connection. We'll go back to her in a second. This is also live here in Mason, Ohio, which is just off to the east of this tornado warning, near Kings Island, which I bet a lot of people are at Kings Island today. Probably not the best day to be there because of all the storms, but we got a big shelf cloud rolling in, and damaging wind gusts will be picking up here in a moment with wind up to 60 miles per hour. We just got a giant severe thunderstorm warning for Kentucky, Indiana, and Ohio for 70 mile per hour damaging wind gusts, and there's also a tornado possible tag on this entire storm. So that's from Versailles into Pleasant, Florence, Cincinnati, Loveland, and Hamilton. You guys are all included in that. We'll have another radar scan on this supercell in a moment. If there is a tornado right now going towards Cincinnati, it would be hitting New Baltimore, which would be near the Lincoln Lee Sports Complex, the Fort Scott Camp Americans Vacation Lane for Youth, and also near the Garden Street Iron and Metal Incorporated. Look at the wind here. This is live back in this tornado warning. And pretty intense over here. Again, just southwest of Hamilton, inside of the tornado warning here. If there's a tornado, it might actually be pretty hard to see, especially with all the trees everywhere.
Southeastern Indiana, Dearborn County in southeastern Indiana, Switzerland County in southeastern Indiana.
A new tornado warning has been issued.
So wind is pretty strong right now. This is again inside of that tornado warning. The National Weather Service just went ahead and issued another tornado warning. This one will be for Lawrenceburg, Florence, Walton, Independence, Rising Sun, Patriot, and north of Crittenden. So take shelter if you're in this tornado warning and put as many walls between you from the outside and get away from windows. This is associated with our line of thunderstorms. So this isn't really a supercell, but so we're kind of trying to. There's still a very clear hook echo that you can see on radar. That is over State Route 48. It's going into Greendale right now and Lawrenceburg. Not much of an inflow, but a big RFD surge. So if we get any inflow into the storm, it'll probably end up producing a tornado here as it moves down across the Indiana and Kentucky border here over the next few minutes. And then going back to our rotation near New Baltimore, as of the latest radar scan, it's still on the stronger side of things. Could still produce a tornado really at any moment. There's a very faint CC drop, but I don't think that's enough to verify a tornado here. If there is a tornado, it's going to be coming up into now very populated neighborhoods like White Oak, Montfort Heights, Mount Airy, North College Hill, and Northbrook. Which this thing is still cranking. Pretty remarkable.
County in northern Kentucky, central Gallatin County.
Looks like a lot of people have pulled over
Get
here.
out of the car and find shelter.
A lot of these people here that were driving in this tornado warning have pulled over, either sitting in their cars just waiting for the storm to pass, or they have gone to a safe place.
Whoa! I think that's hail. We're getting hail.
Apparently now there's hail falling. Thank Boomdog for becoming a member.
We're getting some hail. I heard it. Big wind just hit the house, Jen.
Yeah, there's a little bit of hail right there.
Again, that's live right there in the tornado warning. Again, velocities are the strongest now near Oak Glen. Come up on the Good Samaritan Medical Center West Ridge or Western Ridge near Dent. In about maybe 5 minutes or so, it's going to cross over Interstate 74 and then move into Cincinnati. There's a lot of rotation on that storm west of Lawrenceburg, too. Both of these storms are rotating like crazy. Would not be surprised if one of them did produce. Obviously, the one going towards Cincinnati, far more concerning. A lot of people are in this warning right now. Thank you, Ozzy, with the $20 super chat. A week ago today, I said goodbye to my cat Milo. He would sit on my lap and watch your live streams with me. From one cat lover to another, thanks for keeping us all safe from Cleveland. Or sorry, I don't know why I read Cleveland. Hugs to Cheese Curd. I appreciate that. Thank you for the super chat. Sorry to hear that. Cheese Curd has not been in the weather studio. I don't even know the last time she was in the weather studio during any sort of weather event. She just does not come here anymore. She's always sleeping. The wind is starting to pick up in Glendale. This is inside of the tornado warning. This is live. There's a tornado. It'd be off to the left. I can actually hear the wind with this camera. We have very strong winds here. There's a tornado again, be off to the left. No power flashes or anything like that from what I can see. Glendale's a little bit more on the eastern side of this tornado warning. It's a little bit east of where the tornado would be located. Just notice how many people are out there driving on the roadways. Obviously, it's 2:30 in the afternoon on a Tuesday. Had to check my phone for the day. I don't know what day it is anymore. But it's a Tuesday. There's a lot of people out there. And a lot of these people are probably being cut off guard by this tornado warning. I don't know. I don't think many people were expecting a tornado here. Or any sort of risk of a tornado, at least. We did have one. Anybody else ever, like, just forget what day it is? I've gotten to the point in my life where it's very hard to remember what day it is because I literally don't go to school anymore, so... Usually if you're like in school or have like a normal like 9-to-5 job, you at least know what day it is, but I just do not have that anymore. All right, here's the latest couple of radar scans on our other tornado warning near Lawrenceburg. Main area of rotation is now crossing over the Kentucky-Indiana border. Burlington, Florence, you should be getting ready to take shelter or doing that now as this continues to push down to the south and east. And then the rotation right now over the north side of Cincinnati is located near Denton, White Oak. That is going to be tracking to Cheviot, Montford Heights, north side, and South Fairmont over the next few minutes. You can see the hook echo on the terminal radar site with a very strong inflow still, but velocities are not tight. They've still been kind of on the moderate side of things this entire time. John said they had 3 different siren warnings in the last 20 minutes there in Cincinnati. Haley says they're sheltering at work. Dylan says, am I next? You are next. You'll be next in line for this. So yeah, if you're over there in like Coldstream or Batavia, I'll be getting your tornado action plan ready to go, or at least know where you're going to go if there is a tornado. Because if there is a tornado, it's going to be coming right towards you. And the rotation now is moving into the north side of Cincinnati. So it's over Dent and that hook echo. It's going to be going into Cheviot near the Mercy Health West Hospital, Fritch's Big Boy, and the Ivory House restaurant are in the path of this, also near the IHOP. It's generally where this is going. And then after that, it's going to go right into the downtown area of Cincinnati, the TQL Stadium, Cincinnati History Museum, Cincinnati Art Museum, Nippert Stadium, or some of the other areas that are in line for this tornado threat. Riley has an update. Go ahead, Riley.
Hey Max, we just got a new mesoscale discussion across Illinois and Indiana. This is highlighting we are seeing convective redevelopment behind the derecho or likely derecho that we saw earlier today. This will not be nearly as significant. It's going to be sort of along that boundary, but this will include winds of 55 to 70 miles per hour. There should not be any tornado threat with this.
Hey, Riley, for the update. So that's good to hear. At least no more tornadoes, hopefully over here in Indiana and Illinois, knock on wood. But there's another line of thunderstorms that will be coming. So another severe thunderstorm watch may be needed. Terre Haute, Bloomington, Indianapolis, Champaign are some of the locations that will be included in that new watch, assuming we do get one. We are back up to 12 severe thunderstorm warnings again, most of which are in Ohio and Indiana right now. We got a rapidly organizing line of thunderstorms right now off to the northwest of Indianapolis, mainly with a straight line wind threat. So if you live over in Indianapolis, you got round number like 2 or 3. I don't even know what round we're on. I think we're at least on round number 2. That'll be coming here pretty soon. So get ready for that. We also got some new storms that are blowing up right now south of Indianapolis. We have another tornado warning. This will be for all of Cincinnati, New Richmond. I mean, it's pretty much all of Cincinnati. Coldstream, Independence, you guys are all in this. Hamilton, Claremont, Campbell, Boone, and Kenton counties. We gotta be taking shelter and putting as many walls between you from the outside and getting away from windows. Rotation right now is over I-74. It's crossing it as we speak. It's gonna be moving into South Fairmont over the next couple of minutes. Same thing with North Side and Covedale. I think Cincinnati's probably about 7 minutes away from the rotation going right over the city. And then after that, this will be approaching Fort Thomas and Highland Heights. All right, so you got to be taking shelter. Once again, if you are anywhere in this tornado warning right now, this is a dangerous storm that has had a history of producing some significant wind and is now attempting to produce a tornado in a very populated area. We are literally talking about, I think, like 800,000 or 900,000 people in this new tornado warning. This is a live shot from Cincinnati right now. This is a skyline view. Apparently there's chaos happening. This is over in the tornado, or was in the tornado warning here in Hamilton. Apparently there's chaos happening here. I don't know what's going on.
Central Hamilton County in southwestern Ohio, west central Clermont County.
Oh, there were like 3 cars facing each other? Okay. Well, apparently there's a bunch of cars facing each other. Everybody was like pulled over because of the tornado warning over on the bottom left side of your screen. And apparently a bunch of people were like facing each other with their cars. I don't even know. Some weird stuff going on there. There's like a tree down on the road. That might be why. All right, let's go back over to the latest radar scan. Latest scan showing our rotation now over the town of Cheviot. I'm not seeing anything, again, strong. Nothing that would make me think we have a tornado for sure right now. But if there is one, it's going to be over the town of Cheviot. There's another one also near Lawrenceburg that is attempting to strengthen. That is moving down to the southeast, going towards Union. Lawrence and Independence will be in the path of that one. That one honestly looks much stronger. This could be a tornado at any moment, actually. We might have a tornado dropping right now, heading towards the town of Burlington, Kentucky. Cassie says, keep us posted. The sirens are going off. Well, there might be a tornado going right towards you. That area of rotation is definitely really strong right now. The one here near Cheviot, it's really hard to see on the terminal radar site. It's been kind of folding a little bit. Now we can kind of see it a little bit better. I still don't see much inflow. It's mostly just an RFD surge. So for the time being, I don't think there's a tornado on the storm near Cincinnati, but it's been trying for a little bit now. If there is a tornado, it would be hitting the Skyline Chili, Walmart Supercenter, the Price Hill Chili. Apparently Chili's popular over here, near the Aldi, and then going down towards Ludlow and Covington here in a few minutes. This back over to Covington. Covington just south of Cincinnati. You can kind of see the shelf cloud a little bit there on the left side of your screen. This is also a live shot from the skyline view of Cincinnati, right on the Ohio River. It'll be really cool to see the storm roll in here in a few minutes on this live shot. Temperature outside right now is about 79 degrees, dew point 75. So, I mean, the thermodynamics for a tornado are definitely there. We'll end up seeing what happens here over the next few minutes. But for the time being, again, tornado warning is in effect for Cincinnati. Josh says, is this the last for the day? I don't know if this is going to be your last round. There might honestly be another round of thunderstorms in a little bit. There might be another one in a little bit. Here's that, actually, that live shot's not even, I don't think current. This is the live shot right now from Cincinnati, guys. This is what it looks like with the storm rolling into Cincinnati. So this is live, looking towards the storm. You can actually, it looks like, see a lowering right there. I think that'd be the area of interest. You can see everything rotating right there. This is obviously Cincinnati right here. Correction, temperature's 84, dew point 72. Still good thermodynamics for a tornado.
So should I drive south through this and get out in front of it?
Oh, his audio's on there. All right, here's the full live shot of it. And I don't know what slot it's in. Is it in a slot? Bruh. That is not the right link. 1 second. And that just froze. Now right there again is the rotating wall cloud right there. So this is going right over the downtown area of Cincinnati. Everything's kind of spinning right here. So this would be where a tornado is trying to drop right now. This is a very ominous view of this moving right. Oh, I'm not on the right screen. This is a very ominous view of this moving right into Cincinnati right now. Everything's just kind of rotating right here. Don't have a tornado. This is where it's trying to form, right there in the middle. All right, here's it full screened. You can actually hear the tornado sirens. This is eerie. Very, very eerie. The storm rolling right over the downtown area of Cincinnati. Who else tuning in from Cincinnati right now? If there was a tornado, it'd be on the west side of Cincinnati right now, which is kind of where this is located, which there is not a tornado from what we can see, but that's the rotation right there in the middle of your screen. See the wind's starting to pick up now. There is a lot of lightning strikes. It's kind of fascinating. This camera shows you all the lightning strikes. We got 87, probably within just the last few minutes here. Bottom right, you can see that number rapidly going up. And I don't know what the heck's going on in the bottom right now. That's interesting. But if there's a tornado, again, it'll be on the right. Everything's rotating there. Right through the downtown area of Cincinnati. It's now going to be crossing over the Ohio River, coming up into Covington. Kentonville is also in the path of this. There's another live shot that is just downstream of this in Covington looking north, and we'll have at least some sort of a view of that wall cloud there on the left that's rotating. That's going to go right over the camera here in a second. Definitely a good shot here. You can see the rain really quickly coming in now too. So that is, again, right there, right over the downtown area of Cincinnati. But right now, we have our main wind threat currently going through the downtown area of Cincinnati. A potential tornado, again, trying to form. That'll be going right through the downtown area now of Covington. After that, it'll be going towards Highland Heights, Taylor Mill, Ryland Heights, and then Alexandria and Claryville. You guys are going to be in the path of this with this little supercell that's kind of hanging out with our line of thunderstorms. Moving down to the south and east. New Richmond's also in the line for this. Let's go over to that other live shot. We got a couple different ones. This is the other one that is in Covington. Again, this is live. So can't see nearly as much with this camera since it's not a skyline view, but this is also moving through the downtown area of Cincinnati right now. Obviously, rotation is now moving over the Ohio River, so this is in Covington, kind of looking in that general direction. Can't clearly see a tornado right now, but there's a lot of movement in the clouds there on the right, so that would be the area that we'd be looking at. Thank you, Tahoe, for the super chat. Tuning in from the east side of Cincinnati. Max, does your tornado alarm still work? Fire one off. For, what are you talking about? This right here? The light's flashing? Thank you, Smile, for the super chat. It's hailing in Attica, Indiana, and it's huge. Apparently, we got huge hail over in Attica, Indiana right now. On top of there being a tornado threat in Cincinnati. I'm actually not surprised by that. This is what it looks like over there near Attica. We got a big hail core on the east side. Big time hail heading down to the south and east, going towards New Crawfordsville. Quarter-sized hail and 60-mile-per-hour winds. We do have a new video that is coming out of Cincinnati. We actually got a couple of them. Some of you guys are sending in photos and videos right now from the Cincinnati area. Let's go and full screen this. This is a new video here from Cincinnati just a moment ago from somebody anonymous. That is some sus skies. The rotating wall cloud right there in the middle of your screen. You can see all the motion in the clouds right here. Everything's just kind of spinning. It's a large area of rotation. Here's another one here from another anonymous person right along the Ohio River. Big shelf cloud and then area of rotation there on the left. Just pans out everywhere. Definitely scary looking. Look at that rotate right back there too. This guy flipped his camera. If you guys do have any photos or videos, you can go to our website, maxvelocitywx.com. Feel free to submit any photos and videos that you have of today's storms. It's been a wild day, guys. We had Chicago under a tornado warning and a lot of the suburbs, and now we've had Cincinnati under a tornado warning. It's been like high population densities for some reason today. Whatever reason, just high population areas getting under warnings. You can also scan the QR code on your screen if you want to send in a photo or video. Link is on your screen too. Going back over to Cincinnati, the last couple of radar scans, I'm not seeing much rotation over the Cincinnati area. I think it's gotten a little bit broader here. That rotation, again, tracking to the south and east right now. There is a little bit of spin back over to the west of Union, which is associated with our other storm. But I'm not seeing anything that's going to be producing anything significant. Just a little area of rotation approaching the Rice Pike and Hicks Pike, which is on the south and west side there of Union. I have somebody tuning in here from Union saying it's very dark and eerie in Union watching me. Emily says, me with my patient. I don't know what you mean, but thank you for tuning in. Cassie says, keep us posted. I'm keeping you posted. Nothing really new there. My local weatherman just said, this isn't something to be scared of. I'm actively hearing sirens. We have a person over at Owensville saying, we love our chili. If you haven't heard of Skyline, you're missing out. Apparently chili is a big thing here in Ohio. We do have a new max alert just issued here a moment ago by Revel on our team. It's a medium confidence max alert for Newtonsville and Marathon. We got a little area of rotation attempting to form on the leading edge of our outflow boundary and the line of thunderstorms. I actually would support a tornado warning for this, so we might get a tornado warning going down towards Mount Arab. Marathon is really the next in line for this, so take shelter if you're in this area for an increasing tornado threat. I would definitely support a tornado warning though for this. It's very new, but that definitely needs a warning. So we could have a tornado dropping right now. If you're in Newtonsville, you got to take shelter. Marathon, same thing. Owensville, I'd do it as well. I know CC is talking about the Skyline chili. It's time to stop talking about chili. We got to go to our safe place if you're in this area, because there's a unwarned area of rotation that is forming, and it might actually drop a tornado at any moment here. So please take shelter. Hey, Ron Dingle for the $10 super chat saying, wasn't expecting a tornado warning today, but we've moved all the animals to our basement from Alexandria, Kentucky. I don't know how many animals you got, but that does not sound like a fun time. Sounds like a lot of work. This camera in Blanchester, Ohio is getting smacked by wind right now. They have upgraded the severe warning to a tornado possible tag for that storm that I'm talking about right now. Somebody just said they moved their chili to the basement. My goodness. We're moving chili to basements now. That's one of the most essential things. Thank you, Justine, for the super chat. Just sent you a 17-second video via the chat link of wind damaging cars and property outside of our apartment after the funnel clouds went over. Sounds good. I'll check it out. If I lived in Wisconsin, what I would do is that I would personally bring my cheese curds to the basement. That's what I'd be bringing. I bring any cheese curds I got, any stock I got. Got to bring it. That's essential. Always got to bring the essential things to the basement.
A new tornado warning has been issued.
We have a new tornado warning for Claremont, Highland, and Brown. Take shelter if you're in this warning. We called this out a few minutes ago. Great max alert here by our team. A little bit of an early heads up for those that live in this area. That's why we do these max alerts. But new tornado warning again for those in Fayetteville, Mount Arab, Sardinia, Owensville, Newtonsville, and near Batavia and Williamsburg. So take shelter, put as many walls between you from the outside as possible, and get away from windows. If we have a tornado, it'd be right here near Newtonsville. Pretty clear hook echo, right along the leading edge of our outflow boundary. And if there is a tornado, it'll be on the south side of Newtonsville. So please take shelter ASAP if you are in this warning. Great little early heads up, though, for this area. Riley has an urgent update. Go ahead, Riley.
Hey, Max, there's at least one TDS in that tornado warning over the town of Owensville. There might be another TDS with another area of rotation to the north. So at least one tornado on the ground, potentially two different TDSs in this tornado warning.
Hey, Riley, for the update. So we got a tornado down. It's actually not where that max alert is. It's in the tornado warning, but it's over in Owensville. So we have a tornado coming right towards that person that has the chili. Whoever CC is, there's a tornado literally about to hit you. So hopefully you got your chili to the basement. Hopefully you're taking shelter. We got a tornado debris signature right now over the golf club at Stone Lick Hills. That is going to be moving down towards Williamsburg, also approaching the landing field north of Williamsburg. And then this right here would be where the other tornado is trying to form. So we have two entirely separate tornadoes that are attempting to develop, or we have one directly going southeast, moving towards Mount Arab. Jeremy over here says, riding out the storm on a lake, max alert ready. Well, you're now in the warning, so should be taking shelter. We'll have another radar scan in a moment. Again, there could be two different tornadoes. There's definitely one, though, going right into Owensville. That'll be tracking down towards Williamsburg, Mount Arab. Another one, again, trying to form going towards the town of Marathon. Assuming that we have a tornado going towards Marathon, it's mainly going to be impacting the Marathon Park sign, Marathon Park, and the Marathon United Methodist Church, along with a few dozen homes here. But we'll have another radar scan in a second. This would be the area where we're looking for a new tornado to form, would be right there. I'm not seeing a clear debris signature, but that's a hook echo. And then this right here is where the other tornado is located. So we still have at least some sort of tornado down south of the Owensville IGA store and Uncle T's restaurant. It's now coming up. It's basically going down Ohio 276, and that's going to go into Williamsburg. This right here, by the way, is a reflectivity debris ball. So what you're looking at right there is actually a debris ball. Very faint one, but there is one. That is just south of Owensville. Which is pretty wild. So this is at least lofting up quite a bit of debris. I'm guessing it's mostly parts of trees and tree branches and leaves, but there's a very faint debris ball from this tornado right now that's ripping across the Owensville area. That is not good. Also, rotation back over here south of Cincinnati is intensifying. We may have just had a tornado east of Patriot. There's another tornado attempting to form west of Walton. So that could produce a tornado. The velocities are actually very strong there. And then over to the south of Cincinnati, there's a strengthening area of rotation over near Alexandria. That's going to be moving east. So we have really 4 areas of rotation that are all attempting to drop tornadoes right now, one of which is actively that we can confirm. There's 2 that are west of that terminal radar site that probably are 2.
Warning has been issued.
Boone, Gallatin, Grant, Kenton, and Pendleton counties are under a tornado warning for that area of literally a lot of rotation. This is going to go towards Corneth, Falmouth, as well as Crittenden. So take shelter. Dry Ridge is also in this. And Walton. Got to get to your safe place if you're in this warning, especially if you are anywhere near where the storm is, which is mainly near Walton and Verona. But Crittenden should be getting to their safe place now as we have strong rotation that is currently moving southeast, going down towards Verona. Going back to our other tornado warning, there is a brand new tree-eating tornado that is down southwest of Marathon, east of Owensville. So we have two different tornadoes down. We have one east of Batavia. The other one is east of Owensville. All right, very weak in nature, it seems like. At least it's not picking up a lot of debris, but two completely separate tornadoes here in Ohio, both moving down towards Mount Arab. So please take shelter if you are in this tornado warning. This is a dangerous situation. Then the tornado warning over here, I want to go back to that terminal radar site. This is the latest velocity scan. Very likely have a tornado right now. It's in kind of the middle of nowhere here, but it'd be near Clake Lane, tracking down towards US Highway 42, just west of Verona. So we probably have a tornado there. The one near Ryland Heights, still on the stronger side of things. That might drop a tornado here at any moment. That is tracking more to the south and east, going towards the town of Alexandria and Claryville. Jojo over here says, hunkering down over in New Richmond, Ohio, Claremont City. And this is the latest terminal radar site scan. Again, I 100% guarantee you this is at least a funnel cloud, if not a tornado, northwest of Verona. Very likely a tornado wrapped in rain. It's going to be approaching I-71 here in a few minutes. So if you're traveling along I-71 between Glencoe and Walton, I'd be taking shelter for that tornado. And we still have a tornado down right now over to the southwest of Marathon, probably ripping up a lot of trees. That's heading down to the south and east, going towards Mount Arab and Williamsburg. Beaufort is also in the track of that. Is Cincinnati clear? Cincinnati's all right for right now. I think the worst of it's kind of past Cincinnati. Hey, Breeze for the super chat. Is it past Cincinnati? Yeah, Cincinnati, you guys are not really clear, but you are still inside of the thunderstorm here, but you're not under a tornado warning anymore, so you don't have to be taking shelter at this point. The worst of it has passed by you. Which is always good to see. All right. Let's go back to the terminal radar site. This updating very frequently. The latest scan, we still have a tight couplet, probably a tornado near Verona Mudlick Road. That is, again, just northwest of Verona. This tornado, which we think is a tornado, is going to be approaching the Moeller Farm Airport and the Maddie's Meadows Airport. And then Crittenden will be in the path of this. Crittenden's a little bit more populated. You got a tacos restaurant. You also got the Wolf Street, Miami Valley Paper Tube, Sunoco, as well as Wendy's, Shell, and Dollar General are going to be in the path of this likely tornado. And it might even be on the stronger side of things. It is very rain-wrapped. Latest scan is now coming up on I-71. So it's about to cross over the interstate. It'll be hitting the Moeller Farm Airport and the Maddie's Meadows Airport here at any moment. Still have some rotation near Alexandria, but for the most part, it's a little bit broader on the last couple of scans.
A new tornado warning has been issued.
And we're just getting spammed with tornado warnings out here. We got yet again another tornado warning. That'll be in Kentucky. It's going to be for Butler, Shiloh, and Brooksville, and Falmouth. So take shelter if you're in this warning and put as many walls between you from the outside as possible. We're just getting nonstop tornado warnings all of a sudden. We had like none for the longest time, and now we got 5. As Bracken, Claremont, Campbell, Kenton, and Pendleton counties. Riley has an update. Go ahead, Riley.
Hey, Max, we did just get a new mesoscale discussion. This one is in Kentucky, Ohio, Indiana. This is for the storms we are tracking moving through Cincinnati right now. Great damaging wind threat and a brief tornado threat as we continue to see storms have some sort of inflow over the next half hour. So eventually we'll shift to mainly a damaging wind threat through 5:45 p.m. Eastern time.
Thank you, Riley, for the update. So Moorhead, West Liberty, Prestonburg, Hazard, Maysville, Cincinnati. You guys are all at risk right now of damaging winds and maybe an isolated tornado or two, which is kind of what we're seeing right now. We've had a few tornadoes actually over the last few minutes. I think we've had 3 or 4 different ones. This right here, I think we might have had 2 different ones west of Walton, Kentucky. Luckily, not really hitting much other than trees, but I think that was a tornado for maybe a minute or 2. This was a second tornado that probably started at 350. It might not be on the ground anymore, but it was there for a moment near Verona. If we go back over to the Ohio storm, which has been producing tornadoes, I'm not really confident that we still have a tornado. There's a very faint debris signature Just got another radar scan, so we'll see what that looks like. If there is a tornado right now here in southern Ohio, it will be coming up on the town of Mount Arab. And Sardinia will be in the path of that after. Jeremy says the chili is pretty good, Max. I've never had Ohio chili. Is it with beans or without beans? Jay says, Max, am I cooked? I don't have a basement or bathtub. Well, you're not really in the tornado warning, so you're probably chilling. Here's the latest scan. I'm not confident that we have a tornado here, but that would be the area of where there would be a tornado coming up on Greenbush West Road and also Harker Waits Road. It's kind of going down those roads here in a second. The north side of Ohio 32. No beans? Yeah, it is better without beans. I don't know why people do beans. If you do beans and chili, you're kind of weird. It's a little strange to me. A little update for those over in Indiana and Illinois. We got all sorts of storms that are going up right now, mainly with damaging winds being the concern. Tornado risk in this area is pretty low for the remainder of the day. We have a lot of storms also going up over here to the west of Chicago, but again, I'm not expecting much more severe weather out that direction. It'll be primarily with this new cluster that has gone up right along the Interstate 74 corridor, stretching from Crawfordsville back to Clinton. 60-mile-per-hour winds and some $1.25 sized hail is possible. South of Indianapolis got quite the hailstorm going on down here near Morgantown, in addition to some downburst damaging winds. Nashville, Columbus, Jonesville, Elizabethtown, you guys are all in line for that. Pretty big storm. There's also a lot of lightning. And then if you look over here near Cincinnati, there's tornado warnings everywhere. Literally being spammed with tornado warnings. It's pretty wild out here. We have a new radar scan coming in. We'll look at it in a moment. Max just started a beans war. There's no way you put beans in chili. Hey, Calgary for the super chat. Max would be epic covering tornado outbreaks in Poland. You guys get tornado outbreaks? They cannot be anything like what we get in the United States. Thank you, Rachel, for the super chat. Is Hillsborough and New Vienna in any path of tornadoes? I don't know where that is, but if you're in Hillsborough's right here, you're not really. It's more of a wind threat, but generally speaking, it's an isolated tornado risk for everywhere. I know we have 5 tornado warnings, and it looks bright and scary, but I think it'll be mostly just an isolated tornado risk for the next few hours. On the latest radar scan, we have 2 areas of rotation still with this storm in southern Ohio, one of which is approaching Mount Arab. There's another one approaching the south side of Mount Arab, going more towards Ohio 774. Neither of which seem to be on the ground anymore, but there was at least a couple of brief tornadoes with this. Sardinia, you should be taking shelter now if you've not already. There's another area of rotation that is forming over here south of Fayetteville. That rotation will be going towards Newmarket, and that is going to try to produce a tornado here in the next few minutes. But for right now, it does not look like it's on the ground. And then back over in Kentucky, I would say the main area of rotation that we need to watch for will be this right here near Crittenden. There's quite a bit of rotation there that's moving towards Dry Ridge, Williamstown, basically going towards I-75. Corneth, Berry, and Falmouth will also be in the path of this. So we got to be keeping an eye on this. A lot of rotation, though, right now west of Crittenden. This is what just produced, we believe, 2 different tornadoes in the last 15 minutes. And it might try to produce another one here as it continues to move down to the south and east. But the more eastern Kentucky tornado warning here, I'm not seeing much of any rotation. It more so looks like a straight line damaging wind threat. So a little bit surprised by that tornado warning. But nonetheless, we'll continue to monitor it and see if anything does happen with it. Anyway, Squiggly for the gift. Somebody just said they spent 49 minutes in the basement. That's light work. A little 49 minutes of being in the basement. That's not even that long. I feel like you could easily go longer in the basement. I remember when I was a kid, I had to be in the basement for like a long time because of a tornado warning. Hey, Ryan for the gift. I just said I'm having a good time in my basement. Lots of memories. For what? Is Mansfield, Ohio safe? I don't think anybody's safe today, honestly. But yeah, Mansfield's all right. It's going to be more of a mostly just rain. There are some storms firing up over here right along Lake Erie that could actually become severe, moving towards Cleveland, Lorain, and maybe even going down there towards Mansfield. But probably just going to see isolated damaging winds out of that. Got so many little areas of rotation right now with this line of thunderstorms. These are going to be the main 2 ones that we're looking at over in southern Ohio. I do not believe either of them are producing tornadoes anymore, but that could change. think this one right here will be this one right here north of Beaufort will probably organize over the next minute or so. There are a lot of homes over here near Beaufort, like a lot of like rural areas. There's a lot of homes over in this like tornado warning in southern Ohio. They're pretty spaced apart. The cheese makes the chili. Gotta put some good mozzarella cheese on that chili. All right, here's the latest radar scan on the Kentucky storms. Still rotating here west of Crittenden, but it's not strong. If we were to see a tornado, it'll be going into Dry Ridge here in a few minutes, which is where the apparently another Beans restaurant is, the Happy Dragon. You got the Walmart Supercenter and the Comfort Suites. Isn't this where there's that weird, like, yeah, the Ark Encounter is in the path of this as well. Hampton Inn and Suites, Fossil Find, and the Bell's Smoke and Barbecue is going to be in the path of this potential tornado risk. And then over here to the east, it's almost all just straight line damaging winds. What are you guys talking about? The mozzarella and chili. Get that Olive Garden cheese on it. Sounds pretty good to me. Olive Garden basically has a chili with beans. Basically chili. Whatever that soup is called. I don't remember what it is. It's like the is it like lentil soup or something? I really don't remember what it is. Something like that, though. Why is everybody saying gross? Not that crazy. It's a minestrone or maestro, whatever it's called. Yeah, Maestro Mickey Mouse soup, basically, is what it's called over there at Olive Garden. Hey, Hockey for the gift. We do have a continuation of this tornado. Oh, Riley has an urgent update. Go ahead, Riley.
Hey, Max, inside that tornado warning near Beaufort, there's definitely a TDS now. So back to another tornado on the ground. This is like the third or fourth time we've seen a TDS on a random area rotation. So if you're in Beaufort or Mauricetown, take shelter now.
Hey, Riley, for the updates. We got another tornado down on this storm. It's been on and off producing tornadoes. That tornado right now is on the north side of Beaufort, which I just called out like 4 minutes ago. Looked like the next one to produce, and it definitely is. You can actually see the tight couplet on this one. Gate-to-gate shear is about 80 miles per hour, so presumably not a really strong tornado, but it is a tornado, so take shelter. Beaufort, Mauricetown, I think is how you say it, Mauricetown, and also Newmarket on the northern side of this tornado warning is where we do definitely have a tornado. There could be one south of Mount Arab as well, but that one a little bit uncertain. We don't have a clear debris signature on that right now. We also have a flash flood warning for Wilmington. Wilmington, Mason, Batavia, Mount Arab, you guys are all under a flash flood warning now. So if you are in this area, please make sure that you are turning around. Don't drown. Do not drive in flooded waters. This is Kyle back over here in Winchester saying, bring me Cincy chili before the tornadoes get me. I guess, bro. All right, I'll have another radar scan in a second. There's definitely a tornado again north of Beaufort. That latest scan looks larger. Riley has an urgent update. Go ahead, Riley.
Yeah, Max, that's exactly what I was about to say. Definitely a deeper TDS on this, and actually taking a look at that cup list, this could be a significant tornado as well. So we have already been talking about it here for about 10 minutes now, but definitely be taking shelter.
Thank you, Riley, for the update. Yeah, that is looking a lot more concerning. This is hitting a lot of homes and buildings right now. There's a lot of homes in this general area.
A new tornado
and it is, I mean, you can see all these little boxes here, guys, right? These are homes. And right now, there's like a home here of some sort that is being hit by this tornado crossing over Ohio 134. It's coming up on Rubble Lane and then Hereford Lane. A lot more homes over here. A lot of different roads over in Hereford Lane. So again, there is definitely a tornado, probably a stronger sided one. They have issued a new tornado warning for this entire area. Winchester, Peebles, West Union, as well as it's just out there of the Sinking Spring and Mount Arab. You got to be taking shelter right now and putting as many walls between you from the outside and getting away from windows. This is a very dangerous storm right now that is tracking to the south and east and is actively producing a tornado threat. But not what you want to see right now. This latest scan, we'll see what it looks like. Velocities are really strong on this thing. There's the latest scan. Still got a lot of debris being lofted up. It's going down Ohio 321. There are a good half dozen to a dozen homes here right along Ohio 321 that are actively being hit by this tornado. The bare minimum, some wind, but that is a tornado that is continuing to move down to the south and east. Going back over to Kentucky, rotation is rapidly intensifying again near Dry Ridge. We could have a tornado developing right now heading towards Ark Encounter in Williamstown. This is a big travel or tourist destination over here between Dry Ridge and Williamstown. So there might be a legit tornado that is actually going towards that area. It gets a lot harder to see these storms as we get further away from the radar site, but this is a terminal radar site, which gives us a pretty good view of how strong the velocities are, and they are strong. It's right along I-75. Definitely concerning. Definitely concerning here. Anybody currently tuning in from the Ark Encounter? It's like a little park over here or something. Honestly, not entirely sure what this is. Some people told me it was from like some movie or something, but I never even heard about it until like 2 or 3 weeks ago. That velocity couplet is really strong. I know you can't see the greens. Just imagine right here, guys, there's some green. All right, this is all green. This is all red. And they're touching each other. And that means this thing might be producing a tornado. You just got to imagine. Hey, Cecil for the sewer chat. Owensville, Ohio has tornado damage, multiple trees down. Thank you for the report. Yeah, we had at least one or if not 2 tornadoes there over the last 15, 20 minutes. I mean, look at these storms. Look at the hook echoes. On this latest scan, we got 2 very defined hook echoes here. One near Beaufort, Ohio, and the other one northeast of Hammersville. That one's still trying to produce a tornado. If not, it might still be doing it. There's some CC drop still there. The other one is just south of Sardinia that's also trying to drop a tornado right now. Yeah, the storm near Dry Ridge, I mean, this honestly might be a tornado. That'd be hitting the Ark Encounter. Ark Encounter will be right in the path of this. I really don't know what this whole Ark Encounter thing is. I was just looking into it. But this would be hitting Ark Encounter, Williamstown, Dry Ridge. Unfortunately, the radar coverage gets a lot worse here as this keeps going south, but it's pretty obvious. We got a large hook echo, very strong inflow, and very likely a tornado right now hitting the Ark Encounter in Williamstown right now. Hopefully there is not, but there might be one. The tornado warning near Butler, I think, will probably just be canceled.
A new tornado
velocities there have been a
issued.
lot weaker here as of lately. I think it's more of a damaging wind threat. They have issued a new tornado warning for those in the Ark Encounter area with, again, a very likely tornado that is hitting this area. So Williamstown, back towards Corinth, you need to be taking shelter and putting as many walls between you from the outside. That is Grant and Pendleton counties here in northern Kentucky. As of 4:09, if there's a tornado, it's coming up on the north side of the Ark Encounter. Looks like there might be some buildings or homes there. It's going to be coming up on the St. Elizabeth Grant Hospital, Williamstown Independent Schools, the Bell Smoke and Barbecue, and then going to go right down Interstate 75. Look at the velocities over here in southern Ohio. I mean, they're cooking. All of a sudden, we're up to 100-mile-per-hour winds going north to south. What the flippity-floppity is going on? This storm is like gone from... I mean, it was like this whole entire complex was producing pretty modest wind for a while. It was producing like 60 to 70 mile per hour winds for a while. Now, all of a sudden, we're starting to get some radar estimated 100 mile per hour winds near Mount Arab and also near Newmarket. So this thing is just cranking again. It's unbelievable. Hey, Soy for the $20 super chat. Ark Encounter is a large real-scale recreation of Noah's Ark created by a set called the Young Earth Creationists who believe the Ark actually existed and the flood actually happened. Good to know. I know nothing about Noah's Ark, but thank you for the super chat. I don't even know what it is. I've heard of it before, but I don't know what that's all about. Here's the latest radar scan. Still a very faint CC drop over Ohio 321, so there might still be a tornado. The velocities are just insane. Again, it's like what happened earlier in Chicago. It's almost the same thing. Winds have gotten really intense again. It's not nearly as large of an area. Population density is obviously a lot lower, but this is one heck of a line of thunderstorms right now pushing through southern Ohio and northern Kentucky. Here's the last scan here near the Ark Encounter. If there is a tornado, it's literally going to go right over the Ark Encounter. It's going right down I-75, coming up on the Sunrise Inn in the El Hosco Mexican Restaurant, Ark Encounter parking area, the Hamilton Inn and Suites. Not sure if it's really going to go right into the Ark Encounter, but it'll kind of be on the edge of it for sure. Just outside of Williamstown. Pretty confident that we've had a tornado at some point in the last few minutes. I'm not sure if we still have one, but it is going over the Ark Encounter now. Definitely a dangerous area of rotation heading down to the south and east. I do not think they're going to continue this tornado warning over here near Brooksville. It goes for 17 more minutes, but I'm not really seeing much evidence that that is going to continue to produce any level of a tornado threat, at least in the foreseeable future. Look at this hook echo. Wow, this is just crazy. Look at that latest scan. This thing's crazy. That's with smoothing on. See the inflow going into the storm pretty clearly. It's like a little thumb. This is crazy for southern Ohio standards. Latest scan velocities are being measured at up to 110 miles per hour. I would honestly support a destructive severe warning going down towards Winchester and Peebles or Pebbles. Not just because we have a tornado threat, but the winds are just ripping. Here's another scan. It's still showing about 105, 110. Highest I'm seeing is 110 right now. Hey, Strange for the super chat. I'll see if I can check that out. Thank you. All right, let's go back over to the Kentucky storm. The latest scan still showing our strongest area of rotation over Williamstown. It's going down towards 36, going down towards Cordova Road. Corneth is going to be the path of that. If there is a tornado, it'll be going over to the east side of the Ark Encounter. The Ark Encounter is getting the RFD surge, which right now velocities are measuring 85 mile per hour velocities moving from north to south. So the winds are clearly intense here on the west side of Williamstown. But uncertain again if there's a tornado. If there is one, it'll probably be hitting the Ark Encounter. South of Morristown, latest scan will be coming in a moment. Still no active tornado. We did have one for at least 5 or 10 minutes for a couple times now. This line of storms here has been producing probably 3 or 4 tornadoes over the last half hour. Does not seem like it is producing one for the moment, but the velocities are up to 110 miles per hour again, which is probably going to end up producing a lot more damage than a tornado is. Very destructive surge of wind right now, pushing through southern Ohio, approaching Winchester, West Union. If you live over in Portsmouth like Michelle is over here, you should be getting ready and taking precautions now. Get flashlights, any sort of other things that you need to stay ready for any sort of major wind threat or even a tornado threat. You should go do that now. Bring plants inside, hatch down trampolines, all that good stuff. Michelle says the sun is now gone and waiting on round 2. This is what our infrared imagery has looked like for the last couple of hours. We had a little clearing between round 1 and round 2 of these thunderstorms. This was the first line. This was the second one. And if we go over to the GeoColor satellite, which you can also watch inside of the WeatherFront app, you can actually see that large clearing that happened. I wouldn't say really large. There's a narrow area of clearing that happened around 2:30 to 3:30. So it actually increased the instability here across Kentucky and Ohio. And that is why the storms are still very intense here. We even had some clearing over there in Chicago and other parts of Indiana and Illinois, which has led to at least a little bit better of a threat of severe weather. We just got a new max alert issued by meteorologist Xavier Birds for Winchester and Cherry Fork as a high confidence max alert for damaging winds up to 80 miles per hour. It could even be higher than that. The latest scan has velocities getting up to 120. I'm not sure how accurate that is. You know, that's a lot, but I mean, that's pretty crazy. 120 mile per hour velocities is diabolical. Like, this is what happened earlier over in Chicago. The winds are just crazy. We have a new tornado possible severe warning over here near Champaign. We actually have Storm Chaser, Tornado Pagey, and Ryan Scholl who are live over here. They actually ended their streams, and now they're live again over here in Champaign with a increasing tornado risk for Champaign, Illinois. So we got to keep a really close eye on this. They are on the bottom left and bottom middle of your screen. Riley has an update. Go ahead, Riley.
Hey, Max, unfortunately, we do have our first confirmed fatality of the event today. So this is out of Roseville, Ohio, where we did have significant flash flooding. There was actually a flash flood emergency for the Roseville, Ohio area. Roseville was just outside of that flash flood warning. However, they did confirm that one person died after driving into floodwaters.
Hey, Riley, for the update. And that is exactly why you should never drive through floodwaters. Not what you want to hear. All right, let's go over to Tornado Pagey. They are currently inside of this storm right now that is organizing in Illinois. It's trying to produce a tornado. They literally ended their stream. I think them and Ryan Scholl did. All of a sudden, the storm popped up out of nowhere and it's rotating near Champaign. We did talk about how the tornado threat was pretty much done in Illinois. Well, why not be done after all?
That's an alco attached to the southeast. Which definitely feel like it's been up.
Hey, Ron Dingle for the super chat. I'm safe. Lights started to flicker while I was in shelter and briefly lost power, but we're good. That's good to hear. This is what Ryan Scholl's looking at. He is currently over there in Champaign. You can see how dark the skies are here.
Keep going here, but we are kind of starting to head back home, and we now have a tornado possible tag on a severe thunderstorm warning here just to the west of Champaign.
Anybody tuning in from Champaign right now?
Tornado warning has been
So
issued.
we are back live here. We don't know how long, but this storm definitely has been looking pretty.
We're gonna go back to him in a second. He's over there near Champaign. They have issued a new tornado warning for Marysville. All right, Marysville, Manchester, and Ripley. You guys are under a tornado warning for this really dangerous part of the line here in southern and Ohio and northern Kentucky. So if you're in this warning, take shelter and put as many walls between you from the outside as possible. A lot of counties like Lewis, Fleming, Mason, Adams, and Brown counties, you guys are now under that tornado warning. No active tornado anymore in Ohio from what I'm seeing. It looks like a big wind threat, though. It's going to continue to produce a significant wind threat. This Ohio storm really interests me. This is a very intense thunderstorm that has popped up out of nowhere. This storm in Champaign is rotating once again. There is a legit tornado risk with this, but the wind is really intense. This is all RFD. Let's say Maysville, not Marysville. Yeah, this is very intense right now over here near Champaign.
They're so close to me.
Oh my goodness.
Wagon.
Wagon alert.
What is this?
A new tornado warning has been issued.
Look at that thing.
It's also Ryan Scholl. We're going to keep an eye on both of them. They're bottom right of your screen. You can see the large hook that's been developing, though, right along an outflow boundary. So it's going to try to do something. I think it'll be a bigger concern for Tuscola, Newman, and Chrisman if it can stay organized. Another tornado warning here. That's north of Lexington, Kentucky. This is going to be for Cynthiana, Millersburg, Barry, Carlisle. If you are in any of those areas, you need to take shelter and put as many walls between you from the outside and get away from windows. We have an area of rotation over here near Barry that is developing. And then another one just south of Falmouth that is also trying to produce a tornado. All these storms are pushing south and east at about 40 to 50 miles per hour. They are pretty fast moving. All right, Riley has an update. Go ahead, Riley.
Hey Max, I want to talk about that new storm that was just tornado warned. So it's right here over the town of Barry, and this is our line back here. And our line is going to have a lot of surging winds, straight line damaging winds with it. Eventually, we are going to see those straight line winds sort of nudge this supercell that has initiated out in front of the line, and we may see a briefly higher tornado threat when that does happen, just because it'll work to sort of power that RFD. So this is something to watch over the next half hour or so as that line starts to approach up on it. Also, I did want to briefly talk about the storm that we've been talking about on and off again over in South Dakota. So this is already up to tennis ball sized hail. It is likely going to be a destructive severe thunderstorm at some point with hail probably up to baseball size, and is going to go right through Rapid City, and it's going to go right through Rapid City very slowly as well. So if you're in Rapid City, be prepared to have a supercell make its way through your area that's going to be producing some very large hail for maybe as long as half an hour. So that's one thing to keep an eye on over there. We did just get another new tornado warning in Kentucky. This is for Bracken, Pendleton, and Robertson counties. That is an extension of the tornado warning that we have in Fairmouth. We do still have, or Falmouth, there is still a couple areas of rotation here that could potentially spin up a tornado. So if you're in Mount Olivet, go ahead, take shelter now. That tornado warning will expire in 22 minutes, but for then, be in shelter.
Thank you, Riley, for the update. So another tornado warning. We're up to 6. I think this might be the highest number of tornado warnings that we've had today. We have 6 tornado warnings now. This one will be back over Mount Olivet. So take shelter if you're in that warning. We have literally warnings popping up left and right now. Still an active day. This has been a very active day of severe weather. I mean, we started our live stream at 9 in the morning or 10 in the morning. It was early. And it's only 3:30. You know, what's crazy is that, like, most of the time when we get severe weather events, we're live from like 3 p.m. until like 10 p.m. or something. It's different today. We started at 9 or 10. Very odd. Don't usually have morning streams into afternoon streams. We might be live for 24 hours at this rate. We might be live all the way through tomorrow afternoon. Not actually. If we did that, I might lose my mind. All right, going back over to Ohio. We have a big surge of wind right now approaching Sinking Spring. There's some broad rotation with that. They might issue a new tornado warning going towards Sinking Spring and Rardin. Still got rotation going over Winchester, Ohio. Can't confirm any tornado here as of right now, but the velocities are still very intense. We're looking at 100-mile-per-hour wind still, moving into Cherry Fork and then eventually going towards the West Union area. So, again, you should be taking shelter if you're in any of these warnings. Doesn't matter if you are in a tornado warning or a severe thunderstorm warning. It's just like what happened in Chicago earlier. There's no reason to not take shelter. You just do it. It takes 20 minutes out of your day, and it's going to keep you and your family safe. So you should be taking shelter regardless of where you are in these warnings right now. Going back over to Illinois, this storm looks pretty wild. We got rotation developing southwest of Champaign right now. Storm chaser Ryan Scholl has a view of it.
Because otherwise we're going to somehow fall behind.
Does have a tornado possible tag on it. Riley has a urgent update. Go ahead, Riley.
Hey Max, there's actually a TDS on that storm in Illinois, working on confirmed max alert for that, but there is a TDS, so tornado on the ground in Illinois.
Thank you, Riley, for the update. So we have a tornado down in Illinois, and I don't know how Brian Scholl doesn't see it. We got a tornado down, though, right now in this storm.
This
storm has a TDS.
Tornado possible tag severe thunderstorm warning here in Illinois, eastern Illinois.
Has a TDS.
As a TDS.
Yeah, there's a tornado down somewhere back in there.
I can't see anything right now, though.
So he is currently located. I mean, again, there's a tornado down right now southwest of Champaign. Wow, look at that velocity couplet. We need a tornado warning. Where in the world is a tornado warning? That is a strong area of rotation, guys. This is dangerous.
No, I don't.
I'm gonna go.
I don't think I see it.
That is a strong area of rotation near Champaign. We 100% need a tornado warning. Wow. Yeah, that needs a tornado warning. My God. This thing came out of nowhere. This is the year.
A new tornado.
This is unfreaking believable. This is the year of the Illinois, literally the year of Illinois. We have a very strong area of rotation. They have issued a tornado warning now for Champaign, Douglas, and Piatt counties. If you are in this warning, you need to run to your safe place. We got a tornado down, and it honestly could be on the stronger side of things. You got to run, though. This is a dangerous storm. Tornado Pagey just came up on damage. They have a tree down on some sort of road. You couldn't really see it there.
South option, I'm going.
Ryan Scholl is right now next to where this tornado is. We're keeping an eye on him. That tornado, again, moving east-southeast. It's going to be coming up on Tolono and Savoy. So you got to run to your safe place, take shelter, south side of Champaign near the University of Illinois in Urbana. You should be taking shelter as well and putting as many walls between you from the outside as possible. Let's look at Ryan Scholl. You would have a view of it.
You guys at it. I don't see anything right now. Can't confirm a tornado right now.
Ryan Scholl can't confirm a tornado yet.
Uncondensed.
Yeah, can't confirm. It's pretty rain wrapped. It's radar indicated right now. Definitely has to be a tornado on the ground back there.
My phone is being so stupid right now.
Oh, it's just.
Latest scan, still have a very definitive hook echo. Don't have a clear debris signature on that latest scan. Velocities are still strong. A lot of rotation right there. It's all wrapping into the rain. You can see the left-right motion up top. It's all kind of wrapping back into the rain there.
Circulation kind of little. Yeah, it'd be like right down there.
Like in front of us.
Yep, I'm gonna go back. The roads are gonna zigzag at this point.
Gotta love the cornfields. They're everywhere.
Pretty good. You gotta be kidding me.
Broski.
Bro! We're good from the other. I'm gonna go.
Yeah.
Got the tractor.
He's like.
This guy's farming while he's in a tornado warning. This is like farming simulator out here.
I know I will.
I know you will, but I don't want to.
We just got another tornado warning. I accidentally cut it off. We got another tornado warning for Ohio and Kentucky. That'll be a large one. So that's for Pebbles, Rardin, Vanceburg. You should be taking shelter if you're anywhere in this tornado warning and putting as many walls between you from the outside as possible. That's Lewis County, Kentucky, and then Adams, Brown, Highland, Pike, and Scioto counties in Ohio. There's a giant tornado warning here for several areas of rotation that are tracking down to the south and east right now, in addition to destructive, damaging wind gusts near Winchester and also West Union. But as of right now, we cannot confirm any tornadoes with those storms. We do have a confirmed max alert, by the way, for this storm. There was a tornado a moment ago, probably rain-wrapped southwest of Champaign. It is attempting to drop another one right now. So really got to be taking shelter. Ryan Scholl is actually about to drive into he's about to drive into this thing. He's going directly south into the area of rotation.
He'll be passing to our south anyways, so I'm going to slow it down a tiny bit.
Bro is driving into the rotation.
I'm just going to go east here.
He's in the couplet right now, or in the area of rotation. Oh, there goes a bird flying away.
We're all right here. Sure. Yes, I'm sure. Right where we're at, we're okay. Not confirmed. It would be to our south. Yeah, that's really trying, man.
He was in the couplet for a moment.
If there's anything, it's like definitely rain wrapped.
You know, what's really crazy, guys, is that we just got this massive supercell in Illinois out of literally nowhere. Like, you can't make this up. You really can't make up the Illinois shenanigans this year. We got literally another just random supercell. Just random. Like, this is not supposed to happen. And, I mean, it looks pretty wild. And the velocities are still strong. I wouldn't say they're tight, but it's just produced a tornado a moment ago, in case you're just tuning in, near Champaign, Illinois, and it's attempting to drop another tornado. Very impressive looking supercell. Very impressive looking supercell right now. Velocities are still pretty strong. Greens and reds are coming together right near Monticello Road. This is approaching the University of Illinois Willard Airport, Tolono and Savoy. You guys are right in the line for this. This is where Storm Chaser Ryan Scholl is. You can also watch him live inside of the free WeatherFront app. If you want to watch him live, you can go download WeatherFront with the top link in the description below on iOS, Android, and also on desktop. Tornado Pagey's also in the warning. They've kind of got stuck, though. They had trees down where they were located, so they're trying to get back on this, but it's going to take some time, I think, for them.
Feels outflowy at the moment, though.
Ryan Scholl is going southbound again, so he's going back into the couplet. So the wind should get pretty strong here in a second. If there were to be a tornado, it would be on the right.
Okay, highway right there. We're good. We're good.
Actually, no, it would be right in front of him now.
This road just sucks. A lot of ruts in it. Birds, I need you to watch out, buddy. Yep, turning right here. Never leave, man. Car,
Andrew Pritchard is down here.
Well, of course he is.
He's behind.
Look at the rain. Definitely broadened out just a tiny bit.
Back to him in a second. This is the latest velocity scan. It did get a little bit broader on this latest scan, not nearly as intense. Still a very defined hook echo. It's probably in the midst of recycling. This is what it looks like from Champaign. If you're at the University of Illinois campus at all, it is very dark there. You can see that at the top of your screen. Very dark and ominous. Gonna probably at least get some damaging winds, maybe even some hail in the downtown Champaign area. We got somebody tuning in here over in Tolono said, just got this out of nowhere. Yeah, I know. That's what I'm saying. This thing came out of literally nowhere. It's really impressive. It is literally the year of Illinois. The year of Illinois continues. We have a new severe thunderstorm warning for Indianapolis, Brownsburg, and Fishers. That'll be for 60-mile-per-hour damaging wind gusts. Not really looking at much of a hail risk with that storm. We do have another 4 tornado warnings, all of which are along the Ohio and Kentucky border. I don't know if any of these are producing. It's just too hard to tell now since we're far away from the radar site. But main area of rotation is moving into Manchester. And then otherwise, it's mostly damaging wind gusts up to 80 miles per hour across that entire line of thunderstorms. If anything does change, we'll let you know, but velocities are almost impossible to see from this radar angle. But take shelter if you're in the tornado warnings. We've had multiple tornadoes in Kentucky and Ohio over the last 2 hours or so. Let's go back over to the tornado warning here. You're fine, Gabriel, for right now over there near Danville. While we have a second, you guys should put your location on the map. If you've already done it, you're going to have to do it again because the locations disappear every 5 minutes. So if you want to put your location on the map, you can scan the QR code or go to the link in the description. And also, if you need a weather app to stay ahead of the storms, you should download WeatherFront. You can scan the QR code on your screen or go download it on iOS or Android. It's the top links in the description below. That's the weather app that we're using right now. I'll have another radar scan in a moment. This is the latest one, which still shows a large area of rotation. It is a bit broader, but it is in the midst of cycling. So I do think at some point down the line, this is going to probably produce an actual legit tornado risk as it moves towards Philo, Broadlands, and Sydney. Riley has an update. Go ahead, Riley.
Hey, Max. Unfortunately, we have our second confirmed fatality that occurred during today's severe weather outbreak. This one was in Portage, Indiana. It's not exactly clear what happened. However, there was a report of a house exploding at or around the time severe storms moved through the area. We'll let you know if we get any updates on that, but either way, it's a fatality that occurred at or around storms being in the area of Portage, Indiana.
Thank you, Riley, for the update. So that is now 2 fatalities today. We have a video of a fire. I don't know if it was in Portage, but there was a house that was on fire, possibly from lightning. I don't know. Can somebody find that on the reports dashboard? I don't know if we have. I don't know what video that was. That might have. Oh, actually, I found it. Never mind. This was in Oak Lawn, Illinois. So I don't think this is related, but we did have a video that was sent in by a viewer from a fire that started from a lightning strike. But not sure if that's related to this. Got a lot more photos and videos coming out of the Champaign area and also in Oswego, Illinois, of a lot of tree damage. Had a lot of damage today. This is over in Kentucky.
This is an urgent alert. A tornado is on the ground. Seek shelter immediately.
We now have a confirmed tornado warning here in Illinois. They have upgraded this now to a confirmed tornado warning for Douglas, Piatt, and Champaign counties. So if you are in this tornado warning here, you need to be taking shelter now and putting as many walls between you from the outside as possible and getting away from windows. This is confirmed by weather spotters.
Who cares?
Storm Chaser Ryan Scholl is currently on the scene. I don't know how in the world you're even going to see this. It's very rain-wrapped.
On the window.
Back there would be it.
But we got a tornado down right now heading into Tolono.
Got it?
Yeah.
It's observed right now. It is an observed tornado warning. We have not been able to confirm anything on the ground, but this is now an observed
Weather
tornado.
spotters confirmed.
Look at all the motion right there at the front. We got a lot of left to right motion. That tornado is going to be pretty rain wrapped, I think, no matter what.
God, I'm so glad I stopped, dude. I would have been so mad.
I could tell you kind of like didn't want to, but
It's Illinois, man. You don't leave. You just don't leave, man. I know better than
Don't leave Illinois in 2026.
I'm gonna go.
Get tornadoes everywhere if you're a chaser.
To this next South Highway, probably, or whatever. I don't know, because we're just in a weird spot.
can't get anything to load. Oh my god, he keeps switching to Starlink.
Well, just
once again, if you're just tuning in, this is a confirmed tornado just south of Champaign. According to weather spotters, it's going to be coming up into the town of Tolono. That will be hitting the Lewin Denny's and Loose Cobra bars, I think it is. West Side Park. Got a lot of other locations here, like the West Side Fire Station. This one looks like out there in Champaign right now. It is very windy. This is at the Illinois State University of Illinois here in downtown Champaign. It is very windy. That's where a lot of you are tuning in right now. Got a good 40 to 50 of you that just put your location on the map here over in Champaign. Sirens going off in Champaign. Hopefully my family's okay in Tolono. Well, they're right in the path of this tornado. So assuming there's one on the ground, it's going to be right there going into Tolono or barely clipping it. Currently in the closet with my cats. Tornado warning out of thin air. Yeah, this literally came out of nowhere. Look at the wind. It is really intense over here in Champaign. So we got very strong wind gusts there. Storm Chaser Ryan Scholl has a pretty solid view of this. Tornado would be somewhere in the middle right. It's the area that we're looking at. Looks like a wall cloud right there. On the far left side of your screen now.
Let's go. You know who's behind us? I think it's Jacob Dickey.
Is he not on the WCIA?
I don't think so.
It's getting dizzy.
Yeah, right there. You kind of see it.
Because it was looking kind of weirdly funnel-like.
Uh-huh.
But I'm
That's going to be the area that we're looking at for a tornado right there.
Like it would be in the rain, so I
Just going to be passing by the University of Illinois Willard Airport in a moment.
That should be it. Right, that circulation right there.
Yeah.
That definitely seems like it. It
They just
correlates
updated
right
the
with
tornado
it.
warning. Still
I
confirmed.
cannot see a tornado.
Still have this as a confirmed tornado warning as of 1 minute ago. Weather spotters are still confirming a tornado according to that update. This does not include the downtown area of Champaign anymore. It does include Tolono, Philo, Longview, Broadlands, Villa Grove, Newman, and Murdoch.
You do not need to be going 25 over the speed limit. Like, that is absolutely ridiculous. And that's what just happened.
Somebody's going speeding.
I need to turn around. I need to get that west road. Or east. Yeah, I'll turn around. It's all right. Yeah.
Still not seeing any definitive couplet on radar. We did have one southwest of Champaign right before and as the tornado warning got issued. Haven't seen that in a good 5-10 minutes now. The velocity's still mostly an RFD surge. There's not as much inflow. It's become a little bit outflowy over the last few minutes, but still a very discreet supercell, still a very definitive hook echo as well. Again, I would not be surprised if this did drop a tornado again. I think it's just kind of in the midst of cycling. This person said they're in the tornado. Well, I hate to break it to you. You're not in the tornado, right? I don't know how in the world you think you're in the tornado. You're not even near it. It's just wind. It's very windy, though, out there in Champaign. Lily says, taking cover now. Thanks, Max. This spot just brought my newborn home. Well, probably good timing to bring him home. Yeah, this would be where the tornado is. It's going to be down here to the south of Champaign. It wouldn't be in Champaign. It's pretty windy, though, in Champaign from what we've seen.
Sus.
That right there, I think, is what was the tornado. I don't think there is one anymore, but right there would be where the tornado
look
is.
Look at the surface, too. See if there's any, like,
it's a lowering right there.
Anything as well. Just, like, be on the lookout for that as well.
Unless it's, like, yeah, lofting, like, a bunch of debris. I'm not going to be able to tell.
No.
That is really weird.
That sucks. You pointed down and a little bit more at it. Dude, that is very sus. Pulling out my back window. I can't say it's anything right now, but it's definitely looking very interesting right there.
Yeah, that's going to be where a tornado's trying to drop.
Realize I need to utilize my back windows more because I can see a little bit better out of them. Rolling it up. direction it's coming out of right now. I'm just gonna drive.
My family at the airport, has the airport doing? Should be mostly wind and hail.
Highway.
The tornado should stay. Any tornado threat looks like it's going to just be south of the airport. Talking about the University of Illinois airport.
Or we have to just keep going and like stay where we're at. I think that's where that.
It's getting more shrouded in rain.
It's also the rotation's also getting more broad.
At least the more we drive.
There's not much more you can do. So. So again, this is technically a confirmed tornado warning. We do not see a tornado on the ground right now with this storm.
We'll go back to them in a second. This is the latest radar scan. Velocities are getting a little bit more and more broad. Can't really see any definitive tornado that is down right now, but we do have a large hook echo just south of Tolono, and still plenty of inflow that could come into the storm, but I do think the outflow boundary is just barely out in front of it, so it's struggling a little bit. Give it some time, see if it does recycle. We do have some other storms over here right along the Indiana and Illinois border that are also trying to spin a little bit, but for the most part, mostly a wind threat for the time being. If you live in Indianapolis, we're about to get hit by 60-mile-per-hour damaging winds here in a few minutes. That's going to be going into Indianapolis, Lawrence, Fishers, and McCordsville. Plainfield is also in the path of that. Back over along the Ohio and Kentucky border, we still have 3 tornado warnings that are in effect. They have canceled one of them. Paris, Cynthiana, you guys are under a tornado warning. I'm not seeing much on radar that would make me think we have a tornado here. It's just we're in a big radar hole. But that is an area that we're looking at least some broad rotation. And everywhere else, it's just a large line of thunderstorms where QLCS tornadoes are going to try to drop embedded in the line, stretching from Peebles all the way back into Maysville. This person's apparently had their weather alarms going off for half an hour over in Maysville. There's a lot of storms over here. I mean, we got warnings left and right. Big line of thunderstorms basically stretches from Madison to Parkersburg. It's about 200 miles from west to east, but only about 75 to 100 miles of it are actually severe. A lot of the other parts are just strong. And unfortunately, the flooding threat is just continuing to get worse and worse. And it's only going to get worse tonight into tomorrow. There's going to be a lot of rain on top of a lot of rain on top of a lot of rain. There's just going to be a lot of rain over the next 48 hours. Looks like the storm is still in the midst of recycling. Looks like our new area of rotation is going to try to form way down here to the south. They may issue a new tornado warning going more towards Paris. This would be online for Terre Haute in about an hour. So if you live in Terre Haute, there could actually be a slightly legit tornado risk heading your direction. I say slightly legit because I'm not sure how legit it really will be. This has kind of come out of nowhere, but with the current environment, I mean, it actually could try to produce a tornado risk down there. We go over to the observed STP values, your significant tornado parameter values. They aren't even that high. Like it's pretty low, but it's a narrow corridor that this storm is working with right now. With it being a discrete supercell, definitely could produce a tornado risk all the way down there towards Terre Haute. Riley has an update. Go ahead, Riley.
Hey, Max, we did get a new mesoscale discussion this time in North Carolina. The probability of a watch is 5% because nothing severe is going to happen in this area.
Thank you, Riley, for the update. So if you're over in central or western North Carolina, could get some storms. That's about it. Isolated damaging winds and hail possible. Storm chaser Ryan Scholl is driving through some really intense wind here.
Do you think we just stop and let it go over us? Because that's okay too. I'm just gonna turn on my turn signal and be prepared to turn. I think we have a town in the way though.
Bro is getting cooked by wind. Yeah. It's just southeast of Champaign.
Oh yeah, there's tree damage. There's a tree down here. Oh my gosh.
Whoa, got debris flying.
We're all right. Yeah, I'm just gonna keep on.
So we got damage over here over in Philo, Illinois.
Yeah. Power lines, I've got mostly power lines on the right. I'm more concerned about that right now. They seem a little weak. Yeah, there's trees damage.
By the way, I do want to reiterate, this is live. This isn't from the storms earlier.
Power just flickered in the Casey's. Yeah, power is flickering.
We got power flashes, power flickering over here from the strong winds over in Philo. This is intense. They should.
Whoa!
We got power outages left and right here. Very intense winds over in the town of Philo, Illinois, just outside of Champaign.
We're okay right now. I promise you. Actually, look, it's disorganizing quite a bit. So, holy cow, dude! This storm is nothing short but nuts. Small branch. It's alright. The wind's just pulling off the little leaves here.
You have power line.
Yeah, I know, I'm watching.
I know you do. I know. I'm just reiterating.
Hold on, I'm gonna get past this.
Got tree branches all over the road here. This is on 130.
It's we're gonna fall behind anyways, man.
Looks like a little bit of hail's falling. We got hail again. Hailinator can always find a way to find hail. Unbelievable.
Hail falling here on the northern side of the hood. Okay, just no power lines at all.
Now we're in an open
Way
field.
better. They're pulled off as much as they can. Good. Problem is the storm's moving so quickly, we've almost fallen behind already.
This is the latest couple of radar scans. Still trying to cycle way down here to the south. That's the area of where rotation's trying to form. It's all the way down near Villa Grove now. But the wind is really intense all around this thing. I mean, the velocities are continuing to remain very strong. We got velocities near 80 miles per hour being measured over here in Philo, which is right where Brian Scholl is located. That's where we just had power flashes and all sorts of trees coming down a moment ago. So this is a powerful storm. If you live in Terre Haute, this is going to be the storm to watch. There really hasn't happened much in Terre Haute today, but that storm is going right towards you guys right now. It's a surprise supercell is what I like to call it. Catching people off guard. But it is literally, it is a surprise. It came out of basically nowhere.
Dude, that stuff in the back. Okay, that's fine. I was going to say. I thought I was hanging back. It's not. Gabby, trust me. Don't worry. It's just a sketchy situation all around. And there's not much I can do about it. I'm not going to put her in a bad spot.
Once stuff starts flying, even like just little, you know, leaves and stuff, that's when it starts to scare me.
Now I'm scared? Why are you scared?
Yeah,
anything.
Hitting us.
What is scary?
You know, it wasn't like I was trying to put us in a bad
situation?
spot or anything. Things moving fast. Bless you. Bless you.
I'm so scared I am in
behind.
Colorado, bro. What? The only thing I'd be scared of is the Denver Broncos going 7-10.
Dude, I thought the mesoscale discussion was a highway.
We'll go back to them in a second. Let's go back over to Ohio and as well as Kentucky. We are back down to 2 tornado warnings in this area. We have a line of thunderstorms continuing to produce a significant wind and also tornado risk. We have several little areas of rotation that are about to move actually outside of our tornado warning, so they might issue another one going towards Portsmouth, as well as Olive Hill and Vanceburg and Oak Hill. So if you live in those areas, just stay on alert. Got at least a possible tornado risk as this line of thunderstorms continues to track east. And then back over near Paris and Carlisle, that is where a tornado warning will continue for 10 more minutes in Nicholas and Bourbon counties. I'm not sure if this one will continue or they'll extend it, but the damaging winds at the bare minimum should be on the table. The tornado risk looks lower right now out here in Kentucky and Ohio. I don't think it's as high as earlier. It's just hard to tell. We are so far away from any good, reliable radar site. Bit of a radar hole that we've entered into. So a little bit harder to see any sort of legit rotation. The north side of Lexington, Kentucky is about to get 60-mile-per-hour winds and quarter-sized hail. That is moving towards Winchester. And then there's another storm near Moorhead and Salt Lick that is also producing some 60-mile-per-hour winds. and quarter-sized hail. Otherwise, we've got a few storms out there in North Carolina, predominantly just producing some gusty winds and hail. Not really seeing much in the way of severe weather. We have 2 warnings in place, but it's very marginally severe near Mocksville and Statesville. Got another one over near Marion. It's a little discrete cell. Even got one down here in Georgia. Got some stuff down near Savannah, Georgia, too. I think the big story right now is going to be this supercell. If it can sustain itself, it could have a legit tornado risk going towards Terre Haute. Indianapolis is also about to get 60-mile-per-hour damaging winds right in downtown. This is the second round of thunderstorms for Indianapolis today. But again, wind should be the main concern. This back over to tornado warning in Champaign County.
Expected today, or coming back south, was that to really reorganize into a actual supercell.
Thank you, Justin and Joy, for the gift.
Because we never saw anything on the ground. We were in a really good spot for it the whole time. There definitely could have been something. There's probably something back there we just couldn't see.
The storm will be online for Terre Haute the next hour or so. The National Weather Service just issued a new severe warning for this storm. Broadlands, Seidel, Chrisman, as well as Georgetown and Newman for 60-mile-per-hour winds, nickel-sized hail, and there's also a tornado possible tag on this discrete supercell. Paris and Terre Haute, you guys are in line for this. Rotation has gone a lot broader. I do think it's getting a little bit more outflow dominant, but we'll see if it can try to end up re-strengthening as it moves south and east. The velocities are just getting insane, though. Again, every one of these storms has been producing significant wind, it seems like, and on the last couple of scans, we're starting to see some velocities measured at 85 miles per hour via radar, which probably at the ground level is about 70 to 75. Actually, a little surprised that this severe warning is only for 60-mile-per-hour winds. It should definitely be higher than that. We got a person under an overpass in the bottom left. Got more shame. It's back over just south there of Champaign. This is inside of the tornado warning. Ryan Schill is trying to keep up with this storm, which I think we just lost, and we'll go back to him in a second. Tornado Pagey is on the west side of the storm there, south of Champaign, near Tolono, which is where we did have a tornado at least briefly touch down for at least a few minutes.
Doing good? Okay. Figured you're doing better now, so.
How is I on Tornado Page here playing Ryan Schul's audio?
The more it's going to hit a potential
that was
wall
weird.
Of stable air. So, I'm going to get this down to that highway. Can't really pass in these conditions either. Falling behind. It's alright. Not mad about it. Just how it works out here.
We just got an extremely dangerous situation, severe thunderstorm warning in Kentucky. That is for 80-mile-per-hour damaging winds. That'll be for Flemingsburg, Sharpsburg, and north of Mount Sterling. So we got 80-mile-per-hour winds moving from north to south. If you are in this severe thunderstorm warning, you should be taking shelter, putting as many walls between you from the outside and getting away from windows. Moving south towards Interstate 64 right now. We also just got another severe thunderstorm warning well out in front of this line, north of Huntington, kind of like an early heads up over here for 70-mile-per-hour winds right along the Kentucky and Ohio border. Not sure if they're going to continue this tornado warning. It doesn't look like they're going to, but we still have some rotation, so I'd just be taking shelter out of precaution because we could still get another tornado or two as this line moves southeast. Both tornado warnings will expire in 4.5 minutes, so we'll give 4.5 minutes to see if they do end up issuing another tornado warning or not. But for the time being, does not look like they're going to. We have another max alert over here near Kinman, Kate, south of Perrysville. That is a severe max alert. That'll be for 60-mile-per-hour winds and quarter-sized hail. No active warning for that activity yet. That is going to be tracking towards Marshall and Rockville over the next several minutes. The storm is producing just unbelievable wind again. What is up with Illinois in 2026? Illinois is just like the place to be if you want to be a storm chaser this year. We got 97-mile-per-hour velocities being measured. It's probably about 80 miles per hour near the ground level, but Skylar says they're getting clapped by the storm. I bet you are. There's no joke. actually unbelievable how intense these storms been in Illinois this year. Hey, Sofa for the sewer chat. Ryan Schull, fact number 67. The National Weather Service has plans to reclassify hail as an act of Ryan. Thank you for the super chat.
There is reports of wind damage in the town near that highway. Whoa! All right, buddy.
Here comes the wind again.
Obviously nothing crazy, but it's still pretty.
That's fairly.
Bro.
If you need a car wash, there's a free car wash over here at Villa Grove in Illinois.
Why is it like this, bro? I hate my title was just Illinois severe weather with nothing else. I just that. It was like it works.
What's in Illinois? Flat farmland? What do you mean? There's plenty of stuff in Illinois.
Holy cow, dude.
We love
I
Illinois.
have the guys of this dude's hatchets in front of me. That was up a little.
I'm gonna be honest. I like out of all the states I cover in the country, like Illinois has always been one of my top states that I like covering. I don't know what. I just like covering Illinois. Like I know everything about Illinois. It feels like now, almost everything. I still learn some new places and stuff, but like I feel like I've covered it so much this year. Like I know where almost every town is, city, where certain buildings are. Like, I know where everything is, it feels like. Same thing with Texas. Like, both states, Texas and Illinois, are like, and even Wisconsin, those are like my top 3 states right now when it comes to just in general knowledge of what the state is, like what is in said state. I'm not saying I know everything, but I've gotten pretty good at those 3 states. I'm pretty good with Oklahoma too. I'd say Oklahoma's definitely up there. Those are like the top 4. So we got 4 states in the running for a lot of the knowledge that I have, and also Florida. But we never cover Florida, so I can't even really say that. I don't know the last time that we covered Florida for anything. I think the last time that we legitimately covered Florida was Hurricane Milton in 24. It's been 2 years since I've been able to cover anything in Florida, at least on like a live stream level. Thank you, Dake, for the super chat. Excuse me? The Hoopston Corn Jerkers. What is that? Is the tornado going anywhere near Cincinnati? No. I don't think we're going to see another tornado there. We're starting to see a hook echo develop again, but the velocities are really bad. I think it's because it's outflow dominant, so this storm might be struggling down the line. We'll see. We haven't had a good view of this storm in a while. It's been producing big-time wind, but we have not really seen a clear shot of the lowering in a while.
Yeah, we do not have a tornado on the ground right now. Looks like the storm has weakened in some way.
A new tornado warning has been issued.
We have a new tornado warning for Bath and Montgomery counties in Kentucky. That is over here near Moorhead, north of Mount Sterling. If you are in this tornado warning for Owingsville, Salt Lick, or Sharpsburg, we need to take shelter and put as many walls between you from the outside as possible. It's pretty hard to tell what's actually going on here. I mean, the velocities are definitely contaminated to some extent, but if there is a tornado, it's definitely going to be a tree ripper over here in Sharpsburg, so take shelter. But unfortunately, just a big radar hole, so really can't see it very clearly right now. All right, Riley has an update. Go ahead, Riley.
Hey Max, a couple different updates actually. So first off, actually, we just got a new tornado warning. This one is in Lewis County, Kentucky. That is going to be for another 28 minutes, and they're probably going to issue another one for that just because it's about to get to a CWA boundary. Over in South Dakota, we did just get a max alert for 4-inch hail. At the same time, the National Weather Service upgraded their warning to baseball-sized hail. This is something that we've been talking about for a little bit, and this is definitely a nasty hailstorm. Luckily, it did get south of Rapid City, but I would not be surprised to see a few 4-inch hailstones from this. Further off over here in Illinois, one thing to talk about this storm is when it did produce a tornado, it was further off to the north up here, and that was actually when it was latched on a boundary. It is no longer latched on that boundary, and that's likely why we're starting to see the tornado potential with this storm drop off, and why they did replace that with a tornado possible severe thunderstorm warning. We are going to see that warning expire here pretty soon. I would not expect a tornado warning to be reissued with that. If you're anywhere south of Indianapolis, this is going to be your new cluster to watch. It is going to slowly move off to the east-southeast. Eventually, when it does become a line of damaging winds, it should start to deviate a little bit off to the south. Also, this are two destructive severe thunderstorm warnings here in Kentucky. Those are associated with an 81-mile-per-hour wind gust that was observed from a Carlisle ASOS station. So we know there's 80-mile-an-hour winds, and there's also now a tornado warning for this line. So if you're in those warning polygons, please be taking shelter.
Thank you, Riley, for the update. So again, we got a big-time line of thunderstorms still going on over here in Ohio and Kentucky. And then back over here in Illinois, still got a tornado warning, but this is just turning into one big windstorm again. The wind just keeps on winding out here in Illinois today. Joe Hoff of the super chat saying, I was 8 miles from the tornado near Fayetteville, Ohio. Couldn't get far enough in front to drop in front. I'm mad I didn't leave home sooner to catch it. Hey, sometimes that happens in chasing. Sometimes that does happen in chasing. Tornado Pagey has a good view of the back end of the thunderstorm right now. What up?
A new tornado warning.
Of course, we got a tornado warning as I radio into him. We have a new tornado warning in Kentucky. Back up to 3. This one's going to be from Moorhead, north of Sandy Hook.
I'm just trying to get back up with this storm.
This is going to be for Morgan, Fleming, Elliott, Rowan, and Carter counties. So take shelter if you're in this tornado warning. I don't even know what they're warning here, to be honest. I don't see any rotation, but this is just, it's in such a big radar hole. You can't see much of anything. There's a couple little hooks. That's probably what they're warning it for. There's not much inflow, but I would actually say this right here is more legitimate of a warning. This might be on the CWA line, so they might issue another warning for Olive Hill. But take shelter if you're in this warning too. It's going through the eastern side of Kentucky right now.
A new tornado warning has been issued. Tornado warning has been issued.
Oh, we're back to 5 tornado warnings. We got another one north of Blaine for Olive Hill, Grayson. That will be for what we were just talking about. So take shelter if you're in this warning. This is one odd looking tornado warning. We got like a hole right here and a hole right here. What is going on here? This is very odd. Very odd tornado warnings. I don't know what this looks like. It just looks weird. Riley's cherry. I accidentally clicked the wrong button. My bad. Happens from time to time. I have way too many buttons. My finger slipped. We got a big hailstorm right now, not related to anything happening here. We got a giant hailstorm over here in Rapid City, South Dakota right now. This thing is probably laying down some like softballs. We got a max alert on this thing for softball-sized hail. We go over to MRMS radar. I think we can see that hail pretty well on here too. I mean, man, this is the maximum hailstone size expected. 5.3 inch sized hail. Guys, we might have DVD sized hail falling over here just south of Rapid City, South Dakota. Don't have anything confirming it, but I mean, if that is even remotely close, I mean, that's destructive. That's going to go through somebody's roof. If you don't know what a DVD is, because you're never seen a DVD before, that's about 5 inches in diameter. Little 5-incher out there in western South Dakota. And the month of August is actually kind of wild too. Don't really get nearly as many big hailstorms in August. Generally speaking, all severe weather is much lower end in August. But here we are. Tornado warning for Douglas and Champaign counties will continue for about 9 more minutes. So that goes until 4:15 Eastern, or sorry, 4:15 Central. I actually have 2 different time zones on here right now. We got Eastern and Central. I'm probably going to change our main clock back to Eastern since we only really have 1 storm in it. Are they unusual due to the derecho? No, it has nothing to do with the derecho today, or possible derecho. We don't really know for sure if this was a derecho. I'm leaning towards probably it was. What we could do is do an entire loop here of our radar. Let me go ahead and do this. We're gonna turn off alerts. This is a loop of the last 6 hours. Actually, let me do the last, I think it might be 4 hours. I'm gonna loop this all the way back to this morning. We're gonna do the last 12 hours here. So this is how this all started. Started as a big line of thunderstorms. We had another line go through eastern Indiana, Ohio this morning, produced a tornado near Columbus. Intense line went right through Chicago right around lunchtime today. Split into another line of thunderstorms. The northern segment weakened. That pushed into Cincinnati and eastern Kentucky. And then we basically have another like little cluster forming near Indianapolis. This is all due to the ring of fire. That's what we call it. Got high pressure down here. Jet stream is up here, and it's basically turning all of our storms south and east across the Ohio Valley. It's making it a very prime setup right now for significant severe weather. So, pretty wild loop here of today. Thank you, Jacob, for the super chat. I think it'll be pretty isolated in Virginia. Thank you, Steve, also for becoming a member. We have another extremely dangerous situation, severe thunderstorm warning. That is, again, the highest level warning that you can get for a severe thunderstorm. That'll be for those in Salt Lick, Moorhead, West Liberty, and Sandy Hook. That'll be for 80-mile-per-hour damaging wind gusts. So this intense line of thunderstorms continues to wreak havoc here across Kentucky. It is really not showing any signs of slowing down. There's no reason the second most populated city in Kentucky is Lexington. Okay. Well, thank you. I guess. I didn't even know that. I didn't even know that was the second most populated. We got a lot of pockets here north of Moorhead of around 80-mile-per-hour winds right now. That's all just the east of Flemingsburg. That'd be hence why we have this EDS severe thunderstorm warning. Obsidian with the super chat says also Lynchburg, and it looks spooky. How about Lynchburg, Virginia? What is spooky about a little rain shower going overhead? Off topic, but our 18Z HRRR model run just came out. The reason why I want to show you guys is because overnight tonight, we're going to get another round of thunderstorms. Breaking news. We're going to get another round of thunderstorms overnight tonight. The worst part about this is that this is going to produce major flooding potential overnight from Chicago towards West Virginia. And tomorrow, guess what? We got another round of thunderstorms. Are you excited in Illinois and Indiana for more storms? Because you better be. We're going to have more tomorrow. Tomorrow's storms will start right around the same time. We might be live early in the day again tomorrow and then go all the way through the afternoon and evening. I mean, it's unbelievable. And then Thursday, hopefully we get a break, but Thursday, maybe more storms for Chicago. Can you believe it? In the Big 26, this is all happening. That you get for the $10 super chat. What does Indianapolis look like tonight and tomorrow? Tonight, mostly just flooding, rainfall, isolated severe weather. Tomorrow will be, I think, a more elevated risk of flash flooding and some severe weather. Riley has an update. Go ahead, Riley.
Hey, Max, real quick, I want to talk about this severe thunderstorm warning that's decently west of Edmonton, Canada. Now, you might be wondering, why are we talking about a random severe thunderstorm warning in Canada? This is the first ever storm-based alert issued in Canada. They just started doing these recently, and this is the first time that they've issued a polygon like we have in the United States, where the polygon actually only covers where the storms are. So shout out to Canada for upgrading their warning system. This will be forever the first storm-based warning that we've ever had in Canada.
Hey, Riley, for the update. Yeah, so if you don't know what we're even talking about, Canada used to do these types of warnings. A tornado warning would look something like this, and I'm not even kidding. Square mileage, it would look like that, or it would be something like this, a little random box shape that makes absolutely no sense. Like, that's literally what they used to be. So, pretty wild, guys. We now have actual warnings in Canada. At least like what we do in the United States. Big W's. They're learning. They're learning how to do warnings. Pretty much. Hey, you, that girl for the 4-month membership, and also Will's for the 5-month membership. Somebody just said, give me a break in Illinois. That won't be happening. I hate to break it to you. Illinois is never getting a break. We're just going to get a random outbreak of severe weather on, like, August 25th. It's just never going to end. Thank you, Linda, for the super chat. It's actually crazy that they have not done storm-based alerts, because, like, as you guys know, we have max alerts, right? And it wasn't that hard to put this together. But we can basically issue alerts, like, you know, however we want. And it's really easy. All you gotta do is just draw a polygon like this. Something like that. We can, like, draw it. We can do whatever we want with it. They're, like, super easy. I don't know why it took them so long to do it. Like, we can do that and issue a max alert. So. Now, granted, our alerts don't go out to people, but still. Not yet, at least. They will be going out to people soon. We've been waiting, like, what, 20 years? I don't even know. It's been a long time. When did the United States start doing... Well, when did we start doing storm-based alerts? It's been at least 10 or 15 years, right? It's been a while, I feel like. Was it 1996? That's what somebody said in the chat. That's been a long time. 1867. All right, man. It has definitely not been since 1867. I don't even know if we had any type of... We did not have any weather alerts in 1867. I'm getting multiple 2007, so that might have been when it was. Might have been 2007. We do have a new max alert over in Georgetown. There's an increasing tornado risk here. This was issued by meteorologist Ethan Mock over in Georgetown, Illinois, Ridge Farm, Newport, near Cuyahoga. We're watching for a little area of rotation that's attempting to develop along the leading edge of our line. That'll be going towards Newport, Montezuma, and Rockville. Watch out for that. We got Ryan Scholl on the scene, kind of. Not really, but he's going there. Ryan Scholl has a Baja Blast with him, too. He's about to Baja Blast himself to this tornado. He's also going to Baja Blast himself to have no connection. Go back to him in a second. Out of curiosity in the chat, what are you guys more scared of? Tornadoes or flooding? What are you more scared of? Right, we got Brian Schollbeck. Somebody said Nick Chubb. That is not what I was asking about. Most people are actually saying, a lot of people are saying flooding. I want to make a poll.
Thank you, Loki, for tuning in. We probably won't be live for a crazy lot longer, so.
All right, I'm making a poll. Answer the poll in the chat. Hey, FP for the gift.
I'm gonna go find a spot and sit down for
a second. I know what I was thinking.
Turn into a mess. Which, you know what?
Did I make a poll? Where is it? I lost the poll.
We watched the car wash.
Do you guys see a poll in the chat? Chat might just be broken.
Sheltered.
Oh, now I can see it. Never mind.
Car wash on.
So about 63% of you are saying you're more scared of tornadoes than flash
So
flooding.
if you're gonna shelter from hail, probably do it in a car wash thing, by the way. A lot of people do that. It's a little different story than overpass.
Oh, it's Vinny's car wash.
What?
That's Jacob Dickey's dog.
Is it? No! If you guys know Jacob Dickey, apparently that's Vinny's, or Jacob Dickey's dog?
It's his car wash.
Who?
You want me to take a picture for you? I don't know if you're gonna get it focused.
What's going on? Who's
Want me
dog?
to take a picture for you?
Oh, what they're
Oh my
talking about.
God. Maybe not, actually. Got one. I'll just send it to you. No, no, okay. You're also trying to shoot through a windshield that has a lot of water.
It's just like blurry anyways.
It's what?
Blurry.
Mm-hmm. Here, I'll send my picture to you. Yep, I got you. I didn't know that's what that was.
Yeah, I didn't know it was you.
Aaron just said in the
That's
chat,
so
I don't like
cool.
Ryan Scholl. Well, I don't like you. Thank you, Lynn, for the super chat. We got a new max alert over to the. I'm kidding, by the way. We have a new max alert west of Indianapolis. That is for Putnam, Hendricks, and Montgomery counties for damaging wind gusts up to 60 miles per hour and quarter-sized hail. No severe warning on that as of right now. Our velocities are getting up there. We're up to about 80 to 90 mile per hour winds, about a few thousand feet off the ground here near Georgetown. Should have a severe thunderstorm warning here for like 70 mile per hour winds. I'm not sure why the severe warning is so lowly rated right now. I think it definitely should be higher. We're about to have another derecho. Are you ready? I swear, this is gonna. It's not probably gonna be a derecho, but we're about to have another line of thunderstorms develop here in eastern Illinois and western Indiana. And it's about to bring another widespread threat of 60 to 85 mile per hour winds to Indiana. Can you believe it? It's just nonstop. We keep getting line of thunderstorm after line of thunderstorm. That's going to be our next one. We do some tree limb damage reports coming out of this area. Several trees and tree limbs were blown down. Monticello has an overturned box truck in the median on I-72. That was as of about an hour ago. Or actually, no, that was only 20 minutes ago. Jacob Dickey is the best. Who is that? I don't know what we're talking about. We do have some more photos and videos coming out of the storms from today that you guys have submitted to us. A lot of eerie ones. This is the one from Cincinnati earlier. Cincinnati was under a tornado warning. We've had a wild day of severe weather. This is a photo here from JB out of Oswego of a large tree branch being down. Here's a shelf cloud from Champaign, Illinois from today. Got a photo here from Tyler over in Clovedale, Ohio, specifically in Cheviot, of a lot of trees down. Might have had a tornado. At the bare minimum, a damaging wind threat took place. Here's a video here from Elizabeth, Ohio. She's got a swimming pool. Is that a cow or a horse? That's a horse. My God, I'm terrible at animals. I think that's a horse, right? Yeah, that's a horse. All right. No comment after that. Ryan over here and Hancock in Indiana. Here comes in Greenfield, Indiana. This is also from Scott over in Aurora Airport in Illinois. Guess why the power is out? Big power pole being down. If you have any photos or videos, you can scan the QR code or go to our website, maxvelocitywx.com. In case you missed some of the crazier photos and videos from earlier, we've had a lot of crazy stuff. Actually, this is not even one that I've looked at yet. This over from John in Columbus, Ohio, flooding on the southwest side of Columbus. Here, a Taco Bell. It's another video that I haven't seen. There's some damage over in Tinley Park, Illinois. Just some scrap metal thrown around. Got a bunch of patio chairs thrown around. The Chicago's #1 Italian beef store. Windows were shattered here. Wow. Here's a giant tree that was uprooted in South Bend, Indiana. That is a massive tree. This is in Kettering, Ohio. Dogs are playing in the water. How many dogs do you have? Is that 5 dogs? Oh, is this like a daycare or something? For all those dogs, that's not going to be fun to clean. It's a lot of dogs. They found their ocean. They found their own ocean here. Here's another photo. This one's from Morris Township, Pennsylvania. At about 9:18 this morning, we had some storms roll through there earlier. Miami County, Ohio, with a giant shelf cloud that happened earlier. So from Riverside, Ohio, another giant shelf cloud in Dayton. Will County, Illinois, from Austin, had some roof damage. In Wilmington, this home in Crown Point, Indiana, had a major amount of damage over here of a second floor being ripped off of a home. What a wild day of severe weather. Hey, Chad, for the gift. This is a garage over in Madison County, Ohio from earlier too. Jefferson, Ohio got hit pretty hard by a round of thunderstorms this morning and also this afternoon. Apparently, this is an unapproved report that was sent in today. Are we in for real? This is not the kind of photos and videos that I ask to be sent through our reports dashboard. Bro. Oh my goodness. We have a new tornado possible severe thunderstorm warning for Clark and Edgar counties in Illinois. That'll be down here near Terre Haute. We're down to the south and east right now. So if you are in this area, watch out. Terre Haute's in the path of this. Eventually, these storms will be heading towards Greencastle, Terre Haute, and Bloomington. The only reason why that was even sent to me is because I said I was hungry in our little team chat or whatever. Even though I literally just got food like 3 hours ago, but I am hungry. I haven't really eaten, I've not had much ability to eat anything today. Like, we went live like 20 or 30 minutes after I woke up. And ever since then, we've been live. We've been live for almost 7 hours now. Huge shout out, by the way, to our meteorologist on staff, Xavier Burns, with a almost perfect max alert. They end up issuing a severe thunderstorm warning nearly for that identical polygon. And on top of that, the severe thunderstorm warning here is for the same hazards. 60-mile-per-hour winds and quarter-sized hail. Hey, Fever, for becoming a VIP Velocity member. Hey, Golly, for the super chat. I'd love some cheese curds right now. That sounds kind of gas. You're also Farrell for the super chat. The storms that went through Indianapolis are no longer severe. Those are just strong thunderstorms making their way down towards Laurel. We still have 3 tornado warnings in eastern Kentucky, all of which are primarily damaging wind producers. I don't see any rotation on any of this, so I'm not entirely sure why everything's tornado warned, but at least a potential here for QLCS tornado spin-ups as this line of thunderstorms continues to make its way down to the south and east. This part of the line is outflow dominant, like substantially. I don't even know how that's warned, but the activity near Olive Hill does have a little bit more potential to produce an isolated tornado. Otherwise, we're looking at extremely dangerous situations, severe warnings for 80-mile-per-hour damaging wind gusts that's going down in the direction of Campton, West Liberty, Paintsville, and also going through Stanton. Lexington is also joining in on the line of thunderstorms here with 60-mile-per-hour winds and quarter-sized hail right now happening. We just had a report of dime-sized hail on the southwest side of Lexington just a moment ago. And again, no tornado warning for the time being over here in eastern Illinois or western Indiana. But there's a little bit of rotation trying to form near Cuyahoga.
A new tornado.
So we'll have to keep an eye out on that. New tornado warning for Boyd, Carter, and Greenup counties in Kentucky. That'll be all the way over here north of Grayson. south of Greenup, right along the border. So if you are in this warning, take shelter and put as many walls between you from the outside as possible. Hey, you Heaven for the gift. And Jonathan for the sewer chat. What warning would you call that last photo? I don't even know, man. Hey, Maria for the sewer chat saying cheese curd fund. I appreciate it. I honestly want cheese curds right now. I wish Florida had better cheese curds, but we don't. We do not have good cheese curds. Other than Culver's. Did you guys hear Popeyes came out with cheese curds? Did you hear about that? There you are, Office for the super chat. They were actually pretty good. I don't know if I'm going to see if I can DoorDash them because that actually, I low key, I'm not going to lie, Popeye's cheese curds actually are pretty good. They do slap. We have velocities measuring over 90 miles per hour in western Indiana again. We're right back to it. These winds just never stop being intense. Florida has Cookout. I've never been to Cookout. I don't even know where that would be. I think there might be one near Jacksonville, but that would be the closest one. Unless there's one somewhere remotely close to Orlando. Hey, I can get them. All right, we're getting cheese curds from not Culver's, from Popeyes. Hey, Jen for the super chat. Cookout is so good. I've never had Cookout. I'll have to go sometime. All right, guys. It is
a new tornado warning.
We'll go to that first. We have a new tornado warning for Indiana. This one will be back over near Cuyahoga, which I do agree with. Cuyahoga's under a tornado warning. Howard, Marshall, take shelter. But away from windows, get to the lowest floor possible. Get to an interior room of your home or building if you are in this tornado warning. We now officially, or at least preliminarily, have a derecho that has been happening in the Midwest. So this is at least a preliminary from the Storm Prediction Center. They are saying it's a preliminary confirmed as a derecho that started from eastern Iowa and moved to northern Indiana today. So if you live in these areas, you can officially say that you live through a derecho. The max wind gust that we had was 99 miles per hour. That was in Gary, Indiana. We had 197 miles per hour just west of Chicago. So there you go. Honestly, one, it's not surprising to me that this even happened. Two, I'm really surprised we never got a moderate risk of severe weather. I'm surprised we didn't get that. I'm surprised we didn't have a Sig 2 wind risk going into today. I thought today was kind of a slam dunk for a derecho. I mean, I think today's video title was literally a derecho is possible today. I would have said likely if we had a moderate risk, but it's kind of, I mean, SBC was pretty conservative on their forecast today, which I was surprised by. I thought today was kind of a slam dunk for it being a derecho. We've been talking about it for the last couple of days. And this time of the year, it is hard to make an accurate forecast to any extent. I want to point that out. For those that watch my videos every single day, it is very difficult to forecast severe weather events in July and August. This one was probably one of the easier ones to forecast. Everything else has been difficult. Yesterday was difficult. The day before that was difficult. Like, there are so many days where it can be very difficult because everything comes down to mesoscale features. There's not like a synoptic low pressure system that's triggering our storms. You know, instead we have this giant high pressure system down here in the southern plains, which is just kind of slingshotting storms around it. So it's definitely very interesting. Storm Chaser John McKinney is over in Nebraska right now. The heck? I guess he's waiting for storms out there. I didn't even know he was chasing today. Got Storm Chaser John McKinney live in the WeatherFront app. He's over there in northern Nebraska. Might have some big hailstorms out there today. They did cancel the tornado warning for Salt Lick and Moorhead. We still have a big surge of wind heading down to the south, going towards West Liberty right now. The only 2 tornado warnings in effect are near Olive Hill and Grayson, which for the most part I think is mostly a damaging wind threat, but an isolated tornado still can't be ruled out as this line of thunderstorms continues pushing down towards Blaine, Louisa, and also near the Huntington area. About 4 minutes ago, we just had a report of a wall cloud at the Ashland Bridge. So apparently there might be a wall cloud over here near Ironton. That would be that right there. That actually could get tornado warned right there. Ashland, just west and northwest of Huntington. Be watching out here for a possible tornado risk heading down to the east-southeast. I would actually support a tornado warning for this. It's a little couplet right there. On the south side of Flatwoods. We have 3 tornado warnings right now. The other one's in Indiana. That one should be tornado warned, though, there in West Virginia. Going back to our tornado warning here in far western Indiana. Rotation is still a little bit on the stronger side of things. It's very weird, though. It's not really where you'd usually see any sort of tornado happening. It's like actually in the inflow, but that would be where, if there were a tornado, that's where it'd be located. It's over Howard right now, moving into Kingman, and then eventually going towards Waveland. Thank you, Jamie, for the super chat. Terre Haute has been getting slammed, or is getting slammed now. How does it look the rest of the night? I think it'll be done by probably, say, like 6:37 Central. Will probably be done by, but you guys are going to see storms at least for the next hour, hour and a half. All right. What's the STP like near Chicago look like tonight? STP values don't mean a whole lot when there's not really any storms forecasted. I mean, like, we look at like the STP values even for the next few hours. And I also want to point out STP values are very irrelevant for today's severe weather because we don't really have any discrete supercells. But like even at 7 o'clock tonight, I mean, they are a little bit higher near Chicago, but there probably won't be any storms that fire there. You can see the convection, there isn't really going to be much there until after midnight. And by the time it's after midnight, almost everything's going to congeal into clusters. So in all honesty, there is a low tornado risk around Chicago, Cedar Rapids, Davenport tonight, but it's going to be low enough to the point where we probably are not going to see a tornado because of everything going upscale very quickly and becoming a line of thunderstorms. So I don't think we'll see anything tornadic tonight, or at least late tonight. I'd say it's a low chance. Probably a good idea to have ways to receive weather alerts. I think the flash flooding concerns are going to be way higher than the severe weather concerns are going to be here across Indiana and also Kentucky. For today, we do have I believe, a moderate risk of excessive rainfall, and that's mainly for those in Columbus, near Indianapolis, Cincinnati, Huntington, and Parkersburg. Tomorrow is a large slight risk, but I could see there being a moderate risk for this particular area, Indianapolis, Cincinnati, and Louisville. And then Thursday will continue in the same area, and then Friday is back over in the Midwest. I mean, we're basically going to have nonstop storms here across the Midwest and the Ohio Valley for the next several days. The Rufus has a really intense training area of thunderstorms overnight into tomorrow morning here across Indiana. The Rufus model has another line of thunderstorms, and it's like almost like another derecho happening tomorrow across the Midwest. I don't think that's going to happen, but that's what the model shows. And then Thursday looks a little bit more uncertain for right now. And then Friday will probably be right back to the Chicago area. So storms are going nowhere, unfortunately. It's going to stay busy. Thank you, Senko, for the sewer chat. Any worries overnight for Bloomington? I think the flooding risk will be the main worry for that area tonight. Is it just sliding past Louisville? There's a couple storms passing by. This cluster that's developing west of Indianapolis will probably end up hitting you in a couple hours. Mainly a damaging wind threat. We do have an update on power outages across the Midwest and the Ohio Valley. Here are the latest numbers. We have over 1 million people, or 1 million customers without power, which means probably multiple millions of people are without power right now. 363,000 of those are in Indiana, 300,000 in Ohio, 247,000 in Illinois, and then about 74,000 in Kentucky. Illinois has gotten a little bit better, but most of the power outages happened literally hours ago. It's taking a bit of time for power to get restored in areas like Will County, which are still at about 30% of customers without power at this hour. And then Indiana still very bad. Lake County is literally almost all without power. Lake County is the most widespread out of any county, and it has over 200,000 people that are tracked. Somehow only 9,000 people in that county actually have power right now. Porter County is at about 50% without power. LaPorte and Stark counties are looking at about 35% without power. And then southeastern Ohio near Ohio County and Dearborn counties, those are a bit more elevated too. That was when that line of thunderstorms really intensified again, and there might have been a tornado down there, at least from what we saw via radar. And then Ohio has quite a few. Brown County and Claremont County, right there near Cincinnati, have pretty much numerous to widespread power outages. Highland, Madison, and Champaign counties are also climbing at this hour. So a lot of power outages again across all these states. West Virginia has also been climbing. There's been 2 rounds of thunderstorms here today. That's producing power outages. And then Kentucky is mostly in the northern half of the state. Robertson County apparently has 123% of people without power. That's honestly impressive. Don't know how that's possible. Apparently, you can get more people without power than people that are tracked. There is the update on the power outages. We still have rotation on the south side of Ashland. That has not gotten tornado warned. There was a report of a rotating wall cloud there near Ashland. That's near Huntington, right along the West Virginia and Kentucky border. There's another area of rotation near I-64 that is tracking to the south and east right now. And then we got a lot of rotation still embedded in this line in the extremely dangerous situation, severe thunderstorm warning for West Liberty, Frenchburg, and Sandy Hook. All pushing down towards Prestonburg right now. We'll probably get a new severe warning here in a few minutes that will probably include most of eastern Kentucky. It's going to knock down a lot of trees and power lines here over the next half hour. Velocities over near West Liberty are being measured at nearly 80 miles per hour still north of Hazel Green. So still continuing to watch for a very intense line of thunderstorms. Have 2 tornado warnings still in effect. One for Carter, Greenup, and Boyd counties. That expires at 4:45 Central, 5:45 Eastern. And then same thing for the other one in Grayson, Olive Hill, north of Blaine. Probably we'll see at least 1 or 2 more tornado warnings issued for this activity. Still have several areas of rotation on the eastern side of this line near Huntington and just east there of Sandy Hook. And Lexington just got through with their severe weather here. I think most of that will be going down towards Richmond here soon. We just got another max alert over near Bedford for a storm that is trying to intensify in Lawrence, Jackson, and Monroe counties. That is for 60-mile-per-hour winds and quarter-sized hail. No active severe warning on that right now. And then we have a tornado warning still in effect here for Marshall and Kingman, with an area of rotation that is now tracking into Marshall. No active tornado from what we can see, but if there is a tornado, it will be crossing over US Highway 41 here in a few minutes. Otherwise, big straight line damaging wind threat being the main concern heading into Rockville and as well as Bridgeton and Carbon. Jennifer with the $10 super chat says, thank you for being so informative. I used to panic every time I saw a splotch of red nearby. Every storm that was tornado on the ground, or every storm front was tornado on the ground to me. Thanks to you for now. Now I can better interpret radar. Well, I'm glad I can help. It's good to hear. Rapid City Supercell. The Rapid City Supercell was pretty crazy a little while ago. It's producing up to apparently 5-inch sized hail, but it has been weakening pretty quickly. No confirmed reports of 5-inch sized hail, but there was actually a recent one of baseball sized hail. So definitely a pretty intense storm out there. Got a few little supercells that have been going up over here in Nebraska. It's really warm out here. The thermodynamics are not great, so the tornado threat should be pretty much zero, but got big storms going up out there with hail and wind being the main concerns. Doug with the $20 super chat saying, a derecho my birthday. So what are we thinking about for Franklin, Indiana? I think for the rest of the night, it's going to be mainly a wind threat. We got another line of storms forming to your north and west. Give it about an hour, and we'll probably have damaging winds knocking on your doorstep. What's the biggest hail that you've ever covered or seen? I'd probably say somewhere around 5.5, 6 inches. 5.5, 6 inches is probably the highest I've seen. No power is terrible. I hate it. There's a lot of places without power right now, unfortunately. Hey, Kristen for the super chat. Thanks, Max, for keeping us all safe. You are the top dog for weather. I appreciate that. Look at this beautiful view of Bloomington, Indiana right now. Probably in about an hour and a half. It's not going to look like that. It's probably going to be stormy. I've sneezed so many times in the last week. Ever since I went to Minnesota, I've just been sneezing all the time. I don't know what's going on. All right, we have new photos coming out of Bluffton, Indiana. This is lightning striking our tree this morning, but the wind didn't take our trampoline. No flying trampolines today. Today is tossing trampolines on Tacos Tuesday. Haven't had a flying trampoline yet today. This is over at Hamilton County, Ohio. Big power line snapped. Power's still out. Yeah, the power's going to be out probably for at least a day or two, if I had to guess. That's not going to be an easy fix. Got power lines and power poles completely snapped. Thank you, Mitch, for sending that in. This is a photo here from Independence, Kentucky, of a giant shelf cloud rolling overhead. This is from Harlan, over in Rockerville. Apparently, we just got a new tornado warning, and I don't think it went through the wire again. Am I tripping? 1 second. We got a new tornado warning. This happened yesterday. We got a new tornado warning for Hazel Green, Trent, Campton, Vortex, Van Cleve, and Elktawa. This happened yesterday where for some reason the wire was slow or something. I'm pretty sure that's a new tornado warning. So we got a tornado warning that's not popping up again. Yeah. That's back down to here near Hazel Green. Again, this did happen yesterday where we had a tornado warning issued. We had 2 tornado warnings issued in Baltimore, actually. They took like 5 minutes to actually pop up on weather apps. If somebody can draw a max alert with the exact polygon, that'd be probably good. I don't... That'd be this right here. It's this general area. Or no, it's actually not. It's further west. It's this right here. Riley has an urgent update. Go ahead, Riley.
Hey, Max, yes, this is an issue that happened yesterday, and one of the other things that this will impact is EAS in the area. So if you know anybody in this area, please give them a call, because what we're seeing happen here is actually an issue on the National Weather Service's side where they're not issuing the warning properly or something. So none of the EAS alerts are going to go out. We're not going to see that polygon until the data backend of the National Weather Service decides to figure it out, which it feels like they just did. So hopefully that EAS alarm will go out now, but unfortunately there's nothing we can do in this situation.
Hey, Riley, for the update. Yeah, this happened yesterday in Maryland. This is
new tornado warning has been issued.
Well, now we got 2. There's a new tornado warning here for Ezel and Hazel Green. That's going to be that new tornado warning, which doesn't even line up with the tornado. What is going on? I don't even think that's the right tornado warning. What the frick? What is going on? That's not even the right polygon. This is so strange. They have issued a new tornado warning. That expires in 1 minute. We got a new tornado warning over here for Sandy Hook. Riley has another update. Go ahead, Riley.
Hey, Max, taking a look at the National Weather Wire right now for the Jacksonville area. They have a 13-minute delay on the warnings coming out. So that warning is 13 minutes old, just got sent out, just got EAS for that. We might have to wait 5 to 10 minutes before we get this other warning from the National Weather Service. Unfortunately, it is going to be a data issue on their side, so there's not much we can do.
Thank you for the update. Guys, we got tornado warnings. Ignore what it says on what it says all around my screen. This is a tornado warning that is in effect. I've never seen this happen on a stream before. This is not an issue for us. This is not an us problem. It is just an NWS problem. This is really strange. I am going to put tornado warning tag on the screen because there is a warning. At least one. I think there might be multiple. This is, again, Hazel Green. Can somebody draw the max alert box for it or something? We get somebody to draw it because we don't have any other way to display it right now. But this is, again, for Hazel Green. The area of rotation, I don't really even see, but it's over here near Compton or Campton. That's what they're warning. And that's going down to the south and east. So take shelter if you're in this tornado warning, which again is not going to pop up on any weather app that you have. That is your tornado warning right here. Van Cleve, Elk Tawa, west of Mountain Valley. You guys are in the path of that. This is one odd situation. And there are tornado warnings, at least one. I don't know if there's more. There's at least one. Let me check and see if we have any others. I think that's the only one. The Indiana tornado warning was allowed to expire, so they did go ahead and allow that one to expire, but that's not the same situation. Trust me when I say this, guys. We still have a tornado warning, all right? But it is not popping up. This is not a good thing, by the way, because there are people that live here that have absolutely no clue they're under a tornado warning. There's been no EAS alert for this area. They have issued a new extremely dangerous situation, severe thunderstorm warning for this entire region. Bunch of counties in this. Somehow this went out. This warning's been going for about 12 minutes. So this new extremely dangerous situation, severe warning, is just popping up. That is going to be for those in West Liberty, Sawyersville, and also Ezel. This is a 15-minute-old warning. So the warnings are being pushed out 15 minutes late. That is insane. Here is the tornado warning. All right, this is a tornado warning that is in effect here. That's Campton, north of Jackson and south of Hazel Green. That is an actual tornado warning. We cannot show it on the map for some reason, but yeah, this right here is where that's why we have an EDS severe thunderstorm warning. We got winds being measured up to 90 miles per hour right now. Good thing this did not happen when these storms are going through Cincinnati or going through Chicago, because it would have been a lot more chaos than it is now. At least don't have nearly as many people in these warnings. We have a new severe thunderstorm warning for 60-mile-per-hour winds and quarter-size hail. Worthington, Bloomington, Cloverdale, Martinsville, and Greencastle are all included in it. We got a big surge of wind near Bridgeton right now. A little bit of inflow. Not much of a tornado risk right now, but that could change down the line. Again, if you have any friends or family out here in Eastern Kentucky, definitely make sure that they are aware that warnings are not going off properly. This is a very odd situation. Does not happen very often, but that is unfortunately the case with what is happening currently, is that we have warnings that are currently populating. And again, there is absolutely no way of knowing you're under a warning unless you're watching a live stream like ours. Go to local cameras. Don't think we have any cameras here. It's all very rural parts of Kentucky. You have a live shot on that Indiana storm, though. This back over on the severe thunderstorm warning with up to 60 to 70 mile per hour winds over near Terre Haute. It's actually really windy out there in Terre Haute right now. This is live. Terre Haute's getting hit pretty hard by damaging wind gusts. Anybody tuning in from Terre Haute right now? Bro, what is going on with our warnings? Over in Terre Haute, we got a Dorito chip where people are not in a severe warning right now. This little polygon on the northwest side of Terre Haute, there's no severe warning there, despite there being damaging winds. But there's a severe warning here, there's a severe warning here, and there's a severe warning here. So this little Dorito chip, if you click on WeatherFront, you can see it's just a severe thunderstorm watch. I don't know what's going on with our warnings right now. They're going crazy. This is not related to the issue in Eastern Kentucky, I don't think, but we do have a max alert for you guys for ping pong ball sized hail and 60 mile per hour winds. It's a little odd what's going on today. But this little polygon here, which includes probably about 1,000 people, does not currently include some of you. It actually includes the Landing Golf Course. So a little bit of an odd situation there, where some people are not included even in a warning right now. Very strange. Got a lot of strange stuff happening out here. Well, in about 5 minutes, we should get that tornado warning that was issued 6 minutes ago. Oh, man. We do have a tornado warning once again. Just for some reason, the NWS is having problems. Weird stuff going on. It's back over in Terre Haute right now. Winds are pretty strong. This is, I don't think in that Dorito chip where we don't have a warning, but winds are still pretty strong on the northern. This is on the northern side of Terre Haute, Indiana. Got a couple people saying Terre Haute is very dark. It's also very windy. Is that a fridge right there on the left? It looks like a cyber fridge. I don't think it is. Kind of looks the same. Whatever this alert problem is, by the way, Riley, is I'm pretty sure this is like, I mean, it's affecting our program too. Like we have no tornado warnings. It's a wire issue, which is affecting everything. No weather app is show. I don't know of a single weather app that is currently displaying a tornado warning right now in Eastern Kentucky, but there is a tornado warning. It's this polygon that we drew here, which luckily I don't think this is producing a tornado, one, and then two, I don't think this is tornadic actually at all, but obviously it is a problem. Like this happened yesterday in Baltimore. Baltimore was under a tornado warning. I don't know the exact time. I think it was like 5. I want to say the tornado warning in Baltimore started at 5:13 p.m. Eastern, and it didn't go out until 5:17. So there was some sort of problem there too. This is another really delayed alert. This was issued 15 minutes ago here over in Kentucky for Irvine, Bettyville, Jackson, Campton, and Stanton. That is for 80-mile-per-hour damaging wind gusts. But again, this was issued 15 minutes ago. We are only getting the alert now. That is for this entire area. There's a little bit of rotation developing north of Bettyville. This EDS severe warning was issued 18 minutes ago, and it's just getting issued now. Alerts are being pushed 18 minutes late somehow, which is crazy. We have a new max alert over in Charlotte, North Carolina. That is for ping pong ball sized hail and 60-mile-per-hour damaging winds. That is over there near Ansonville, Norwood, just east of Midland. Hey, Hunt for becoming a VIP Velocity member. Really appreciate that. Well, according to my math, we should get a tornado warning issued for this area in about 5 minutes, which would be right before it expires. So that should populate at some point, I would think. Yeah, I don't think any weather app is showing that tornado warning. Very odd, very odd, very odd. A very odd situation. At least yesterday wasn't as bad. Today's way worse for some reason. Definitely a major problem that hopefully will not happen during a major weather event. But like, this is a big concern. I keep talking about it, but like, it is really a big concern. Like the fact that we don't have like, if there was an actual tornado right now near Campton, nobody would know unless they're watching live coverage of like us or somebody else that is at least talking about it, because they have not gotten pushed, from my knowledge, an EAS alert. Like, I don't think there's been an alert that's even been pushed to them still. The only reason why we even know there is a tornado warning is because the National Weather Service tornado Twitter page is posting it. That would be the only reason. And this is for 6,000 people. So 6,240 people probably have absolutely no clue that there's a tornado warning, unless they're watching our stream or somebody else's. Somebody did say the siren's going off, which is obviously a good thing, but that might not be related to the warning even being pushed. That might just be because the person that operates the sirens at least has some recollection or knowledge, or looked at maybe this and saw it. So sirens are not always directly correlated to a warning. They usually are, but so you can manually push them too. There are campgrounds in Campton too, so that's, you know, another concern. But this is a major wind threat that's going through eastern Kentucky right now, in addition to the potential for tornadoes. The worst of the wind is now approaching the Julian Carroll Airport. We'll be tracking down towards Pikeville here in the next half hour, 45 minutes. Hindman and Prestonsburg as well going to be in the path of this pretty intense line of thunderstorms. Hey, Cybeth for the super chat saying, thanks for covering. Appreciate your forecast too. No problem. We have a little bit of rotation still trying to form west of Indianapolis, mostly a straight line wind threat for the time being. Conditions are still pretty treacherous out here in the Terre Haute area. Got a lot of live cameras back over in Terre Haute. I've been showing the treacherous conditions here. This is right along Interstate 70. A lot of rain coming down. I don't think the NWS guys, I don't know what the problem is. I don't know if it's really directly correlated to the NWS or if it's something else. There's some sort of tech issue or something, because this happened yesterday in Baltimore. It's the same thing. But we are getting alerts out 17 to 18 minutes late right now over here in Kentucky, which is really bad. The wire is a direct feed from NOAA. Would be an issue with that, not the NWS themselves. So that's what I'm being told. So probably even more of a NOAA issue rather than NWS issue. Do I have an email? Emails are in the description. All right, we got some more photos and videos that have been sent in. This is a new photo here from Rockerville, South Dakota. We got Gorilla Hail over here in South Dakota. Got a photo here from Zach over in Sunshine, Kentucky of a giant shelf cloud that has been rolling in here over the last hour. This is where that extremely dangerous situation, severe thunderstorm warning is. This is over in Cook County, Illinois. Tree down on a neighbor's car. That is a Tesla there. More wind damage there in the Chicago suburbs. Here's a photo from Emily over in Campbell County, Kentucky. Just got home from work to this. Lovely. I would say the same thing. It's great when you come home to trees being snapped. This over in Tinley Park, Illinois. Frankfurt house was struck by lightning. Was taken out here from firefighters. We had a lightning fire. I believe this was from lightning. We had a couple of fires over there in Chicago area from lightning. This is one thing that people do forget about. And like, this is another thing that like, it is hard to prepare for lightning striking your house during a severe warning of any kind. This is probably the least favorable thing to happen. And honestly, this might be worse than like, in some cases, this can be worse than a tornado happening. Because it just catches you off guard and you have to take shelter or do something. During it, like this was during a severe warning or a tornado warning, and like how are you taking shelter when you got a fire on your house? Like it catches so many people off guard. This over in Portsmouth, Ohio from today, giant shelf cloud moving across the highway there. Really cool photo there. And if you do have any photos and videos, you can scan the QR code or go to our website, maxvelocitywx.com. Lightning rods? Yeah, lightning rods are not a bad idea. We have about 10 seconds until this tornado warning expires, so I don't even know if we're ever going to get the tornado warning notification at all. There was a tornado warning issued about 16 minutes ago, but has not pushed at all through the wire. So we don't have any alert at all now. I don't know what's going on. Still hasn't been fixed, obviously, but very odd what is going on right now with the NWS. All right. Any more for Cincinnati area tonight? Probably going to have one more round of storms later tonight. Probably one more round of storms later tonight. Fun fact, we currently have 6 max alerts in effect. I don't know how many our highest number of max alerts is at once, but we have 6 right now. Almost all of them are severe thunderstorm alerts. This is one near Rapid City. We have a max alert for this. Over in Custer, Pennington, and Shannon over here in South Dakota. That's for 60-mile-per-hour winds and quarter-sized hail. We have another one in North Carolina near Ansonville, Norwood, Oakboro. That's for ping-pong ball-sized hail and 60-mile-per-hour winds. We still have a max alert for that tornado threat near Campton and Jackson. which might even be enough for a tornado warning. Got a little hook echo forming there right now over Jackson. That's moving down to the southeast down Highway 15 here in Kentucky. And then we have a few more in effect. We got one in Alabama. This is going to be over near Gadsden, which actually was a storm that did end up getting severe thunderstorm warned. Initially, it was not warned. We got another one in Stanley County, North Carolina. That is near Locust. And Oakboro for 60-mile-per-hour winds and quarter-sized hail. And then the last one is for Terre Haute, because there's a little Dorito chip that was not included in a severe warning. That is for 60-mile-per-hour winds and quarter-sized hail. Shout out to Nancy for the $20 Venmo donation in support of the most reliable weather forecast. You save lives. I appreciate that. Thank you for the support. We try to go live as much as possible. I know we weren't live early this morning. I mean, there were a couple of tornado warnings in Iowa, but they weren't really anything too crazy. I am glad we went live when we went live, because really when we went live is when things really ramped up in Illinois. Most of what we had before that was just ice. It was more isolated of wind, and the tornado threat was pretty low. We apparently have a max alert in southeast Montana. We got storms everywhere, guys. Max alerts are coming left and right. We will keep you posted if any other tornado warnings wind up getting issued and we just don't have alerts for them. But for right now, there are no active tornado warnings. There was one before, but obviously was not shown anywhere. Oh, we did just get a tornado warning? Oh, we just got the tornado warning from earlier. All right. So it took 20 minutes for us to get that tornado warning that was issued in eastern Kentucky. Which, for the record, that tornado warning lasted 17 minutes. So we're just now getting that tornado warning over the wire. It took 20 minutes to get that warning. That is wild. So for those that lived in Campton, Van Cleve, or any of those other areas, you might have just gotten the EIS alert or something over your phone. That is wild. Wild, wild, wild. Today's been a weird day of severe weather, but on top of that, we have issues with alerts. I do wonder if we have anybody tuning in from this area. If you guys want to put your location on the map, this actually will be interesting. It's an interesting experiment. Put your location on the map. I'm curious where everybody's tuning in from. More so because I want to know if anybody's actually in this EDS severe warning or tornado warning. So feel free to put your location on the map, scan the QR code, and we'll check it out. Daniel with the super chat says, "Hey Max, my girlfriend and I are wondering, how old are you?" Excuse me? It's kind of weird. I'm 23. I'm old. I'm getting old. We have a new max alert issued by meteorologist Ethan Mock for the storm over here in Breathitt and as well as Perry counties. Gonna be going down towards Hazard and just west of Hinman. So we are watching for a tornado threat here. Thank you, Stump, for the super chat saying OTR trucker just drove through Kentucky-West Virginia border. It was nasty. Definitely a shelf cloud debris on I-64 East. Well, thank you for the report. You're older than me. I'm old. I feel old. My Popeyes just got delivered, guys. The cheese curds. We're about to have them on stream. They're so good. Not even kidding. They are really good. Just double checking to make sure we don't have any new tornado warnings. I have to keep refreshing. NWS of Twitter at least has been posting alerts normally. How old's everybody in the chat? Let me know. How old's everybody here? Somebody said I'm 47, 23. 23 is a weird age. Just a weird number. Weird number in general. We just got a new tornado warning, guys. I think. Yeah, we got a new tornado warning. 27,000 people, and there's no alert. This goes until 6:30 Eastern time. We have, again, no alert for this. I'm going to change our overlay back to tornado warning. I have to manually do it because they have not been issuing the warning, but this goes until 6:30 Eastern. 27,000 people from Jackson into Lost Creek, Chaves, Yerkes, Avawam, and Hazard, Kentucky. If you have any friends or family here, please call them, text them, because like they might not have a clue there's a tornado warning right now. Alerts are not getting pushed anywhere. The NWS of Jackson's office, again, is having issues transmitting any sort of warnings right now. It has nothing to do with your weather app, but it literally just has to do with the NWS not having, for some reason, having some technical issue. So, again, there is a tornado warning here. Apparently, it's not just Jackson. All right, again, I guess it's a bunch of offices, but so this is apparently a national issue, but that warning is in effect here over near Jackson. We'll have a new max alert for this in a moment, so that way you guys can see. But this is the NWS of Jackson, Kentucky, saying this is urgent. We're having issues with our warnings getting out to everyone. If you are in Hazard, Jackson, Pikeville, and Whitesburg, please seek shelter. This is a dangerous line of thunderstorms. So they are having issues. Thank you, Luke, for the $20 super chat. Can you shout my son Cooper? He was just born on Friday. Shout out, Cooper. I don't think he's ever going to remember this moment, but appreciate the super chat. Don't know if he's going to be old enough to even remember that. All right, here's the this is our max alert tornado warning. It is a tornado warning, by the way. So there it is on your map. Jackson back into Hazard. As for Perry and breath hit counties, 27,000 people are in this tornado warning. We have absolutely no clue when this tornado warning is actually going to get pushed. All right, Riley has an update. Go ahead, Riley.
Hey, Max. So just a little bit more about what's happening. So this is an official National Weather Service wire. We're doing as much as we can to try and find an alternative data source because it seems like there are some sources that are working. We just haven't been able to find one yet. This entire line of damaging storms is also producing winds that are going to be associated with damaging winds, and we're not getting severe thunderstorm warnings either. So unfortunately, we really have no information as of right now on severe thunderstorms, damaging winds as well. So basically anywhere in these polygons, these were issued a while ago. If you're downstream of those, treat this as a severe thunderstorm warning for you as well. NWS Jackson is having around a 15 to 20 minute delay with any warnings, regardless of what type they are. We do have these warnings that were in effect for 80-mile-an-hour winds. We do expect that this is still continuing. Pretty soon here, we're probably going to see another severe thunderstorm warning off to the northeast of this, including Paintsville and Prestonsburg. However, it's still going to take those 15 to 20 minutes to come through as well. So we're going to have to start trying to issue max alerts to have any sort of polygons on there at all, just because we don't have functioning data sources. Also, we did just get a considerable severe thunderstorm warning up near Indianapolis. This is also 8 minutes old, so it's not just an NWS Jackson issue. It seems like this is the entire country that's now dealing with this issue, but this considerable severe thunderstorm warning is for 70-mile-an-hour winds. It includes Cloverdale, Martinsville, Freedom, and then almost into Bloomington, Indiana. Just know if you're anywhere in the area of storms at all right now, once again, we're just having issues getting the warning products from the National Weather Service. So just treat everything as being warned if it is warned in the past. So this is going to be an issue that's apparently going to continue over the next few hours. And we're going to see this storm here off to the west of Indianapolis sort of become another MCS. We could be talking about another significant line of damaging winds as it makes its way off to the east. So anywhere in southern Indiana, we should be prepared for this. Don't be relying on tornado sirens. patterns. Don't be relying on really any weather alerts right now. You're going to have to use your own intuition and awareness to sort of track these storms as they make their way throughout the rest of the severe thunderstorm watches that we do have in effect.
Thank you, Riley, for the update. So that is everything that is going on right now. Guys, I get the whole NWS thing. I see a lot of comments like, you gotta, Max should replace NWS. Guys, this has nothing to do with what's going on. All right, it's some sort of technical issue. It happens. Obviously, it's not ideal to happen during an outbreak of any kind, but this stuff does happen time to time. We've had issues like this before. Luckily, they do not happen very often. When they do happen, obviously, it can be dangerous, but there isn't really much you can do other than just make sure you have friends or family that are aware of it. And hopefully they're tuning into local weather. Hopefully they're tuning into at least something, maybe our live stream. That way they're getting adequate alerts. But this is not like an NWS, like, they shouldn't exist or whatever. Like, that's not what it should be. Like, NWS is very good at what they do. There's a reason why they exist, and they are very talented. Every meteorologist there, they know what they're doing. So, no reason to be flaming them, even though, again, it's not really, I don't know what it is. Again, it's kind of just out of their control, though, I think, right now. So, I think it has more so to do with some sort of NOAA issue that happened. But I do want to reiterate, in case you are just tuning in, and if you live in the NWS of Jackson, Kentucky's alert area, they have tweeted that this is urgent. We are having issues with our warnings getting out to everyone. There is an active tornado warning where that red polygon is. This goes for all NWS offices in general. It's what overlay am I on? The heck? It's for all NWS offices. So we are talking everyone in the country. This also includes Indianapolis. But there are issues with alerts getting out to everybody. So it is really important to make sure that you are staying weather aware everywhere. And stay tuned to the stream. We'll let you know if there's any warnings that are actually issued. We at least have a source where we can see the warnings getting issued, so we'll just try to replicate them as best as we possibly can. But it is going to take some time. And we are only, we have a pretty good staff right now. We have like 6 people, so we're keeping an eye on everything. But we got 6 people on the back end that are keeping an eye on everything right now. But all the offices, I believe, are having problems. It's not just one. Yeah, apparently the Montana severe thunderstorm warning that just got issued is 10 minutes old. So the one that you just saw pop up was from 10 minutes ago. Really not a good situation to be in. We are going to continue to keep you posted. Go back to the 3-cam view. No major updates right now on Indiana right now. It's mostly straight line damaging wind gusts with this line of thunderstorms. We don't have any active tornado risk that I'm seeing with this line. We have another severe thunderstorm warning. And guys, there's also, if you look at the weather.gov website, there is also a outage there. So their site keeps going down as well. All right, let me go over this warning here. We do have a new severe thunderstorm warning. This does include Pikeville, Prestonburg, Martin, Wayland, Wheelwright, Jenkins, and Elkhorn. That is for 80-mile-per-hour straight-line damaging wind gusts. This is another severe thunderstorm warning that I don't think anybody is receiving, but it includes 171,000 people. So clearly a lot of people are at risk right now of significant damaging wind gusts and also a little bit of hail. So if you are in this severe thunderstorm warning, you need to be taking shelter and putting as many walls between you from the outside and getting away from windows. And feel free, if you want, take a screenshot of this. Send it to your friend, family member, whoever might live here, because we do not have an ongoing way to look at alerts. They're broken. There's still an active tornado warning as well. Our team is doing the best they possibly can at issuing these alerts. This is a max alert that we just put out for up to 80-mile-per-hour winds. It's obviously giant, but it is this entire area. We're looking at Pikeville, Williamson, all the way back over towards Manchester. Apparently that just came through the wire. Somehow this warning went through the wire sooner than the tornado warning. We have a tornado warning in effect right now over here near Jackson and Hazard, which is going for another 11 minutes, I believe. But, or at least another 11 minutes. But this goes until, no, it actually goes for 14 more minutes. So it'll go until 6:30 Eastern, but that one has not been issued yet. But this is the severe thunderstorm warning for Pikeville. That's for 80-mile-per-hour damaging wind gusts. That one came out a little bit faster. But still obviously pretty delayed. Are the radars accurate? Yes, the radars are accurate. This is live back over to the west of Indianapolis. It just got really windy out here. This is for a severe thunderstorm warning that we have for 70-mile-per-hour damaging winds right now. Hey, Scott, for the gift. So, very interesting, guys. For those that know, Ryan, he lives in Pikeville. He does the weather also on YouTube like I do. He just got his emergency alert 7 minutes after the warning got issued. So it is an actual issue. Like, I haven't really had much confirmation in the chat of it, but there are people that live in these areas that are literally not getting their alerts until, like, very late. So this warning was issued 7 minutes ago, but he just got it now. So you can't see it on a weather app. You cannot get an alert on time. So, very, very interesting. Very, very delayed alerts coming in. Got a few people out here in these warnings. There's actually somebody tuning in from the tornado warning right now. Evan says, always tuning in your streams. You played a big part in my wife and I evacuating London last year. Did you guys have to move because of that tornado? So there are a couple people, at least near this tornado warning, that would be, or are technically in the warning. This person named Evan, I don't think is receiving an alert still. This is from Phil over in Owsley County, Kentucky. Don't think you're under an alert. Tracy says here. I'm checking to see to make sure we don't have any other alerts here. They're popping up. We don't have any new tornado warnings. Again, the only active tornado warning that we can say that we probably have still, I don't know if we do, but if we have a tornado warning, it's this one from Jackson back into Hazard. We've issued a new max alert for a likely, I think there might be a severe thunderstorm warning here for Jackson back through Hazard for 60-mile-per-hour damaging wind gusts. So that is a new max alert there. Hey, Tree for the super chat saying, thanks for all you do. It helps us out a lot. No problem. This has just been absolutely chaotic here over the last 30 to 45 minutes. It's just chaos. I really do hope that anybody that does live in these areas is getting at least some level of either warning or just something. Here's that new severe thunderstorm warning. This just came in, I think. This is 30 minutes old. This is a 30-minute-old warning, I believe. It includes Irvine all the way through Williamson. I'm like 99% sure that was supposed to be here 30 minutes ago, if I'm not mistaken. So that's for 60 to 70-mile-per-hour damaging wind gusts. Thank you, Lauren, for the PayPal donation. That was issued at 5:52 Eastern. It was nearly 28. That took 28 minutes to get issued. That is what I'm talking about. These warnings are coming out really, really late. Not a good thing. I do not know how long this issue is going to be in place. No, nobody does. If we get any updates, we'll let you know. Riley's continuing to look into it and see if we do any updates out of this. But again, this is affecting all National Weather Service offices. It is not just the one in not just the one in Eastern Kentucky. The Indianapolis radar site is also having problems. Or sorry, not radar site. The office having problems. Every office having problems right now. This is another severe thunderstorm warning that you're not going to see pop up on your weather app or anything. This is going to be back over for Farmersburg, Shelburne, Graysville, Sullivan, Marome, Carlisle, Jasonville, and Linton. That'll be for 60-mile-per-hour damaging wind gusts. So there's 32,000 people that are not receiving this weather alert right now. And we got another one. I'm just going to go over any warning that gets issued because we don't have another way to show you. This is another warning for those in Hazel Green, Buckhorn, Lost Creek, Decoy. That is for 70-mile-per-hour damaging wind gusts. Here's another. That's for 60-mile-per-hour winds. Goes until 7 o'clock Eastern. That's just outside of Charlotte, by the way. Thank goodness this isn't like 11 o'clock today when we had what was happening in Chicago. If this was happening in Chicago, you know the implications of what would have happened earlier? Like if the warnings were delayed by 30, 40, 50 minutes or whatever it is, like it would have been way worse than what's happening now. Like obviously it's still significant right now, but we had active tornadoes. We had 100-mile-per-hour winds. It was absolute mayhem in Chicago earlier. This is a fraction of what that was earlier, regardless of population. But we got a new severe warning in Pennsylvania. You're tuning in from Pennsylvania. This is your severe thunderstorm warning right now. That's Mount Holm, East Stroudsburg, Mount Pocono, and Saylorsburg. One of the new severe thunderstorm warnings just popped up somewhere. I don't know where. That might be this one. Nope, different one. This warning over here to the west of Charlotte just popped up. It's about 20 minutes late. I'm just going to keep posting. I'm just going to keep showing you guys any new alerts that we get. We keep getting a lot of them. This is a new weather alert here over in North Carolina. As Coates Dunn, Plainview, Linden. That is also for 60-mile-per-hour damaging wind gusts. This has never happened on a live stream before. Hopefully it never happens again because like this is actually chaos. We have a lot of max alerts that are being issued too on the map that kind of depict where there are severe thunderstorms, but it only does so much. Obviously, you guys can't see them. This is an actual severe thunderstorm warning here south of Terre Haute. That is for Shelburne, Jasonville, Paxton, and Carlisle. Jason over here in Indianapolis says, longtime listeners, first time caller. Love how accurate you are. I appreciate that. For the curds, I appreciate that. I'm currently eating cheese curds, actually. I haven't really been talking about them, but I am eating these like cheese bites from Popeyes. They're actually good. I do like them. I'm trying to eat because I haven't eaten anything today. Thank you, Todd, for the super chat. Thanks, Max, for not knocking the NWS. That's somebody else's fault. It's not their fault, but you're killing it. Well, I appreciate that. Yeah, this is, again, I've never experienced this in my life. I've never seen a problem like this happen in my life. I saw it happen yesterday in Baltimore, but it only lasted 3 minutes, really. Happened twice. We got tornado warnings. But, again, nothing like what we're seeing right now. Nothing like what we're seeing at this moment. Yesterday could have been bad too, though. Baltimore had 2 tornado warnings, and they didn't get issued for like 5 minutes. So, this is the most max alerts we've ever had issued at once. We have 9 active max alerts because of the warning issues. We have many of them just basically placing over the warnings that we have in place. So a lot of these places, like even near Charlotte, we have severe thunderstorm warnings in effect, but no active actual warnings because they're not being pushed through. We just got a severe warning in California, apparently. We got severe warnings happening over here in California. This one was actually on time, so maybe there's an issue. This issue may have gotten somewhat fixed. This one was just issued, so the issue might be being fixed right now. There was a new warning for Pennsylvania. All right, it looks like they might be patching the issue. I'm not sure, because this warning just came in too. This was issued only about 2 or 3 minutes ago, so we'll see. Not entirely sure yet. We can't really verify it yet, but the issue might be being resolved in real time. Hard to tell. Riley has an update. Go ahead, Riley.
Hey, Max, 2 different mesoscale discussions for you. The first one is in North Dakota. They're talking about the chance of damaging hail up to 3.5 inches in diameter and winds to 70 miles an hour. There's an 80% chance of a watch up there. The next one is over in Indiana and Kentucky, where they're basically highlighting that line of severe thunderstorms that we have been tracking as it's going to continue to produce damaging winds up to 70 miles an hour.
Hey, Riley, for the updates, that'll impact Louisville, Seymour, Bloomington, Jasper, and Corydon. It also is impacting Terre Haute right now. Well, the warnings aren't fully fixed yet, but they are getting a little bit better. It's not nearly as delayed as what it was before, so that's at least a good sign. Wow. This is what it looks like in Bloomington right now, guys. Anybody tuning in from Bloomington, Indiana? Hey, Kay, for becoming a member. Got a big time shelf cloud right now in Bloomington. If you guys have any photos or videos of it, feel free to send it in to us. Reports.maxvelocitywx.com. Jensen with the super chat says, "How's Houston, Texas, and New York? Or is Houston, Texas, and New York City chilling?" Yes. Shelf cloud's going right overhead here. It's a fast-moving shelf cloud. We just got another severe thunderstorm warning. A lot of the warnings are starting to come in, but we do have a new severe thunderstorm warning south of Indianapolis that is not populated on any weather app yet, or anywhere. You won't even know about it unless you're watching our stream pretty much. But this is for about 400,000 people from Franklin back into Odin, Bloomfield, Dover Hill, and Seymour. So that's for 60-mile-per-hour winds. Luckily, it's not a very high-end threat. But that's obviously a lot of people that are in this warning, and again, nobody knows about it. Hasn't popped up or anything like that yet, so still a pretty concerning situation. The tornado warning in Kentucky probably has expired. We never got an alert for it, so really don't have a clue if that is still a warning that was even ongoing, but that warning is now just officially expired. It went until 6:30, so we're back down to a normal tornado possible severe thunderstorm warning for the time being. This is over in Bloomington, Indiana, where we are about to see a big surge of wind. You can see the trees are starting to sway a little bit. I don't think college is back in session. It looks pretty quiet there at the parking lot, but the winds are beginning to intensify. This person named Chris on the south side of Bloomington just said, "Hold me, Max, I'm scared." I can't hold you, man. That's what Tinder's for. Allie over here says, nervously watching from a mobile home. I think the worst of it has already kind of moved through you guys. Go Hoosiers, says that person in Bloomington. Am I okay? The storm's giving me so much anxiety. You'll be fine. Just stay away from windows. Bro, why do I keep sneezing? It's unbelievable. Am I going to see any more severe thunderstorms? That person's asking over there in Greenwood. I think there'll at least be another round here of some gusty winds. I don't know if you're actually going to get hit by these storms, though. They might just stay down to your south. We do still have an extremely dangerous situation. Severe thunderstorm warning for those over in Pikeville, as well as Wheelwright. That is for up to 80-mile-per-hour damaging wind gusts. Elkhorn is getting hit by that here in about 10 minutes or so. Phelps, Williamson. Cumberland is also in the path of this line of thunderstorms. We do have a new giant severe thunderstorm warning for Beckley and Welsh in West Virginia. That will be for 60-mile-per-hour damaging wind gusts. This back over to Bloomington, live shot here. Wind has been mostly gusty so far, really not damaging from what we've seen yet, but that could change. This wind is surging down to the south, or this storm is surging to the east-southeast right now. We have another severe thunderstorm warning that is not populated yet. This is back over in Gastonia, Kings Mountain, and York counties, or York, right along the North Carolina, South Carolina border for about 200,000 people. That is for 60-mile-per-hour damaging wind gusts. Here's also a photo of the storm that is moving into Bloomington right now. We got a big-time shelf cloud rolling right into the city. Incredible view of it here. If you do have any photos and videos, you can send them in to us on our website, maxvelocitywx.com. We do have some new ones coming in. Actually, we got a lot of new photos and videos coming in. This is a new photo from Champaign County, Ohio, of a large tree uprooted that fell onto a person's home over here. This is a video from Columbus, Ohio, of some of the damage in the area. We do believe there was a tornado somewhere in Columbus earlier. This is in Princeton, West Virginia. A monster shelf cloud. That's a huge shelf cloud. There's a garage and a couple of cars underneath this tree. This is located over in Will County, Illinois from earlier today. This is back over here in St. John, Indiana. Wind split tree in St. John, Indiana. More big tree damage there. Fairborn, Ohio had a massive shelf cloud as well. That's at the Wright-Patterson Air Force Base in Dayton, Ohio. This is in Mitchfield, North Carolina, from some intense wind. So North Carolina is even getting in on some of the big storms. If you do have any photos or videos, you can scan the QR code or go to our website, maxvelocitywx.com. We have another severe thunderstorm warning that, again, is not populated yet on any weather app or anything like that. This is for almost 100,000 people in Benson, Four Oaks, and Smithfield, North Carolina. I want to once again reiterate that the NWS offices everywhere are not currently operating properly. All the warnings are delayed. So there's a reason why we're not really showing them inside of like a weather app, because no weather app is showing them. You just have to trust me on my word with what I'm showing you guys. That's the NWS of Twitter is the only way we can get alerts right now somehow. So luckily, there are no tornado warnings active, but damaging wind gusts are continuing with another line of thunderstorms moving across southern central Indiana with damaging winds up to 70 miles per hour. The most intense part of this line is over here near Pikeville, Williamson, and Hazard. That is producing widespread damaging wind gusts of up to 80 miles per hour, stretching from Berea back up towards Charleston. So very large line of thunderstorms continuing to cause havoc here right along the West Virginia and Kentucky border. This is a photo here from Martinsville, Indiana from just a moment ago. This is from storm chaser Carmen Parmello. It's working on radar scope. It's not. The alerts are not going to work on any weather app, even the Weather Channel app. It doesn't matter what app you're using. Like, they'll work, but not like the new ones. The new ones aren't populating. It's been an ongoing issue, I want to say, for about 45 minutes to an hour. It's been ongoing for a while. There's no signs of this getting resolved, at least from what I've seen. Apparently, the storm near Hazard does have a little bit of a rotation. There's somebody on the ground level that did say there's a little bit of rotation. I'm not seeing much, though, on radar that would make me think we need a tornado warning. For the most part, over here in far eastern Kentucky, the wind threat is going to be the predominant concern here. The tornado risk is, I think, pretty low for the time being, but we'll continue to keep tabs on it in case something does end up happening. The National Weather Service has just released a post that is talking about, this is from the senior duty meteorologist at the NWS. They're basically saying the NWS product delays are from AWIPS. We've received reports of getting delays from NWS products. From AWIPS.
A new tornado warning has been issued.
NCF is investigating. Please report ops impact to your sector operations center via NWS chat. So they're basically releasing something to everybody for the NWS. So they're going to hopefully get that resolved here soon. We have a new tornado warning, and this one actually got issued on time. This is for Pike County, just east of Pikeville, just south of Phelps, north of Big Rock. So if you're in this tornado warning here, take shelter, put as many walls between you from the outside and get away from windows. It's going through more of the rural portion here of Pike County. Pikeville is not technically in this warning, but it's just south of Phelps. Got about 8,500 people in this warning. Kemper is one of the main locations, which is right here for this tornado warning. Huge shout out to Saul with the $500 super chat. W spam in the chat for Saul. Really appreciate the support. We need a W spam for Saul Kane. No message, just donated $500. Huge W spam in the chat. Really appreciate that. That'll cover me for Culver's for like a month, hopefully. Huge W's. Really appreciate that. This storm, I don't really see that much rotation, to be honest. I don't see anything like major happening with it right now, at least on velocities. Might be some like sort of visual of maybe a rotating wall cloud, but not to my knowledge of anything that I know. If there's any tornado, it would be up here on the east side of Pikeville. It is moving again towards Phelps, going through the Kelper area. And after that, it'll cross into far eastern Kentucky, probably cross into Virginia briefly, and then might go into West Virginia after that. We have a new severe thunderstorm watch that was just issued for North and South Dakota. That is this watch right here. It's right along the border. So if you live over near Edgeley, Jamestown, Aberdeen, we're watching mainly for large hail and damaging winds, low tornado risk in this area. Got a couple of hailstorms ongoing right now, mainly with up to golf ball sized hail near Monego and Ellendale. We also have a destructive severe thunderstorm warning now over near Buffalo, South Dakota. That is for baseball-sized hail and 60-mile-per-hour damaging wind gusts. It does look like most of the warnings are being fixed from what I'm seeing. Every warning is mostly on the board now, and I don't know of any warnings that are not on the map that we have issued currently. But it does look like the issue has mostly been resolved because every warning that I'm seeing is now on the map. So hopefully the issue that has been ongoing with alerts is mostly fixed. It seems like there's still delays, but it's definitely gotten better than it was like 20 minutes ago. The warnings are coming in within at least a few minutes compared to earlier. We were taking like 20 or 30 minutes at one point over here in Kentucky, so there's been some small improvement. Here's a little time lapse of the storms rolling in, or the line of thunderstorms moving into Bloomington just a few moments ago. At the University here of Indiana, where the Hoosiers are. I think this is at least the second round of thunderstorms that's impacted this area today. I forgot to turn on the red light, guys. My bad. I think I might be delayed too, just like the NWS alerts. I might have a delay on the light. In case you're just tuning in, or maybe we were watching earlier, just a heads up, the line of storms that did impact the Midwest, including Iowa, Illinois, and Northwest Indiana, was a preliminary rated a derecho. Derecho is a long-lived line of thunderstorms that produces widespread damaging winds, and we basically had that starting at like 8 in the morning, went all the way until about 1 or so, started in eastern Iowa, then went into northern Indiana. After that, we had a new line of storms develop in central southern Indiana. That went all the way now into eastern Kentucky. Not sure if that's going to end up being a separate derecho or just a really intense mesoscale convective system. I'd be leaning towards the second one, probably just an MCS, but either way, this has been a pretty big day of severe weather. This derecho lasted for approximately 530 kilometers, which I know many of you in the United States probably don't know what that means because we learn miles. Same thing with knots. It shows the different wind speeds and stuff. The maximum magnitude of knots is 86 knots, which in that case is 99 miles per hour. But 533 kilometers is the same as about 330 miles. But you can kind of translate the knots and just add like 10%, and it's about the same number as miles per hour. Here's another photo of the shelf cloud that came through Bloomington just a few minutes ago. It's actually at the very bottom of your screen. Can't really see it, but there it is. Gnarly shelf cloud. Hazard, Kentucky is reporting the entire town is without power, apparently. That's what I just saw in the chat. So there's reports that power is out in all of Hazard. And I'm not honestly surprised. I don't think the power infrastructure is great out here. I think it doesn't take that much for the power to go out. I mean, we have widespread 60 to 80 mile per hour winds, so really should be too much of a surprise that we have wind this intense right now, knocking out power. Hey, Lotus for the super chat. It says outbreak / derecho finally winding down, or is even more coming? This entire day has been wild. We got another line of storms in Indiana that's going to impact Louisville and some surrounding areas, but that should be mainly straight line damaging wind gusts. Hey, Michael for the super chat. I don't know where that is. We have a new severe thunderstorm warning for Washington County, Indiana. That is for 60 mile per hour winds and quarter-sized hail. This storm is moving down towards Louisville right now. Big line of thunderstorms again impacting central Indiana. Widespread damaging winds being the main concern. Still monitoring at least an isolated tornado potential as that line of thunderstorms moves in. We also have a bunch of severe warnings all over North Carolina, mostly looking at hail and wind. Not seeing much of a tornado risk with any of this activity, but we'll continue to monitor that situation. Are the delays mostly fixed? It seems like most of the delays are fixed. I'm not seeing any major delays anymore in alerts. Seems like everything's mainly being issued on time. We have another severe thunderstorm warning that is over in North Carolina. We've gotten a lot of them over here in North Carolina. This new one's for Goldsboro. That'll be for 60 mile per hour winds and also quarter-sized hail. Getting a lot of reports now in Kentucky of power outages. And that would be why. We have over 100,000 customers without power now. Over 100,000 people without power now in Kentucky. Powell County has 6,800 customers without power. That's 97% of that county without power. Robertson is over 100% apparently. I don't know how that's possible. Lewis County's at 65%. We're starting to see some isolated power outages in extreme eastern Kentucky now. Mostly looking at between 5 and 10%. Hey, Justine for the super chat. Thanks, saying thank you, Max and Mod Team. You guys have likely saved lots of lives today. And I love watching your channel and streams. For all you guys do, I appreciate that. I don't think Illinois has gotten any better. We're still at 237,000 customers without power there. Indiana's at 368,000. Ohio's at 301,000. Power outages are not going to get any better anytime soon, especially in Indiana, where there's another powerful line of thunderstorms moving through right now. This is one of the highest numbers of power outages that I've seen this year for severe weather events. Almost 1.2 million people are without power right now. We just peaked at 33 severe thunderstorm warnings a moment ago. We're back down to 24 with the reset of all of our warnings. We still have a tornado warning here on the east side of Pikeville, Kentucky. This is in Pike County. Not seeing really anything too tornadic here on radar. Velocities are really weak, so I don't think there's much of a chance this is going to produce a tornado. We just have a large little push of wind going out towards Elkhorn. That's RFD surge. There's a large area of inflow, but just it's very broad. Nothing really coming together right now. So that's just south of Phelps. Why does Georgia have power outages? Probably just got one random storm. I don't know. Some states have power outages. Like California always seems to have power outages. California is one of those states that I see power outages in all the time, regardless of the weather. So I don't think it always has to do with like weather. It can sometimes just be random. I installed a whole house generator back in May. Smart. Smart if you get weather often. How's it looking for West Virginia? The only part of West Virginia that I think is going to keep seeing severe weather for the next hour or two will be mainly over in this general vicinity. Beckley will be the main target. Mainly just going to look at wind over this area. Justin says, ready for the storm to reach us here in Flat Top, West Virginia. Well, it's about to hit you guys here in a few minutes. A lot of people tuning in here from the Bloomington area. Brianna says the sky is talking to me. I don't think it can talk to you. How bad is it going to get the rest of the day and night? It's going to be mainly just wind for the next hour or two and a lot of rain. Thank you, Dakota, for the gift. I appreciate that. Wow, Max, you're still live. We've been live for 8 hours. Been live for 8 hours today. Coming up on a long live stream. I say long. This is kind of average. 8 hours is like average, I feel like, nowadays for live coverage. We have a few more photos and videos that have been sent in from today's storms. This is a new video from St. John, Indiana, sent in by Polas of some major damage here. Looks like possibly a tornado hit this area. Man, that is bad. Whole roof was ripped off a building there in St. John. Fences completely ripped off. We got flooding to add insult to injury. Not catastrophic by any means, but definitely very damaging. Circleville, Ohio had some major flooding, and there's some shopping carts that for some reason are in the flood waters. This must be a store of some kind. This looks like oh, that's a Kroger. So this at a Kroger in Circleville, Ohio. Got some flooding kind of behind the store here. With a bunch of shopping carts in the flood waters. This over in Homewood, Illinois. Specifically in Flossmoor. Flossmoor had some tornado damage earlier. This is in Campbell County, Kentucky, sent in by Nate of a large tree down in Covington. And then here's a photo from Putnamville, Indiana, sent in by Zach of a large shelf cloud draping the sky. Man, the damage today, just really crazy wind damage all across the board. This definitely feels like a derecho with everything that we've seen. If you guys do have any photos and videos, you can send them in with the QR code or go to maxvelocitywx.com. Actually, let me go back to this. 140. Here we go. What's the chance of a tornado in Indianapolis? It's about the odds of the Colts winning the Super Bowl this year. Basically 0. Riley has an update. Go ahead, Riley.
Hey, Max, we just got a new mesoscale discussion from the Storm Prediction Center. This one is in South Dakota for the area of hailstorms that we've been seeing. Talking about damaging winds up to 70 miles an hour and hail of 3.5 inches in diameter. This includes places like Spearfish, Rapid City, and Hot Springs in South Dakota.
Thank you, Riley, for the update. Thank you, Lotus, for the super chat. Today was a bad day for the shopping carts of America. So many beloved Superior carts were lost today. There have been a lot of shopping carts have been impacted by today's storms. Might have to start a shopping cart fund. We can rebuild the shopping carts. Sorry, Jordan. I didn't know you were watching. My bad, man. I was kidding. Definitely kidding. Patriots are going to the Super Bowl, though, not the Colts. Jordan Hall, one of our storm chasers. He's a big Colts fan. I didn't know he was watching my stream. Hey, Jenny, for the $50 super chat. Supporting the good weather, guys. Max and Riley, I appreciate that, Jenny. Thank you very much for the super chat. Patriots are going 9-8. They're not going 9-8. They're going 11-6 minimum. Colts are winning the Super Bowl. No, they're not. The Colts aren't even that good. Danny Dimes is going to get injured like 4 games in. He's going to be shocked. Game 4. I don't know who they're playing. They're going to be cooked. I am planning on going to the Patriots and Steelers game this year. Probably going to the Jaguars game, maybe the Dolphins game, and probably the Packers game. I think I'm going to 4 different NFL games this year. I'm going to at least try. Because I have somebody, Paige and Bryce want to go to the Steelers game in Foxborough. So I was like, all right, well, I might as well go. And then the Packers game I want to go to. And that's going to be also in Foxborough. And then I'm in Florida, so it'd be easy to go to the Jaguars and also the Dolphins game. So I'll probably go to all 4 games if I can. The weather's good. All depends on the weather. The only problem is if I watch the Packers game, that one's in November. So I'll have to have my winter jacket out. Riley has an update. Go ahead, Riley.
Hey, Max, we just got a destructive severe thunderstorm warning in California for 80-mile-per-hour winds that have apparently been observed. This includes the town of Yermo in California.
Thank you, Riley, for the update. That is quite literally insane. We have a destructive severe warning in San Bernardino County. That's east of Barstow, California. You don't see this every day. California is checking in with the destructive severe warnings. Why not? I mean, next up, it's going to be Alaska. Alaska's going to get something. Just have everybody in line for this. Highest winds be right along I-40 right now near the Barstow, Daggett County Airport. It's not really moving much, kind of just stationary. That is really odd. Is there even a risk of severe weather here today? There's no risk. There's no risk of severe weather in California today. And nowhere in the desert Southwest. There's no risk down here. And then we have a destructive 80-mile-per-hour severe thunderstorm warning. I guess, bro. We have a live shot in Barstow. There's no shot. We just got this random live camera over here in Barstow, which is in this destructive severe warning, or at least on the edge of it. You can see the edge of the storm there on the left. That is actually crazy. Just got a random camera out here. Can't believe we have a California camera. We do have a lot of we actually have quite a few California cameras, but we never cover California, so there's typically never a reason to even talk about this area. This is another one. This is right. This is on the edge of the destructive warning, too. You can actually see the wind picking up a little bit. The risk of severe weather corresponding to this area is 923 miles away, by the way. What am I eating? Fries. I haven't really been eating anything. I like eating nothing up until now for the most part today. So needed food. Thank you, Donna, for the super chat. Max does Hollywood. Pretty much. It is wild that we even have cameras over there, though. Only tornado warning that's in effect right now is right along the Kentucky and Virginia border for Pike County. Continues for 19 more minutes. I would probably expect it to be canceled. We have currently 33 severe thunderstorm warnings. We just got another destructive severe warning over here south of Rapid City. That is for baseball-sized hail. This is moving down to the south and east right now. Storm chaser John McKinney, who's live inside of the WeatherFront app, he's actually over in Meridian, Nebraska right now. So he might end up going towards that storm here in a little bit. If you want to watch him live inside of the app, you can download WeatherFront on iOS and Android. It is the top link in the description below. It's the weather app I am currently using. We're continuing to get more and more severe warnings over there in the Dakotas, where there is a couple of different severe thunderstorm watches in effect. Over here in Indianapolis, I think, is kind of clearing out for the time being. There will be another round of storms late tonight into the overnight hours that'll produce damaging winds and perhaps even an isolated tornado risk. But at least for now, the risk of severe weather is on the lower side of things for a few hours. So if you want to go get dinner, if you want to go mow the lawn in the rain for whatever reason, you kind of have more of the ability to do that now than you did a few hours ago. Over here near Louisville, we have a big line of thunderstorms that's going to be arriving in about an hour or so with damaging wind gusts anywhere from 60 to 70 miles per hour. Already moved through Bloomington. Had some people tuning in here from Bloomington. Janice says, hope the power doesn't go out. Very little chance the power will go out now after you've just had the line of storms move through. Dustin's waiting for the storms over there north of Louisville. And back over here, right along the Kentucky, West Virginia, and Virginia border. Still a big-time wind threat impacting this entire region with up to 70-mile-per-hour winds and an isolated tornado threat continuing. Do the lawn in the rain? I mean, I don't know. Some people can do some crazy stuff. I've never I don't think I've ever mowed a lawn in the rain, but there are probably people that do. I wouldn't put anything past anybody. Hey, Neil, for the gift. When is South Tennessee going to get some good storms? Maybe in 2027. Did I get my new chair? I'm using my new chair right now. Pretty comfortable. Hey, you, life for the gift. That's stupid. You'll mess up your mower. Hey, some people do some crazy stuff. I don't think I've ever mowed a lawn in general with it raining, but I feel like there's probably people that do. Might be cooler. If you're like in Texas and it's like 100 degrees outside and it starts raining, shoot, you're going to take advantage of that opportunity any day of the week. Anything happening in Pittsburgh, Pennsylvania? I don't think so. Nothing big, at least. Got a few storms off to your north. It's funny. I think I talked about this either whatever our last live stream was, or it might have been even in the morning video today, but I did talk about how computer models were kind of really in between where this line of thunderstorms would go. And Pittsburgh was one of those areas that it could have been hit, might have not been hit, and it didn't get hit at all. So kind of worked out if you live in Pittsburgh. Nothing happened really, just a couple showers. It's getting pretty windy out here on the severe thunderstorm line that we have over here near Columbus. This is a live shot inside of our severe thunderstorm warning. So it's starting to get pretty windy here in this little neighborhood near the Columbus area. Look at this. Let me make sure I got the right camera slot here. We're going to put this in 2. Look at this shelf cloud view. It's a live shot of the shelf cloud over near Brownstown. Just a traffic camera showing a giant shelf cloud with this line of thunderstorms approaching Seymour, Indiana. Dave with the super chat says, well, how does upstate South Carolina look? I think upstate South Carolina is mostly just looking at wind tonight. Isolated damaging winds. It's going to be pretty stormy probably until about 9 o'clock Eastern, and then after that, things should start to die down. This camera's really getting windy now. Windy City with its $20 super chat says, I did not get my max alert phone call for severe thunderstorm warnings issued a bit ago. I should have. That was because of the NWS issues. That has nothing to do with our service. Well, it kind of does, but it doesn't. I mean, the NWS had these outages, and so all the alerts didn't matter if you had a normal cell phone alert or a weather app. You were not going to see the warning unless you were looking at the NWS of Twitter. That was the only way. Apparently, we have a horse carriage. Bro, we got a horse carriage on stream at the top of your screen. This is over in Indiana. The horses run home. Look at that thing at the top of your screen. They're trying to get home on a horse. They went to the Taco Bell. Oh, apparently it's a cow. All right, it's a cow. It's a cow carriage over here in Indiana. They went and got a Taco Bell Baja Blast. They're just racing home while this severe thunderstorm rolls in. Hey, Max, to the super chat.
I heard Baja Blaster mentioned.
Ryan Schultz checking in with the Baja Blast. We have a new severe thunderstorm watch for North Carolina, Tennessee, and Virginia. That'll be right here. Includes Johnson City, Morristown, Roanoke, Rocky Mount, Mount Airy, Richlands, Wytheville, Floyd, and Rocky Mount for damaging winds and an isolated tornado risk. We got a monster shelf cloud on that Indiana traffic camera. It's getting even crazier. Gonna look really crazy here in a few minutes. This is over near Columbus. It's an amazing camera. Wow, Max, I was watching you before I went to work, and I got home from work, and you're still live. Well, I've been live for 8 hours and 12 minutes, so your work shift must have been like 6 or 8 hours. Kind of works out. An Amish Uber? Was that what that was? Might have been like a DoorDash or something like that. DoorDash and food on the horse. I mean, it looked like they might have been coming from the Taco Bell right there. That was back over in Mitchell, Indiana. This is live just west of Mitchell, Indiana. This is embedded in our line of thunderstorms producing 60+ mile per hour winds. Max, can you read me a bedtime story? You'll see rain tomorrow. It's your bedtime story. Thanks for listening. Got a report in the chat that Columbus, Indiana at least has some isolated power outages. Whether that's from the storms earlier or the storms that are happening right now, I have no clue. There's the shelf cloud, by the way. It's coming right overhead here. Wind's starting to pick up on the south side of Columbus. Hey, Max, to the super chat. Amish DoorDashers send a letter to a dasher and wait a week for it to arrive by horse. Pretty much. I kind of find it funny that this like camera on US Highway 50 is literally just looking at one house. Just like it's like a random camera. Like feels like it's in the middle of nowhere. Just sits there. Oh, there's people outside. Oh, those people were outside, I think. They just went inside. I think it's a house. They were just outside. They just went inside. They might have been watching the storm or something. I think everybody in the Midwest would just stand outside. I don't know if they had beer in their hand. This camera's not high quality enough for us to know if they were just like outside holding the beer can and were waiting the storm to roll in. That shelf is moving insanely fast. I mean, this entire line of thunderstorms is moving southeast at like, I want to say 50 miles per hour. It's pretty fast moving. Every line of thunderstorms today has been moving west to east or northwest to southeast at like 50-ish miles per hour. Hey, where's the money for the $10 super chat? Thank you very much for the detailed coverage of the severe Chicagoland weather outbreak earlier today. Get my team and I well informed just outside of the O'Hare Airport. I'm glad I could help. Thank you for the super chat. It got really crazy in Chicago earlier. And then everything after that was still pretty crazy. Crazy pretty much all day today. But Chicago definitely got the brunt of it. All right, wind's getting a little bit calmer there. We got a couple people tuning in from Columbus. Bro, I just bought a house and the weather keeps doing this. Am I cooked? Your house might be cooked by next year. Richard says, yeehaw. Bro's excited for the storms. Storms are going to sad face. The storms almost look like a smiley face right now. We got like the smile right here. If the warnings stop popping up all the time, you could probably see the smiley face. Just gonna go full cam to it. There's the smiley face right there. And they got the eyes. Look at that. Little smiley face action. This line of thunderstorms doesn't really have a face to it. It's just a bunch of wind. You can make one out right there. Can make one out like over here maybe. There aren't. Can't really make one out with that line of storms. Where do we send photos? maxvelocitywx.com on our website. There's a link in the description too. Also, if you want to put your location on the map, you can scan the QR code or go to the website in the description. Also, make sure to download the free WeatherFront app. It is on iOS and Android now. You can go to the links at the top of the description or scan the QR code if you have an iOS device. That is the app that we are currently using on stream today as live storm chasers, live weather radar, satellite. Best satellite that you'll find on a weather app, in my opinion, and a lot more. Love to see where everybody's tuning in from, though. Got a lot of wind currently moving into the Columbus area. This is another live shot on the highway. You got a semi that just pulled over on the right, probably due to the weather, if I had to guess. Do you know if they're working on historical radar? Pretty sure they are. I know a lot of things that they're working on. Pretty sure that's one of them. It's one of the biggest things that they want to get out. There's a lot of like things and ideas that WeatherFront has. And so it'll be very cool to see how things get added over the next few months. But Max here, Canada is finally starting to roll out polygon warnings. I did see that. Yeah, we saw our first one ever today. Storm-based alerts. This is a live shot. We have a live camera over here in West Virginia of a line of thunderstorms moving in right now. Don't really look at West Virginia cameras very often. It's usually Indiana or Wisconsin or Illinois. West Virginia. We have 37 severe thunderstorm warnings. What in the world? We're almost going to hit 40. Look at all the warnings. We got warnings literally everywhere right now over in the northern plains. We got warnings everywhere in Southern California, which is funny because California is not under a risk of severe weather at all today. We got literally warnings everywhere, up to 38. We actually had a max alert for this area. Now they just issued a big severe thunderstorm warning. The Caddy Mountains Wilderness Study Area over here in California. Probably a place that I've never covered in my life or even heard of. Thank you, Pi, for the $10 super chat. As a New Englander, I feel like we are very underrepresented. We could be totally having a big storm here without you knowing, Max. Nothing really happens in New England, I feel like. I used to live in New Hampshire. I feel like we had so many, like, I'd say so many. We at least had, like, 2 notable severe weather events every year when I lived there. Like, I lived there, I was born in 2003. So from then all the way up until 2017, at least during that 2010s period, I felt like we had something notable every single year. Like the last few years, other than the nor'easter that we had, 6 or 7 months ago, like there's been basically nothing. I feel like it's just been really quiet. But I don't know. Might just be me. Stop, I feel old. I feel old too. I'm 23. I'm getting up there, guys. Hey, Lucas, for the gift. Any rotation in West Virginia? Not anything notable. Most of the tornado threat, I think, is winding down. I don't think there's too much of a tornado risk left over. Vanna says, we love watching your show. I appreciate that. I'm in Pikeville, and that was one heck of a storm. Jessica says, lots of wind and rain, and power keeps going in and out. That's over in Jenkins. Luckily, the storm has mostly moved through. I think the tornado risk with this line is pretty low. I'd say if we have any tornado risk, it would probably come out of the line of storms that's going towards Louisville. Even then, I don't think the risk is that high, but it's at least a low chance. The outflow boundary is pushed way down here to the south, so it should be mostly a straight line wind threat. We do have an intense pocket of wind developing right now near North Vernon. Yeah, velocity is being measured up to 70 miles per hour right now. That is just southeast there of Columbus. Got several of you tuning in from the Columbus area right now. That line of storms was wild. Glad it passed. Liam says, I'm waiting for the power to go out. Who in the world is just waiting for power to go out? We're just waiting for power to go out? Link says, what's up, Velocity fam? Stay safe out there. City says, hi. How's it going? Nate says, I'm cooked over in Louisville. I don't think you're cooked. Hey, we have no tornado warnings anymore. Bang. Back down to 30 severe warnings. I wasn't even looking. Did we get to 40? I don't think we did. I think we peaked at like 36. Or 38. We got to 38 and then it dropped a couple. We almost hit 40 severe thunderstorm warnings. We got close. Didn't happen, though. Wait, we did hit 40? My stream just behind? Oh, yeah, we did hit 40. No, all right. I have like another view of my live stream and I was just looking at it. It said 36 or something, so I thought it went down. It hit 40 severe warnings today. We had like on 4th of July, we hit like, I want to say 62, 61, something absurd. We had a lot. on the 4th of July. 4th of July was the craziest severe weather day in terms of total warnings that we've ever had. So Riley has an update. Go ahead, Riley.
Hey Max, just a little bit of information on that outage. So a few minutes ago, around 6 o'clock, we started seeing data populating in the AWS level 2 bucket. That is the data source that's important to get radar updates for velocity. And it seems like that is all backfilled now. So we do have all the radar data that was lost during the outage. I would assume that this indicates that the issue with AWIPS in the NOAA data feeds is finally fixed. We're going to keep an eye on that. But as of now, it seems like all systems are functioning as expected.
Thank you, Riley, for the update. That's always good to hear. So luckily, the outage seems to be mostly fixed. And for those that do not know what outage we're talking about, the NWS alerts were delayed substantially for like an hour or two. So we were having issues seeing any alerts on any weather app or anything. Like you couldn't even get an alert. Some people weren't getting EAS alerts at all. So we do have a new severe thunderstorm warning for 60-mile-per-hour damaging winds. That's Paoli, Orleans, Livonia, and Hardinsburg. Connie with the super chat says, watching from Minnesota and trying to figure out how to add my location. Well, there's a link in the description, and there's also a QR code right here that you can just scan and you can go submit your location. Vargo with the super chat says, I live in Lee County, Virginia. Am I cooked? You're not cooked. It's isolated damaging winds. How many tornadoes today? I think there's probably been about 10 to 12 across the board. Many of them were pretty quick. I don't think there was really anything that lasted much longer than like 5 minutes. There might have been one, but for the most part, it was all quick tornadoes. Pretty standard for a derecho or a line of thunderstorms. These are all the damage reports that we have so far today. We at least have one tornado that has been confirmed, or reported, I should say. Everything else has been wind damage reports, which can sometimes be later revised into tornadoes. Started over in Iowa. We had a line of storms also in Ohio this morning and West Virginia. Across the board, 341 wind reports and then 46 hail reports and then one tornado report today. Max, how do I get 100 million views? Go bald. Bang. 100 million views easily. I don't know, bro. I do the weather. I'm not an expert in getting views. I just do weather. It's really strange because like one of my like dreams when I was younger was being a YouTuber. I think everybody's had that dream, at least for those that are younger. Like, you know, growing up, I wanted to be a YouTuber. I tried doing gaming for a bit. This was like back when I was like 2013, 2015. Like this one I was like 10, 15, somewhere in that range. I wanted to be a YouTuber. But I also wanted to be a meteorologist. Like that was always my passion. But I just wanted to somehow do YouTube. And for some reason, you know, the road comes around and somehow I'm a YouTuber. Not for gaming though, it's for weather. And like it's very unintentional, but it's kind of funny. It's just like a full circle moment. Max wanted to be a Clash of Clans streamer. I will say I did make a couple of those videos back in the day. Not on this channel. I had a different channel for that, but revive the gaming channel? I am not reviving the gaming channel. It's a terrible idea. That would be funny though. Thank you, Benno, for the gift. So Max is mid to late 20s. I'm 23. Don't make me older. What is the channel? I'm not giving you guys the channel. I don't even think any of the videos are public. I privated all of them like a year or two ago because I didn't want anybody to find them. One day though, I'm gonna do a reaction video to that channel. I'll do it one day. All right. I'll do it at some point. Very few people that I even talk to in this current day and age even know about the channel. There's very few people. It's like a small group, I would say, of 15 to 20 people that have any recollection that it even exists. Or did exist. Most of them are people I did grow up with. There's only a few people that I've even told in the last like 2 years that even know about it. Do it tomorrow? I'm not doing it tomorrow. Maybe in a few months or something. I don't know.
A new tornado warning has been issued.
Boop, boop, boop. New tornado warning. Buchanan County, Virginia. That'll be the storm near Grundy and Oakwood. So if you're in this warning, take shelter. I don't know what we're tornado warning. I mean, that's not terrible. A little bit of rotation over Vancent. Oakwood's in the path of this, and then Jewel Ridge takes shelter over here in Virginia. Thank you, John, for the gift. You boop down for alerts. I'm not. I don't know why I did that. Yeah, if our audio ever breaks, I got backup. I got backup audio. Don't you worry. There might have been a brief tornado south of Rapid City not too long ago. It would be on this storm here that's going down Highway 41. Storm chaser John McKinney is currently en route for this thing. He is en route. He's making his way downtown. He's going toward Batesland. So we'll keep an eye out on him. Max, my stream keeps lagging. Have you ever thought about telling the lag to stop it? We have a new severe thunderstorm warning over in Kentucky and Indiana. That'll be for 60-mile-per-hour damaging winds. This is mainly just for Indiana. Versailles and Pleasant are the main areas in line for this. Should I order pizza for dinner? Sounds good to me. Get a nice little margarita pizza. Looking good for mid to late 30s, guys. I'm not in the mid to late 30s. I am young. I say I'm young. I do feel old. Being 23 is just weird. It's old. Not a fan of it. A little too old. Are you mighty for the 15-month membership? I think anywhere in South Carolina, like even if you get a severe storm, it's just going to be isolated wind. So I don't. Is that where did you say? Say Rock Hill, Fort Mill. I don't know where Fort Mill is, but I think generally speaking, just isolated damaging winds over here would be the main concern. Hey, Gilbert for the super chat. Nice vocals. If I'm ever in Florida, let's do karaoke. You guys know I used to be in an a cappella group in high school. I did a cappella. Hey, Kelsey for becoming a member. Thank you also, Katie's for the 16-month membership, and Joe Hoff the super chat. Hey, you're getting old, man. 25. It's getting up there. Max, you're going to go check out Reed's movie? Maybe. I might be, actually, in like a week. I might get an early preview to it. That's all I can say, though. Something's in the works. Bethany with the super chat says, if you keep saying you're old, Hubs will turn the stream off. Oh, man. You're going for a new live stream record? I'm going for a new live stream record anytime I'm live. Like, literally, anytime I'm live, I'm going for a record. Technically. I could go for 17 hours and make the longest stream ever. Will I? No. Thank you, Logan, for the super chat. Today in Plymouth, Indiana, that tornado siren went off 4 times and a tree fell right next to my house. That's pretty scary. Today's been a crazy day of weather. Thorne says it's been going on and off all day. Yeah, it's been active. Star says watching while getting wicked lightning. Casey says sending a pretty cool video floating in the yard. Check it out on stream. We'll see if it got approved. Not every photo and video gets approved, but we'll see if it got approved or not. We got a new photo here from Cincinnati of some major tree damage that's blocking I-71. There's a photo here from Cook County in Flossmoor, Illinois, of trees on top of a car. I've had a lot of cars with trees on them today. Everybody always asks about their weather, like their specific location. They never ask about how my weather is. Nobody ever does. It's always about your weather. This is back over in Marquetta, Iowa, from Claudia. Neighbor's tree relocated to our yard. There you go. Tony over in Boone County in Kentucky has a bunch of power lines and trees on top of 2 different cars, it looks like. Max, how's your weather? Looks like it's mostly sunny. I'm trying to look outside the window. I can barely see it. Looks like it's mostly partly sunny. It's been hot and humid here for a while. It's getting really annoying. And it's also rained every single day up until I think today. It was raining literally every day. It was really annoying for a while. It's actually dry now, which is nice. Really cool photo here from Springersville, Indiana. That was from this morning. Here's from Pikeville, Kentucky. The time lapse of the storm rolling in. Look at that right there. Sheesh. I love time lapses so much. Here's a photo from Milford, Ohio of more major damage in this person's front yard. It looks like a patio umbrella flown. Got some furniture flown around, trees down, a swing set probably damaged there on the right. Flooding over in Flagstaff, Arizona. One of the 2 roads in and out of the apartment complex turns into a river during monsoon season. It's over in Portage, Indiana from Guster. That's pretty wild. Doug over at Johnson County, Indiana. Not my picture, but from Franklin today. Big shelf cloud. If you guys do have any photos and videos, you can scan the QR code or go to maxvelocitywx.com. There is a storm over in South Dakota that we're going to have to keep an eye out for at least a low-end tornado potential. It's attempting to latch to this like outflow boundary right now. And though it's really rural, it's going to be heading down in the direction here of Batesland and Pine Ridge. And we do have storm chaser John McKinney out here. He actually kind of has a view of this right now. So he is going to have a possibility of actually seeing the storm as he gets a little bit closer. But that is a pretty cool view of the storm. If you do want to watch Storm Chaser John McKinney, you can watch him inside of the free WeatherFront app with the top link in the description on iOS and Android. Gnarly looking storm though. We haven't had very many storm chasers or storm chases recently that have been in decent like areas. As in like very easily chaseable. Like this is some of the best chasing terrain out here in the Dakotas, the plains. But this time we actually have somebody. So maybe something will happen. But not much rotation yet. It is trying to latch that boundary though. So we'll see what happens. Thank you, Kaylee, for becoming a member. We have 45 severe thunderstorm warnings. What the heck is going on? Oh, now we're back down to 34. We just had 45 severe warnings. I mean, there's a bunch of warnings. They're all pretty marginal, but we got warnings pretty much everywhere. The only tornado warning that we have right now is in Virginia for Oakwood. It's pretty broad rotation, but we're still keeping an eye on it. Right over the Appalachian Mountains. Your hairline is a shelf cloud. Thanks. Appreciate that. Connie with the Super Chat says, you're not old. I'm 70 years old, and I'm still trying to see a tornado since I was a child. It's a long time. 70 years and no tornado. That might honestly be my life. I might go 70 years without seeing a tornado, too. It might happen. I might be cooked. I still have yet to see a tornado. Looks like John McKinney has a little bit of a Maybe some sort of lowering back there on the horizon. This is over in Bennett County, South Dakota. This storm just got upgraded to baseball-sized hail and 60-mile-per-hour winds. And it is broadly rotating. It's trying to latch to a boundary right now. Got a little South Dakota action here this evening. Right there on the right will be the area of interest. Hey, Kayla for becoming a member. You live in Florida. Weather only changes in a hurricane. Pretty much, honestly. It's pretty much that pretty much is the case. Look at that storm rotate right there. What do you guys think? Do you think the storm's going to produce a tornado tonight? What are we thinking? We have a very localized area here that models have been hinting at an isolated tornado threat. So, will it happen? Probably not. But could it happen? Yes. Got a lot of people saying yes in the chat. Got a few people saying no. The heck is going on out here? It's in Sturgis, South Dakota. Oh, what's going on over here? Bike week? Apparently bike week's going on over here. So Store Chaser John McKinney, he has a little bit better view of that lowering now. This guy has a trash bag almost flying off his car right now.
Okay, somebody reported a rotating funnel, long rope funnel out the back side. Okay. Let's see here.
Hey, Max to the super chat.
It's working just fine on WeatherFront. Okay. I don't know. I'll have to see. Working for me, but it might be because I can't load it.
Guys, I'm eating a chicken sandwich from Popeyes. I feel like I'm biting into a rock.
Got it. Awesome.
Like, it's bad. Like, it's actually impossible to bite into this thing.
Keep pressing to get out in front of this.
That's what happens when you don't eat quickly? What do you mean? I've had old chicken sandwiches before and it's never like this. I'm going to save that sandwich for later because or later for either eating or later for not eating at all. One of those two.
I'll have to check on this a little bit later. I'm just getting on the storm now.
All right, we'll go back to Storm Chaser John McKinney in a second. I'm going to put him on the bottom right side of your screen. Riley has an update. Go ahead, Riley.
Hey, Max, real quick, I want to talk about this storm over here in South Dakota. So it is sort of rotating. You can see that on velocity. However, this is a storm that we can very confidently say is not going to produce a tornado. It might look like it has a hook echo on a reflectivity, and it did try to produce a tornado earlier. However, if we take a look at the environment that it's moving into, this storm has an LCL of above the 700 millibar level, right around the 650 millibar level. For a storm to be surface-based, we like to see that right around the 800, maybe even lower than that millibar level. So what that means is this storm is very, very high up in the atmosphere. And when a storm's that high in the atmosphere, the tornado would basically have to be almost 1.5 miles long from top to bottom just to reach the surface level and actually produce a tornado. Another issue that this storm is dealing with, it's moving into an area that's very moist starved. Our dew point here, or that green line down there, is 57 degrees Fahrenheit. That is technically adequate for a tornado. However, we like to see that a little bit higher to be able to actually produce a tornado. And one of the other things we talk about is the spread, which is the difference between the dew point and the temperature. So our dew point is 57 degrees Fahrenheit, and our air temperature is 98 degrees Fahrenheit. That is a spread of 41 degrees. So with that spread, it's going to be very, very challenging to see any sort of tornadic convection, just because there's not a lot for the storm to work with. So I wouldn't expect to see any tornadoes with this storm, with the environment it's moving into. However, it's definitely going to continue to produce some very large hail. There's a bunch of 3-inch sized hail reports, and we just got another one in just from where that storm was. So definitely going to be a prolific hail producer, but a 58/97 is almost never going to be able to produce a tornado.
Thank you, Riley, for the update. I would agree with that. Still trying to latch that boundary, though. We got Cheese Curd the cat here. She's making a special appearance because I forced her to.
Looks like it's tracking for Pine Ridge. Yeah, it's got some gusting out.
He's just chilling. Now there's cat fur flying everywhere. We just got a tornado possible severe thunderstorm warning over in Kentucky and Indiana. Excuse me, for this storm right over here near Cross Plains. So they have upgraded this to a tornado possible tag. A little bit of rotation up near Milan. Not really much, but there's a little bit of rotation there, a little bit near Cross Plain that they're keeping an eye on for. So we'll be keeping an eye on this little area of thunderstorms as it moves towards Cincinnati, Florence, and Crittenden. Back over near Louisville, it's mostly just straight line damaging winds right now. 60 to 65 mile per hour winds and up to ping pong ball sized hail is falling. If you live over in Louisville, just get ready for a straight line wind threat. Isolated hail threat with this as it continues to move south and east. Hey, Kit Kat for the gift. How old is Cheese Curd? She is 7. The latest Lotus for the super chat. She's a happy girl. Hey girl. Who's happy? Jordan with the $10 super chat. Hey, maybe. Appreciate that, Jordan. I gotta go storm chasing sometime. It's gotta happen at some point. When? I don't know. But it's gotta happen. I gotta go see a tornado. Like, it's actually terrible how I've still not ever seen a tornado in my life.
Well, I think they're going to have to consider something as this thing moves into Nebraska, maybe.
Western Dakotas. That's where this is right now.
Close to the border.
Not very many chasers have been in the Dakotas at all recently, but John McKinney's up there. Got another storm over here north of Rapid City. It's producing damaging winds up to 60 miles per hour and baseball-sized hail. As Riley was talking about, one of the big problems in this environment right now, like near Pine Ridge, is that this storm is going to struggle because of the moisture content. If we go over to the dew points that are currently being observed, I mean, it's not great. Like, we got dew points in the low 60s. The wind shear is not very strong. Got 1 knot of shear. 1 knot. Yeah, basically no storm relative velocity, which is something that's pretty important. There's literally almost none, so it's a very poor environment, but we'll see. The storm would be the one that would try to maybe do something tornadic. I just think the odds of it are pretty low, but not zero. See, it actually has a little bit of a lowering right now. Also, the tornado warning in Buchanan County, Virginia will be allowed to expire. A little wall cloud trying to form right now in this thing over in Ogallala. Oglala. I think it's Oglala.
We're at 88 there. We're going to put this.
Storm is attempting to cook. Looks sus.
Kind of zoom out a little bit and get the structure of this whole storm. It's got some
He is now entered into the destructive severe thunderstorm warning.
That's
what that alert is for. This is a big hailstorm right now. Structure is very interesting. Again, I think the tornado risk is pretty low, but not zero. We'll continue to keep an eye on it, though. Overall, the Great Plains are actually kind of cooking today for some reason. We haven't had a whole lot of Great Plains severe weather in feels like weeks. It's been mostly Midwest, Ohio Valley, and East Coast. Been pretty quiet out there. We still have 39 severe thunderstorm warnings. The majority of them are across the Appalachian Mountains. We have plenty, though, across North and South Carolina. Also quite a few there over in Indiana. Big line of thunderstorms continuing to march across western Virginia, southern West Virginia as well, and also back into eastern Kentucky. And northeastern Tennessee is now included in some severe thunderstorm warnings. Johnson City will be in the line here for 70-mile-per-hour damaging wind gusts. Hail risk should remain pretty low with that line of thunderstorms. Even over here near Somerset and Williamsburg, we're mainly just looking at a straight line damaging wind threat for Corbin, Somerset, Monticello, and Williamsburg. But elsewhere, you know, like Louisville, for example, Vevey and Jasper, it's almost all just damaging winds. I think this line, though, is weakening a little bit, so might not see severe thunderstorm warnings at all for Louisville, which is always good to see, but the flooding risk will be probably one of the bigger concerns for that area. Cincinnati probably going to be narrowly missed by this line of thunderstorms. I want to remind everybody in central Indiana up to northern Illinois, there will be another round of storms late tonight into early tomorrow morning, and that is going to likely lead to more flash flooding and maybe some isolated severe weather. So just keep that in mind if you live out here in Indiana or Illinois. Ohio's the same way too. Southwest Ohio, probably going to see some heavy rain overnight, could lead to some flooding. We need a cheese car cam? We do. Is Cheese Curd your only fur baby? It's the only pet I have. I do want another cat, though, or a golden retriever, one of the two. At some point.
So it's kind of hard to tell what's going on.
Light just went pink.
It's like there's a lot of scud underneath the... some rising scud under it, too, occasionally. Probably back a little bit toward the back is where best chance of stuff. Let's see, we got a vehicle here.
Why are you so tired? You've been live for 9 hours? I'm not tired. Making an assumption. I am as energized as can be. How many years have I lived in Florida? 6 years. In Florida for 6 years. Or about 6 years. Moved here in like early 2021. You kick out for the $10 super chat. Name the cat Mozzarella or Brie. I don't know what I would name. If I got another cat, I don't know what I would name it. I had ideas like a while ago. I don't remember what they were though. It's a pretty cool looking supercell. Have I been to Tallahassee? I've driven through Tallahassee before. I don't know if there was any reason really why. I don't really remember. You know, when I went to go adopt my cat, or go foster a cat technically, and then I adopted it, but when I went to foster a cat back in December of not this past year, but the year before that, initially there was 2 cats there. There was one named Cheese and there was one named Nacho. Apparently they were both related or something. And the one named Nacho I would have probably taken if it wasn't for that cat going to some other family. Then being Cheese, and it kind of worked out because I could just name it Cheese Curd. I was like, perfect. So, but I don't think I would name another cat Nacho. I feel like that would be just really weird. I'm a failed foster parent, yes. Had some really weird looking scud on this storm over here in Ogalla, South Dakota. It's very sus looking right now. That is not a tornado. That is not tornadic. It's just sus. Sus clouds. Check London. Why would I check London? What? A cat will name itself if you give it time. My most recent named herself Sparkplug. Or what? It's terrible. Poor cat. Naming a cat Sparkplug is diabolical. I've named my cat Fridge. Ogalala. Ogalala. Got it now. Storm definitely looks interesting. Is it tornadic? Not really. But it is interesting. Thank you, Justine, for the super chat. Hang off now. Appreciate you tuning in. Thank you for the support as well. Have a good night. I messaged you. Do you want a cookie? Our cat is Pickles. Who's naming their cat Pickles? Bro, you literally named yours Cheese Curd. What's the problem with that? Cheese Curt's a perfectly normal name. Perfectly normal name. Name yours Next Rad. Ah, yes. Let's name it after a radar site. That sounds like a great idea. Hey, Robert, for the super chat. Any threat overnight near Wanata, Indiana? I think almost all of Indiana is going to see some thunderstorms overnight, or at least a large chunk of it. If we go over to the HRRR model run here for overnight tonight, this is the latest model run. Has storms firing over near Chicago late this evening into the overnight hours. Then we get another round of storms, probably going to lead to flooding and more damaging winds. And then guess what? More lines of thunderstorms tomorrow. How exciting. Am I going to be live tomorrow? I don't know. Maybe. Might have to. Have storms in the same place. Almost. Hey, Dave, for the super chat. Could be live tomorrow. We'll see. The Rufus just has another Derecho happening tomorrow. HRRR just has a messy line. So we'll see. Should be interesting no matter what.
Definitely got.
Hey, Dave, for the super chat.
Upper level rotation.
I think I just said that. Thank you.
For sure.
Do a 24-hour stream? Yeah. Not doing a 24-hour stream. Not today, at least. Maybe one day. Maybe one day.
Starting to get a little bit closer to the North Platte radar, but still the Rapid City radar is what we need to use, so closing in on Pine Ridge here. We get to Pine Ridge, we can could even go north on it.
I had a guinea pig named Mr. Pickle. Quite the name. Do I ever read books? The last book I read had to have been at least, I want to say like 8 or 9 years ago. Been a long time. Now I'm talking like reading a book from front to back. I'm not talking like just like reading a book for like 5 minutes or something.
Can you hear me out there?
Hey, Collins for the super chat.
I'll just stop up here somewhere and we'll decide what we want to do.
Hey, DD for the super chat. Thoughts on your chair? I had one of those and it destroyed my back. I don't know. I like it so far. It's a good chair. I mean, I've used 2 different chairs and I just needed to change it up. I needed something with a backrest. Or like a headrest, I mean. So.
got a new MD out. Let's see, new MD, I think, just might have come out. I thought it said Nebraska, but let me see.
Anybody else just love drinking water? Or is it just me? Just drinking a bunch of water right now. I've had a lot of water today. Being healthy. I've also had like 16 Diet Cokes, I want to say. So, Riley has an update. Go ahead, Riley.
Hey Max, we just got a new mesoscale discussion. This one is in western Nebraska. This is for hail up to 2.5 inches in diameter, damaging winds to 70 miles an hour. The chances of a watch here are 70%. This includes places like Rushville, Hyannis, Triton, Arthur, Ogalla, North Platte, and Lexington in Nebraska.
Thank you, Riley, for the update. So a large hail threat may continue with supercells, so they might issue a watch. Stay on alert. 40% chance of a watch here. Thank you, Taki, for the super chat. No, we have some people tuning in from Virginia right now. Again, mostly straight line damaging winds. The line of storms is quickly weakening over here in far western Virginia. I don't think they're going to continue most of these severe warnings, other than the ones down here in Tennessee that will probably continue to produce at least some damaging wind gusts up to about 60 to 70 miles per hour. Got a couple people tuning in from the north side of Johnson City right now, but again, straight line winds will be the big concern here. Tornado threat, I think, is pretty close to zero with these storms right now. Jason says, again, rough in Corbin. Got a lot of storms popping up all across North and South Carolina this evening, too. But again, mostly just damaging wind gusts. I don't really see anything too out of the ordinary. But we'll let you know if anything does change here. And then over along the Indiana and Kentucky border, kind of the last remaining line of thunderstorms over in the Ohio Valley is still kind of marching into Louisville with just some damaging wind gusts. No active tornado threat with this activity. Again, if anything does change, we'll let you know. We do have a new severe warning just south of Louisville where we have a pocket in Elizabeth of 60-mile-per-hour straight-line damaging winds. They'll be approaching Muldraugh and as well as Shepherdsville, Radcliffe, and then Lebanon Junction will be in the path of that. And otherwise, we have all sorts of destructive severe thunderstorm warnings going up over here in the Dakotas. We have all sorts of baseball-sized hailstorms happening out here. Most of them are in the middle of nowhere, but we got 3 baseball-sized hail warnings now. The one that Storm Chaser John McKinney is on is this one in Ogallala, and Pine Ridge. God, I cannot say stuff. That is over there in Ogallala, though. So that's where he is. That's what he's looking at right now, going through the town of Pine Ridge.
Just have to get on the other side, the south side of Pine Ridge, but get up here somewhere where I can park and converse with Garrett. Seems to have.
Hey, Eric, if the super chat. I can't drink water morning because it makes me nauseous. I've never heard of that before. Thank you, Shanika, for the super chat. Thank you for that super chat. Appreciate it. I do not care about this storm. Why? Why don't you? Have you found Miss Velocity yet? No. Water gives me heartburn. Bro, what? I've never heard of people having problems with water. This is breaking news. It's like a new discovery.
Oh, wow.
I was not aware of the water instances like this being a thing. Babies can't have water? Bro, what? Is that actually true? Hey, you Tessa for the super chat. Favorite movie? If it's not Twister, I'll be so disappointed. I don't even know what my favorite movie is. I'm not gonna lie. It's not Twister. I literally we cover movies for a living, basically. We make better, in my opinion, we make tornado movies pretty much in real time.
Have to roll south.
Yeah. Wow,
That's true, man. How am I ever gonna have kids, guys? I don't even know that. Hey, now I'm starting to connect the dots. This is why they have the breast milk or whatever, isn't it that right? I'm starting to connect dots now. The dots are being connected.
Yeah.
Man.
I might just turn the vehicle around so I can mount the camera.
Do you at least have a girlfriend? No.
And
You just gonna feed your kid cheese curds?
Okay.
I mean, I guess, bro. Oh my goodness. Water is gross. How is it gross? People keep talking about how the water gives them heartburn. How is that even possible?
I'll just get clear over out of the way so they can have some more room here.
My well water smells like rotten eggs. Thanks for that.
Yeah, they
Water
gave
is boring.
A new MD for Nebraska now.
Hey, fun fact: every drink that you have has water in
Here
it.
all the way down to Lexington, North Platte.
I think that's true.
South
Has to have
there.
some liquid. Let's go. Every drink is derived from water to some extent. Thank you, Jet, for becoming a member.
I think we're gonna.
I'll eat ice, but I hate water, bro. What?
Oh yeah.
Eating
Yeah.
ice, but not drinking
Sure,
water
I
is
think it's gonna
diabolical.
track into-
a present for you. Got the last one.
Garrett.
Most of our body's made up
Why
of
don't
water.
you
Thank
have
you.
that?
I learned that.
I have several.
I think in high school.
Sure. You're a young man. You need.
You have it because I mean.
I don't know
Look
what
at this
conversation they're having.
You can have. The
Oh, that's
laptop.
Storm Media. What is that?
Look at that. Garrett made cookies. What a nice
That's a cookie?
guy, man. Thank you.
You're
Bro,
welcome.
singular
What kind are
cookie?
they
What
They're
the
pumpkin cookies with cheesecake.
What is up with the
frosting.
singular cookie? We got one
You think
cookie
I
and a
should
big
eat that,
Tupperware.
guys? Do you think it's safe? You think it's safe to eat that? I don't know.
What kind of cookie is
Boy,
it?
we got wind.
They say?
here. Look at the wind.
The Garrett special cookie.
So our escape route would be just going south, I would assume.
We still need to release Max's special sauce. At some point.
Going back down toward Rushville.
Yep.
And then trying to make sure that we can get in front of this, or it's going back east. Hey, I like the fact we got inflow going.
It's a pumpkin cookie with cream cheese frosting.
That dust was just. Our wind
Somebody
is
said I
very
love
light
crumble
to it,
cookies. You
which
might be
is
the
better
only
than
person that I've
getting
ever heard of that has said that, like, ever.
Well, that's a Jake break, but here there is a road to, even if we wanted to, coming south, there is a road that goes straight over to back to the highway.
What does that sound?
Well, you may want to do that because
It's like a plane, like
Yeah,
land.
we probably want to do that.
Some
except
weird
going all
audio
the way
going on
down
here.
towards
Do you like
Rushville,
ranch? I
like,
love
coming
ranch.
up.
I didn't have
That'd be a
ranch.
nice
I never
short
tried ranch in my life up until this year. It is
What a
life changing.
beaut.
Oh yeah.
If you've never had ranch before, you might want to try it.
Imagine.
I've never done it. This was the first year I ever had ranch. Life changing. Do you like fried okra? Yeah, it's all right. First time I ever had it was when I lived in Texas. It was all right. Ranch is trash. You're trash. You look like ranch. What the heck is that supposed to mean? How was this the first time? My first time was actually at Outback Steakhouse, like 4.5 months ago. Got like their loaded fries or whatever, you know, like with the meal I got. Just like the side of loaded fries. And it came with like a little cup of ranch or whatever. I was like, well, you know, screw it. Let me just try it because it's just here. Dip a fry in it. I was like, wow. I ate all my fries with it. It's pretty wild. Bro. Bro, what is this? This photo. Somebody sent this in. What the heck? Bro. This actually might be the most diabolical thing I've ever seen. Bro.
Jump out a second.
Who sent that? Was that just like a report or whatever? Fan art. I don't know if that's much. I don't know if that's fan art, but they filled for the 46-month membership, getting much needed rain here in central North Carolina. That's great to hear. Thank you also, Synthesize for the super chat, Cheese Curd and Max Curd. Or Cheese Velocity and Max Curd, I guess, bro. That is actually the funniest thing I've seen in a while. I don't know who made that. That's actually hysterical.
Softballs in this storm like 10 minutes ago.
Yeah. You want to lose your windshield?
And bits, softballs.
Well, yeah, but he's got some kind of a.
When is Max Velocity's birthday? Like another 4 or 5 months?
Look at this thing straight over our heads. Pine Ridge, getting it done. Let's get some W's out there for Pine Ridge.
This just got posted over to our social media pages with absolutely no caption. If somebody's not watching the stream and they just see this on their like Twitter feed or whatever, they're gonna have absolutely no clue what's going on. I can only imagine what the Facebook comments are going to be. Oh, Lord. Thank Clinton for the gift.
What are you texting over there? Okay. What are you calculating things? Let's go see. What's he calculating over here? What's going on over here? This man alive. This is like the cockpit of an F-22 or something.
Dude, yeah, I got the light display.
Got
I
a
need
storm
I need
chasing
the light bars and no, I didn't say Siri.
Man alive, I wouldn't know what to do in here. I'd
I don't
touch
know.
a button and the car would take
Got
off.
all this down here and this up here and the radio and this and that and it's not even everything. I'm missing a camera that goes there and one that goes here and one that goes there and
why are they missing?
Well, because I took them off. One of them's in Ben's car and Ben has one of them and he has the thing. But then I was gonna put this one up.
Is that fat gecko mounts right there? Yeah.
Oh, we got raindrops.
I don't know what we're watching. I'm just here for it.
And I'm missing the piece.
Max, my friend wants to marry you. Cool. Congratulations.
The little magnetic piece.
There you go.
That's the piece I'm missing.
Well, look, the hill court to the right here, so we might want to.
We might want to skedoodle.
Yeah,
Will Texas
we
get
might
heat
wanna-
relief? Maybe in the fall.
Let's get out of here.
Not anytime
basically.
soon. It's the
I'm
summer.
gonna back up.
It's always
and
like
then
this.
Take a right.
Look at the last scan.
August is always hot. I don't remember the
Oh,
last
yeah,
time
look
it was
how
at
close
least
it is,
decent
too.
weather in the month of August. I lived there for like 4 years. It was
There we go.
terrible every summer. Always hot.
Okay, we're gonna back out. We're gonna back out of this, guys. We're gonna back out of this. It's coming. It's coming, and it's rush hour in Pine Ridge. We got rush
I'm not showing
hour.
this photo, but bro, people keep sending the most diabolical things to the reports. Oh Lord, it's so cooked. Thank you, Rudy, for the $20 super chat. Max, my identical twin got me hooked on you back in 22. Stay true to what you're forecasting, oh man. 22. When I started. I appreciate the super chat. You also Rachel for the gift. I think it's really crazy. It's really fascinating how much we've changed over the last 4 years. Like, it's been every year's just been, I feel like, completely different. Like, 22 was the start. If you look back at anything I made in 22, terrible quality, everything sucked. 23 was a little bit of a step up. 24, bit more of a step up. 25, a much bigger step up. I think this year has definitely been another big step up. Like, it's really strange looking back at every single year. Hey, Hannah, for the $20 super chat. I live in Love County, Oklahoma, but in Radcliffe, Kentucky. What's the outlook for here? For Radcliffe? Let me look where Radcliffe, Kentucky is. Should just be some isolated damaging winds. I think overall it's just going to be mostly gusty winds, though. I don't think there's much severe weather here for the rest of the night. I think these storms are mostly weakening. So this will probably end up being some of the last severe warnings for this activity. Be surprised if we had more. The wind has definitely gotten weaker up there. We're starting to drop on the total counter of severe warnings, which is always good to see. We have a new max alert for meteorologist Ethan Mock over near Columbia, Russell Springs, and Jamestown. That is for quarter-sized hail and 60-mile-per-hour damaging winds moving west to east. That's about the only max alert that we have right now. Nope, we have a few, actually. We have 6. This other max alert been going on for a while. This storm has pretty much died, though. I think some of these are old. I've been missing them. Hey, off the record, these max alerts have been pretty good. I just haven't really been looking at them. They've been early, ahead of the schedule of the NWS warnings. This is the only one that has not been warned yet, to my knowledge. Peanut butter and honey? That sounds really good. I'm not gonna lie. Peanut butter and honey? I could cook. I used to have peanut butter and fluff sandwiches all the time. For those that don't know what fluff is, it's like that little marshmallow, like cream or whatever you call it. Stuff is goated. Anyway, Lights, are we becoming a maximum velocity member? Chocolate and fluff is better. I feel like it's a weird combo. That'd be more of a dessert. I think peanut butter at least adds a little bit of protein. Adds a little bit of, like, finesse. If you know what I mean. Look at the South Dakota supercell. The rotation is really strong. I'm pressing X to doubt, but I'll check it out. I'm not pressing X to doubt as much as I was before. Actually, some rotation. I think there's definitely going to be some contamination with this. A little contaminated. I think there's a lot of contamination, actually, but might actually be rotating. It doesn't look terrible. MRMS radar is showing quite a bit of rotation there. Actually, a really impressive looking supercell. I ain't even gonna lie. pretty gnarly. There's a CC drop. That's not a tornado. This is where the hook echo is. That right there is clear air contamination. Now the real question is going to be, are there any chasers up here? There's one chaser near this. His name is Greg Travers. According to Spotter Network, there's one guy that's going up there, it looks like, or potentially going up there. Yeah, he's going up there. Look at that. You can track chasers and their spotter dots inside of the free WeatherFront app. Another cool feature on here. Greg is going up there into the severe warning. It's the only guy. I don't know who he is, but he's going there. We look at pictures and videos, please. Just for you, Anthony, I'm going to do it for you, all right? Just because you asked. We got some new photos and videos. This is a new one from Kissimmee, Indiana, of a shelf clad moving in earlier. Here's a big tree uprooted over in Lee County, Illinois, sent in by Chelsea. This is in Timberlake, South Carolina. A visual on a tornado by neighbor. He witnessed the carport being tossed, multiple large trees down in the line it took, moved northwest to southeast, embedded in the severe thunderstorm. Might have had a tornado in South Carolina, apparently, today. This is from Etheridge, Kentucky, of that giant shelf cloud rolling in. Let me just send the chat toast with butter, brown sugar, and cinnamon. That actually sounds fire. Here's a photo from Bland County, Virginia. That is pretty wild looking. Wild looking shelf cloud. And here's from Portage, Indiana. A lot of cars have been trapped under trees today. Honestly, been one of the most common things that I've seen today is just trees that are trapping vehicles. Happened here too. If you have any photos and videos, you can scan the QR code or go to maxvelocitywx.com. Apparently, there's something I got to look at on number 3. This is over in Johnson City, Tennessee. Look at the storm rolling into Johnson City right now. Hey, Carter, for the sewer chat. My girlfriend Lily loves watching your lives and videos and currently is in Portsmouth, United Kingdom. Can she get a hi? How's it going? Isn't it like 1 in the morning there? It's got to be late. We have a new max alert from Storm. I was about to say Storm Chaser. Meteorologist Ethan Mock over here north of Newell in Butte or Butte County in western South Dakota. Low confidence max alert tornado is attempting to develop there, but odds are pretty low of it actually developing. Hey, Landon, for the sewer chat. He said goodnight to my twins, Ava and Oliver. They're watching live with me. We're almost 3 and love weather. Have a good night, Ava and Oliver. Go to bed. Don't stay up like me when I was young and played Clash of Clans until 12 o'clock at night. Actually go to sleep. You can do that when you're like probably 12. You might be able to get away with it by then. Guys, I got sunburnt in Minnesota when I was on that golf trip like a week ago. My entire arm is just peeling right now. It's unbelievable. I don't usually have that problem. Just happening now. I was looking for tornadoes. I think the risk is pretty low for tonight. I was on vacation in Minnesota. It was good. It was very relaxing. What's pretty crazy is that like any trip that I've taken over the last few years, even, like I've always been on my phone to some degree working. This trip, I got a new phone, like a personal phone. That way I didn't have to worry about work stuff. And it was unbelievable. Like it felt so different. Like I barely was on my work phone, which I get like a bunch of notifications for, like emails, messages, just a bunch of stuff. This phone was like, only got like a few notifications a day, like just important stuff for the most part, not work related at all. It was great. Like it was really stress relieving because like there's a lot more that goes into doing what we do here than just going live and talking about weather or doing videos. Like there's a lot of other operations that we have. Like we have a lot of people, like storm chasers that we work with. We have employees, all that stuff. So it was a nice little break away from everything for a little bit, which isn't something that I was able to really get at any other point over the last like 5 years. I was always grinding, you know. I still am, but it was nice to get at least a few days away from like social media. Like I wasn't really on social media at all. Like it was very minimal. Like I didn't even post the stuff I was posting. I just sent it to somebody to post. I didn't really look at social media at all. But it's honestly nice, and I recommend for anybody that wants, like, goes on a trip to like just get off social media for a few days, because it honestly makes a huge difference. It's hard for me though in my occupation, but luckily the weather was quiet enough, and we have people that can, you know, post things and whatnot when I'm not around. So
might be some chasers here, likely. They're just kind of hanging back, maybe. People not wanting to get their vehicles walloped.
Hey, near off for the gift. Why is there a person named Cheese Velocity Cat in the chat? What are we doing? Max, what country would you like to travel to? The United States is always nice. I don't honestly know. What country would I want to travel to? What would be the first country outside the United States that I would travel to? I would say probably like Italy or something. Italy would be cool. I mean, I've traveled to other countries like in the Caribbean and whatnot, but I'm talking like just distant. Stormcat 5 here. What up, Brady? I don't even see his message. Lost it. Hey, Corin, for the gift. How's Northeast Tennessee looking, Max? Just isolated damaging wind gusts up to 70 miles per hour. Nothing too insane. Look at the shelf cloud moving into Johnson City right now. Huh. It's going right over the mountains. This is actually kind of sick. We were looking at this camera a few minutes ago. This is in Johnson City. The damaging wind threat's down to about 60 miles per hour, but it's actually pretty crazy. This is kind of scary looking. If you were like just standing on this mountain, I feel like that'd be scary. It's a pretty cloud. It's pretty cool. This camera's about to get absorbed by the shelf cloud here in 2 seconds. Here it comes. Camera's getting absorbed by the shelf. Brian just said there's no warnings. Look below me. There's 22 warnings. There are warnings, technically. And now you can't see anything. Now it's just a white screen. The camera is in the cloud. This is a live shot in Jonesboro, Tennessee, where it is actually starting to get windy. They're in the whale's mouth right now. I love being in the whale. They full house with the super chat. NWS outage. The NWS outage is over. Oh, let me change my title. I even see that. See, I was ongoing for like an hour though earlier. All right, Riley has an update. Go ahead, Riley.
Hey Max, just a brief overview of everything we have going on right now. So we're basically starting to see the de-evolution of all of the damaging winds and random lines that we have across the eastern United States. And we're more so shifting to big hail threat over here in South Dakota and North Dakota. But one of the things I want to talk about as we go into tomorrow is the moderate risk of severe rainfall we have for today, as well as the another widespread slight risk of severe weather tomorrow, or slight risk of excessive rainfall tomorrow. If we take a look at the HRRR, remember we've already seen very significant flooding today in Indiana and Ohio. That is only unfortunately going to get worse as we move into the overnight hours. There will be some additional redevelopment along Wisconsin and Illinois border tonight. That is eventually going to move into the areas that have already seen substantial rainfall in Indiana and Ohio and lead to even more rain occurring across those areas. So we're going to be seeing more flash flooding on top of what we already have been seeing, and that is why we do have that very large slight risk out for tomorrow, as well as the moderate risk for today. It's going to be something to keep an eye on, because unfortunately we already have had one fatality reported today in Ohio, where there was significant flash flooding, and unfortunately a vehicle got trapped in the flood waters, and we did have one fatality from that. So if you're in Indiana, Ohio, or anywhere in the country and you see that there is a flash flood warning issued for your location, please take that seriously. Unfortunately, we've already seen fatalities from that.
Thank you, Riley, for the update. All right. Back to our 3-cam view. Apparently Nevada is getting damaging winds because on the bottom right side of your screen, it is windy out there over in Nevada. Rachel says, we love you, Max, over there in Johnson City. Johnson City's getting hit by some damaging wind gusts right now. There you are, Thark, for the gift. You guys have put in a day. Yeah, we're approaching 10 hours on today's stream. We got a new severe thunderstorm warning for a bunch of counties in Tennessee. That'll be for Morristown, Maynardville, Tazewell, Bean Station. Bean Station must have some good beans. There's for 60-mile-per-hour straight line damaging winds. You might get a break tonight. Maybe. Maybe I'll be able to sleep tonight. That'd be nice. The last couple nights, haven't really been able to do that as much with all the live coverage we've been doing. It's a live shot back over on Boone Lake in Johnson City. Looks kind of nice there. Imagine having like a house on the lake here. That'd be kind of nice. Risk in St. Louis tomorrow, Max? Mostly wind. Low tornado risk. Thank you, DC, for the gift. Did I eat? I did eat a little bit. Ate enough to get through the stream. Bare minimum. We should be chilling. Should I worry tonight in Rogerville? I don't think there's any reason to worry anywhere tonight, to be honest. I think mostly just having ways to receive weather alerts is really the big thing. Having a tornado action plan set, ready to go. I think most of the significant severe weather is definitely winding down. Unless you're in the central and northern plains. Max, what are your thoughts on thoughts? I have a lot of thoughts on thoughts. Thoughts are what make you think about thoughts. So that's my thoughts. It is really calm on that lake. Kind of eerily calm. We have another photo that just got sent in. This is from Alexis at the Flipside Brewery in Tinley Park. The patio got ripped away from the storm and ended up hitting another store in our plaza. That's pretty crazy. Never trust a thought. I agree. All sorts of wild photos from today. Flagstaff, Arizona got quite a bit of flooding over here in this apartment complex. Max, who do you think will win the World Cup? Didn't the World Cup already happen, bro? Red Sox are going to win the World Series. Are the Red Sox even winning? They lost 3 games in a row. They were on like this hot streak. Oh, they're winning today. All right, well, hopefully that continues. Red Sox all of a sudden got hot, and I actually started paying attention to baseball. And then all of a sudden, I started paying attention, and they lose 3 games. And these are just some of the photos and videos from today's storms. Got a lot of crazy photos and videos. If you do have any photos that you want to send in, you can go to the maxvelocitywx.com website. It's crazy, crazy photos of damage and such. Horse loves water. I got the Rockies winning. Are the Rockies even good this year? I don't know who's good in baseball. I don't really pay attention to baseball at all. Let's see. The Rockies are... Oh, okay. They're terrible. 46 and 73. We got a video that was just sent in by a viewer out of Johnson City of the shelf cloud rolling in. Just a moment ago. Anybody tuning in from Johnson City, Tennessee right now? $46 and 73 is so bad. I mean, when you think about it, that's like being like, I'm trying to think. Let me do 46 divided by 73 plus 46. What is that? About a 38%. Is that 38% win percentage or something like that? I mean, in all honesty, that's like a football team going like 7 and 10 or something. About the same thing. Not that terrible. I gotta say, like, when it comes to when it comes to MLB, theoretically, what if they did a season that lasted like 30 games? 30 games, that's it. I feel like that'd be more interesting. Anybody got any thoughts on that? I think it'd be way more exciting. I do think baseball is way better than it was before because they sped up the pitch clock or whatever, but I think you like need that, you know, you need that speed. You need less games. Every game should matter more. I feel like the games don't matter enough right now. Hey, Morgan, for the gift. WeatherFront has the new Canadian polygons. They do. Yeah, WeatherFront just added in the new Canadian polygons, so you can actually see them now inside of the WeatherFront app, the storm-based polygons. Oh man, they look so much better. I mean, Canada guys, whoever's at the environment of Canada, you guys cooked. I am relieved. This is a very relieving moment. I love it. Canada has cooked. Jonesboro, Tennessee is about to see some pretty strong, damaging winds here in a second. Trying to get windy out there in this little pretty town. It's a very nice town here in Jonesboro. Riley has an update. Go ahead, Riley.
Hey, Max. Unfortunately, we have received the third report of a fatality today. Unfortunately, this was a 4-year-old in Jennings County, Indiana. The chief deputy of the Jennings County Sheriff Office also said that the 4-year-old was the only one in the residence at the time that the tree fell on the house.
Hey, Riley, for the update. So that is now 3 today. I think one was from flooding, one was unknown, and then one from a tree. Not what you want to hear. It's been a very long day of severe weather, and this derecho, in addition to all the line of thunderstorms that we had going through Kentucky and West Virginia, really dangerous today. A lot of buildings have been damaged in cars, but obviously lives are way more important, and those are things you cannot replace. And I think it's even crazier that a 4-year-old was left at home. Like, that just should not happen at all. I don't know how in the hell you leave a kid at home. I don't care what day it is. It could be a severe weather day. It could be a normal day. Like, that's just crazy to me. Hey, Morgan, for the super chat. Last night, I attended a concert outside of Baltimore, and I knew it was about to go down when security didn't look at the bags. I only had us scanned tickets to take shelter. Never seen the sky so green or wind that strong. There were tornado warnings in Baltimore last night, but they were terrible in my opinion. I had a whole Twitter and Facebook debacle about them because they were just atrocious. Like, in my opinion, they were atrocious warnings. Like, it was like just a false alarm. Like, it was just stupid false alarms in my opinion. Like, they were not rotating. I had a couple people say like, oh, there were clouds rotating. That does not mean it's tornadic. Clouds can rotate and not be tornadic. Like, you can get little eddies and stuff, but the velocities on radar did not show anything. Yeah, that's freaking ridiculous. Having a kid home alone during any situation, but especially during a severe weather day, is just absurd to me. Like, I don't know how that happens. Just unfreaking believable.
Let's see if I can. Here for a minute, get a little video stop here for a minute and get a little video of this.
This is an incredible looking supercell out here in Rushville, Nebraska. This thing's still producing up to baseball-sized hail and 60-mile-per-hour damaging wind gusts. Tornado risk is going to be very low, I think, with this storm, but not zero. It's low.
Camera.
We do have a max alert for a tornado threat. It's a low confidence max alert for an area of rotation. It's about to cross over US Highway 212, heading down towards 34, pretty much rural portions of South Dakota, north of Rapid City, over in Butte County. So we'll continue to keep an eye out on that. This is the storm that storm chaser John McKinney is on. Has big time hail falling with it. Really crazy structure. This is the first time in a while that we've not had a tornado possible tag severe warning or a tornado warning. We just got an extremely dangerous situation, severe thunderstorm warning in South Carolina. What the flippity flop? I don't even know the last time we had one of those here in North Carolina. That is just for 70-mile-per-hour damaging wind gusts. Usually when you get an extremely dangerous situation, severe warning, it'll be for higher than 70-mile-per-hour winds, but they have gone ahead and put out an EDS warning here in South Carolina for Winnsboro, north of Newberry, north of Blythewood. So if you are in this severe thunderstorm warning, you should be staying away from windows, lowest floor possible. Yeah, typically these warnings are issued for 80 at least. Is that the right warning? That's strange. Oh, I see it now. Okay. Yeah, basically it says on the warning text here, it says this storm has the potential to produce widespread wind damage across northern Newberry County and western Fairfield County. So seek shelter now inside of a sturdy structure away from windows. So that is on this storm here going through Newberry and Fairfield counties. Hey, Susan for the super chat. I love your stream. I'm 76 years young, and love it when you are on live. Watching from Ontario, Canada. Well, thanks for tuning in from Ontario. I do find it a little bit weird. This is an EDS severe warning when it's... I don't know if it was meant to be EDS or not, but I mean, I guess. Typically, you don't get EDS severe warnings unless it's at least 80, but it is South Carolina. There's a lot of trees out here. Could easily knock out power for a lot of people, so that would probably be hence more so why. Might have to do with like topography and terrain more so. What do you think about Chicago tonight and tomorrow? A lot of rain tonight, a lot of rain tomorrow. I think the worst of it, though, will be down to your south. Max is working a long day. Yeah, we're all working long days. This is about a 10-hour stream now. We went live at 9:45, 9:50 Central AM. We've been live for nearly 10 hours. Pretty wild. If you guys have not already and you need a weather app to stay ahead of the storms, you should download the free WeatherFront app. It's on iOS and Android. Get it #1 on iOS. It's getting up there today. It's performing well on the App Store. I was looking at it a second ago. It's number 8 right now. Get it to #1. Let it beat the Weather Channel. It's an amazing app. It's 100% free to download. We're gonna add a lot of cool things to it here soon. We should get like historical data and some 3D radar stuff in there. I think those would be cool. Storm Intermedia has a bowl. Do they? Looking right now, I don't see any. I don't see no bowl. It's like a little wall cloud trying to form. This is a live shot from John McKinney. He's also on it. Hey, Saturn for the super chat. Hey, good luck, Matthew, for your first day of high school. Big step up for middle school. Riley has an update. Go ahead, Riley.
Hey, Max, that destructive severe thunderstorm warning in South Dakota near the KUDX radar site has just been upgraded to 90-mile-per-hour winds, and those are observed 90-mile-per-hour winds as well.
Hey, Riley, for the update. That is a big-time damaging wind threat over here in South Dakota. We've had some rotation on this as well. It's just hard to tell if it's really legit or not, or it's some sort of contamination. But regardless, big-time wind threat, 2-inch size tail moon through Meade and Butte counties. So take shelter if you're one of the probably very few people that live in this warning. It's a pretty rural portion here of western South Dakota, but Rapid City should be staying on alert. Anywhere right along Rapid City towards Wall, along I-90, might be in the crosshairs here of a very dangerous supercell that's quickly moving to the south and east right now. John McKinney's on the other destructive severe warning, which is right in far northern Nebraska. Hey, Levi, for the 11 months. Thank you, Siren, again for that super chat. A pretty cool view of the structure. I'm also keeping an eye on... Storm Intermediate kind of has a view. This is their live shot right now. The same storm. A little bit more wobbly.
I guess if I stay south, all the way south, it does take me to that road, to the highway anyway. Maybe I might have to go, well...
Hey, Erica, for super chat.
There's some side roads down here. It's just...
How's it going? It's going. Been live for 10 hours. Been a busy day of severe weather. Thank you, Donna, for the $10 super chat. Thanks, Max, to the team for the amazing coverage. Much appreciated from Kettering, Ohio. Thank you for tuning in from Kettering. I've still yet to... I don't think I've ever really been in Ohio. Like, I've gone there before, but I've never, like, actually, like, visited anything.
Yeah,
I've only just gone to Ohio to be there. Like, drive through it, I mean.
It definitely looks like it's going to beat us both to Gordon. It's already precipitating there. I wonder if we just cut south out of Clinton and take a side road down to the N97.
Hey, Ashley, for the super chat, asking about Dillon, South Carolina. Well, there's no severe warning here. You're just under a special weather statement, but some gusty winds and some small hail will be possible for the next half hour. Generally speaking, these storms in South Carolina should be on a weakening trend, but for at the bare minimum, the ones that are strong will remain strong for a little bit longer, for probably another half an hour to 45 minutes, and then daylight heating will kind of run its course and things will start to weaken out here. This line of thunderstorms is kind of the same way. I don't think it has much more juice in it. It'll probably last another 1 to 2 hours, and then after that, it'll probably weaken. The severe thunderstorm watch, though, does go for another 5 hours, which is pretty long. But I don't think we're going to see severe weather that long. Even if we do, it should be marginally severe with just isolated damaging winds and maybe a little bit of hail.
Yeah, that's the road I'm talking about. That's the road I think I'll take. So it looks like I need to turn up towards Clinton and then drop down toward it, because I cannot get there any other way. So, at least for now, you guys will get a structure shot without it being bumpy. Wait. I think, oh wait, no, I need to go the other way. I need to make sure.
Hey, Levi for the gifts. Appreciate that. Max needs curds and a Taco Bell shredded beef taco. That sounds amazing. I miss those tacos.
I mean, just look at that beast. Holy smokes.
I'll show you a beast.
Alright, so it's this road up here I have to take.
What's the Jonesboro, Tennessee risk? Isolated wind. It's been pretty calm out there.
Anybody on here?
Hey, vlogs to the gift.
Nope, it's not this road. Okay, wait, maybe it is this road. Is it this road? Yes, it is this road. Okay, so yeah. I do need to take this road down to my south. It's about to get bumpy again, everybody. So just beware, it's about to get bumpy once again.
Gotta get bumpy, apparently. Where's John McKinney looking at? He's on the storm, too. He's zooming into the road. I don't know if there's something on the road that we're looking at. He's next to the storm, too. Oh, what is that? Oh, that's an elk. I think I know animals now. That's an elk, right? Was that an elk? Or are those deer? I think it looks like a kangaroo hopping in the field there. They're deer. Dang it. Bro, I was so close. I thought it was elk. At least I was close. I'm closer than I usually am. That's a positive.
We let the storm. This 500 road should go all the way across, or 590. It's none of us want to blast it. AK, welcome to EF1 membership. Thank you so much for the super chat. Or for becoming a member, my bad, I'm sorry. Holy smokes.
That's a deer, you idiot. Why are you calling me an idiot? Bro, you know, if you've been watching this channel long enough, I'm terrible at identifying animals.
Maybe what I'll do is maybe once I get down to this road, I'll stop and I'll let it kind of do its thing and then I'll follow it from behind maybe. But I am doing a pretty good job of staying in front of it. So
apparently it's a mule deer.
I just know I would prefer you
like a Moscow mule deer? Is that what it is?
Shot of this when it's still.
Is that related?
Shot, not a moving shot.
When was the last time we had a tornado warning? How long ago was it, Revel? I feel like it's been a while since we've had a tornado warning.
So I gotta go one more down. I gotta go 590. Holy cow.
1 hour? Wow. We haven't had a tornado warning in 1 hour and 21 minutes. Definitely feels like it.
61,000 feet.
I don't usually ask how long it has been since we've had a tornado warning. That's definitely a while.
Hey, Carol, good to see you. All right, I won't worry about the road then.
Here's John McKinney's view of this storm. A little bit better.
Almost looks like it's trying to do something right there.
This is a one gnarly storm.
kind of like a land spout or something, maybe. Right there, acting like it's got something going on there. I hope this road gets me over. You can see it's not very...
Max, am I an elk? What do you mean? What happened to the audio warnings like EDS detected? I don't know what that means. The EDS, our EDS sound is like a big swoosh or something. It's not like audio or anything. It's not like, it's not like audible like text or anything like that. It's just like a swoosh sound effect. So it's nothing really crazy.
Oh yeah.
Just got a new photo sent in by a viewer over in Grant County, Kentucky. This was sent in by Cody over in Dry Ridge. Look at that shelf cloud. That is one massive shelf. In case you have not watched any of today's stream, it's been a really crazy day of severe weather. We had a major derecho impact the Midwest. Very strong winds impacted Chicago right around 10 a.m. this morning. And it has been just one wild day since then. We had tornado warnings in Cincinnati, tornado warnings in Chicago. Will County, Illinois was hit hard, very hard earlier. Power outages are still well over 1 million across the country, 1 million customers without power. These are just some of the sights from the storms earlier today. Chicago had the calm before the storm, had a massive shelf cloud that draped the sky. There was a plane that almost flew into the line of thunderstorms, which would have been terrible. This is in Cook County, Illinois from earlier. We easily had up to 80 to 100 mile per hour winds across this line. The highest winds that were confirmed were 99 and 97 miles per hour. We had a 99 mile per hour wind gust over, I believe it was in Gary, Indiana, and then a 97 mile per hour wind gust just west of Chicago. This was from Dylan over in Yorkville, Illinois, having a little window screen inside of a tree, which is definitely not supposed to be there. Had some really cool photos also from downtown Chicago of that shelf cloud rolling in. Huge shout out to anybody that sent in any photos and videos today, regardless if they've been shown. We've had over 1,000 different photos and videos sent in today. Obviously, can only show so many on the stream, but there were a lot of crazy photos and videos. This might have been a tornado also in Kankakee County, maybe an uncondensed tornado, but nothing really to verify that here. Here's a video from Will County, Illinois. Bunch of damage on a road. Got some roofs that were ripped off over in Will County. Giant shelf cloud in Delaware County, Indiana, from earlier today. It's a cool little time lapse of the shelf cloud moving to Park Ridge, Illinois. This person turned their Christmas tree lights on, or Christmas lights on, when the storm rolled through. Hey, just for the sewer chat. I've seen a lot of house fires. We've had a couple of videos sent in of house fires. I don't even remember seeing this video. Like a park bench flipped over there. Some other stuff. Trying to find some of these other videos. There were some really interesting ones. Oh, this is my favorite video of the day. Listen to this audio. In case you weren't here earlier, this is really funny. Listen to this audio here.
Okay, basement time.
3-second video.
Okay, basement time.
Oh, it's my favorite video today. This is another video from Makina, Illinois, of a bunch of debris in the roadway. A lot of just scattered damage. Had some patio furniture, some pots thrown around. All sorts of craziness. Bunch of trees down on power lines. Barn was heavily damaged over in Crest Hill, Illinois. We had a Gatorade semi truck that got flipped over in Porter County. Here's a tree branch that was inside of on a power line that caught fire over in Columbus, Ohio. Here's a video from Taylor over in Will County, Illinois. We'll go back to all of this in a second. Riley has an update. Go ahead, Riley.
Hey, Max, we just got a relatively high-end mesoscale discussion across North Dakota and South Dakota. This is for damaging winds up to 90 miles an hour and hail to 3.5 inches in diameter. Not expecting to see any tornadoes with this. If we do, they will be quite weak. However, 3.5-inch hail and 90-mile-an-hour winds are expected throughout the Rapid City, Phillips, Kadoka, Lemon, and Elgin areas throughout the rest of the night. This mesoscale discussion is in effect for another hour and a half.
Thank you, Riley, for the update. So that is Elgin, Dickinson, Lemon back in Rapid City. Get ready for damaging winds and very large hail. Definitely a higher end mesoscale discussion here. The storm that most of the chasers are on, like John McKinney, who's live inside of the free WeatherFront app, is currently near Rushville. That storm does look pretty interesting right now. If we go live to him, got some dust being kicked around. There's a little bit of rotation. What the? Is that a gustnado? We got a gustnado.
Yeah, now it's starting to do the whole...
Kind of looked like a gustnado there for a second. What the flippity flop?
Alright, I'm gonna fix the camera mount here a second.
So that's going on in northern Nebraska. We'll continue to keep an eye on that. We did have some really big hail earlier today, also in Stark County, Indiana. About a 3-inch sized hailstone that fell there. This was from earlier where a car was flipped over because of a tornado in Columbus, Ohio. Pretty scary stuff here. Also got video from Ashley over in Frankfurt/Chicago. The building was shaking when this happened. Better than a ticknado? Ain't nobody want to deal with a ticknado. This is probably one of the craziest videos that we saw today. Tiles lifting up and down during this really intense derecho moving through Will County, Illinois. I've never seen this personally in my life. This is the first time I've also seen a video of this happen during a line of thunderstorms, but pretty freaky. This is also a video from Oaklawn, Illinois of a house that was on fire because of a lightning strike. Another video from Lansing, Illinois of really strong winds earlier. In Columbus, Ohio, this person's building was heavily damaged. From probably a tornado there in Columbus. A tree snapped at a PetSmart. It's a video from Bobby and Valparaiso. Driving in their Tesla. Going through the thick of it. The NCG for the sewer chat. Do you think there's a 0% chance of tornadoes in northern Illinois? I wouldn't say 0, but it's very low. It's near 0. I think the SPC just had a new outlook. We'll look at it in a second. Yeah, they just issued a new outlook. I'll check it out in a moment. They did remove the enhanced risk of severe weather for tonight. Yeah, again, a lot of crazy photos and videos. If you guys do have any photos and videos, you can scan the QR code or go to the website, maxvelocitywx.com. Here's that new outlook of severe weather. for tonight. Wow, that's loud. This is the new outlook for severe weather tonight. The main concern will be straight line damaging wind gusts. We do have a hatched area, a SIG 1 risk, which means that damaging winds could exceed 75 miles per hour from Rapid City back towards Des Moines tonight. The tornado risk has been removed from all of the Ohio Valley and also the Appalachian Mountains, but I still would not rule out a spin-up tornado sometime overnight tonight. I just think the main concern is not going to be tornadoes. It'll be very low, very weak tornado risk overnight, more so a flooding risk. But we do have a 2% tornado risk over in western South Dakota for Rapid City, Wall Phillip, and Buffalo. So just be on alert if you live in those areas. We do actually have a max alert back over near Greencastle. That's west of Indianapolis for 60-mile-per-hour damaging wind gusts and also quarter-sized hail. So we'll be keeping an eye out on that as that storm continues to track slowly to the east. Riley has an update. Go ahead, Riley.
Hey, Max, so we just got a new mesoscale discussion, and believe it or not, this is going to be extremely surprising. This one is for northern Illinois. Yes, we're going to see more thunderstorms develop tonight in northern Illinois. We're going to be mainly talking about a damaging wind threat. However, we are going to also see hail up to 2.5 inches in diameter. There are some models that say, hey, guess what? Everything that happened this morning, let's do it again. Let's run it back. We're going to see the same exact thing happen. That's very likely not going to be the case, but it is important to talk about because sometimes models are correct. So unfortunately, if we're in the Chicago area, if we're in basically anywhere that we've been talking about for the last 9 months, we're going to do it again, and we're going to do it again tonight.
Thank you, Riley, for the update. Illinois, right back at it, guys. Are you guys ready? Are you excited? It's kind of funny. I don't even think there's a hail risk here. We were just looking. Is there even a hail risk outlined? Oh, they did actually add a hail risk in the latest outlook. There's no tornado threat. What's funny is that they have mentioned the risk of an isolated tornado and large hail. My goodness. It's never ending. Who's excited? Let me know in the chat. Who's excited for more storms in Illinois? Hey, maybe we'll be live at like 2 in the morning tonight. We'll just get a random like PDS tornado warning or something just because. Why not? It's Illinois. It's just bound to happen. Bound to happen.
Just caught me from...
You ever want to go storm chasing? South Dakota and Nebraska are beautiful. Time to be alive. Funny enough, this is what the models are showing. You go to the latest HRRR model run here. This is just the next few hours. Wow, look at that, guys. Yes, more storms in Illinois. You know what is crazy, guys, is that there is a potential for a tornado here. I hate to say it, there is definitely a potential. I hope nothing happens, but like, I'm gonna be honest, we could see a little late night stream in like 4 hours if something actually did happen. I'm not ruling it out, all right? I'm trying to sleep tonight, but like, I cannot fully rule that out because like, there actually could be something that happens here tonight. Everybody get excited. And then tomorrow we could be live again for like another 4 or 8 hours or maybe 12 hours again. Can't wait. This is what it could look like at 3 o'clock or 2 o'clock tomorrow, Central Time. You're rage baiting at this point? I'm not even rage baiting. I mean, I am rage baiting, but at the same time, I'm really not. Like, we are literally gonna have another round of storms. I don't know what else to tell you guys. Like, this is actually diabolical. Requesting a sounding over here to the southwest of. Dude, this is a sounding over here in central Illinois tonight. Temperature and dew point right next to each other. It's a little bit dry aloft. Veering winds, curved hodograph. We got 3,000 joules per kilogram of CAPE. There's a lot of instability. It's just unbelievably cooked. The weather at this point is rage baiting Illinois. Do we even have storms firing yet? No, we don't have any storms yet. I say we don't have any storms yet, but we could have a few go up in the next hour or two. Man, swear if we get more storms. Anybody tuning in from Illinois right now? Actually, everybody should put their location on the map. We got quite the small group of people. Let's have everybody scan the QR code. Put your location on the map. I'm curious where you guys are all tuning in from right now. I want to see how many people are tuning in still from Illinois. A little experiment. Has Max had a break at all? No. I don't take breaks. Other than the pee. Riley has a urgent update. Go ahead, Riley.
Hey, Max, so we just had a new wind report come out of South Dakota. This is a 111 mile per hour wind report out of Butte County. So that is where we have our 90 mile per hour observed destructive severe thunderstorm warning. However, the Department of Highways is reporting a gust of 111 miles per hour.
Thank you for the update. That is a lot. That is one too many ones. We got 111 mile per hour winds that have happened with this storm, which is hence why it is a 90 mile per hour severe thunderstorm warning right now. So definitely not what you want to see. Definitely not what you want to see. Hey, let's go for the gift. Longest stream of all time. We're not even close. We're not even close to it. Now, granted, there is a world where we could be live for like the next 24 hours because of all the weather, but that's just not happening. Me and my team need breaks. We cannot be live. Cannot be live for 24 hours. I don't think anybody would want to work here after that. Hey, Dom for the super chat. Love your streams here in Bloomington, Illinois. What do you think personally for tonight and tomorrow? Just a lot of rain, more wind, maybe a isolated spin-up tornado somewhere near you. Here's where everybody's tuning in from right now. Most of you guys are in the Chicago area, so I guess big thing is just make sure you're subscribed to the channel and stay tuned. We'll keep you posted if anything does wind up happening near you. I mean, I don't know if we're actually going to go live later tonight. I more so just said that because, you know, it's possible, but we got a lot of you guys over here in Chicago that might be needing more weather coverage later tonight. Hate to say it, but it's possible. The bare minimum, you will probably see storms overnight tonight, and we could end up seeing some damaging winds, large hail, and maybe a couple of tornadoes overnight tonight. I don't know why. I just have a feeling we're going to see a PDS tornado warning at like 2 in the morning. Don't want to speak it into existence. It's just like a random thought I have in my head right now. Don't usually get random thoughts like that, but like, it's Illinois, you know? Anything can happen in Illinois. Person's in downtown Chicago for a conference. I better go to bed now then. Probably should. No storms have fired yet, which is a good sign, but that probably won't last. Let's see. We don't have any convection bubbling up quite yet. We've had a few storms try to fire, but nothing's really blown up yet. If you guys want to check out satellite imagery for free like this, that's really high quality, you can download the free WeatherFront app. It's on iOS and Android. Top link in the description below. We're looking at check out the cool satellite. We haven't had any like major convection develop yet. I think it'll probably start going up in the next hour. We got some potential development that'll happen near Davenport, so I think that's where things will probably kick off here in about an hour. I'm a little surprised they didn't add or keep a 2% tornado risk in this area, especially since the mesoscale discussion has a tornado threat. Yeah, nothing really too crazy yet. We just got some low-hanging clouds for the time being. Hey, Cade for the gift. It's an evolution of all the storms here today on the infrared imagery. Max, why are you still live? We have 13 warnings. Not actually. That's not even the reason why. I've just been live for a little bit. Probably could have ended like almost an hour ago, but I think it's just weird being live. Like being live for 10 and a half hours and we started at 9 in the morning is just weird. Like usually it would be like if we did a 10 or 12 hour stream, we would usually at least start at like 1 in the afternoon or 2. And then, you know, it would end sometime around 10, 12, something like that. Thank you very well for the super chat. Tornado risk is 0 tonight for Trenton, Ohio, or at least near 0. Gotta push a 12-hour stream. I don't think that's happening. Don't think that's happening. If that happened, then I'd have like no sleep tonight for whatever happens tomorrow if we do end up going live. Am I going live at 9 a.m. tomorrow morning? I have no clue. I don't know what tomorrow is actually going to hold. I mean, tomorrow could be a stream day. It might not be. It just depends on how things evolve overnight tonight. It's hard to predict what's going to happen tomorrow. And the HRRR on this latest run does not have anything interesting looking, even in the morning. Like, this is 10 a.m. tomorrow. This looks really messy and doesn't look that, like, streamable at 10 in the morning. Now, granted, this is the latest this model run goes out right now. It's still kind of loading, but we'll kind of see. We'll wait for this model run to go through a little bit further, and then we'll probably wind things down. I want to see what it looks like, but for right now, it kind of looks meh. Looks more like an overnight threat on this model run. Granted, this model run also has storms at right now at 8 o'clock Central, and there is no storms at all being modeled. So, yeah, I'm not entirely sure about that. The other HRRR model run from earlier doesn't have storms firing until like 11 near Chicago. So that could lead to a little bit more of a tornado risk over there, but yeah, it's a little too early to tell what's exactly going to happen tomorrow. The further north storms do fire tonight, the better chance tomorrow could be significant. The further south storms fire, the lower chance today is going to be significant. We got a giant hail core right now over here in South Dakota, north of Box Elder. It's a nasty storm. This thing's producing 90-mile-per-hour winds and 3-inch sized hail. How do you manage to crank out videos almost every day? I don't know, man. I like doing it, so it makes it easy. Let's go back to the HRRR. Up to 18 hours in. Yeah, this HRRR model run doesn't have much over here in central Indiana. Pretty quiet over in eastern Illinois. Has kind of a more intense part of the line developing near St. Louis around 1. So that might be more so the area to watch for.
27.
Wait for a few more model runs, scans to come in.
Our only way, if we wanted to stay with this one cell, is literally to go down and across the hyenas.
Okay.
And let it cross there. And then, I don't know, after that, it gets, again, it's kind of...
Pretty cool looking storm over here in South Dakota.
Well, it
or
acted
Nebraska.
like it was dying. Now it's stronger again, so...
There was 4.5-inch hail to our north.
Max, are you tired? You've been live all day?
Wow.
I'm not tired from being live. I'm more so just tired because I didn't get much sleep last night.
Yeah, I see the reports. This lady...
This
I met
storm
this lady,
that John McKinney's on right now is apparently producing up to 4.5-inch sized hail. It's according to storm chaser Dan Fitz over here. This thing's producing some giant hailstones. Apparently we got 4.5-inch size hail. We got like massive hailstorms. That's almost the size of a DVD. Nearly the size of a DVD over here. Want to know why these aren't producing tornadoes? Because the hail is just massive. See if we can show the photo or not. Thank you, Lucas, for the super chat. The Powerball is at 1 billion right now. Bro, the lottery is a losing game. Riley has an update. Go ahead, Riley.
Hey Max, this is actually confirmed DVD-sized hail. It's also not in a severe thunderstorm watch. Currently warned for 2.75 inches in diameter, but we do have chasers reporting DVD-sized hail, actually just larger than a DVD in Nebraska.
Thank you for the update. Yeah, this is giant hail over here in Sheridan and Cherry counties. Luckily, this is not really impacting very many people, but the town of Clinton, which is home of the New Life Fellowship Church and the Clinton Public School, probably get hit really hard by DVD-sized hail, which, if you don't know what a DVD is, that's 5 inches in diameter. Hey, Catherine, for the super chat. If you want to look at your local weather, go to the maxvelocitywx website. You can actually look up, like, Nashville, for example, and it'll give you all the details on what your weather's going to be. Or watch our video from today. I'm not going to do a whole detailed forecast here on one place for the next few days. We're going to see if we can show you guys that photo, but it is a pretty crazy photo. Five inches falling out there in Nebraska. Hey, look at that. We had a max alert on this storm over here near Greencastle. And we did end up getting a severe thunderstorm warning on it for 60-mile-per-hour winds and quarter-sized hail. Here's a max alert for... Bro, this is the highest max alert we've ever issued for hail. A confirmed max alert for 5-inch sized hail and 60-mile-per-hour winds. For Sheridan Highway 27. Now that's pretty crazy. For some reason, the NWS did reply to the tweet of the hail, and they still weren't for baseballs, but I don't know, man. What's the record? I think the record's like 8 inches. Pretty sure. I don't know what the Nebraska state record is. I have no clue. I think Texas is like 6.5, I want to say. 6.8, somewhere in that range. Hey, 5 for the super chat. 10 max coffee. I thought about getting coffee earlier today for breakfast, but I ended up not getting coffee. Hey, Sammy, for the super chat. How do you view debris signatures? Go to the correlation coefficient, which we can't really look at any right now because there's no tornado, but there was a velocity couplet corresponding with a CC drop. That would be usually a tornado. Not all the time, but most of the time. You have to identify a lot of different things like contamination and stuff like that too. Does Max drink coffee? Not really. I mean, I only drink it when I absolutely need caffeine. Like if I get up really early and like I'm live for a long period of time and like there's an actual need for me to drink coffee because otherwise I'll just fall asleep, then I will. But it doesn't happen very often. I want to say it's probably only happened 3 or 4 times this year that I've drank coffee for that reason. There's been a couple times I'll have coffee too just for the heck of it, but that doesn't happen often either. All right, let's see what this HRRR model run shows here. Yeah, latest HRRR model run, which it'll keep changing, but has a lot lot of thunderstorms moving through St. Louis tomorrow around lunchtime or just after lunchtime. Could lead to damaging winds and an isolated tornado risk. I think tomorrow will probably wind up being less significant than today, but it also comes down to what happens in the overnight and where storms fire. Because if storms really don't get going, or if they get going like way up here to the north, I think we could have a bigger day of severe weather tomorrow. If they end up being down here, I think tomorrow will be pretty minimal. So we'll have to wait and see. Hey, Steffiana for the super chat. In Chicago, what should I expect? Or should I expect mayhem at 2 in the morning? I don't think it'll be mayhem, but we could get a couple of storms, isolated tornado risk, more so a damaging wind and hail risk, but it's not a slam dunk. We really don't know when storms are going to get going either. It's one of those situations where really nobody knows what's going to happen until it happens. So this is our latest update on all the reports that we've had for today with today's derecho that happened in the Midwest. Over 200 wind reports, 3 tornado reports so far. That number will climb, and then 35 hail reports. So clearly a very busy day of severe weather here for those in the Midwest, Ohio Valley. And even along the East Coast, we had some severe storms there too. But yeah, today was not anything short of being a very active day of severe weather. Yeah, we have 14 severe warnings left. Again, we got a couple of destructive ones still ongoing here across the Dakotas and also Nebraska. This warning was just downgraded to 80-mile-per-hour winds, so not nearly as terrible as 90, but still producing apple-sized hail heading down towards Wasta, Wall, and Cottonwood. We have some other severe thunderstorms in North Dakota, still producing some damaging winds and some large hail. This is going to continue probably for at least the next 2 to 3 hours, and then from there, things will probably get a little bit quieter out here. Back over in Indiana, right now we got one severe storm that's over near Greencastle, Stillsville, and near Brooklyn for 60-mile-per-hour winds and quarter-sized hail. We have absolutely nothing in Illinois for the time being, but we will probably see storms fire up in the next couple of hours with another risk of hail, wind, and maybe a couple of tornadoes. Again, low chance of a live stream later tonight. Just make sure you're subscribed to the channel and click the bell icon so you're notified if we go live. Kentucky and Tennessee, weakening line of thunderstorms will continue to produce some isolated 60-mile-per-hour winds. Some flash flooding is also going to be possible. I think flash flooding was honestly a bigger concern than anything else that's happening here. And then back over in South Carolina, most of our severe weather is winding down here. We got one warning basically left for 60-mile-per-hour winds near Newberry. North Carolina, mostly winding down with severe weather. Desert Southwest is flooding because of all the monsoon weather, but that's pretty standard for this time of the year. But other than that, this storm was just continued for baseball-sized hail, so they will not continue it or upgrade it to base or to DVD-sized hail, but it is producing up to DVD-sized hail south of Gordon. But generally speaking, pretty rural area there. Shout out to Robin for becoming a member. Thank you, Chazzy, for the super chat. Pretty much. But yeah, that's about it for today. Unless we go live again later tonight, I think we're going to go ahead and wind things down. As a reminder, if you are new to the channel, subscribe, join our Discord server. The link to join is in the description. You can follow me on Twitter and Facebook at maxvelocitywx. Also, download the free WeatherFront app. It's on iOS, Android, and desktop. There's a lot of things like computer models, satellite imagery. You got radar, live storm chasers, and pretty soon live cameras and a lot of other cool things are coming. So download the free WeatherFront app. It is the top link in the description below on iOS and Android. Also, if you need an extra way to stay ahead of the storms tonight, you can get Max Alert. It's where I give you a personalized phone call with my voice if you're under a tornado warning or a severe thunderstorm warning. So if you want to sign up for Max Alert, it's maxalert.net or scan the QR code on your screen. It's as low as $14.95 a year. That's it. It's very affordable, and it can be the difference between saving your life and, you know, potentially losing it, right? It's a very helpful service. Can wake you up during the middle of the night. If you don't have a weather radio, for example, this can be the thing that can help you out a lot. So definitely check it out, maxalert.net, if you want to check out that. Otherwise, thank you guys again so much for watching. We'll be back tomorrow with a video, possibly a live stream, so stay tuned. Maybe a live stream later if something happens. We're going to redirect you to the 24/7 live weather channel so you can get live weather alerts and see chasers and stuff like that. So stay on the stream. You'll be redirected automatically. See you guys all again in the next one. Goodbye.